My name is Mizuki Shimizu. After my birthday this year, I will turn 5. I reside in the 7th district of the Fire Country's Hidden Leaf Village, and of course I am unmarried. As a child, I never excessively refined my chakra, and my physical training was merely superficial that I retire to bed at 11 each night, ensuring I enjoy a full 10 hours of slumber. Before sleeping, I indulge in a glass of warm water, for as a commoner, it is somewhat challenging to partake in fresh milk daily in this world. Following that, I engage in 20 minutes of stretching exercises to warm up before drifting into sleep, resolutely refusing to carry fatigue and stress into the following day. My neighbors often remark that I am quite normal. However, Mizuki Shimizu harbors a secret he has never divulged to anyone. He is, in fact, a transmigrator for Blue Star. Yet, the manner of his transmigration diverges slightly from that of other predecessors that he was. Neither a victim of ruthless capital exploitation leading to a fatal overwork, nor was he abducted by a fateful truck driver. Instead, one day, a meteorite with a diameter exceeding 24 kilometers struck Blue Star at a velocity surpassing 24.5 kilometers per second, delivering a cataclysmic blow. In the wake of this incident, authorities attempted to suppress information, but such events cannot be concealed. Consequently, news of the meteorite, dubbed 2019 OK, which was poised to facilitate humanity's reawakening, spread like wildfire. People remain oblivious to whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will arrive first. Fortunately, Mizuki Shimizu passed away with clarity, having just graduated from university and enjoyed a year of freedom in society before confronting the apocalypsia. Circumstance tinged with regret. However, Mizuki Shimizu never anticipated that he would be reborn in the world of Naruto, carrying the memories of his previous life. His rebirth did not occur during the canonical timeline 60 years after the founding of Konoha, but rather in the midst of the Third Hokage's prime, during the tumultuous times of the Third Great Ninja War. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Mizuki's mother, Chiyo Shimizu, had her ninja career abruptly curtailed due to injuries sustained in battle. Tragically, her health deteriorated within a year of giving birth to Mizuki, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. Nevertheless, owing to his memories from his previous life, Mizuki possessed the capacity for thought from birth, allowing him to retain some impressions of Chiyo, despite their brief time together. In stark contrast to the name Chiyo, her temperament was remarkably fiery. Though her frail body rendered her incapable of independent movement, she frequently chastised and berated Mizuki's father, Kenji Shimizu. Kenji, a quintessential, good-natured man, though unseen in the manga, surprisingly possessed formidable strength. Prior to Mizuki's arrival in this world, he had already completed numerous rank and even strength missions as an elite jonin. Those of exceptional strength often attribute the misfortunes of their loved ones to themselves. And Kenji was no exception that he believed he had neglected Chiyo, who longed to match his pace. She has always been pushing herself, yet I failed to notice. Bearing such guilt, Kenji may not have realized that his expression toward Chiyo was one of forced cheerfulness. This self-righteous demeanor was precisely what Chiyo found intolerable about her husband. After all, Chiyo was a proud woman. Whether it was her bold declaration of love for Kenji or her determination to accompany him on perilous battlefields, these were her choices. Kenji's self-pity made Chiyo feel that her dignity and the ninja way were being disrespected. What an uncommunicative pair, Mizuki sighed inwardly. Many chances once missed shall never return. These two will undoubtedly regret it in the future. Yet, despite such thoughts, Mizuki had already resolved to play the role of mediator when he grew older, assisting them in fostering open communication, for they were his family in this life. Thus, Mizuki increasingly found the constraints of his infantile body vexing. He could not control his waking hours, often succumbing to sleep inexplicably. However, as previously mentioned, people remain unaware of whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will arrive first. Chiyo Shimizu passed away, a fate Kenji had foreseen, considering her poor health. He leveraged every connection he could muster, even enlisting the most renowned medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Yet, despite these efforts, Chiyo's condition did not improve. Mizuki witnessed his father's unwavering attempts. As a transmigrator familiar with the narrative, he understood that Kenji, Chiyo's husband, had exerted his utmost efforts. Had Mizuki himself been in that position, he would not have fared any better. Perhaps the medical sage, Uchiha Madara, could have utilized the white Zetsu to heal Chiyo, but even if he could convey such information, the origins of the intelligence would be impossible to explain. Kiyo's death profoundly impacted Kenji, a sentiment that is readily apparent. However, the relentless beast of war does not cease its rampage due to the misfortunes of individuals. After conducting Kiyo's funeral, Kenji attended to Mizuki for merely a few months before he was compelled to return to the battlefield. A S for little Mizuki. Merely a few months old, what was to become of him? Ironically, the Hidden Leaf Village possesses a well-established system for the care of children. Left unattended in such circumstances, the Child Care Center for Wartime Orphans, established by the second Hokage, continues to operate to this day. The center employs female ninjas whose husbands are out fulfilling wartime duties to care for these children that, in summary, Mizuki's immediate well-being is secured. Even as a single father, Kenji may not provide a level of care superior to that of these women, many of whom are seasoned mothers with experience in raising multiple children. Since Kenji returned to the battlefield, Mizuki could perceive the uncontrollable emotions reflected in his father's countenance upon returning to the village after mission's emotions rooted in hatred. Mizuki prided himself on his perceptiveness. He had previously viewed Kenji as akin to the kind-hearted Kakashi Hitaki, gentle with allies, yet ruthless toward foes. Nevertheless, Mizuki never anticipated that Kiyo's death would so profoundly affect Kenji. Truthfully, Mizuki harbored concerns for Kenji under such circumstances. Even someone like him, who had lived in an era of peace, understood that harboring personal emotions in the theater of war would inevitably lead to one's demise. Yet, Mizuki found himself unable to intervene. He was acutely aware of the guilt Kenji felt over Kiyo's passing. Chiyo had sustained her injuries during the war against the Mist Village. Given her poor health, had it not been for Kiyo's fervent desire, Kenji would have likely refused to allow her to bear Mizuki, despite it being potentially her last opportunity to have children. In the 38th year of Konoha, this year, Mizuki is on the verge of turning 5. The weather today is particularly splendid, as if the village has gained an advantage on the battlefield of the hidden mist. The villagers outside engage in lively conversation, their smiles noticeably brighter compared to the previous winter. It appears that the war is nearing its conclusion, at least on the side of the Land of Water. Thanks to Lord 3rd Hokage, and also to Lord Minato Namikaze, who, it is said, harbors hopes for a future filled with peace. Such are the thoughts of the villagers of Konoha. However, can the war truly end so easily? As a time traveler well-versed in the storyline, Mizuki knows that the conflict will not conclude. Rather, it is about to enter its most brutal and intense phase, one in which even the strongest of shinobi may lose their lives. As for his own fate, Mizuki is not particularly worried, for as a time traveler, he possesses a unique system of his own, and at the tender age of 5, a crucial moment for his system is upon him. Although Mizuki's system is quite, well, simplistic might even be an overstatement. Host, Mizuki, skill, chakra refinement technique. Wish, none, mail, no new messages, that is all. It is evident that this system adopts a minimalist approach. While Mizuki had a fondness for simplicity in his previous life, when it comes to his future, he certainly desires a system rich in functionalities. Ideally, a system sprite or a charming mascot would be delightful. If it were a white-haired, beast-eared little girl, that would be even better. Regrettably, such fantasies remain unrealized, and Mizuki's system lacks intelligence, offering only 4 basic functions. The first is a data panel display, showcasing the skills Mizuki currently possesses. The second is the wishing function, where each wish consumes a wish heart. A successful wish grants a skill most suitable for the host at that moment. Upon first binding to the system, he was granted 1 wish heart, but the success rate for a single wish is merely 10%, while the final wish in a 10-fold attempt guarantees success at 100%. For someone plagued by bad luck, single attempts are a perilous endeavor. The third function is a sign-in feature, which allows Mizuki to automatically check in once daily on the system panel. Completing a full year of sign-ins rewards him with an additional wish heart. Lastly, there is the seemingly trivial mail function, which indeed serves little purpose, but on Mizuki's birthday each year, the system sends a congratulatory email along with a wish heart as a gift. Thus, turning 5 holds particular significance for Mizuki, as he will be able to claim the system's gift this birthday and subsequently attempt a 10-fold wish. No one can fathom the immense temptation Mizuki has endured to accumulate enough for this tenfold attempt in his previous life. He always believed in the miracles of single draws in card games. The moment is nearly upon him. He just needs to hold on a little longer. Each time he thinks of this, a smile inevitably graces Mizuki's lips, and he finds himself unable to contain his excitement, often laughing in his sleep for several nights. What skill will be most suited to his current abilities? With such thoughts, Mizuki eagerly anticipates the arrival of his birthday. The following morning, "Father, do you have new tasks?" Upon hearing the sound of Kento Shimizu counting the contents of his ninja tool pouch, Suki Shimizu set aside the frying pan in which she was cooking an egg and, with a nimble leap from the small stool beside the stove, peered through the kitchen door, feigning ignorance. Indeed, there are many duties requiring manpower in the village, particularly in the hidden mist. Kento Shimizu replied, diligently counting the number of explosive tags. "I will depart tomorrow. If any issues arise, you may seek Mrs. Noera at the Children's Care Center." "Very well, father." Speaking of the care center, while all the children are looked after collectively by the caretakers to prevent unforeseen circumstances, each caretaker is primarily responsible for a few children. Mrs. Ai Noera is the one specifically tasked with caring for Suki Shimizu. Mrs. Noera is exceptionally enthusiastic. Upon her daughter's first birthday, she noticed the shortage of staff at the care center and, expressing her desire to find companions for Rin, eagerly came to assist. When Suki Shimizu turned 3, he was finally granted the freedom to traverse between the Shimizu household and the care center. This is not to say that the care center is a negative place. On the contrary, as all the caretakers are experienced mothers, they possess considerable skill in child rearing. However, their fervor can be overwhelming. Suki Shimizu, being a reincarnated individual with memories of his previous life, found the situation rather taxing. The caretakers would often engage in exuberant play, which was somewhat exhausting. Yet, one cannot entirely fault their enthusiasm. Suki Shimizu's appearance in this life is indeed striking, embodying all the best traits of both Chiyako and Kento Shimizu. Chiyako is beautiful, albeit somewhat androgynous, with sharp features and flowing golden curls reminiscent of the spirited women of Hokkaido in modern times. Kento Shimizu, on the other hand, sports a neat, short white hairstyle that exudes an aura of respectable intellectualism. Had he possessed a better gaze, he could easily cosplay a classic detective with glasses. Suki Shimizu, inheriting the superior genes of both parents, shares his father's hair color but boasts a unique, artistically styled mop of short, unruly white curls, crowned with a rebellious tuft. His sharp, spirited eyes mirror those of Chiyako, complemented by a pair of crystalline blue pupils reminiscent of Lake Baikal. In truth, Suki Shimizu had initially intended to grow his hair long, much like his mother, as he had always sported short hair in his previous life due to prevailing aesthetic trends. He recalled that in the world of ninjas, many male figures with long hair existed. After all, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had hair that cascaded down to his waist. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Kento Shimizu. Upon hearing Suki's desire, Kento fell silent for a moment before turning to leave, leaving behind a simple yet definitive remark. "You are not suited for long hair, Suki. Do not grow it." This is the opinion of Kiyomizu Kento. It seems that Kiyomizu Tsukuyomi is indifferent about it. His desire to grow long hair is merely a fleeting whim. Yet it is his father who has surprisingly and directly rejected this request. In the past, Kiyomizu Kento had always acquiesced to Tsukuyomi's various requests, including the plea for his father to teach him the art of chakra refinement. It is worth noting that children of the same age were still engaged in playing ninja games, and Tsukuyomi himself had not anticipated that a casual request would be so readily granted. What luck! However, considering that his usually indulgent father disapproved of his wish for long hair, it is likely because he truly is not suited for it. Mrs. Noera had once expressed her desire to see Tsukuyomi with long hair. What a wicked woman! Treating him like a dress-up doll, wishing to see the future luminary of the ninja world, Tsukuyomi, descend into the realm of cross-dressing. Fortunately, his father thwarted Mrs. Noera's scheme, thus sparing the illustrious Tsukuyomi from a potentially embarrassing past. Indeed, greatness speaks for itself. After reminiscing about trivial matters, Kiyomizu Tsukuyomi returned to the present, placing the prepared breakfast on the dining table and calling for Kento to join him. The Kiyomizu family, having been commoners for generations, had no strict etiquette regarding meals. So during breakfast, Tsukuyomi glanced up at his father and inquired, How long will you be away on this mission? Ah, of course. I am not prying into your mission details. It's nothing really. Perhaps I should refrain from asking. Tsukuyomi lamented internally. Realizing that physical age indeed influences psychological maturity, could it be a matter of hormonal secretion? In his previous life, although he met an untimely end, it was ultimately due to forces beyond his control, as humanity itself had perished, and he spent his final moments with family, leaving little regret. Thus, in this new life, Tsukuyomi embraced the notion of starting afresh, preparing to face his new existence with the mindset of a nascent spirit. Yet, the half-finished thought left Tsukuyomi feeling a flush of embarrassment. You wish for me to return before your birthday, do you not? Kayamizu Kinto, perceptive as ever, discerned Tsukuyomi's inner turmoil. Rest assured, I will be back before then. In the meantime, look forward to your birthday gift, Tsukuyomi. Yes, I will eagerly anticipate it, father. Kayamizu Kinto has passed away. Ultimately, he was unable to fulfill his final promise to his son. Kinto spent his life largely beneath the shadow of war. He failed to protect Chiyo and did not resolve the misunderstandings with her, missing the last birthday promise made to his son. Thus, this man's life came to an end, laden with unfulfilled regrets. Tsukuyomi bowed his head, sorting through the final belongings sent from the Umbu, merely a few personal items. While his body would be collected by the Leaf Village Umbu and interred in the village cemetery after the funeral. Prior to that, family members could visit the wartime collection unit to accompany their loved one's remains. Among these belongings, a rectangular gift box stood out, incongruous with the other war-weathered items. It is evident that this is a birthday gift meticulously prepared by Kaido Shimizu for Mitsuki. After a moment's hesitation, Shimizu Mitsuki ultimately chose to untie the satin ribbon and open the box. Although the exterior of the box hinted at its contents, the revelation still left him somewhat astonished. Previously, Mitsuki had mentioned to Kaido Shimizu his imaginative concept of a lightning-style ninjutsu, suggesting that a weapon forged from chakra-conductive metal might have the potential to become an unmarked ninjutsu. Of course, this was merely Mitsuki's whimsical notion, intended to foster a conversation between father and son. To his surprise, Kaido had remembered this detail. Inside the box lay a short dagger, sheathed with care. Mitsuki drew forth the blade, which was a straight-edged knife approximately 30 centimeters in length, considered quite long among short blades. The blade shimmered with a cold, white luminescence, creating an illusion of cleaving through the darkness with each movement. Logically speaking, while Kaido Shimizu was an elite jonin and undoubtedly part of the high-income echelon of Konoha and the ninja world, such a weapon, entirely crafted from chakra-conductive metal, remained beyond his means. Could it possibly be a trophy from his father's exploits on the battlefield? As Mitsuki pondered this, he noticed a card tied to the hilt of the dagger. Happy birthday, Uchiha-en, from Kaido Shimizu. Mitsuki recalled the name Uchiha-en, a teammate of his father's who had often sent gifts on his birthdays. Given this context, it was not surprising. The Uchiha clan shared a close relationship with the Nikko clan, which controlled a significant portion of the forging and trading of high-grade ninja tools in the shinobi world. Considering this connection, the origins of the short dagger became clear, yet it seemed that Uchiha-en's relationship with Kaido Shimizu was quite significant. Despite the Uchiha's close ties with the Nikko clan, this dagger was not an item to be casually acquired. Nonetheless, it mattered little to Mitsuki. He sheathed the dagger once more, returning it to the gift box and carefully readying the satin ribbon, preparing to reopen it on his birthday. There is a saying that seeing an object evokes memories of a person. As Mitsuki tidied up, a tumult of thoughts crowded his mind. He decided to lie on the living room floor, contemplating whether his sorrow stemmed from genuinely regarding Kaido as a father, or if it was the reminder of his family from a previous life that brought forth his grief. To be candid, upon receiving the notification of Kaido Shimizu's death, Mitsuki did not feel an overwhelming sorrow that left him breathless. Though he had intended to embrace this new life with a fresh perspective, the moments he shared with Kaido were rather limited. Following the passing of Chiyoko, Kaido Shimizu had unleashed his pent-up emotions on the battlefield, grappling with guilt and hatred, a state that only began to improve when Mitsuki turned 3. Thus, their time together had been scarce, compounded by Kaido's taciturn nature, where most conversations were instigated by Mitsuki. Yet, was it truly as simple as that? Mitsuki sensed an emotion taking root within him, growing and blossoming. Early the following morning, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Jinghua, who had unknowingly succumbed to slumber on the living room floor the previous night, was stirred from her dreams by the persistent rapping at the door. Were it not for the visitor, she might have remained there indefinitely. Despite her relatively robust constitution in this life, she was still but a child, and the likelihood of falling ill was considerable. With a slight shake of her drowsy form, she rose to answer the door. Standing outside was Rin, the daughter of Madame Noira. Jingyue recognized Rin from the pages of a manga, yet in reality, their acquaintance had blossomed at the care facility where they had met. One of the reasons Madame Noira had initially come to assist at the facility was to help Rin find companions. "Good morning, Jingyue. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? My mother made some thick omelet, but she left for work, and I felt a bit lonely eating alone. Would you care to join me?" Rin spoke cautiously, her gaze flickering away from Jingyue. This was a pretense. Rin had come here because she had heard from her mother about the passing of Jingyue's father, Mr. Shimizu. Although her mother had reassured her that Jingyue was strong enough to recover on her own, Rin couldn't shake her worries about her friend's well-being. She felt compelled to see her for herself to ease her concerns. Jingyue discerned Rin's true intentions, but believed her own emotions to be quite composed. It would be inappropriate to leave Rin standing outside, so she beckoned her in. "Now that you mention it, I haven't eaten yet. I seem to have overslept today." "Thank you, Rin, you've been a great help. Please, come inside." "Excuse my intrusion," Rin replied as she entered the Shimizu home, carrying a lunchbox. Jingyue was indeed famished and eagerly devoured the thick omelet that had been neatly sliced. Madame Nohara's cooking was truly exceptional. Not only was the balance of egg and milk impeccable, but its appearance was also exquisite. Even a gentle prod with chopsticks revealed its pudding-like wobbliness, showcasing incredible elasticity. As Rin watched Jingyue devour the meal, she couldn't help but think how delightful it would be if Jingyue were to enjoy her own cooking. Yet, she pondered, would Jingyue savor it as much if it were her own creation? For some reason, her attempts at making the thick omelet always seemed to fall short compared to her mother's. Whenever she inquired about her shortcomings, her mother would merely smile and say that she would understand when she grew up. How frustrating. Wasn't that just a way to placate a child? Jingyue, catching Rin lost in thought, noticed that she had yet to touch her chopsticks, instead resting her chin on her hands as she gazed vacantly at her. "What's the matter? Am I eating in a manner that startles you? How peculiar. I used to eat this way at the care facility without any issue. In the land of fire, devouring someone else's cooking with great enthusiasm was the highest form of praise for their culinary skills. Therefore, at the care facility, whenever Jingyue feasted in such a manner, Madame Noira would beam with delight, even exclaiming, 'Oh, if only Jingyue could become my daughter, I could witness her enjoy her meals at home.' As for why she wished for a daughter, that was a topic for another time. In any case, noticing Rin's daydreaming state, Jingyue cleared her throat gently to bring her back. "If the thick omelet gets cold, it won't be as delicious. Is that not what you taught me, Rin? Apologies. I am truly sorry." Upon hearing the voice of Jingyue, Lin finally regained her composure and began to consume the thick omelet before her. In truth, she had not comprehended what Jingyue had just said, yet she felt too shy to inquire. For now, she decided to focus on her meal. As Jingyue had advised her that during moments of awkwardness, one should engage in an activity to appear busy. Reflecting on this, Lin realized that Jinyue's teachings were indeed quite useful. Lost in her thoughts once more, Qingshui Jinyue was left speechless. "Are you an elderly woman of 80? You often seem to drift into your own world." Nevertheless, this brief interlude had lifted Jinyue's spirits considerably. One must always look forward. After all, she was, in essence, an adult and could not afford to hesitate like a child. "Cheer up, Qingshui Jinyue. Now that I have been given a second chance at life, I must demonstrate my true abilities." With this resolve, Qingshui Jinyue reached for the sinful chopsticks and snatched the thick omelet from Lin's plate, promptly shoving it into her mouth. Upon hearing Lin's surprised gasp, she chewed and mumbled, "Lin, come help me tidy up the house." This time, Lin truly understood. Initially, she puffed out her cheeks like an irate blowfish at Jinyue's mischievous act, but upon hearing the request, she deflated like a balloon. "All right, but you mustn't bully me anymore. That may be somewhat challenging. I shall do my best," Jinyue replied. It is still the 38th year of Konoha, and the weather has been rather gloomy in recent days. The funeral of Qingshui Jianren was held alongside those of the other ninjas who had perished. Before the funeral, Qingshui Jianyue had visited Jianren's remains. Fortunately, amidst misfortune, Jianren's body was largely intact. According to the intelligence provided by the Umbu, a few days prior, Certain frontline outposts along the eastern coast of the Land of Fire had been breached by unidentified foes. However, the enemy did not seize these outposts. Instead, they infiltrated the coastal area of Ushuaia port through the breach. The mission of Qingshui Jinren's team was to investigate this lurking enemy. Their investigation proceeded smoothly, and from the intelligence relayed back, it was revealed that the enemy was the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. However, their withdrawal was not without complications. The enemy seemed to have intentions of using themselves as bait. When the investigating team became aware of their presence, the enemy had already taken notice of them. The 7 ninja swordsmen were composed of 7 elite jonin, each wielding a unique sword imbued with special abilities. It is said that when they unite, they can conquer a small nation overnight. Faced with such formidable adversaries, it was no small feat for the investigating team to relay their findings back to the village, especially since only Qingshui Jianren and Uchiha Yen among them possessed the strength of elite jonin, while 4 of the remaining 6 members were merely chunin. Moreover, the enemy was well prepared at Ushuaia port. When the investigating team finally detected them, only Kiba Juzu, Suigetsu Hashigaki, and Kageyama Chihiro were visible. The remaining 3 lay in ambush outside Ushuaia port, and under the dual assault, the scales of victory inevitably tipped in favor of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Qingshui Jianren was not privy to the intricate details of the battle, yet it was evident how dire the situation must have been when confronted with such formidable adversaries. Under the valiant protection of Qingshui Jiantian and 5 other ninjas, Uchiha Yen, alongside another jonin from the Yaninja clan, successfully conveyed vital intelligence back to the Hidden Leaf village. The response from the village was swift. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, immediately dispatched Minato Namikaze to lead a team on a pursuit mission to Ushuaia port. However, Minato's team found themselves at a loss, as the 7 ninja swordsmen had not brought any subordinates, and the 7 elite jonin exhibited remarkable agility. Following the sensory guidance of the Inuzuka clan's jonin, the team traced their way back to the coastline where the breach had initially occurred. It was evident that this was a strategic fishing operation orchestrated by the Hidden Mist village, leveraging the formidable strength and maneuverability of the 7 ninja swordsmen to achieve certain objectives before swiftly retreating back to the mist. This not only served to neutralize a portion of the Leaf's advanced combat capabilities, but also ensured that, upon realizing they faced the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen, the Leaf would refrain from dispatching weaker ninjas. Indeed, the 7 ninja swordsmen had been fortunate. Had they delayed their retreat even slightly, they would have undoubtedly faced pursuit from Minato, resulting in inevitable casualties among their ranks. Back at the funeral, Qingshui Jianren donned a black mourning attire, gazing at Jiantian, who had already been laid to rest. Surrounding him were the families of other fallen ninjas, some children, like Jianren, unable to suppress their tears, though they strove to maintain silence. The 3rd Hokage was also present, officiating over the service for the brave ninjas who had made the ultimate sacrifice. In the midst of fluttering leaves, the fire of life continued to burn. This flame would persist in illuminating the village and nurturing the newly sprouted leaves. It was the first time Qingshui Jianren had genuinely heard this sentiment from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and while it did not evoke any particular emotion within him, the other attendees at the funeral appeared to be uplifted by the words. In a world rife with perpetual warfare, the spiritual void among the populace was stark. Qingshui Jianren mused that the ninja world resembled a colossal pyramid scheme. After the funeral concluded, Qingshui Jianren made his way home, recalling the man adorned with the Uchiha clan crest who had been present at the ceremony. He must have been Uchiha Yen, a friend of Jiantian's. Jianren had intended to express his gratitude for the precious gift he had received, but it seemed that the man had no desire for conversation, departing the funeral midway. Upon reaching the entrance of the Qingshui residence, Jianren was taken aback as the door swung open from within. Startled, he instinctively prepared to retreat. "Do not be alarmed. It is I," Uchiha Yen said calmly as he stepped out, observing Jianren's apparent shock. At that moment, Qingshui Jianren was engulfed in confusion. While stealth was fundamental for ninjas, Uchiha Yen had effortlessly opened the door from the inside. Jianren distinctly recalled locking the door upon his departure. He had speculated about the nature of the relationship between Uchiha Yen and Qingshui Jiantian, possibly having been teammates since graduation. Yet he had not anticipated that Uchiha Yen possessed a key to his home. As Qingshui Jianren contemplated, he gazed at Uchiha Yen, preparing to invite him for another visit to his home. However, His attention was abruptly drawn to Yan's eyes, which transformed from black pupils into swirling three-tomo shapes, swiftly morphing into three interconnected teardrop forms. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan left Jianyue in a state of shock. He was left pondering why Uchiha Yen would reveal such eyes to him. But his bewilderment was short-lived, as he soon succumbed to a Genjutsu. Uchiha Yen ceased the illusion's release, promptly catching the nearly collapsing Jianyue and laying him gently upon the sofa in the living room. After attending to some matters, he departed. Moments later, Jianyue regained consciousness and surveyed his surroundings. He recalled returning home after attending a funeral, where he had encountered Yen, and he questioned how he had lost consciousness. After a prolonged absence, the system's prompt indicated an update. Host: Xingshui, Jianyue. Skills: Chakra Refinement Technique, Body Replacement Technique. One-time transcription seal, Eternal Stand. Wishes: none. Mail: no new messages. Jianyue was momentarily taken aback by the inexplicable addition of a skill, particularly a one-time use. He recognized the transcription seal as an advanced sealing technique capable of embedding ninjutsu into other objects, which would automatically activate upon meeting specified conditions. He recalled a scene from the manga where Itachi sealed his Amaterasu within Sasuke's eyes. Given that the last person he had seen before losing consciousness was Uchiha Yen, the situation became clearer. This so-called eternal stand was presumably Yan's ocular technique. Could it have been activated due to Jian's demise? It seemed he had underestimated the bond between Uchiha Yen and Qingshui Jian. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jianyue opened the description of the transcription seal, Eternal Stand. Transcription seal. Eternal Stand will reverse time when the host receives a fatal injury, reverting the host's body to its state 24 hours prior. In disbelief, Jianyue marveled at the extraordinary nature of this technique, which was intrinsically linked to time. It is widely recognized that temporal abilities are often regarded as some of the most formidable powers in fantasy narratives. Time reversal, future travel, and even time suspension. Calm down. He reminded himself, this was merely a one-time skill. It appeared that Uchiha Yen was concerned for his safety and had taken the precaution of providing him with this safeguard. However, Jianyue suddenly felt a swell of frustration. He was not the true child of Qingshui Jian, but rather an imposter from Blue Star, merely comforting himself in the face of Chiyozi and Jian's passing. Yet, he had accepted numerous gifts from his parents in this life. While he could continue to console himself as a child unable to refuse such kindness, this time he resolved not to absolve his indifference. He yearned to take action. At the very least, he needed to enhance his abilities and seek vengeance for Chiyozi and Jian against the 7 ninja swordsmen in the Hidden Mist Village. Jianyue had been in this world for nearly 5 years, and upon the conclusion of this day, he would celebrate his 5th birthday. This moment, while somewhat special for others, holds unparalleled significance for Shimizu Miyuki, ranking just below the day of his rebirth. For as the clock strikes midnight, the system will dispatch this year's birthday email. Additionally, with a heart filled with wishes and the prospect of completing a year's worth of daily sign-ins, he stands to receive yet another wish heart. After 5 long years of anticipation, during which countless nights were spent gazing at the system's wish interface, he had often been tempted to make a single draw. Yet, through sheer willpower, he had resisted the urge. Is this what it means to be a ninja? Kinrin, I think I understand. Shimizu Miyuki mused to himself. As his thoughts meandered, time slipped away until finally, ding. You have received a new email, which will disappear in 365 days. Please check it promptly. It has arrived. The email content remains unchanged. Dear host, thank you for your support and companionship over the past year. Here is a wish heart for you. Wishing you a smooth journey in your new life. After claiming the system's gift and receiving an additional wish heart from his completed year of sign-ins, Shimizu Miyuki's trembling fingers opened the wish panel. The 10 consecutive wishes boast a 100 success rate, and according to the system, this wishing feature differs from certain lottery systems in his previous life. A successful wish will reward him with the skill best suited to him. Thus, he need not worry about acquiring a worthless skill. Now, let the wishing commence. 10 consecutive wishes. Do you wish to consume 10 wish hearts for 10 consecutive wishes? Note, the 10th wish in the series will be guaranteed to succeed. Confirm. 10 wish hearts have been consumed. The wishing begins. Wish failed. Wish failed. Wish succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 6 eyes of the celestial eye. 6 eyes. Could this system be malfunctioning? If Shimizu Miyuki recalls correctly, The six eyes are a power from Jujutsu Kaisen, and he possesses no cursed energy to wield such a thing. Is this truly the skill most fitting for him? Well, since he has drawn it, he might as well check it out. With that thought, Shimizu Miyuki opened the skill description. Skill, Six Eyes. Ability 1, 1360-degree long-range vision with X-ray capabilities. Ability 2, direct observation of chakra. Ability 3, extreme precision in chakra control. The system panel maintains its signature simplicity. However, the skill's description is sufficiently clear. It appears to be a chakra version of the six eyes. Shimizu Miyuki retrieved a mirror from his bedside drawer, gazing into it to behold his newly acquired six eyes. Perhaps due to the fact that his original eye color was blue, the change was not overt. They merely appeared a bit brighter. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback. He had never experienced such a sensation before. Within his field of vision, spanning several kilometers from his center, everything was laid bare before him. In this realm, one must ponder the authenticity of such assertions. Shimizu Miyuki is aware that within the world of Naruto exists a perceptive ability known as the Kagura Shingon. Its radius of perception extends to several dozen kilometers. However, when it comes to the profundity of the information perceived, the Kagura Shingon pales in comparison to the six eyes. To Miyuki's discerning gaze, the surrounding edifices and human figures could be effortlessly penetrated, revealing the scenes beyond, while also affording him the liberty to scrutinize the chakra within each individual. This ability bears a resemblance to the Byakugan, yet its scope far surpasses that of the latter, which has an effective reconnaissance range of merely 1 kilometer. Although a 1 kilometer range is formidable for an ordinary ninja, it still falls significantly short when juxtaposed with the vast perceptive range of the six eyes or the Kagura Shingon, which can reach several dozen kilometers. Suddenly, Miyuki felt compelled to ascertain what Rin was doing at that moment. However, given Rin's disciplined nature, she was likely already asleep. Thus, he shifted his gaze toward the Noera household. To his surprise, Rin had yet to retire for the night. She was nestled in bed, cradling an unattractive shark doll, her adorable little head dangling over the edge, seemingly engaged in a soliloquy. Tomorrow marked Miyuki's birthday, and with Uncle Ken's recent passing, it was imperative that Miyuki did not feel the pangs of solitude. Rin abruptly sat upright, as if struck by a sudden inspiration. Why not stay over at Miyuki's house tomorrow? Surely, Mother would approve. Whether Mrs. Noera would consent remained uncertain. At that moment, Miyuki discerned a limitation of the six eyes, which could hardly be deemed a flaw. He could see Rin speaking, but was unable to hear her voice. It appeared prudent to learn lip reading. One might wonder, do the Hyuga clan members possess the ability to read lips? Or has it simply not crossed their minds? It seems unlikely. Yet the manga does not seem to address this aspect, presenting a topic worthy of exploration. For Miyuki, the six eyes exhibit an information-gathering capacity comparable to that of the Byakugan, coupled with the vast perceptive range of the Kagura Shingon. This ability could prove immensely advantageous in the theater of war. However, as he had yet to enroll in ninja school, he was not yet called to the battlefield. When that time arrived, he could masquerade as one endowed with extraordinary perceptive abilities. After experimenting with the first two powers, Miyuki turned his attention to the final one, the exquisite control of chakra. Contemplating which jutsu best exemplified chakra control, he concluded that medical ninjutsu would be the most illustrative. Yet, Miyuki had never dabbled in medical ninjutsu, and Ken's collection did not encompass such techniques. Other techniques did come to mind, particularly the Rasengan, which in the manga is depicted with meticulous detail regarding its training methodology, and each stage rigorously tests one's chakra control. With this thought in mind, Miyuki extended his hand, attempting to recreate the Rasengan. Following the manga's instructions, he endeavored to transform his chakra into a spherical form, swirling chaotically within. As the chakra was released, a brilliant azure sphere gradually materialized in Miyuki's palm. He was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly succeeded? Surely, this could not be a mere imitation. Gently, he pressed the Rasengan against the corner of his bedside table. With a sharp crack, the corner of the table shattered, revealing a multitude of irregular wooden splinters. There was no doubt about its authenticity. Observing the devastation wrought by the Rasengan, Miyuki relinquished the chakra from his hands. Such power achieved merely with a gentle touch indicated a remarkable success. Yet, Miyuki felt no significant strain in generating the Rasengan. Was this the pinnacle of chakra control? He even sensed that the depletion of his own chakra was minimal. This was due to the fact that during the creation of the Rasengan, not a single ounce of chakra was squandered. It was truly impressive. Perhaps the technique he had casually mentioned to Kinrin about utilizing chakra to manipulate metallic weapons for an unmarked lightning release could genuinely be developed. That short blade seemed poised to serve a purpose, and perhaps he ought to bestow it with a name. Alas, whether in his past life or the present, Mikazuki had always struggled with nomenclature. He decided to consult Rin for a name tomorrow. After contemplating for a while, he abandoned the idea, as his mind was only filled with names like Frost's Sorrow and Fire's Joy. The acquisition of the 6 eyes left Mikazuki exceptionally satisfied, and he toiled away in research until late into the night before finally succumbing to slumber. Happy birthday, Mikazuki-chan. Happy birthday, Mikazuki. Ultimately, Mikazuki celebrated his birthday at the Noera household, as Rin's request for a sleepover was collectively denied by both Mikazuki and Mrs. Noera. After enjoying a delightful dinner at the Noera residence, he returned home with 2 gifts in hand. Since the incident involving Uchiha On's reverse door assassination, Mikazuki felt as though he had been living too comfortably in this world. Having reincarnated, he had never ventured beyond the confines of Konoha, remaining oblivious to the lives of people in other nations and ninja villages. However, based on his memories of the narrative backdrop, it was evident that the common folk in the smaller nations were leading precarious lives. Even if he wished to maintain his current tranquil existence, Mikazuki had compelling reasons to become stronger. Seated on the living room sofa, he opened the gifts from Mrs. Noera and Rin. The former presented him with a ninja vest, while the latter gifted him a ninja tool pouch. Both were exceedingly practical gifts, aligning perfectly with the prevailing trends of gift-giving in the ninja world. With this in mind, Mikazuki made his way to Kinrin's room and retrieved the birthday gift box he had discovered while sorting through belongings. "Thank you for your gift. I have received it," Mikazuki murmured softly, untying the satin ribbon and opening the box to reveal a valuable short blade prepared collaboratively by Uchiha In and Kyusui Kinrin. Mikazuki intended to name this blade Mist Cutter, hoping that in the future he could wield it to sever the spine of the hidden mist and the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the year of Konoha's 39th, Kyusui Mikazuki was 6 years old, and today marked the commencement of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Throughout the past year, Mikazuki had refrained from exhausting his body with frenzied training due to Kinrin's demise. As a reincarnator endowed with memories of a previous life, particularly one from the information-rich 21st century, he understood the principles of scientific training. He certainly would not burden his 5-year-old body by running laps around Konoha daily. Even if he can endure it, Lin certainly cannot. Indeed, upon learning that Jianyu had mastered the chakra refining technique at such an early stage, Lin felt a pang of realization that she had been rather complacent. Thus, she implored Jianyu to allow her to join in on the training regimen. Even to prevent the adorable Lin from becoming a muscular girl, Jianyu could not impose an excessively high training intensity. "Jianyu, how wonderful. We are in the same class," Lin exclaimed, her fists clenched in front of her chest, beaming with delight. "Yes, we are indeed in the same class," Jianyu replied casually, her gaze drifting around. Familiar faces surrounded them. Kakashi and Shikaku, and that curly-haired figure must be Kurenai, with Asuma nearby. No way. Kurenai is so young while Asuma already harbors ill intentions? "Jianyu, what are you looking at?" Lin noticed Jianyu's gaze had fixated ahead, and as she followed Jianyu's line of sight, her smile faltered slightly. "My apologies, I was lost in thought," Jianyu said, snapping back to reality and clasping her hands together to reassure Lin. "But speaking of which, there are indeed a lot of people here. I thought, due to the war, many villagers would refrain from wanting their children to become ninjas." Jianyu's naivety led her to make a common misconception. After all, in the ninja world, being a ninja had replaced the samurai as a legitimate profession. Though fraught with peril, the remuneration for missions was substantial. Even a lower-ranking ninja could easily sustain an ordinary family's expenses through mission rewards. Moreover, in tumultuous times, who would not seek power? Coupled with the third Hokage's persistent promotion of various civilian ninjas' heroic deeds on the battlefield, it encouraged the residents of Konoha to willingly send their children to the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing Jianyu's musings, Lin replied, "Oh, is that so? However, when I told my mother I wanted to attend the Ninja Academy, she readily agreed. It seems I was presumptuous. In any case, let's find our seats in class," Jianyu said. "But don't worry too much, Jianyu. After all, adults' thoughts are quite difficult to decipher." Lin always had such an understanding nature. As Jianyu and Lin made their way to the classroom, on the other side, a boy wearing goggles was assisting an elderly lady burdened with a large backpack, who was struggling to walk. "Thank you, Obito, but it will take a long time to find the place I need to go. Are you sure it's all right?" "It's no trouble at all, Grandma. It must be quite inconvenient for you to manage on your own." This kind-hearted villager was Uchiha Obito, who was supposed to start his classes today. However, whether he had forgotten or deemed assisting the elderly lady more important, he was bound to be late. Back at the Ninja Academy, Jianyu and Lin had found their seats. Since they had registered together for enrollment, their seats were naturally adjacent to each other. "I can't believe we're in the same class." "Jianyu, Lin, by the way, have you seen that fool Obito?" Kakashi approached them, greeting them before inquiring. "Has Obito not arrived yet? Class is about to start, and if he doesn't show up soon, he will be late." Which could leave a poor impression on the teacher on the very first day of school. Lin expressed her concerns. Beside her, Jianyu feigned a casual glance around the room, secretly surveying the entirety of Konoha, and then remarked, "Ah, I see. Kakashi, do not worry. Obito has likely gone off to assist an elderly lady with directions, or perhaps to chase after some stray cats or dogs. Prepare yourself for the possibility of his tardiness today." After narrowing her gaze, Jianyu addressed Kakashi. "Isn't that the worst-case scenario, Jianyu?" Lin replied, still anxious. "Never mind. I will seek out the teacher to assist Obito with his enrollment notification." Kakashi sighed. Ding! The bell rang, and the three of them returned to their seats as a middle-aged ninja clad in a ninja vest entered the classroom. "Hello, I am Marino Deo, and I will be your homeroom teacher from now on. My lessons are quite rigorous, so prepare yourselves mentally," Marino Deo said, his face stern as he delivered his opening remarks. "Jianyu, it seems that Teacher Deo is quite strict. Obito is going to be in trouble," Lin whispered to Jianyu. "Don't worry, Kakashi will explain for Obito." Even the sternest of teachers would relent when faced with Kakashi's appeal, Jianyu reassured her, considering Kakashi's reputation as a prodigy, which had preceded him even before enrollment. Moreover, Kakashi's father was none other than the renowned Tsukuyomi Hatake. The saying, "a tiger does not father a dog," was quite well known even in the ninja world. "Now, starting from the left, you there, please introduce yourself," Marino Deo instructed, pointing at the boy with the pineapple hairstyle. "This is troublesome. What should I say, teacher?" The boy seemed unskilled at self-introduction. "Simply state your name, what you like and dislike, and your dreams." Marino Deo provided a universal template for self-introduction, having anticipated the situation. "How troublesome. My name is Nara Shikamaru. I enjoy lying around at home, dislike troublesome matters, and my dream is to marry a woman who is neither beautiful nor ugly and live out my life." Nara Shikamaru concluded his introduction and sat down. "Very good, quite spirited." Next, Marino Deo dismissed Shikamaru's nonchalance, as his aim was merely to help the students form initial impressions of one another. "I am Mitarashi Anko. I adore rice dumplings, detest food without sugar, and aspire to become a ninja like Lady Tsunade. I am Saratobi Asuma. My name is Shimizu Jinwe. I enjoy studying ninjutsu, dislike unforeseen events, and dream of protecting my tranquil life." Jinwe completed his self-introduction with decorum and took his seat. "How handsome," a girl in the class whispered, which was unsurprising. In a world where the average lifespan is less than 40, children tend to mature early. Moreover, Jinwe was indeed quite striking, and he took pleasure in his appearance, evidenced by the mirror he kept tucked away in his bedside drawer. Disregarding the infatuated young girls, Jinwe cast her gaze out the window. Indeed, her seat was situated in the fabled second row by the window, a spot often referred to as the king's homeland. However, the focal point was not this, but rather the emerald figure darting across the playground outside. Behind him fluttered a banner proclaiming that those who completed 500 laps would gain admission. That must be Might Guy, and the individual in the oversized green spandex suit beside him should be Might Dai. According to the narrative, the third Hokage was currently observing the enrollment of new students at the academy. Upon witnessing Guy's unwavering determination, the third Hokage would likely include him in the list of alternate candidates, despite his initial exclusion. It is difficult to ascertain whether Guy's profound respect for the third Hokage later stemmed from this very incident. Nevertheless, after school, Jinwe resolved to encourage this father-son duo. Setting aside Might Dai for the moment, she recalled that at this stage, Guy was quite concerned about the perceptions others held of him. In her previous life, she had also been fond of Guy's character. For young Guy, having another peer who recognized and validated him would undoubtedly aid him in clarifying his own ninja path. "My name is Shimizu. No, I am called Noera Rin. I enjoy cooking, and I have no particular dislikes. My dream is to become a ninja like Lady Tsunade. What am I saying? After hastily concluding her introduction, Rin promptly took her seat, her fair cheeks flushing at the thought of her earlier slip of the tongue. In truth, her mind had been preoccupied with Jinyue's mention of disliking the unexpected, leading her to unwittingly blurt out her thoughts. Oh no, Jinyue won't think I'm peculiar. Will she? Rin, still an inexperienced girl aspiring to be a ninja, was always conscious of how she was perceived by others. Fortunately, her gaffe had gone largely unnoticed, including by Jinyue, who was more focused on the two green figures outside. At that moment, the self-introductions were nearing their conclusion. Jinyue suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixated upon her, not from Rin, for if it were Rin, her body would not have reacted with such awareness. Utilizing her 6 eyes, 360-degree vision, Jinyue traced the source of the gaze to a girl with long black hair. Judging by her attire, she must belong to the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is renowned for its strikingly handsome and beautiful members. She possessed the quintessential straight black hair that would surely attract adoration in her past life. Soon, the girl withdrew her gaze from Jinyue as it was her turn to introduce herself. My name is Uchiha Ruri. I aspire to grow stronger, detest weakness, and dream of becoming a figure akin to the first Hokage. With that, she took her seat. Her voice was that of a perfect academic achiever, compelling Jinyue to pay closer attention to this Uchiha Ruri. The curriculum at the Konoha Ninja Academy was not particularly demanding, and classes concluded early in the afternoon. Many ninja families enrolled their children in the academy primarily to ensure they could forge reliable friendships and build connections with peers from other ninja clans. The children born into ninja clans are required to devote additional time after school to mastering their family's secret techniques. Thus, the Ninja Academy does not excessively encroach upon the students' schedules. As for the commoners aspiring to acquire more ninja knowledge within the school, their plight is regrettable. Such is the nature of the ninja world, where a vast chasm exists between the commoners and the clan ninjas. Without extraordinary encounters, a mere chunin rank is all they can hope for in this lifetime. Only a select few, such as Minato Namikaze and Ken Uchiha, manage to transcend these limitations. As Mitsuki and Rin exited the classroom, Kakashi ventured off to assist Obito with his enrollment paperwork. Outside the school, a disheartened 5-year-old guy, having failed to complete his 500 laps, began to doubt his suitability for the path of a ninja. His father, Might Dai, imparted wisdom about self-discipline, rekindling Guy's motivation. Under the setting sun, the father and son embraced, tears streaming down their faces. It felt akin to witnessing a grand historical drama. Let us depart, Rin, Mitsuki remarked, feeling as if his vision was sullied by the poignant scene before him. However, he wondered if these two truly did not mind their display of emotion. Rin, unable to comprehend, yet respectful, replied, "It is acceptable. This is merely their way of expressing feelings." Mitsuki, taken aback by Rin's astonishment, offered a brief explanation. As they passed by the father and son, Mitsuki paused and addressed Might Guy. "I have witnessed your efforts on the playground. You shall undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja in the future. Keep striving." With that, he hastily resumed his pace. There was no time to linger. What if they pulled him into their embrace, singing praises of youth while shedding tears? One must always be cautious. After leaving a few encouraging words, Rin quickly caught up with Mitsuki, bouncing alongside him. After traversing the familiar route, Mitsuki and Rin bid each other farewell and parted ways. Upon returning home, Mitsuki accessed his personal system panel. Host, Mitsuki Shimizu. Skills, Chakra Refinement Technique. Transcription Seal of Eternal Standing, One-Time Use. Great Fireball Technique, Lightning Release. Body Flicker Technique. Shadow Clone Technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Wishing for the Eye of Heaven, 6 eyes. Male, no new messages. As a newly initiated student at the Ninja Academy, such a panel is indeed quite extravagant, thanks to the chakra control ability bestowed by the 6 eyes. The more Mitsuki practiced the techniques from the scrolls left by Ken, the more he recognized the astonishing precision of his seemingly modest chakra control ability. Mitsuki's innate chakra affinities are fire, lightning, and wind, while Ken's attributes are limited to fire and the learned lightning affinity. Thus, Mitsuki can only reference fire and lightning techniques for his training. Since acquiring the 6 eyes through his wishes last year, and after merely a year of dedication, Mitsuki has mastered 2 C-rank techniques, the Great Fireball and Body Flicker. The shadow clone technique and the spiral sphere were learned effortlessly on his first attempts, while the shuriken shadow clone technique, being structurally similar to the shadow clone technique, was also easily acquired with slight modifications. Moreover, recently, Gyue has been delving into the properties and morphological transformations of lightning-style chakra, aspiring to develop a technique akin to the Raijin armor of the third Raikage from the Hidden Cloud Village. It is well known that in the world of Naruto, most ninjas are fragile, glass cannons, and Gyue finds himself quite envious of the defensive capabilities offered by the Raijin armor. However, Gyue's research has recently hit a stalemate. Considering that apart from making wishes, he finds it exceedingly challenging to attain a physique as honed and resilient as that of the third Raikage. The process of acclimating his body to the stimulation of lightning-style chakra has been rather sluggish. This realization has led Gyue to understand that even with the assistance of the Six Eyes, the study of many ninjutsu remains a formidable challenge. He suddenly feels a sense of admiration for research-oriented geniuses like Orochimaru and Hashirama Senju. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, Rin exclaimed as she threw a shuriken and immediately formed hand seals. In an instant, the single shuriken soaring through the air transformed into dozens, clattering as they embedded themselves into the wooden target ahead. Hooray! I did it! Rin joyfully exclaimed, bouncing slightly and turning to Gyue. This scene unfolded in a small grove at the periphery of the 8th training ground in Konoha, a location Gyue had meticulously scanned several circles around the village with his 6 eyes to discover. It is a place seldom trodden by others. Accompanied by a nearby stream, truly an excellent venue for ninja training, Gyue approached the target where Rin had just thrown her shuriken, nodding in satisfaction at the depth of the shuriken's penetration. The force is commendable, and the quantity is adequate. Congratulations, Rin. You have completely mastered this technique. Gyue began to ponder what training task to assign Rin next. Since her inclusion in Gyue's training regimen, Rin had successively learned foundational chakra control techniques such as tree climbing and water walking. In terms of ninjutsu, Gyue had also taught her the shadow clone technique and the shadow shuriken technique. Now, Rin stands out even among her peers from other clans. Possessing a strength that is nothing short of astonishing, she can already be regarded as a genius, though, admittedly, the term genius holds a somewhat devalued connotation in the Naruto universe. As Gyue contemplated, Rin, upon hearing his praise, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. With her hands clasped behind her back, she lightly tapped her toes against the ground and said, "Hee, this is all thanks to you, Gyue." Indeed, this was true. While Rin's chakra control abilities are commendable, achieving such prowess at her age is not solely attributable to effort. While hard work is undeniably significant, it is even more crucial that Gyue has provided her with a slight advantage. It is worth noting that Gyue's 6 eyes grant him an unparalleled precision in chakra control. When Gyue comes into contact with others, as long as they do not resist, he can enter their bodies and manipulate their chakra flow. Naturally, Rin would not refuse Gyue's intrusion, allowing him to assist her in guiding and controlling the chakra within her body, thereby significantly accelerating her learning process. Returning to the main topic, Lin possesses the chakra attributes of both fire and water. Fire release is manageable, as there are numerous fire techniques within the secret scrolls left by Kenrin, and Gyue himself also wields fire affinity, making it easy for him to teach Lin. However, regarding water release, Gyue pondered for a while, unable to recall any reliable sources for acquiring proficient water techniques. Thus, he decided to commence with fire release. Lin, there are more challenging training tasks ahead, so do not become overly complacent with your current achievements. Understood, Teacher Gyue. Excellent, young Lin. Your next training objective is. As he spoke, Gyue plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, pinching it between his fingers. Suddenly, a flicker of flames ignited, swiftly reducing the leaf to ash. Just like that. What? Lin blinked her round eyes in astonishment, then immediately approached with humility to inquire. Teacher Gyue, how did you do that? You didn't even form hand seals, yet the leaf ignited spontaneously. I am so curious. Oh dear, this is too adorable. Even after spending so much time together, I find it hard to withstand Lin's accidental cuteness. Cough. Gyue cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he initiated a brief lesson. This phenomenon is known as the transformation of chakra nature, an advanced technique in chakra manipulation that even elite shinobi may not fully master. That's incredible. Lin never fails to brighten the atmosphere with her enthusiasm. When you become adept at manipulating the transformation of chakra nature, you can incorporate it into your own techniques. Just like this. Jiue, being a hands-on educator, believed that witnessing the process firsthand is far more enlightening than theoretical discussions. He retrieved a shuriken from the ninja tool pouch Lin had gifted him, deliberately slowing his actions for Lin's clarity. He threw the shuriken, simultaneously forming hand seals and exhaling a stream of flames that enveloped the projectile. But the demonstration did not end there. Jiue swiftly formed seals again to employ the shuriken shadow clone technique, resulting in the fiery shuriken multiplying into a dozen replicas. Boom. Upon striking the target, the flaming shurikens triggered a series of minor explosions. This is the fire release, Impatience Balsamina Claw Red, enhanced by the transformation of chakra nature. Ordinary Impatience Balsamina Claw Red can merely attach flames to the shuriken, slightly increasing its attack range and damage, but cannot cause subsequent explosions upon impact. In truth, Jiue could have created even more shuriken clones, but as this was merely a demonstration, such excess was unnecessary. Why not just throw multiple shuriken at once? That way, there would be no need to release the shadow clones, reducing the enemy's reaction time and conserving chakra. Lin thoughtfully posed her question after Jiue's demonstration. That is indeed a valid point. However, the transformation of chakra nature is a precise technique. Merely attaching it to one shuriken is already quite challenging. Utilizing the shuriken shadow clone technique significantly diminishes the complexity of the technique, making it a clever composite ninjutsu. Moreover, the number of shurikens one can throw independently is inherently limited. Once Rin's chakra reserves are sufficiently replenished, utilizing the shadow shuriken technique will significantly amplify the prowess of this technique, truly unlocking the potential of such a compound ninjutsu. The cunning and astute Jinyu had anticipated Rin's inquiries, thus he presented a meticulously prepared rationale. However, there exists another reason that Jinyu refrained from disclosing, which is that shurikens are exceedingly costly, particularly during wartime. It is important to note that these shurikens, imbued with fire affinity chakra, lose their lethality after a single use, with their tips becoming dulled. While training allows for recovery and reuse, in the chaos of battle, discarding them indiscriminately may seem convenient. Yet he cannot afford to employ such a strategy on a daily basis. In the manga, the effectiveness of the shadow shuriken technique varies among different practitioners, excluding the medium. Some utilize wind-style shurikens, while others employ kekkei. This ninjutsu, which appears frequently in the manga, can be categorized into two types: the shadow shuriken technique employed by others and that utilized by Minato Namikaze. The shadow shuriken technique Minato employed in the Luo Lan movie exhibited immense destructive power. If one were to liken others' techniques to a small firearm, Minato's would be akin to a floating cannon. Thus, Jinyu speculated that Minato must have incorporated a change in chakra nature, specifically wind, into the shadow shuriken technique, resulting in a stark differentiation from the techniques of others. Consequently, Jinyu commenced research on the effects of different chakra types affixed to shurikens, and he indeed achieved promising results. The compatibility of various chakra types with their mediums is noteworthy. As previously mentioned, Jinyu possesses innate chakra affinities for fire, wind, and lightning. Thus, fire affinity chakra is more suitable for larger surface area shurikens. In contrast, wind and lightning affinity chakra are better suited for kunai and senbon, respectively. It must be acknowledged that Jinyu possesses a certain aptitude for research. After completing their daily training, Jinyu and Rin decided to visit the ninja tool shop, as their training had recently consumed considerable resources. Though the ninja profession boasts high income, expenditures are equally substantial. On their way to the shop, Jinyu and Rin overheard several villagers conversing in hushed tones. Have you heard? The White Fang, Kakashi's father, has voluntarily relinquished his mission. What? You mean the esteemed White Fang? Humph, esteemed indeed, but the hard-won advantages on the front lines are now all squandered. I hear the village has suffered immense losses. It seems the suicide incident involving the White Fang is indeed confirmed. The timing aligns perfectly, Jinyu mused. In the original storyline, during Kakashi's first year at the Ninja Academy, his father, the White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Tsukuyomi, tragically succumbed to suicide. The original events unfolded as Tsukuyomi, while on a mission, faced a dire situation where a comrade's life was in jeopardy. He chose to abandon the mission to save his comrade, resulting in significant losses for the village. Upon returning to the village, Although Konoha's Shikaku had saved his companion's life, the villagers, upon learning of the incident, began to cast blame upon him. An overwhelming tide of public opinion descended upon Shikaku, with even unfounded rumors of his betrayal of the village circulating from unknown sources. Ultimately, even the very ninja whom Shikaku had rescued turned against him, leading to his tragic demise by suicide. Frankly, prior to this tragic event, no one could have foreseen that a man capable of earning the title of Konoha's White Fang would choose to conclude his life in such a shocking manner. Jinue and Rin conversed as if they were on their way to purchase ninja tools, with Rin speaking first. It seems to be about Kakashi's father. But we cannot rely solely on the villagers' words to ascertain the truth. Jinue was well aware of the situation. Yet he had not yet determined what role he should play in this unfolding drama. Naturally, he wished to offer assistance, as he lamented the untimely passing of the White Fang in his past life. Moreover, for both him and Rin, Kakashi was a commendable friend. However, amidst the tragedy of the White Fang's suicide, the extent of manipulation involved remained unclear, and Jinue could not guarantee the impact he might have. As Jinue pondered, he suddenly felt Rin tug at his sleeve. Jinue, look ahead. Rin pointed toward a small crowd gathered not far away, obscuring their view of the situation. It was Kakashi and Obito, who were embroiled in a conflict with several villagers. Through the clarity of his Byakugan, Jinue swiftly gleaned the details. At the eye of the storm, Kakashi was acutely aware of his father's precarious standing in Konoha. Despite being hailed as a genius, Kakashi struggled to find a means to amend his father's reputation, which only exacerbated his agitation. Currently, Kakashi resembled a barrel of gunpowder, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation, resulting in the scene that Jinue and Rin were witnessing. The argument on the street raged on, showing signs of escalating intensity. You brats, do you have any idea how many ninjas sacrifice themselves at the front lines to gain the upper hand? The duty of a ninja is to complete their mission. To interrupt a mission unilaterally, does such a person truly deserve to be called a ninja? A few villagers had seemingly found an outlet for their frustrations, hurling accusations at Obito and Kakashi. My father, he is not that kind of person. Though Kakashi was furious, his verbal retorts lacked effectiveness. Damn it. My father interrupted the mission to protect his comrades. Do you all have no friends? Obito, unusually, stood in solidarity with Kakashi, despite his usual disdain for Kakashi's arrogant demeanor. To voluntarily abandon such an important mission. Clearly, the White Fang is nothing but a traitor to Konoha. One of the loudest voices among the dissenters shouted this, carrying grave implications behind it. Initially reluctant to escalate the situation, Kakashi found himself instinctively reaching for the pouch of ninja tools at his waist. Oh, to betray the village. How audacious of you to utter such words. In an instant, Mitsuki appeared at Kakashi's side, grasping his hand firmly while whispering, do not act impulsively. The plight of your father cannot be silenced by merely a few voices. And who might you be? Are you here to defend that person as well? What do you brats understand? The one who had just been vociferous was none other than him, a lanky man with small eyes. So what? Disrupting a mission without permission. Why should I not voice my grievances? Before he could finish, Mitsuki interrupted him. The Hokage himself has never accused Mr. Soma of betraying the village. What audacity grants you the courage to slander a hero of the village? Or do you dare to question the Hokage's judgment? You little brat. I have no intention of questioning the Hokage, the lanky man retorted, momentarily stifled, creating a disturbance in the village and spreading rumors. I see you're eager for a visit to the Uchiha Police Department, aren't you, Obito? The police will surely apprehend scoundrels like you. Upon hearing Mitsuki's words, Obito quickly seized the opportunity to respond. Humph, just a bunch of snot-nosed kids. After their exchange, the lanky man and his companions, especially noting the Uchiha clan emblem on Obito, left with a few parting threats. Though feeling somewhat guilty towards the Uchiha, one must admit that it takes a villain to handle a villain. The Uchiha's intimidation proved effective against the ignorant villagers. Thank you, Mitsuki. Kakashi expressed his gratitude. Had Mitsuki not intervened, the situation would have undoubtedly worsened. As the crowd dispersed, Rin finally managed to reunite with everyone outside. Mitsuki, your sudden disappearance startled me. My apologies. It was an urgent matter. Just as Kakashi was about to strike, Mitsuki managed to convey to Rin, this is troublesome, before using the body flicker technique to appear beside Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi realized that the speed at which Mitsuki had appeared was indicative of a jonin's mastery of the body flicker technique. While Mitsuki remained calm in the face of conflict, Kakashi found himself overwhelmed by impulse. In comparison to Mitsuki, his title of genius felt rather undeserved. I owe you one, Mitsuki. You've been a tremendous help against these ruffians. Obito grumbled, still irked. Hold on before you thank me. The crucial question now is what you intend to do next, Kakashi. I don't know. My father is currently reclusive and has made no statement regarding the village's gossip. Are you going to stand idly by? Of course not. But with so many discussing my father and the fact that he abandoned his mission, I am at a loss. Indeed, amidst the village's tumultuous rumors, whether there lay deeper machinations and darkness, the reality remains that White Fang's abandonment of the mission brought undeniable losses to the village. Then, Kakashi, seek assistance. Do not shoulder all burdens alone. Turning to friends in times of adversity is not a sign of shame, or do you not consider us your friends? Observing the earnest expression on Jinyue's face, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. With unwavering determination in his gaze, he spoke. I require your assistance, Jinyue, Obito. Rin, please lend me your support. You need not say it. I shall assist you, conceded Kakashi, Obito remarked with a triumphant grin, observing Kakashi's renewed vigor. Although my contributions may not be substantial, I shall give my utmost effort, Rin replied earnestly. Then, without further ado, let us find a suitable location to deliberate our battle strategy. We have much to prepare. Indeed, in a park within Konoha, the four were engrossed in discussing their plans. The information we have thus far indicates that your father, White Fang, voluntarily abandoned his mission rather than encountering insurmountable obstacles, Jinyue stated, directing her gaze at Kakashi. Precisely. Given my father's capabilities, he could have accomplished the mission single-handedly, Kakashi affirmed. Could we not suggest that Kakashi's father falsely claimed he was faced with formidable enemies, rendering the mission unfeasible? Obito pondered aloud after a moment of contemplation. That is not a viable option. Setting aside whether Mr. Tsukuyomi would be willing to lie, even if he were, the fact remains that the mission was not completed, and the outcome would remain unchanged, Jinyue countered. Could we not have the ninja whom Uncle Tsukuyomi rescued come forth to clarify the situation? If the circumstances were indeed dire, the villagers might comprehend, Rin proposed, sharing her thoughts. That is impossible. You may not be aware, but the individual my father saved was part of the very group that attacked him, Kakashi sighed. A bitter smile gracing his lips. What does Mr. Tsukuyomi himself think? Jinyue inquired once more, turning to Kakashi. My father appears to be in good spirits. He simply refuses to leave the house and has not confided in me about his plans. Kakashi expressed his frustration, seemingly dissatisfied with Tsukuyomi Hataki's stance. Is Uncle Tsukuyomi waiting for the turmoil to dissipate with time? Rin questioned, a hint of uncertainty in her voice, wondering if such an approach was rather passive. While it seems hard to believe, there exists that possibility. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why my father remains so composed yet chooses to seclude himself, Kakashi conceded. Acknowledging Rin's perspective. No, that cannot be the case, Jinyue stated firmly. Why not? I find Rin's reasoning quite valid, Obito queried, perplexed. Indeed. Refraining from taking action amidst the peak of public scrutiny, waiting for the storm to pass may be a passive yet effective strategy. However, you have overlooked a crucial matter. Jinyue elucidated to the trio, who were now filled with curiosity. Observing their intrigued expressions, Jinyue continued without hesitation. Rin, in your view, if you were faced with a choice between the life of a comrade and the interests of the village in a mission, which would you choose? Rin tilted her head, pondering deeply. To her, this was indeed a challenging decision to make on the spot. On one hand, she yearned to choose the life of her companion. Yet on the other, the ninja education and environment she had been raised in instilled within her the belief that the rules of the ninja world dictated the completion of the mission. I do not know. Perhaps I could only make a decision when truly confronted with such a choice, she ultimately confessed, articulating her honest perspective. Let me rephrase that. If I were gravely injured but saving me would lead to mission failure, what would you do, Lin? Of course, I would save you, Kitsuki. Lin replied without hesitation. To her, the choice between saving Kitsuki and completing the mission was not even a dilemma. This is where the crux of the matter lies. Kitsuki. What you mean is that the pivotal issue does not rest on how the villagers perceive my father, but rather on how the one being rescued views him. Since you chose to prioritize saving a comrade over mission success, I find it hard to believe that Mr. Tsukuyomi was unprepared for the scorn of others. Only the reproach from the one saved can truly pierce the heart of the matter. Katsuki laid bare his thoughts. Damn it, you ungrateful wretch. If you've been saved, you should express your gratitude. After listening to Katsuki's analysis, Obito couldn't help but curse. Thank you, my internet mouthpiece. I must say, having a straightforward friend like Obito is quite a blessing. So our primary objective now should be to find the one who was rescued and compel that scoundrel to apologize to Kakashi's father. Obito continued. Indeed, if Uncle Shumo's mission failure resulted in losses for the villagers' anger would be inescapable, yet that individual should not adopt the victim's stance to blame Uncle Shumo. Lin considered herself willing to sacrifice her life for the village. However, if she were unknowingly saved by a comrade, when that comrade faced reproach, she would only attribute all blame to herself and would never harm her well-meaning ally. Moreover, the failure of the mission itself is a collective responsibility of the entire team. Even if Kakashi Shumo is the captain, the fact that a team member was injured affected the continuation of the mission. Alright, seeing that everyone shared the same viewpoint, Katsuki continued, now that we have a plan, let us commence execution. First, we must locate that scoundrel. Oh, I misspoke. I meant to find the one who was rescued. Kakashi, you should have some intelligence on this. Katsuki, influenced by Obito, couldn't help but enjoy a little banter. Upon hearing Katsuki's question, Kakashi reflected for a moment and replied, the comrade saved by my father is named Shimizu Arima. He should still be hospitalized at Konoha Hospital. Shimizu? Katsuki murmured. Any discoveries, Katsuki? Obito had been fixated on Katsuki's every move since he began his analysis. Obito felt a mixture of admiration and envy for Katsuki and Kakashi, whose sharp minds impressed him greatly. Katsuki's analysis had left a profound impact, as Obito kept repeating to himself, this is simply me. On the way to Konoha Hospital, Kakashi asked Katsuki, once we meet Shimizu Arima, how can we persuade him to apologize to my father? This was a question that Lin and Obito also wished to pose. I don't know, Katsuki replied nonchalantly. Nanny, hey, that joke is not funny. Katsuki, hurry up and share your brilliant idea. Obito complained, feeling exasperated. I am not jesting, nor have I ever contemplated how to compel Shimizu Arima to apologize to Mr. Sakujo. Mitsuki spoke again in a measured tone. Should we not deliberate further on our strategy? Given that Shimizu Arima has chosen to betray Uncle Sakujo, a person who shuns responsibility is unlikely to readily offer an apology. Rin suggested a reconvening of the tactical meeting. Mitsuki, you must possess another approach. It appears you never intended for Shimizu Arima to apologize, but merely inquired about his whereabouts. Kakashi remarked thoughtfully. Thus, it seems Mitsuki indeed never specified what Shimizu Arima was to do. Obito recalled the previous discussions with effort. Rin also cast a curious glance toward Mitsuki, her expression rife with intrigue. Mitsuki smiled at Rin and began to explain. The crux of the matter lies with Shimizu Arima. But he is not the sole focus. Mitsuki then turned to Kakashi and continued. And you, Kakashi. Kakashi, upon hearing this, pointed to himself in surprise. Me? Indeed. It is you. The focal point has never been whether Shimizu Arima would apologize to Mr. Sakujo, but rather your role as Mr. Sakujo's only son. Demanding that Shimizu Arima offer an apology to him, Mitsuki stated earnestly, gazing at Kakashi. From the outset, Mitsuki's objective was to prevent the suicide of White Fang. The villagers' opinions and other matters were merely secondary. Upon hearing the surname Shimizu, he comprehended that persuading Shimizu Arima to apologize in order to rekindle White Fang's will to live was likely an insurmountable task. Every viewer of Naruto is aware of the most renowned figure bearing the Shimizu surname. Without question, it is the fifth Hokage, Danzo Shimura. This is not a mere conjecture of Mitsuki. The original storyline alluded to the fact that White Fang led a team on a covert mission deep within enemy lines. A task whose outcome, regardless of success or failure, would not be publicly disseminated within the village. This is because the results of such covert missions inherently carry significant value, irrespective of their success or failure. During wartime, it is inevitable that local spies infiltrate every village. If the outcomes of every clandestine operation were to be made public, chaos would ensue among the ninja villages. On the other hand, public opinion remains just that, opinion. While villagers' disparaging remarks may tarnish a samurai's reputation, they cannot hope to extinguish a ninja's prowess. Thus, the intentions of the mastermind behind this affair become starkly evident, to render Konoha's White Fang despondent for a time, burdened by infamy and disgrace. Considering Danzo's motives, he likely feared that as White Fang, Tsukuyomi Hatake accrued more accolades on the battlefield. It would ultimately jeopardize Orochimaru's prospects of succeeding as the fourth Hokage. A White Fang tainted by disgrace would naturally be unable to contend with the esteemed disciple of the third Hokage. Such matters could not escape the notice of the third Hokage. However, at this juncture, he was also quite partial to his own disciple, Orochimaru, and thus tacitly permitted Danzo's machinations. There exists a singular aspect that neither the third Hokage nor Shimura Danzo ever contemplated. From a young age, they were immersed in the teachings of the ninja, particularly under the guidance of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. To them, the pressures of public opinion held little significance. However, the situation was markedly different for the Hatake clan. It is well known that the Hatake family evolved from a lineage of samurai, rendering insults and slanders profoundly impactful on Tsukuyomi Hatake. In simpler terms, Tsukuyomi's defenses were breached. Thus, the objective of Kiyomi became quite straightforward: to provide Tsukuyomi with a reason to persist. As long as one possesses an excuse for living, the decision to succumb to death is no longer a trivial matter. Furthermore, Kiyomi perceived that Tsukuyomi likely harbored no ambitions of becoming Hokage. Instead, he seemed more inclined to conclude the war and nurture Kakashi into adulthood. Kakashi, you are Tsukuyomi's sole kin, provided that he witnesses your actions and determination. And as long as his mindset remains unshaken, any external opinions will eventually fade with time. Yet, Kakashi lamented the multitude of individuals in the village who had wronged him, expressing his trust in Kiyomi with hesitation. Despite his belief in Kiyomi's words, an undercurrent of worry persisted. There's no but, trust my judgment, Kiyomi replied, disregarding Kakashi's concerns. Understanding that the more one cares, the more cautious they become. He had experienced similar feelings when confronting Kenjin. After revisiting their plan with the four of them, they proceeded to the Konoha hospital. Following inquiries with the on-duty ninja, they arrived at Shimura Arma's hospital room. Before the door, Kakashi knocked gently. "Come in," a voice beckoned. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a man half reclining on his hospital bed, his short black hair disheveled, bandages wrapped around his form, and his complexion waning. Despite the tumult of war, Konoha Hospital, being the largest in the ninja world, was not overwhelmed, and Arma's room was occupied solely by him. "You are Shimura Arma. Do you comprehend the extent of your actions?" Obito, seeing the man who had wronged them, immediately began to vent his frustrations. He recognized that their purpose did not necessitate Arma to take any actions. To him, it sufficed to berate this traitor who had abandoned his comrades. "That hair. You must be Kakashi," Shimura Arma remarked, disregarding Obito and directly addressing Kakashi by name. As Obito attempted to interject, Kiyomi and Rin each grasped an arm, guiding him behind Kakashi. "All right, Obito, let Kakashi take the lead for now," Rin whispered to him. Though discontented, Obito fell silent. "I wish to understand why you would accuse my father. If he was willing to forsake his mission to save you, then you should have had a good relationship, correct? Why, then, did you speak such words?" Kakashi's voice inadvertently rose towards the end. Facing Kakashi, though his mask obscured his expression, Shimura Arma offered no response. Instead, he grasped the cane by the bedside and, with some effort, descended from the bed towards the door. At this moment, everyone realized that Shimizu Arima had lost half of his lower leg. He limped towards Kakashi and softly uttered an apology. Subsequently, he surprisingly knelt before Kakashi, performing a gesture of submission. However, before Kakashi could respond, Shimizu Arima quickly rose, leaning on his cane, and declined Kakashi's attempt to assist him with a wave of his hand. Thereafter, Shimizu Arima returned to his bed, rejecting any form of communication. After several attempts to converse yielded no results, the others exchanged glances and exited the Konoha hospital. Kakashi had envisioned a myriad of scenarios for meeting Shimizu Arima, yet none had prepared him for this situation. Although Tsukimi did not foresee it either, he could comprehend it. Mr. Shikumo was not a fool, but rather quite astute. The fact that he was willing to interrupt a mission to save a comrade indicated that the individual in question was unlikely to be a malevolent villain. Moreover, Tsukimi noticed a bouquet of carnations beside Shimizu Arima's bed, suggesting they had been freshly replaced that morning. However, there was no need to delve deeply into these clues. Regardless of the reasons behind Shimizu Arima's unusual behavior, it would not impede Tsukimi and the other's subsequent actions. "Kakashi, what are your thoughts?" Tsukimi inquired, eager to understand Kakashi's current mindset. I believe Shimizu Arima did not intend to blame my father. There may be reasons unknown to me, Kakashi pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Yet he clearly does not wish to converse with us, Obito interjected, muttering. At least we now know that Shimizu Arima feels guilt towards Uncle Shikomo. Upon learning this, Uncle Shikomo's mood should improve somewhat. Rin contributed to the discussion. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Tsukimi concluded that it was time to administer a strong dose of encouragement. He grasped Kakashi's shoulders, compelling him to meet his gaze. Kakashi, there is but one thing you must do next. Prepare yourself for the worst outcome, that your father, Hatake Shikomo, may take his own life due to public opinion. And act to persuade him. I understand, Kakashi replied, refraining from questioning Tsukimi's rationale, as it seemed unnecessary. Recognizing that his own strength was insufficient, he resolved to trust in his companions, fully aware of this truth. The group proceeded to their intended destination, the Hatake residence. Kakashi led everyone into the reception room, taking a deep breath. Well then, I shall go. You got this, Kakashi. You can do it. Stay strong, Kakashi. Rest assured, in the worst-case scenario, you can always lay on the floor and act stubborn. Sometimes, it is better for a child not to appear overly mature, Tsukimi remarked with a knowing expression. I would never stoop to Obito's level of stubbornness, Kakashi retorted, though inwardly he considered that Tsukimi's suggestion might not be bad if things went awry. Truly, he was a man who would one day read the imperial edict in front of his students. With resolute steps, Kakashi turned to seek out Hatake Shikomo, while the remaining three settled onto the tatami mats in the reception room. As Obito watched Kakashi depart, he could not help but inquire of Jinyu. What leads you to believe that Uncle Tsukuyomi might consider taking his own life? Rin, equally intrigued, furrowed her delicate brows in confusion, gazing at Jinyu. I wonder if you are perhaps overestimating Mr. Tsukuyomi's capacity to bear burdens. After all, he is renowned as the White Fang of Konoha. How could such a ninja possibly contemplate suicide? Moreover, with Kakashi around, surely Uncle Tsukuyomi would take him into consideration. That is merely the lens through which you view adults. Jinyu responded. Individuals like Mr. Tsukuyomi, who are inherently kind-hearted, often possess a deeply sensitive inner world. A thought akin to Ken's, self-assured yet fleeting, crossed his mind, though he refrained from voicing it. Jinyu refrained from elaborating further. Matters such as these are seldom believed until they transpire. Had he not been familiar with the narrative, he too would not have entertained the notion that the White Fang of Konoha could resort to suicide. Even now, having reached this point, Jinyu could not guarantee that he could alter the original outcome, yet he believed he had exerted his utmost efforts. He reclined back onto the tatami mat. Hey, Jinyu, I don't quite understand. Could you elaborate a bit more? Next time, I promise I will grasp it, Rin interjected. I understand, Obito exclaimed. Ignoring the commotion around him, he reflected on the fact that Rin's father had perished on the battlefield before her memories began, while he too was an orphan. And Jinyu's circumstances were no different. For now, he could only hope that Kakashi would succeed in reaching out to Tsukuyomi. Otherwise, their quartet might as well rebrand themselves as the Alliance of Parental Sorrows. Meanwhile, outside the shrine of the Hatake family, Tsukuyomi had been sequestered within. Kakashi collected his thoughts and rapped gently on the door. Is that you, Kakashi? Came the response from within. Yes, father. Upon hearing the answer, Kakashi pushed the door open, allowing the long-forgotten sunlight to cascade into the room. Previously, Kakashi had only noted his father's familiar smile, overlooking the disheveled white hair, the deep-set eyes, and the gauntness of his cheeks. Father, I wish to speak with you. I hope that guy Kakashi hasn't failed to locate Uncle Tsukuyomi. It has been quite a while, Obito fretted, growing restless. Obito, please remain quiet. We are guests in Kakashi's home, Rin finally admonished, unable to withstand his fidgeting any longer. Jinyu, don't fall asleep. It seems Kakashi has made a mess of things. Now it's time for Obito to take charge, he declared. Though Jinyu lay on the tatami mat with his ears closed to the outside world, he was not asleep. He was vigilantly observing Kakashi's actions through his 6 eyes. Shortly after wishing for the gift of the 6 eyes, he had self-taught himself the art of spoken interpretation, effectively providing him with a live broadcast of events unfolding. Impressive work, Kakashi. Yes, that is precisely how to articulate it, he mused. I never anticipated you would resort to such a method. The third Hokage must be quite busy now. It was only after witnessing the conclusion of the father-son dialogue that Jinyu finally sat up. It's finished. Kakashi must have succeeded. Just then, Kakashi and Tsukuyomi emerged from the meeting room, stepping into the space. I have heard everything from Kakashi, and I am grateful for all that you have done. I am an incompetent father and have caused you trouble. Upon entering, Tsukuyomi and Kakashi immediately bowed deeply to thank the three of them. There's no need for such formality. We merely did what friends ought to do, replied Mitsuki first. Hehe. Uncle Tsukuyomi, no need to be so polite. Kakashi, you must be sure to express your gratitude to Lord Obito, said Itachi, observing the bowing Kakashi with a grin that nearly reached his ears. Please, Uncle Tsukuyomi, rise. It was mainly Mitsuki who provided the ideas. Rin did not feel she had contributed much, yet she was once again reminded of Mitsuki's remarkable qualities, not only in terms of ninja prowess, but in many other respects as well. Tsukuyomi and Kakashi straightened their postures. Tsukuyomi's gaze swept over the trio, lingering on Mitsuki for several seconds before finally addressing Kakashi. It is truly fortunate for you to have companions like them. Kakashi, you must cherish your friends. Of course, father. Kakashi replied proudly. Well then, it is getting late. I would like to treat you all to dinner. Feel free to suggest anything you desire, Tsukuyomi said with a smile. Yay, I want to eat grilled meat, exclaimed Obito, raising both hands in agreement. Certainly, Tsukuyomi replied, not at all concerned about the expense of treating a few children. Thus, the group set off towards the barbecue restaurant. Though whispers could still be heard along the way, Tsukuyomi had found a new reason to live. In short, he had developed a thicker skin. Well, after all, we are all descendants of monkeys. Growth is inevitable. There are many barbecue restaurants in Konoha, but the one Mitsuki and his companions were heading to was renowned for its exceptional flavors, albeit at a higher price. Oh, Lord White Fang. It has been a long time since we last saw you out and about. You have brought quite a few children with you today. The owner of the barbecue restaurant seemed to recognize Tsukuyomi. This was hardly surprising, as the owner had once been a ninja and naturally recognized the illustrious Konoha White Fang. Indeed, these are all friends of Kakashi's. We have a larger group, so we would appreciate a private room. Tsukuyomi responded warmly to the owner. At the dining table, Obito, who had been holding back questions throughout the journey, began to inquire about Kakashi. Retirement. That's correct. Uncle Tsukuyomi is retiring? Is that true? But if so, wouldn't it be a pity to waste such formidable strength? Perhaps Uncle Tsukuyomi could even become the fourth Hokage. What a risky topic, Obito, Mitsuki thought, acknowledging that even Obito had realized Tsukuyomi's potential to contend for the Hokage position, thus making the current situation understandable. I actually believe retirement is a commendable choice. Mitsuki expressed his support, having learned about this matter during his previous visit to the Hitaki household, as he had watched the entire live broadcast. All right, Obito, Rin, since Mr. Tsukuyomi has made his decision, our support is all that is required. Strength is meaningful only when used to protect those who are important, and it does not necessarily have to be as a ninja. As the moonlight graced the night, Jinue found herself transformed into a kindergarten teacher, tasked with embodying the enchanting conch shell for a group of spirited children. The meal they shared was a delightful affair, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Jinue and her companions were not particularly gluttonous, thus avoiding the all-too-familiar incident of an empty wallet. The restaurant manager graciously gifted them 2 plates of grilled meat. Evidently, there remained many in the village who held a deep respect for Hitaki Tsukuyomi. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the esteemed ninjas merely needed to complete their missions, while students of the Ninja Academy bore greater considerations. Am I being a bit too forceful? Came Lin's voice, brushing against Jinue's ear. No, this pressure is just right. With the morning lessons yet to commence, Jinue relished Lin's shoulder massage. After a day of engaging in ninja games, the prospect of another mundane day at school felt tedious. As they entered the classroom, Kurenai and Enko were engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon spotting Lin, Enko approached with a skewer of dumplings in hand, as if wielding a kunai. Her gaze sharp as she remarked, "Don't spoil Jinue too much. If you ever marry him, Lin, you'll be at his mercy for life." Marriage? With Jinue? Lin exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed. Indeed, didn't you say so during your introduction? I am Mizuki. Flustered, Lin hurriedly covered Enko's mouth, only to end up with dumpling sauce all over her hands. Could you two behave with a touch more decorum? Kurenai interjected, drawing them apart. Honestly, Jinue, didn't you claim that life lacks an audience? By the way, Enko, didn't you once mention you couldn't hear my introduction clearly? Huh, if I couldn't hear, how could I have told you that? Ignoring the girls' playful bickering, Jinue estimated the time and directed his attention towards the Hokage building. Ever since acquiring the 6 eyes, Konoha had become an open book to him, devoid of any secrets. He could even discern how many times Danzo had visited the restroom in the Root organization each day. Unfortunately, most of the intelligence from Root was transmitted in coded messages, and until he obtained their cipher, he remained unaware of their recent activities. Fortunately, he had inquired yesterday about when Hatake Tsukuyomi would submit his resignation to the third Hokage. Such news of Tsukuyomi stepping down from his duties as a ninja was something he could not afford to miss. Quickly, let it be known. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukuyomi was a man of action. The following day, he approached the Hokage building with his resignation letter in hand. In Konoha, ninjas typically retired due to injuries sustained while on missions or other unavoidable circumstances, making voluntary resignations a rarity, often limited to those of lower ranks who feared the ravages of war. Within the Hokage's office, an Umbu member materialized. Hokage-sama, Hatake Tsukuyomi requests an audience. During wartime, one must go through the Umbu for such requests. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was engrossed in reviewing mission scrolls, responded to the Umbu's words, "Allow him to enter." Yes. With permission granted, Tsukuyomi approached the door of the Hokage's office and knocked. "Enter. It is indeed Shuamao. Recently, there have been some unfavorable remarks about you in the village, and I hope you do not take them to heart." In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen had never considered taking any action regarding Shuamao's mission failure. The war has already consumed enough of his mental resources, and engaging in internal strife at this juncture would be sheer folly. Yet, there are indeed those who exhibit such folly. His dear former comrade Danzo has, unbeknownst to him, leaked the information regarding Shuamao's interrupted mission. Once the news has spread, there was little Hiruzen could do to rectify the situation, for the failure of Shuamao's mission is a fact, as is the loss incurred by the village. Not imposing any punishment upon Shuamao was the limit of what he could manage. If he were to forcibly suppress the news, he might find himself facing a barrage of criticism alongside Shuamao the very next day. As Hokage, he is still somewhat anxious about his public image. On another front, after years of political engagement, Hiruzen could discern who stands to gain the most from Danzo's actions. Orochimaru had once been a candidate in Hiruzen's mind for the position of Hokage, but of late, Orochimaru has been growing increasingly close to Danzo. He harbors concerns as to whether Orochimaru ascending to the role of Hokage would be a beneficial outcome. Shuamao, however, is oblivious to the depth of Hiruzen's thoughts. He has come today with a singular purpose. "Hokage-sama, I am aware that the failure of this mission has inflicted significant losses upon the village, and I must bear the greatest responsibility. No one can succeed perpetually, and I, as Hokage, share in that responsibility. You need not console me. Through this lesson, I have come to realize that I am not suited to continue as a ninja. Here is my letter of retirement." Shuamao presented the prepared document to Hiruzen with both hands. "Ah, what is this about retirement?" Hiruzen exclaimed, bewildered, as he rose from his chair. The details of the ensuing events are unnecessary to recount. Suffice it to say, on the other side, Jinyu found great amusement in the spectacle, particularly when, after Shuamao's departure, Hiruzen shouted, "Summon Danzo to me." Hiruzen is now exceedingly angry. The situation at the front is already dire, and there are incompetent allies hindering his efforts. He increasingly longs for the days when his teacher was present, wishing he had recognized the foolishness within Danzo long ago. "Is Danzo not here yet? What's the matter, Hiruzen?" Danzo entered the Hokage's office, leaning on his cane. As an advisor to the Hokage, he did not require an announcement, especially since Hiruzen had sought him out. "Take a look for yourself." Hiruzen tossed Shuamao's retirement letter to Danzo. Danzo narrowed his eyes as he caught the scroll. After reading it, he seemed to realize his fault, yet he would never admit to it, especially not to Hiruzen. Silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances, causing Jinyu, observing from a distance, to grow impatient. "Are you two performing a silent play?" Ultimately, it was Danzo who broke the silence. "Hiruzen, did you agree to this?" Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, replied, "What else could I do? This incident arose from your prior disclosure of the mission details. On what grounds could I refuse Shuamao's request?" "You are overly soft-hearted, Danzo." The moment he opened his mouth, he placed blame. "It is you who has gone too far, Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing Danzo's complete lack of remorse, felt his anger intensify. "Everything I have done is for the sake of the village." Danzo retorted defiantly. "I suspect it is more for Orochimaru's sake, isn't it?" After a heated exchange, Hiruzen surprisingly regained his composure. Given the circumstances, rather than tossing blame back and forth, it would be more prudent to contemplate our next course of action. Outside, the elder Kohara Yutane and Mido Kato Hamura entered without the need for a report from the Umbu, their esteemed positions allowing them such privilege. Hiruzen glanced and immediately discerned that these two were summoned by Danzo. Hiruzen, Danzo indeed erred this time. Yet we must prioritize the front lines. Indeed, Hiruzen, without Danzo's roots, the front lines would be even more precarious. Regardless of the matters at hand, they ought to be addressed post-war. Hiruzen was left speechless. Neither of them seemed to grasp the situation, yet they rushed to Danzo's defense. He slowly returned to his chair, his thoughts consumed by a singular plea. Teacher Tobarama, please save us. For 40 years, the shadow of war still looms over the land of the shinobi. This year, the 11-year-old Mitsuki, provided he successfully passes the graduation assessment today, will finally graduate from the Ninja Academy. As for failing the assessment, that was out of the question. Although the front lines in Konoha were not currently strained, the need for cannon fodder was ever present, and even those who ranked last in assessments could still graduate. At that moment, Mitsuki and Rin were walking to school. "Sai Mitsuki, what troubles you? You've been sighing since this morning. Was yesterday truly exhausting?" Rin looked at Mitsuki with concern, though her words could be easily misconstrued. The reason Rin made such a comment was that Mitsuki was aware today was the day of the graduation assessment, which, during wartime, inevitably revolved around practical combat. Hence, after school yesterday, Mitsuki had helped Rin with a last-minute cram session. Alas, it has nothing to do with Rin. I merely realized that I am already 11 years old and still not invincible in the shinobi world. How embarrassing. This is a falsehood. The true reason for his sighs lay in the fact that he had secretly utilized the 6 eyes to glimpse the grouping list of the new students at the Ninja Academy, only to discover that he had not been placed in a team with Rin. Once again, she was grouped with Kakashi and Obito. Moreover, since Kizashi Hitaki did not take his own life, Kakashi naturally did not apply for early graduation. Mitsuki had initially thought that Kakashi's lack of early graduation might allow him to be paired with Rin, but he had overestimated the situation. "Good morning. Good morning." After greeting their classmates, Mitsuki and Rin returned to their seats. At that moment, Obito stealthily approached. "Mitsuki, have you heard? That? What is this that you speak of?" Mitsuki was perplexed. How could one discern such vague information? Foolish Obito. Even if that person truly were to become a supervising jonin, you would not be selected. Kakashi, with his deadpan expression, walked over to seize the conversation. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Suki realized that he was referring to the fact that Minato Namikaze would also come to bring students. Speaking of which, Obito spoke so mysteriously that he truly could not deduce it was about this matter. It seems Kakashi has a better understanding of this fool. It appears that the third Hokage has begun to favor Minato, considering that such a highly mobile and advanced combat power should not be squandered on training children. It is likely another instance of the old ways in Konoha, all for the sake of fostering bonds and connections. "All personnel, assemble at Training Ground 7. Called out Teacher Marino, summoning everyone to the designated training area. "Why didn't we just gather at Training Ground 7 from the start?" Obito yelled out. This time, it would be difficult to argue that Obito was foolish. The first match, Asuma Sarutobi versus Suki Shimizu, announced Teacher Marino, holding the grouping sheet. "Wait, I'm fighting Suki? Are you serious?" Asuma, who had been joking around with Kurenai, widened his eyes and pointed at himself. Such a situation was entirely normal, as Suki had no intention of concealing his true abilities, despite keeping a few cards up his sleeve. Suki had consistently claimed the top spot in all practical classes from enrollment to graduation. By the way, Asuma had never even made it into the top 3 in practical classes. In summary, Asuma was quite disheartened, for he had spent the entire night thinking about how to showcase his charm in front of Kurenai. And now it seemed he would first have to make a fool of himself before displaying any charm. Suki and Asuma stood on opposite sides of the training ground. Following the instructions of the referee, Teacher Kato. "Hey Suki, I've been practicing really hard lately, so don't underestimate me." Asuma initiated the pre-fight banter. All right. Suki replied dismissively. It was not that Suki was underestimating him. Rather, this level of combat was trivially easy for him. At present, Suki's capabilities were akin to that of a supermodel among the Genin examinations. Both parties formed their hand seals as Teacher Kato raised the flag. Konoha's 31st graduating class. First match, Asuma Sarutobi versus Suki Shimizu begin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Asuma leaped forward, knowing that Suki's ninjutsu was incredibly powerful. And if he didn't close the distance, he wouldn't stand a chance of winning. As Suki observed Asuma rushing towards him, He wondered if he intended to engage in a taijutsu contest. Suki was not lacking in physical prowess, and he felt no pressure in a direct confrontation with Asuma. However, he had a better strategy in mind. Suki formed a single-handed seal. A sound akin to 1,000 thunderbirds screeching echoed, and Suki's right hand radiated dazzling lightning. What is this? Teacher Kato's eyes widened as he focused intently on Suki, particularly on the irregular arcs of electricity dancing from his right hand. The surrounding classmates were witnessing Suki utilize such a visually stunning ninjutsu for the first time. Previously, he had primarily relied on the unadorned earth-style techniques in his matches. In truth, Suki's use of earth-style ninjutsu stemmed from its practicality. For him, the choice of ninjutsu made little difference in a Genin match, as earth-style simply demanded less chakra and was less likely to cause collateral damage. The intrinsic chakra of Jianyu consists of fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, with the latter elements developed subsequently. Without delving into the emotions of the surrounding classmates witnessing such an exquisite ninjutsu, Asuma stood on the battlefield, every cell in his body flashing a warning signal in response to Jinyue's Chidori. The singular thought racing through his mind was that he could perish. Asuma forcefully halted his forward momentum. Jinyue, however, was not one to wait for his opponent, propelling himself towards Asuma at breakneck speed, accelerated by the Chidori. Simultaneously, he hurled a shuriken with his left hand, forming hand seals with a single hand. The shuriken shadow clone technique was among Jinyue's most frequently utilized ninjutsu, and he had streamlined the seals to merely 3, Z, Hai, and In. Instantly, the shuriken transformed into dozens, hurtling towards Asuma at high velocity. Asuma rapidly formed hand seals for the wind release. Great breakthrough, his chest swelling, before unleashing a powerful gust from his mouth that scattered Jinyue's shuriken. Taste this move. A product of my recent rigorous training. Asuma was acutely aware that engaging in close quarters could lead to his swift demise. Thus, he summoned a significant portion of his chakra, combining wind release, great breakthrough with fire release. Fireball formed a compound ninjutsu. The wind amplified the flames, elevating the potency and range of the C-rank fireball to an entirely new echelon after passing through the vortex created by the great breakthrough. By the heavens, what a formidable technique! Jinyue remained unfazed, even finding the leisure to jest, reflecting on his earlier choice to experiment with Chidori. It was evident that he was more suited to being a powerhouse. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Jinyue from securing victory, as he invoked Earth Release, Earth-style Return, conjuring a massive rock that rose like a chasm to shield against the fireball. Asuma contemplated his next move, only to hear the sound of a bird's cry. He swiftly turned, but could only behold Jinyue, radiant with lightning, thrusting towards him. Realizing he had no time to evade, Asuma urgently called out, "I concede." Just before the Chidori struck Asuma, Jinyue dissipated the arc of electricity in his hand, yet his momentum did not falter as he delivered a punch, firm yet measured, to Asuma's abdomen. Their camaraderie prevented Jinyue from striking with excessive force. "Jinyue, that move was simply extraordinary," Asuma exclaimed, cradling his abdomen. While the vivid memory of the breathtaking scene replayed in his mind, brilliant arcs of lightning, akin to a tempest, coiling around Jinyue's arm, exuding unparalleled pressure and destructive power. In the realm of ninjas, most battles primarily revolve around physical combat. For ordinary shinobi, the chakra they wield is often limited, and not everyone possesses the luxury of abundant chakra to expend. The true strength of Jinyue's technique lies in its immense intimidation factor in close combat. It serves as an invisible barrier, ensnaring foes within, rendering them unable to approach easily. Those who dared to breach this confinement would face the merciless strike of the lightning, suffering devastating repercussions. Contemplating this, Asuma silently congratulated himself for not recklessly charging at Jinyue in a direct confrontation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Simultaneously, Asuma came to the realization that if he were to confront formidable adversaries wielding similar ninjutsu in the future, he must devise more intricate strategies to contend with them. Beside him, Teacher Kato wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness gracious, is this really Konoha? Is this how the lower ninjas battle nowadays?" Upon witnessing Asuma concede, Teacher Kato raised the flag. Thus, in the first match, Sarutobi Asuma faced off against Shimizu Mitsuki, with Shimizu emerging victorious. And both parties performed the reconciliation seal. After completing the formalities, Asuma and Mitsuki returned to the spectator seats. The next match featured Yamashiro Aoi against Andurado. Just as they returned, Kakashi immediately inquired of Mitsuki, "Mitsuki, did you only form one seal for your Chidori just now?" "Indeed," Mitsuki affirmed. "I optimized the seal I previously used to channel chakra and stimulate the nerves." "Incredible. Just how formidable is your chakra control?" Kakashi marveled. Mitsuki had replicated the Chidori the previous year. As the principles and sealing sequence were well understood, it would indeed be peculiar if he could not develop it. Purposefully, Mitsuki had involved Kakashi in refining the Chidori, providing a rationale to teach him the technique, an optimized version at that. Mitsuki had incorporated an additional step to enhance the stimulation of the ocular nerves, which, while adding a step to the seal, resolved the issue of visibility and directional control during the Chidori's advance. As for Kakashi, he had always felt that he had contributed little to the development of the technique, leading him to feel indebted to Mitsuki. Kind-hearted Mitsuki, unable to bear witnessing his dear friend in such guilt, insisted that Kakashi treat him to several meals of Konoha barbecue. Indeed, such greatness requires no further elaboration. "Mitsuki, how did you manage to move behind me?" Asuma inquired. He understood that Mitsuki's Doton technique had obstructed his line of sight. Yet he was oblivious to how Mitsuki had maneuvered behind him. "I simply burrowed through the earth, you fool," Mitsuki thought, while observing the scene with clarity as a mere spectator. The only thought occupying Asuma's mind was frustration. Seething with anger, he resolved to ridicule his companion mercilessly once Toby lost in his upcoming match. Winning? Asuma had no concerns about Toby's chances. He would eat his words if Toby triumphed. The next match featured Uchiha Ruri against Uchiha Toby. At that moment, Teacher Marino announced the matchups. "What?" Toby exclaimed, his face paling at the thought of facing that fierce woman. "Ha ha ha. Toby, you're up against Uchiha Ruri? Ha ha ha." Asuma laughed uproariously. "You bastard, I'll kill you." Toby retorted, his face flushing with anger upon seeing Asuma's mocking expression. "Toby, Uchiha Ruri has already taken the stage," Kakashi reminded, noticing Toby's hesitance to move. Toby valued this graduation assessment significantly. Upon hearing Kakashi's prompt, he shot Asuma a glare before leaping down from the spectator seats to prepare. It had been previously mentioned that Asuma had not placed in the top 3 during this round of the Ninja Academy, while the top 3 were claimed by Shimizu Mitsuki, Uchiha Ruri, and Hatake Kakashi. In the end, Kakashi's younger brother suffered the consequences of his father's demise. Unlike transforming into a mere task-driven machine for the abandoned Love Clan, he found himself thoroughly overshadowed by Uchiha Ruri. To Mitsuki, Uchiha Ruri was an enigmatic figure absent from the original narrative, prompting him to delve into her background. After employing his 6 eyes to embody a paparazzi persona, Mitsuki discovered that Uchiha Ruri was, in fact, the daughter of Uchiha In, a former comrade of Kenta. However, his observations suggested a rather strained relationship between father and daughter. Uchiha In, a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, exhibited little ambition, instead spending his days in inebriation at home. Uchiha Ruri's mother held a spiritual position within their abode, having passed away due to reasons unknown, whether war-related or otherwise. Further details eluded Mitsuki, but it was evident that the communication between this father-daughter duo was nearly non-existent. They seemed to regard each other as mere phantoms, completely ignoring one another's presence. It was as if both had mastered the art of invisibility, creating a bizarre and perplexing dynamic that left one utterly bewildered. Perhaps only by uncovering the intricacies of their past and emotional entanglements could this mystery be unraveled. Nonetheless, it was clear that Uchiha Ruri was formidable, aside from Mitsuki. No one in the new generation of Konoha surpassed her prowess. Once Teacher Kato signaled both sides to prepare, the combat commenced with both parties forming their respective seals. The battle unfolded rapidly, though there was little of significance to elaborate upon. Unlike Obito, who had long been seen as the underdog, Uchiha Ruri had awakened her Sharingan long ago. With her exceptional combat skills and keen insight, she dominated Obito with sheer taijutsu prowess. Each of her movements flowed seamlessly, as if honed through countless rehearsals. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Obito appeared somewhat overwhelmed, despite his best efforts to retaliate. He could not break free from Uchiha Ruri's relentless pressure, not even finding an opportunity to utilize ninjutsu. Before long, the outcome was apparent. Uchiha Ruri triumphed with an almost overwhelming advantage, defeating Obito with ease. The entire process was executed with precision, devoid of any unnecessary delay. As the final blow was delivered, Obito fell heavily to the ground, his face etched with disbelief. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ruri stood silently, feeling no pride in her victory over Obito. Ultimately, it was Obito who bore the brunt of the encounter. Both parties formed a gesture of reconciliation. Staggering towards his companions, Obito wobbled as though his balance had deserted him, still reeling from Uchiha Ruri's powerful kick. His arms, which had been raised in defense, trembled from the exertion. "Don't be disheartened, Obito. Losing is perfectly normal." Mitsuki consoled his friend. "Rest assured, even in defeat, graduation is assured. The assessment merely reflects our performances," Kakashi reassured, patting Obito on the shoulder. This was indeed true. Sensei Marino not only called out the participants, but also meticulously recorded each individual's performance following the matches. As time inexorably ticks away, the skirmishes among the ninjas are characterized by their brevity, culminating in an expeditious conclusion to the assessments. The outcome was hardly surprising, as all participants successfully graduated. Observing the jubilant expressions on the faces of his peers, Jinue found himself at a loss for words. Graduation heralded their imminent deployment to the battlefield, and he could not help but ponder which of these smiling faces would vanish forever within a month. Yet, Jinue harbored little concern for his own safety. For on his birthday the previous year, he had performed the quintennial 10 consecutive wishes. According to the system, a successful wish would bestow upon him a skill most suited to his character. While he would not dwell on the suitability of his initial skill, the 6 eyes, he found its application to be quite comfortable. With the specter of war looming, he believed that his next wish ought to enhance his defensive capabilities. Initially, he had assumed that the second wish would yield a skill complementary to the 6 eyes, such as the limitless technique that provided both defense and offense. To his astonishment, the outcome was different. Nevertheless, he could not deny that this newly acquired ability effectively mitigated his most pressing defensive concerns. Unlike the limitless technique, this new skill not only allowed him to safeguard his own life on the battlefield, but also offered protection to his comrades. Furthermore, in terms of defensive capabilities, it surpassed the limitless technique, though its offensive potential might fluctuate. Nonetheless, it possessed a commendable upper limit. Jinue speculated that the system's wishes not only took into account the attributes he lacked, but also considered his inner desires. Prior to the revelation of team assignments last year, he had contemplated the possibility of being grouped with Rin due to the butterfly effect of his transmigration. Protecting Rin was far more significant to him than achieving victory in battle. He was acutely aware that ninjas typically embodied a high offense but low defense, and he recognized that what he currently lacked most was combat experience. At this juncture, the potency of his ninjutsu was more than adequate for the third Great Ninja War. Moreover, with the assistance of the 6 eyes and the gradual increase of his chakra as he aged, he felt no immediate concern regarding his offensive capabilities. Possessing formidable defensive abilities would significantly enhance his margin for error on the battlefield, thereby considerably reducing the cost of trial and error in acquiring combat experience. Overall, Jinue found himself quite satisfied with the outcome of this wish. In the future, with more references, he should be able to analyze the parameters influencing the system's wishes with greater precision. As fate would have it, just as Jinue had seen through the 6 eyes, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were grouped together. Meanwhile, he was assigned to a team with Uchiha Ruri, placed in a frontline squad that was short 2 members. During wartime, a portion of Konoha's graduating ninjas would directly reinforce squads suffering personnel losses at the front. These fully staffed squads, replenished through such measures, would soon embark on the battlefield under the leadership of their captain. At present, Konoha was engaged in a 2-front war, primarily contending with the Hidden Mist Village on the east front and the Hidden Sand Village on the west. However, the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages were also eyeing Konoha with covetous intent. Should Konoha exhibit signs of fatigue in its confrontations with the mist and sand, it would face the grim reality of being beset by a pack of wolves. After the final class of the afternoon, Jinue and Rin walked along the path homeward. Lin clasped her hands behind her back, slightly lowering her head as she softly inquired, "Jiwa, tomorrow we shall part ways, shall we?" "Indeed," he replied, feeling a touch of discomfort at the abruptness of it all. Observing Lin's melancholic demeanor, Jiwa comprehended her sentiments profoundly. After all, since their acquaintance at the transfer station, they had scarcely experienced a day without each other's company. Jiwa himself harbored complex emotions. On one hand, He was acutely aware of his previous life's memories, preventing him from viewing himself as a mere child. Conversely, his greatest aspiration in this realm was to lead a tranquil and stable existence. Yet, he found himself confronted with the loss of his mother shortly after his arrival, and not long thereafter, his companion Jinren departed from his life as well. During that period, he felt a tinge of self-destructive despair for having perished in his former life for inexplicable and absurd reasons. He now began anew as an orphan. Was it too much to desire parents and a harmonious family as a traveler in this new world? Humans are inherently social beings, and without a resolute will, solitary existence can prove arduous. Jiue regarded himself as lacking in such determination. Living alone in an unfamiliar city was already a daunting challenge, let alone in an entirely different world. The initial thrill had faded, leaving only solitude in its wake. Had he not known that Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan was a mere illusion, he might have relished the dreamlike state of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Just as Jiue was engulfed in loneliness and sorrow, a gentle knock at the door shattered the oppressive silence within the room. Accompanying the melodic sound was a delightful aroma of food. Lin, wearing a worried expression yet striving to smile, held a carefully prepared breakfast in her hands as she slowly pushed open the door to Jiue's home. In this world, Jiue had spent more time with Lin than with anyone else. She was his anchor amid the chaos. If rescuing Hatake Tsukumo were akin to a mere task, then ensuring Lin's safety amidst the harrowing Fourth Great Ninja War and safeguarding their precious bond became his paramount goal. In the classroom of the Ninja Academy, students were gradually being summoned by their respective team leaders. Hatake Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Uchiha Obito, I am your guiding jonin. Please follow me, announced a blonde figure radiating a sunlit smile. This was none other than the future fourth Hokage of Konoha, whose undeniable charm shone through. Possessing immense strength without arrogance, his humble demeanor belied any impression of weakness. It was no wonder Orochimaru had been vanquished by him. After all, Orochimaru's shadowy and aloof presence fell short in comparison. In contrast to other ninja villages, the Hokage of Konoha must not only possess formidable strength, but also an approachable nature. Wait, Kakashi, am I dreaming? Our teacher is the Yellow Flash. Obito pinched his own cheek, realizing it was indeed no dream. No need for such outbursts. Let us proceed, Kakashi responded coolly, not wishing to leave a hasty impression on Minato Namikaze. After a brief farewell between Lin and Ketsuki, several individuals departed alongside both feng shui men. Observing their departure, Ketsuki grew curious about what sort of mentor awaited her. Her teammate, Uchiha Ruri, was the top student in their year, and it was only fitting that their instructor would be a jonin at the very least. Chingshui Ketsuki, Uchiha Ruri, let us proceed, she declared. Under Ketsuki's gaze, a man with a long ponytail, clad in a ninja vest, entered the classroom. After exchanging greetings with Hong and Hongdo, Ketsuki also made her exit. In a clearing within the village's forest, a figure introduced himself. I am Yamanaka Hai, your guiding instructor and the captain of Team Hai. He gestured towards another member of the waiting squad, a boy of approximately 12 or 13, with long black hair and striking white eyes. Unmistakably a member of the Hyuga clan. I am Hyuga Heiji, he stated, his demeanor notably aloof. Whether it was akin to Kakashi's stoic expression or something else, remained uncertain. My name is Chingshui Ketsuki. I look forward to your guidance, she responded, perceiving herself as quite polite. In the vast ninja world, those who were overly enthusiastic upon meeting others often posed greater dangers. I am Uchiha Ruri. I hope our team is not burdened with tedious tasks, she remarked, her expression reflecting her discontent towards the cold demeanor of the Hyuga clan. Haha, do not be deceived by Heiji's demeanor. He simply struggles with expression. Moreover, he is merely 2 years your senior, so it is not inappropriate to regard you all as peers, Yamanaka Hai interjected, attempting to lighten the atmosphere as he sensed it growing tense. Leading a team is no easy task. I hope these youngsters can forge bonds during their missions. He mused inwardly. You all appear quite spirited. Let us converse more. For instance, what are your respective skills and current goals? He continued. As for myself, I excel in sensory ninjutsu, and my current objective is to swiftly assist the village in winning this war and ushering in peace. Heiji, the floor is yours. As you can see, I am from the Hyuga clan, skilled in taijutsu and sensory techniques. My goal for now is simply to survive in this war. Heiji's introduction came as no surprise to Ketsuki, who in the ninja world was unaware of the Hyuga clan's strengths, much like the Uchiha's prowess in Genjutsu and fire techniques. I specialize in the Uchiha clan's Genjutsu and fire techniques. My temporary goal is to enhance my strength. Beyond that, I harbor no further ambitions, Uchiha Ruri declared. Her head held high, her expression one of pride. This woman, ever since learning that she would soon step onto the battlefield after graduation, seemed almost elated. Katsuki found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of such a battle enthusiast as Uchiha Ruri. Surely she could not be looking forward to war. Even the most hardened fighters of the Uchiha clan did not relish conflict. If that were the case, Uchiha Ruri truly was born in the wrong era. Had she been present when Madara departed from Konoha, she surely would not have allowed him to leave alone. I excel in lightning release and earth release, as well as sensory ninjutsu. For now, my goal is merely to survive this war. I also harbor thoughts of settling accounts with the Mist Village, though I refrain from voicing such ambitions. After all, it seems rather fantastical for a freshly graduated ninja academy student to declare intentions against one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Oh, I see you carry a short blade. I assumed you were skilled in swordsmanship, remarked Teacher Hai, pointing to the knife hanging at Jinyue's waist. This blade, Jinyue began, drawing it forth, is called Mist Cutter. It was a birthday gift from my father and his comrades. At the mention of comrades, Jinyue cast a fleeting glance at the side of Ryuri. Uchiha Ryuri regarded Jinyue with a puzzled expression, wondering why he was introducing his weapon to her. It appeared that Uchiha In and Uchiha Ryuri did not communicate much as a father-daughter pair. Jinyue, for his part, had no intention of delving into familial discord. His focus remained firmly on the war at hand. This knife is quite exquisite, Teacher Hai exclaimed, a twinge of awkwardness creeping into his heart. Upon learning the grouping roster, he had taken the initiative to gather intelligence on Jinyue and Ryuri, fully aware that Jinyue's parents had perished in the war. He preferred not to linger on that topic. Beside them, Pingji felt compelled to contribute to the conversation and was about to compliment Jinyue's knife when Teacher Hai swiftly interjected, redirecting the dialogue. Now that we all seem acquainted, let us head out for some ramen. It's on me. Sounds good. All right. I'll pass, since there's nothing pressing. I'll return to training, Uchiha Ryuri stated, unwilling to squander time on trivialities. That presents a bit of a dilemma, Teacher Hai admitted, somewhat troubled. Ryuri, do join us. If team members remain unfamiliar with one another, the lack of synergy may hinder our task efficiency in the future, Jinyue argued. Having navigated years of camaraderie with Ryuri and possessing some tactics for handling her, imagining the potential delays in missions due to poor coordination, Ryuri glanced at Jinyue before hastily averting her gaze, begrudgingly conceding, very well, if it could impact our task efficiency, we might as well go. Let us hurry. On their way to the ramen shop, Teacher Hai discreetly gave Jinyue a thumbs up from behind. By the way, Teacher Hai, Jinyue inquired. Yes? What is it, Jinyue? I've heard that newly formed teams typically undergo some sort of assessment. There's no need for that. You and Ryuri are the top 2 graduates of this class. If you both were to fail, it would imply that the entire graduating class would need to repeat the academy. That makes sense. After finishing their ramen, Teacher Hai addressed the trio. Listen well, Class Hai. When you return home today, ensure your gear is prepared. Tomorrow, we gather at the village entrance at 7 in the morning for a mission escorting supplies to the front lines of Tsukuyomi in the Land of Rivers. I will provide detailed mission intelligence during our journey. Any questions? No. Excellent. Then Class Hai is dismissed. The disbandment occurred rather swiftly. After the dissolution, Jinyue strolled leisurely along the streets of Konoha. The circumstances on Lin's side remained uncertain, given Minato's character. It was unlikely he would allow the 3 of them to compete for the bell. Should I employ the Byakugan? No, that would render me a voyeur. Jinyue internally dismissed the thought. Thus, he resolved to practice ninjutsu instead, convinced that there was nothing to tidy up at home. Jinyue prepared to head to his and Lin's secret training ground to further explore ninjutsu. A large contingent was gradually making its way along a narrow path enveloped by a dense, verdant forest reminiscent of a green ocean. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that draped the entire team in an air of mystery. The escorting ninjas exhibited a hint of vigilance and caution. After all, the supply transport line was the lifeblood of the front lines, and no one could predict if enemies lay in wait ahead. The sounds of hooves and rolling wheels intertwined, shattering the forest's tranquility. startling birds into flight as they fluttered away into the distance. Towering trees flanked the path, their branches intertwining to form a natural barrier. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, adding to the serene ambience. It must be said that the greenery of the Land of Fire was exceptionally well maintained. This escort mission was a significant wartime endeavor, and the ninja squad was not limited to just Team High. Within the ranks were sensory units, combat teams, and even medical ninjas. Given the substantial quantity of supplies, the village could not afford any mishaps. Jianyue and his companions occupied the front line of the escort team, a position that facilitated reconnaissance by Teacher Hai and allowed for the swift relay of intelligence to the command unit. At that moment, Teacher Hai was briefing Jianyue and Liuli, who were embarking on their first mission outside the village. In our escort task, we have two primary objectives. Firstly, to detect potential attacks, and secondly, to counterstrike alongside the combat team should enemies emerge. While listening attentively, Jianyue scanned the area within a radius of several dozen kilometers, finding no signs of enemies. Nevertheless, he maintained a vigilant demeanor. As a newcomer to the team, it was imperative to exhibit seriousness. Teacher Hai nodded appreciatively, genuinely impressed with Jianyue as a team member. He possessed the strength of a top graduate without the eccentricities that some prodigies exhibited. "Do I have any questions?" asked Jianyue. "No, none at all," replied Teacher Hai. Uchiha Liuli, in contrast to Jianyue, embodied a different essence. While her prowess as an Uchiha was unquestionable, her understanding of warfare remained rather superficial. Sighing inwardly, Yamashiro Hai mused that new talents like Uchiha Liuli were quite typical. It was merely that Jianyue appeared overly mature. He hoped she could quickly adjust her mindset in the heat of battle. Suddenly, Jianyue's gaze caught sight of a group of Sunagakure ninjas slowly approaching the escort team. Their numbers totaled 20, split into two squads of 4 that flanked the sides, seemingly intent on executing a pincer maneuver. Jianyue cast a discreet glance at Hachi, seizing the opportunity to gauge the extent of Hachi-sensei's perception. As the group of sand ninjas approached within 8 kilometers of the team, Hachi-sensei's warning arrived. "Alert! There are 20 enemies, 12 at the 12 o'clock position, and 4 each at 3 and 9 o'clock, presumably planning a second ambush." The abilities of the Yamashiro clan proved invaluable, allowing for mental transmission of intelligence without the need for verbal communication. Should one harness this capability, unleashing a torrent of taunts during combat could serve as an entertaining strategy. The leader of the command squad received Hachi-sensei's warning as well. Shortly thereafter, orders were dispatched. Hachi's team would engage the enemies on the right, while the combat squad would dispatch a small team to eliminate the foes on the left before providing support. Hachi-sensei conveyed the battle plan to Jianyue and his companions. "Onward." With those words, Hachi's team advanced towards the right flank of the convoy. In Jianyue's perception, the chakra intensity of the 4 enemies on the right was unmistakably that of seasoned jonin, while the same could be said for those on the left. The strength of the enemy's main force directly ahead seemed formidable as well. The sand ninjas were indeed a force to be reckoned with. However, Jianyue remained untroubled, for the escort team was comprised of elite ninjas from the village, with the leader being a distinguished jonin from the Sarutobi clan. His focus needed only to remain on the adversaries before him. Hachi-sensei, the chakra levels of the 4 enemies ahead are at least jonin level. Hinata Hirachi reported to Hachi-sensei, activating his Byakugan. "Our objective is merely to delay and await support. We need not prioritize elimination. I will hold off the 2 enemies on the right. Hirachi, you take on one, while Jianyue and Ruri handle the last." "Understood. No problem." Meanwhile, the sand ninjas awaited orders from their main force, oblivious to the fact that Konoha's sensory ninjutsu had already detected their presence. "Captain, we're nearly within striking distance. If we don't attack soon, Konoha will come after us," exclaimed a tall sand ninja adorned with war paint, his brow furrowed in concern. "Patience. Our team's mission is to draw out a portion of Konoha's escorting ninjas," the sand ninja captain replied, maintaining his composure. "What about the main force? Indeed, they will not provide us with instructions. Instead, once Konoha takes the bait, we must signal them. Then why weren't we informed from the outset?" The sand captain regretted explaining this strategy to his foolish subordinate when suddenly his expression changed. "Foolish Kurizuna. Enough questions. The enemy approaches." As Jianyue waited for the sand ninjas to enter the lethal range of ninjutsu, he initiated the attack. With a swift motion of his arm, a shimmering shuriken was launched forth from his hand, hurtling towards the concealed location of the four sand ninjas with astonishing speed, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. Following this, Jinyu formed hand seals with one hand, and in an instant, the solitary shuriken multiplied into thousands, filling the entire space with a dense swarm of deadly projectiles. This is not merely the shadow clone technique demonstrated during the training of Jinyu, but rather an enhanced wind shuriken shadow clone technique infused with wind chakra. The shurikens, akin to floating artillery, exhibit the formidable power of modern weaponry while maintaining the guise of cold steel. The once dense forest crumbles under this overwhelming force, trees collapsing and the ground erupting into craters of varying depths and sizes. The entire scene resembles the aftermath of a fierce bombardment, strewn with devastation. Observing his handiwork, Jinyu couldn't help but reflect that had he been in a world where environmentalism thrived, this single act might have landed him in prison for life. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Sunagakure undoubtedly produces elite shinobi, and the sudden shuriken storm was not so overwhelming that it could not be evaded. The leader of this small squad, Matthew, quickly distanced himself and launched a red flare into the sky. That technique was initiated by you, wasn't it, Leaf's young brat? Quite an impressive display, Matthew remarked, eyeing Jinyu with caution. Having traversed numerous battlefields since his inception as a shinobi, Matthew had developed his own survival philosophy. The most perilous adversaries on the battlefield were those possessing the strength of a Kage. He was particularly wary of the talented ninjas from each village, especially the young prodigies from Konoha, who often displayed a few utterly unreasonable strengths. In his analysis, he perceived the oldest adversary's capabilities at a glance, recognizing that the Hyuga clan member should be avoided in close combat, while he dismissed the little girl as inconsequential. Noting the rarity of formidable female warriors in the ninja world, only that little brat warrants close attention, Matthew mused internally. Without hesitation, he charged towards Yamanaka Hachi, shouting, "Leave their captain to me and Haisha. Shaoman, you handle that shuriken-wielding brat." The tall sand ninja, adorned with war paint, responded affirmatively to Matthew's command and engaged Hachi. Meanwhile, Shaoman, buoyed by her captain's directive, accepted the challenge of facing a mere child. As Jinyu saw the opponent advancing towards him, he stood his ground, drawing his blade, Mist-Slicer, and entangling himself in combat. Though he harbored the heart of a sorcerer, he was acutely aware of the battlefield's demands. Despite possessing the 6 eyes, which allowed him near-perfect chakra utilization, Jinyu was mindful of his physical limitations. Furthermore, he was no longer the fragile ninja he once was. Despite lacking defensive growth until last year, he had become remarkably resilient following his successful second wish. How intriguing, system, he thought, as he parried an incoming kunai with Mist-Slicer, subtly forming hand seals with his left hand. Like 1,000 thunderbirds crying out, brilliant lightning surged along the blade of Mist-Slicer. Sensing danger, Shaoman attempted to retreat, but the electric current immobilized him, halting his movements for a moment. This is bad. The spirit of Shaman unleashed a formidable technique. When had this little specter formed its seal? A technique without hand signs? What manner of creature is this? Spiraling sphere. Naturally, Jinyu would not let this opportunity slip by. He unleashed a spiraling sphere that struck Shaman squarely in the left chest, sending him crashing into a large tree. His left chest was nearly obliterated, lifeless beyond recovery. Indeed, as Matthew observed Shaman's dire plight from a distance, he understood that such a prodigy, devoid of intelligence, could unwittingly lead certain self-important masters to their downfall. Shaman had several aces up his sleeve, yet in the realm of ninjas, the contest is not merely about concealment. Survival alone determines the victor. Lioli, assist Pinxi. I shall aid Teacher Hai. Jinyu called to Lioli after dispatching his opponent and set off towards Teacher Hai. Uchiha Lioli remained silent, simply heeding Jinyu's command to support Hinata Pinxi in battle. Fire release, great fireball technique. Seizing the moment while Hinata Pinxi engaged the enemy's puppet, Uchiha Lioli unleashed a blazing fireball directed at the enemy's core. The sand ninja controlling the puppet, taken aback by the failure of his comrades to subdue even 2 youngsters, hastily dodged the fireball's trajectory. However, this maneuver inevitably caused a delay in the actions of the puppets under his control. Hinata Pinxi, recognizing the opportunity, shifted from defense to offense, advancing with the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The puppet was instantly shattered into fragments. With his Byakugan activated, Hinata Pinksy was acutely aware that Jianyue had effortlessly eliminated the enemy responsible for his side. Outnumbering the puppet master, he felt the tide turning in their favor. The advantage is mine, he declared, choosing to pursue the offensive. Although Teacher Hai had merely instructed him to delay, eliminating the enemy would undoubtedly be preferable. As for Teacher Hai's situation, Jianyue's presence alleviated any concerns he might have had. Thank goodness Jianyue arrived, was the foremost sentiment in Hai's mind. The two sand ninjas he faced were formidable. The one who evidently led the squad exhibited commendable wind release techniques, while the other, a tall sand ninja adorned with face paint, possessed exceptional taijutsu skills. Their combination of close and ranged attacks rendered his situation exceedingly precarious. Earth release, earthquake technique. After forming the necessary seals, Jianyue struck the ground, causing the earth beneath the towering sand ninja engaged with Hai to suddenly collapse. Observing this, Hai promptly hurled a kunai at his opponent and swiftly retreated to create distance, igniting the explosive tag affixed to the kunai's end. A thunderous explosion ensued, and smoke billowed from the crater formed by Jianyue's earth release. Hai and Jianyue regrouped, casting wary gazes into the haze. Do not let your guard down. The chakra response remains. Unlike Hai's perceptive vision, Jianyue had a clear view. The tall sand ninja, realizing he had lost his balance, opted to utilize earth release to burrow underground and escape the detonation's range. At that moment, numerous concealed weapons shot forth from the smoke, glimmering with a sinister purple sheen, unmistakably laced with deadly poison. Though their team included a medical ninja, Jianyue had no desire to fall victim to this unknown toxin. Chidori. The cry of the Thunderbird resounded once more, this time with a magnitude more imposing, as the dazzling lightning enveloped Jianyue entirely. No more futile probing was necessary. Jianyue suddenly realized that he had perhaps overestimated the prowess of these elite ninjas all along. Utilizing the acceleration of the Chidori flow, Jianyue instantly darted before the towering sand ninja, who had just emerged from the earth. A flash of Chidori illuminated the air, as the dancing arcs of electricity expertly coiled around the blade. Gripping the mist cutter, imbued with a fierce radiance of lightning, Jianyue struck downwards. So swift was his attack that Black Sand, fully aware of his inability to evade, resorted to the earth release, hardening technique in an attempt to withstand the blow. Yet he misjudged the ferocity of Jianyue's strike. A thunderous crash resounded as the ground charred beneath the impact, and Black Sand's arm was nearly severed by the stroke. Such a grievous injury was indeed harrowing, yet Black Sand did not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, he tightened his muscles with all his might, preventing Jianyue from withdrawing the mist cutter immediately. With a fierce determination, Black Sand unleashed his ultimate technique, Sandstorm Flow. He forcefully stomped the ground, transforming the earth into a treacherous quicksand. This little brat cannot be allowed to mature. The hidden sand village cannot bear another Konoha White Fang. With this thought, Black Sand resolved that even if he were to perish here, he would ensure the demise of this Konoha prodigy. Matthew, attack now, you incompetent captain. In the future, make sure to clarify mission details. Came the shout from afar, Matthew's expression darkening in response. The foolish Black Sand had the audacity to question him on the battlefield, and even to hurl insults in his final moments. Though it may seem that events unfolded slowly, in reality, it all transpired within the blink of an eye. From the instant Jianyue released the Chidori flow to being ensnared by Black Sand's Sandstorm Flow, less than 2 seconds had elapsed. This is dire. Teacher Hai was not a ninja known for his speed. He could not swiftly extricate Jianyue. His only recourse was to disrupt the Sand Ninja Captain's assault. Utilizing the mind disarray technique, he invoked a secret art from his clan, the Yamashiro, towards Matthew. In the preceding battle, facing 2 opponents while being pressed by the towering Sand Ninja, he had found no opportunity to unleash his secret techniques. Is it truly the Yamashiro clan from Konoha? Yet, do not underestimate my will. Matthew forced himself to regain clarity, casting several kunai laced with explosive tags towards Jianyue, who was firmly held in Black Sand's grasp. He then formed hand signs, invoking the wind release, air cutter. Sharp blades of wind surged towards Jianyue. It was all coming to an end. I apologize. Had it not been for this war, you would have had a brighter future. Upon witnessing Matthew's successful assault, Black Sand sincerely addressed Jianyue, who was ensnared by his quicksand. War is truly terrifying. When did I become someone capable of striking down a child? In the face of such a dire predicament, what was Jianyue's state of mind? The answer was one of profound tranquility. For defense had never been a concern for Jianyu, at least not since he turned 10. As the wind blades and explosive tags approached, Jianyu's response was one of inversion. Explosion, wind blades, quicksand, everything reversed. Confusion and disbelief filled Black Sand's mind in his final moments. Damn it, Matthew was drenched in blood, witnessing his own attack inexplicably reversing its course, and he exerted every ounce of strength to escape. However, his movement was abruptly interrupted by the heart disruption technique of Teacher Hai, resulting in him being struck by the wind release air slice he had unleashed, leaving him with extensive lacerations. Although Teacher Hai was unaware of the trump card employed by Mizuki, he, as a seasoned jonin, would naturally not let such a golden opportunity slip away. As the dust settled, the area where he had previously subdued Mizuki had transformed into a barren pit, standing undamaged. Mizuki wielded the mist cutter, while nearby, Kurizuna lay lifeless, his body charred and devoid of breath. He had absorbed the brunt of the explosive tag's power, and this time, the already fading Kurizuna would not rise again. Indeed, on Mizuki's 10th birthday last year, he had received the skill full counter as a result of his 10 consecutive wishes. Now, the publicly available panel for Mizuki Shimizu read. Host, Shimizu Mizuki. Skills, Chakra Refinement Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Heavenly Sealing Technique, Eternal Stand, One-Time Use, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. 5 Nature Transformations, Rasengan, Secret Sword, Flash, Wish Acquired, Eye of the Heavens, 6 Eyes, Full Counter, Male, no new emails, in contrast to the complex 6 Eyes. The description for Full Counter was succinct. Full Counter reflects all non-purely physical attacks. This skill transformed Mizuki from a fragile magic user into a heavily armored tank. The reason for this assertion is the remarkably low consumption of Full Counter, which does not vary based on the power of the reflected attack. Even if a tailed beast bomb were to be launched at Mizuki now, he could still rebound it using Full Counter. This is the confidence bestowed upon him by the system. On the other side, severely injured Matthew sensed an ominous fate approaching. It appeared that he might not survive this encounter, a thought that weighed heavily on his mind. Although his chakra reserves remained sufficient, the injuries to his body were grave. As Mizuki observed Matthew adopting a defensive posture, he had just communicated a tactical plan with Teacher Hai through their minds. Heart Disruption Technique, a singular move capable of dominating the battlefield, Teacher Hai continued to employ the signature secret technique of the Yamashiro clan. Regardless of what other cards you may hold, my patience is wearing thin. I shall end this with this technique. Mizuki began to gather a Rasengan with one hand. Matthew, aware that escape was no longer an option, hoped only to take down that little brat with him. The technique he had used against Xiaoman was indeed an unmarked ninjutsu. But why? Unmarked ninjutsu excels in its suddenness. Revealing it so directly was puzzling. The battles between ninjas are also battles of intelligence. Observing Matthew's demeanor, Mizuki surmised that he likely had no hidden tactics remaining. Engaging in close combat could result in a surprise attack similar to what he had previously endured from the towering Sand Ninja. Continuing to channel chakra, the Rasengan spun more violently, emitting a fierce humming sound as blades extended outward, resembling shurikens. Jianyu is no ordinary, delicate ninja. He possesses both strength and cunning. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. The shuriken, composed of highly compressed wind chakra, was launched by Jianyu as if it were a mere throwing tool. What? He threw it. Teacher Hai, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. With Jianyu's exquisite chakra control, he could indeed launch the spiraling shuriken and even slightly adjust its trajectory after release. The technique of curving shuriken deserves recognition. The shuriken, radiating an aura of extreme danger, swiftly approached Matthew. The prodigies of Konoha are truly beyond reason. An S-rank wind release technique without hand seals, and a projectile at that. Matthew had neither witnessed nor even heard of such a thing. Upon striking Matthew, the spiraling shuriken detonated instantaneously, engulfing a 10-meter radius. Accompanied by a bone-chilling slicing sound, it seemed as though the very world was being torn asunder. Raging winds howled, forming countless sharp blades that indiscriminately sliced through everything in their path. Dust, trees, and even the air itself were distorted and shredded by the ferocious wind chakra. In truth, even without Teacher Hai's interference, Matthew would have been unable to evade the lethal radius of this technique due to its speed. Witnessing the destruction wrought by this jutsu, Teacher Hai could not help but break into a cold sweat. Jinyu, what is this technique? It is a ninjutsu of my own creation, an advanced version of the previous non-hand seal technique. Although at this time, Minato Namikaze had yet to invent the Rasengan, Jinyu shamelessly registered the copyright for this technique. Is that so? Truly remarkable. Teacher Hai suddenly contemplated whether he should pass the captaincy to Jinyu. This ninjutsu was at least S rank and a non-hand seal technique. He believed that aside from preparing to evade, he had no method to counter it. Even Jinyu, known for his thick skin, felt a flush of embarrassment at Teacher Hai's continuous praise, secretly resolving to teach the Rasengan series of techniques to Minato when the opportunity arose. Indeed, Jinyu not only replicated the wind release, spiraling shuriken, but also invented various derivative techniques of the Rasengan. Otherwise, if he were merely a practitioner of basic elemental ninjutsu, he wouldn't have constantly perceived his role as that of a mage. After a brief conversation, once Teacher Hai understood that Jinyu's chakra reserves were still ample, they proceeded to support Uchiha Ruri and Hyuga Hiragi. The battle with the last remaining member of the Sand Ninja team need not be elaborated upon. With Ruri distracting the enemy's main body and assisting Hiragi in shattering a puppet, the two should have swiftly dealt with the puppeteer. However, the puppeteer had a significant advantage, drawing another puppet from a sealing scroll, which forced Ruri and Hiragi into a prolonged war of attrition. By the time Teacher Hai and Jinyu arrived to assist, the three valiant warriors were still locked in a fierce struggle. As I observed the situation, I couldn't help but internally voice my frustrations. Both Teacher Hai and I had successfully resolved 3 encounters, yet I wondered if these two were engaged in any form of deception. However, it was indeed unfair to place the blame on Hinata Heiji and Uchiha Ruri. Their abilities were simply not on par with the elite shinobi, and Heiji's proficiency in taijutsu was rendered ineffective against a puppet cloaked in poison. Lacking medical ninjutsu, any poisoning would exacerbate the situation. Thus, Heiji's every offensive maneuver was remarkably cautious. Ultimately, their objective was merely to stall the opponents. As for Uchiha Ruri, her illusion techniques were rendered futile. The puppet master faced her with a wealth of experience, refusing to make eye contact, and after casting several fire techniques, her chakra reserves dwindled. In summary, they had done their utmost. Teacher Hai employed the mind disturbance technique, and after a prolonged battle of attrition, the opponent's mental state faltered, rendering them unable to escape Hai's control. With precision, I drew out Mist Cutter and executed the Chidori stream, swiftly closing the distance to the enemy's core. In a decisive stroke, I severed the foe with efficiency. The synergy between myself and Teacher Hai had grown increasingly harmonious. Are you both unscathed? Teacher Hai inquired with concern. It was evident that having them contend with elite shinobi was an overexertion, though in my case, as a true prodigy, I was not counted among them. No injuries. My apologies, Heiji succinctly replied. Though my time with Heiji was limited, I understood the reason behind his apology. It's all right. The opponent was a Sand Shinobi puppet master. Indeed, a formidable adversary. I offered words of consolation to Heiji. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ruri, seemingly affected by some unseen stimulus, unexpectedly muttered that everything was fine. Typically, her speech ended with an inexplicable elevation in tone, often giving an impression of being hard to approach. I had anticipated that she would employ her peculiar speech pattern, insisting that even without our help, she would manage to resolve matters on her own. However, this was not the time for idle chatter. After a brief tidying of the battlefield and regaining our composure, we rapidly returned to escort the convoy. After all, for Teacher Hai's team, the mission's objective was to safeguard the supplies, not to eliminate enemies. Should the transport line be severed, the mission would still be deemed a failure. Midway through our journey, we encountered a small team from the combat unit dispatched to provide support. The very fact that they could spare a team to assist us indicated that the main force had successfully repelled the Sand Shinobi ambush. Upon rejoining the escort team, under my vigilant gaze, I noted that the supplies remained intact, yet numerous injuries had surfaced, particularly concerning the elite shinobi from the Sarutobi clan. Aside from the fallen ninja, he bore the most severe wounds, his body exhibiting signs of extreme dehydration. I pondered internally what kind of ninjutsu could inflict such injuries. Eventually, the team pressed onward, while the Sarutobi leader was escorted to the front lines of the Land of Rivers, where logic dictated he should have been returned to the village for treatment. However, it was precisely due to the severity of his injuries that he was dispatched to the front lines, where the renowned medical expert Tsunade, the foremost healer of the ninja world, resided. Jianyu had already deduced the identity of the adversary, the legendary war hero of the Sand Shinobi, Yi Tsong. Only her bloodline limit, the blazing release, could inflict such grievous wounds, rendering victims as if they were desiccated corpses devoid of moisture. To repel such a formidable foe, endowed with both strength and a bloodline limit. It seemed this elite jonin of the Sarutobi clan had exerted every ounce of his being. The Sarutobi clan had long enjoyed a favorable reputation within the village. Although lacking a bloodline limit, their mastery of fire release techniques was renowned throughout the ninja world. As one of the founding families of Konoha, they had consistently been at the forefront of every battle. As dusk fell, Team Hachi gathered to share their rations and engage in light-hearted conversation. Their instructor, Hachi, recounted the remarkable display of power Jianyu had exhibited earlier that day and could not resist inquiring about the name of his technique. The blue orb technique was known as the Rasengan, while its advanced form was referred to as the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Incredible, Hachi praised without reservation. Impressive, added Pinksy, though he was typically reticent, never missing an opportunity to contribute. By the way, Miss Liuli, is there something on your mind? Humph, Uchiha Liuli huffed, turning away and picking up a branch of unknown origin to scribble aimlessly in the dirt. Jianyu was at a loss as to how he had offended her. Ever since returning to the escort team, she had intermittently cast glances in his direction. Jianyu was particularly sensitive to the scrutiny of others. If someone was watching him from behind, he would find himself unable to relieve himself. Why didn't you showcase your true abilities at the Ninja Academy? Uchiha Liuli suddenly queried, her voice laced with an unusual intonation. Jianyu found himself momentarily speechless. Surely, he could not argue that adults ought not to take their frustrations out on children. Well, never mind. You probably want to speak the truth anyway. Uchiha Liuli interrupted, murmuring, I truly don't understand what motivates you good-natured types to grow stronger. At her words, Jianyu set down his rations, for he did not perceive himself as a benevolent figure like Jianren. He turned to counter her statement, only to find Uchiha Liuli had inexplicably discarded the branch, resting her hands against the ground behind her as she sat quietly. Her once-tied black ponytail had fallen free, and she gazed contemplatively at the night sky, lost in thought. It appeared that Instructor Hachi had departed some time ago, having taken Pinksy with him. Jianyu felt he had eaten his fill and decided it was best to take his leave. Just as he was about to rise, Uchiha Liuli spoke again. I will not give up. In Jianyu's eyes, Uchiha Liuli's gaze transformed. Her dark pupils shifted into the swirling patterns of the three Tomo Sharingan, the third Tomo manifesting. You are correct, but therein lies the essence of the Uchiha clan. While ordinary ninjas may grow stronger through training alone, we Uchiha must consider far more. Achu Lin, who was resupplying at the front lines, sneezed. Are you unwell, Lin? Kakashi, a member of the team, inquired. Having been entrusted by Mitsuki to look after her, he could not betray his dear friend's trust. It's nothing. It seems just some sand went up my nose. I wonder how Mitsuki is faring. Don't worry, that guy is incredibly strong. If we encounter trouble, he will certainly be fine. You fool Obito. You should say that even if something happens to you, the three of us will be safe. What? Can the Riddler just leave Konoha? Mitsuki absolutely detests riddles. Last night, Uchiha Ruri inexplicably stated, I will not give up, which triggered her Sharingan to activate. When Mitsuki inquired what she would not give up, he was disregarded as she simply stood and left. The latter half of the mission proceeded smoothly, devoid of further attacks. Throughout their journey, Mitsuki developed a profound understanding of the lamentable plight of small nations, as articulated by Nagato in the original narrative. In the Land of Rivers, many villages along the way had been pillaged by bandits, rendering them desolate and uninhabited, with fields lying in utter ruin. They often encountered wandering refugees from the Land of Rivers, their bodies barely clothed, faces gaunt, and eyes devoid of any glimmer, akin to zombies meandering across this hellish landscape. No great nation would accept these refugees. For those caught between the cracks of larger nations, the arrival of death might even be considered a mercy. Konoha's front line in the Land of Rivers served as the command camp for the shinobi, with the mission hall and temporary medical station nearby. Teacher Hachi introduced Ruri and Mitsuki, newcomers to the battlefield, emphasizing essential precautions. After leading them to their assigned tents, he departed, leaving matters of task delegation to those experienced. Mitsuki instinctively activated his 6 eyes to sense the surroundings, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Ruri, Hinata, I'll scout the area. You two should return to the tent and rest. Without waiting for a response, he dashed off. Be careful, Hinata replied, never missing an opportunity to express concern. Ruri remained silent, merely watching Mitsuki's retreating figure, her gaze flickering with intrigue. Like the wind, Mitsuki reached just beyond the mission hall of the frontline camp, abruptly halting to steady his breath. After waiting for around 2 minutes, he approached the entrance of the hall, where the Minato team had just exited. Oh, you're here too, Mitsuki greeted. Hey Mitsuki, you're here as well. Lin, upon emerging, encountered the one she had longed to see. Each syllable of her speech radiated unrestrained delight. At that moment, a warm, gentle ray of sunlight fell upon Lin's delicate visage, causing her to involuntarily narrow her autumn-like, crystalline eyes. Lin's radiant smile, akin to the sun, unfolded effortlessly before Mitsuki, dispelling the unexplainable irritation he had felt from witnessing the refugees' tragic fates. Lin cautiously approached Jianhua, then slowly circled around him. Her gaze, akin to a scanner, meticulously scrutinized every detail of Jianhua's body, fearful of overlooking any hint of anomaly. Upon confirming that there were no visible injuries on Jianhua, Lin's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally began to ease, releasing a long sigh that seemed to encapsulate all her previous worries and tension. With both hands cradling the back of his head, Obito remarked, now that Jianhua is here, it seems like only Kai from our class is absent from this camp. By the way, Jianhua, what took you so long to arrive? Kakashi shot a glance at the foolish Obito, admonishing, Obito, do not pry into others' missions casually. Oh, I wasn't doing it on purpose. I was merely curious, Obito replied. Having spent several days on the front lines and now understanding the nuances, he realized he had just misspoken. That is not permissible, Obito. No matter how curious you are, you must never inquire about others' missions indiscriminately. Minato seized the opportunity to educate his student. Obito lowered his head, understanding. Yes, Sensei Minato. Kakashi surveyed the surroundings and inquired. Is it just you, Jianhua? Where are your teammates? Jianhua responded. My teammates are too exhausted and have already gone to rest. I have ample energy. So I decided to take a stroll, haha. Obito seemed to detect the scent of deceit. Jianhua, you sensed Lin was here beforehand, didn't you? That is why you deliberately waited here. The atmosphere seemed to momentarily freeze. Jianhua's smile faltered. Obito, Liuli has recently awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan is truly unreasonable in their power escalation, wouldn't you agree? What? You mean that violent girl has already awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan? How infuriating. Jianhua felt somewhat speechless. You truly are something else, Obito. I mentioned it to invoke a sense of shame in you. Yet you not only fail to reflect on yourself, but also blame others for their rapid advancement. Just as the four were engrossed in their conversation, Minato interjected. I apologize for interrupting your reunion, Jianhua, but I have something to discuss with you. Jianhua looked at Minato in confusion as he surveyed the surroundings and said, This isn't a suitable place. Let us move to somewhere else. With that, he led the 4 children to his quarters within the camp. As an elite jonin from Konoha, Minato naturally enjoyed certain privileges, such as this single tent. Upon entering, Jianhua observed that the tent was modest in size and simply furnished, containing only essential living items, all impeccably organized by Minato. Truly, he embodied the essence of charisma, the embodiment of perfection in every aspect. So, Lord Minato, what brings you to seek me? Jianhua speculated that it might be related to Jianren, for he had no apparent connection to the yellow flash, leaving only Jianren as a possibility. Minato and Lin exchanged glances before turning to Jianhua. I am sorry, Jianhua. I apologize. They both bowed in apology. Hey, what is going on? Jianhua's confusion deepened. Beside him, Kakashi spoke up, but before he could continue, Minato interrupted. Allow me to elucidate. The matter is quite straightforward. Previously, Minato's team had been assigned a mission to investigate a village where several enemies had mysteriously vanished. Consequently, the frontline command suspected the presence of a concealed Suna hideout in that vicinity. Upon arriving at the village, Minato's team decided to split up for efficiency, with Obito, Kakashi, and Rin forming one group to explore the west, while Minato ventured eastward alone. Regrettably, the trio stumbled upon a Suna stronghold, a place resembling a safe house, where Suna ninjas might not always be in attendance. Unfortunately, they encountered 3 Suna ninjas arriving for supplies, leading to an immediate clash. By the time Minato heard the sounds of battle and rushed to their aid, he witnessed Rin employing the Rasengan. At that moment, Minato was grappling with the need for a jutsu that could complement his flying thunder god technique. He had envisioned a technique akin to the Rasengan. Yet despite his prolonged research, he had been lacking that elusive spark of inspiration. However, upon seeing that azure sphere, enlightenment struck him. This was the path that Minato Namikaze was destined to tread. The subsequent events unfolded rather seamlessly. Minato had long been immersed in the study of non-Hanseal jutsu, merely awaiting that final burst of inspiration. Observing Rin's frequent use of the Rasengan during their skirmish, he finally transcended that threshold and became a ninja adept at creating the sphere. Nevertheless, Minato's moral compass remained steadfastly high. Although he had never inquired about the Rasengan from Rin, he felt compelled to apologize and sought to make amends. It was then that he learned this jutsu had been conceived by Kiyoshi, adding another name to his list of those to whom he owed an apology. Indeed, Minato did not perceive his apology to Rin as misplaced. Rather, he felt an increased burden of accountability. Meanwhile, Rin, upon discovering that her mentor Minato had yet to teach her any jutsu, but had already mastered the Rasengan, found herself in a peculiar state of mind. It was not so much a concern about Kiyoshi's potential ire. Rather, she felt disheartened by the notion that she had inadvertently divulged Kiyoshi's technique without his knowledge. This encapsulates the entirety of the situation. Kiyoshi, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, had originally intended to teach the Rasengan to Minato, but was surprised to find that Minato had already learned it independently. Kiyoshi regarded this as a positive outcome and remarked, "Lord Minato, you merely observed Rin utilizing the Rasengan and subsequently recreated it yourself. In my view, this is not a matter necessitating an apology, so there is no need for you to feel remorse. Furthermore, Rin need not dwell on this, for I forgive both of you." Kiyoshi Shimizu, embodying the essence of a protagonist, brazenly declared his forgiveness to the original creator of the technique. In a world where strength reigns supreme, it is not uncommon for one ninja to witness another's technique and later master it themselves, garnering admiration rather than accusations of thievery. It is precisely because Kakashi Hatake struggles with his inner turmoil that he extends his apologies to Rin and Minato. Upon hearing Minato's magnanimous forgiveness, both Rin and Minato breathe a sigh of relief. Minato sincerely expresses his gratitude to Minato, stating, "Thank you, Minato. By the way, there is no need to address me as sir. Simply calling me by my name will suffice." To which Minato replies, "That cannot be, for you are a senior, a teacher to Rin and the others." "Then you may call me Captain Minato," he insists. "Captain?" Minato is perplexed by the sudden emergence of such a title. "You will understand tomorrow," Minato winks, teasingly withholding further explanation. Returning to the matter at hand, Minato acknowledges, "The Rasengan technique has been immensely beneficial to me. Is there anything I can assist you with, Minato?" It feels akin to engaging in an RPG simulation game, where one must select a reward. "Very well, let me ponder. I am quite intrigued by sealing techniques. If possible, please teach me a random sealing technique," Minato requests. He recalls that Minato inherited the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and had no intention of leveraging the Rasengan for personal gain. Thus, his request for a random sealing technique is genuinely straightforward. "Sealing techniques? I see. I have one that would suit you perfectly. However, it is not of my own creation, so I will need some time to seek the owner's consent. Nevertheless, I believe there should be no issue," Minato stated earnestly. Minato naturally harbors no objections. Minato is a good person, evidently not one to carelessly bestow a sealing technique. The owner he intends to consult must be the last legitimate heir of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina Uzumaki. Once everything is clarified, Minato excuses himself, citing other matters to attend to. He is, in fact, rather busy and, as a half-elder, he surmises that these children might feel somewhat uncomfortable in his presence. Thus, he refrains from interrupting the reunion of Minato, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito, who have not seen each other for quite some time. After Minato departs, Obito, feeling unshackled, promptly exclaims, "Minato, since you are new here, let us take a stroll outside. You are surely unaware that Asuma and Kurenai are also in this camp." "Oh, very well," Minato responds nonchalantly. Rin excitedly recounts her recent experiences on the battlefield, saying, "What you said was indeed correct. There are rivers in the desert, and even lakes. Just as you mentioned, the mirage is something I have yet to witness." This brings to mind the wondrous tales Minato once shared with Rin before her schooling began, and it is delightful to discover that she still remembers them. Kakashi, meanwhile, begins to regale them with anecdotes, incessantly critiquing Obito's performance during missions after their team was formed. I even suspect this fool intentionally steps on traps he sees. Hey, stop boasting, Kakashi. Obito retorts, feeling defensive. The following morning, Minato emerges from the tent, energized, stretching and loosening his shoulders in the sunlight. After spending the day with Rin yesterday, he feels revitalized, fully replenished with Rin energy. Following breakfast with Ryuri and the others, he is ready to embrace the day ahead. A ninja clad in a vest hurriedly approached Shimizu Miyuki and said, "Shimizu Miyuki, please make your way to the command center. The commander wishes to see you." Upon delivering the message, the ninja swiftly departed. Although Mitsuki was uncertain about the reason for this summons, he felt he had no authority to decline. Hinata Heiji spoke up. "I recall the commander is the esteemed Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin." Uchiha Ruri furrowed her brow, questioning, what could she possibly want with you? Have you had any prior interactions with her? Mitsuki replied, "Not that I can recall. Aside from the fact that Ken had once sought Tsunade's assistance for Chiyo, there is nothing that connects me to her. Regardless, I shall go and see," Mitsuki shrugged. As he made his way to the command center, he instinctively employed his Byakugan to observe the interior. Quite a crowd present. I can recognize Jiraiya, Minato, Tsunade, Narashikaku, and even Teacher Kaido. After the ninja stationed at the tent announced his arrival and received permission, Mitsuki entered the command center. Konoha's genin, Shimizu Miyuki, reporting in. Despite the presence of many acquaintances, Mitsuki maintained a formal demeanor, unlike Obito's casualness in official settings. There is no need for excessive formality, Shimizu Miyuki. It was mentioned in the escort mission report that you possess a vast S-rank wind release technique, Tsunade stated from her prominent position, her hands clasped beneath her chin. Though framed as a question, her tone conveyed certainty without coming across as overbearing. Perhaps it was due to Mitsuki's innate fondness for revered figures. Or perhaps it was Tsunade's imposing stature, though I refer to her status. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade is acknowledged as a princess by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, earning her the title of Princess Tsunade. Indeed, the technique is called the Raisin Shuriken. However, I have not encountered other S-rank ninjutsu, so I cannot ascertain whether the Raisin Shuriken truly embodies the power of an S-rank technique, Mitsuki answered candidly. There is no need for modesty in my presence. The individual beside you, with the yellow hair, is named Namikaze Minato. You should have heard of him, Tsunade remarked without reservation. Minato, feeling somewhat awkward, offered Mitsuki a shy smile. Mitsuki nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Tsunade clapped her hands on the table. Excellent. Then no further introduction is necessary. The village requires you and Namikaze Minato to form a surprise attack team. Minato will utilize his Flying Thunder God technique for mobility, while you will employ that wind release technique to destroy the vital facilities of Sunagakure. No wonder Minato mentioned yesterday that he could also call himself the captain. It seems the higher-ups have decided how to leverage my powerful technique after reviewing the escort mission report. Mitsuki mused internally. He thought, if I am to act alongside Minato, the danger level for Rin seems to escalate dramatically. To be frank, he was somewhat reluctant to accept this assignment. Nevertheless, in times of war, ninjas lack the liberty to refuse orders from above. Even if the village were to assign a low-ranking ninja to assassinate the leader of another village, a task that would ordinarily be deemed absurd. Just as Mitsuki sank into contemplation, a clear, authoritative voice resonated from the main seat. What? Are you unwilling? Tsunade, noticing the prolonged silence from Moon, raised an eyebrow and inquired. Of course, I am willing. But what will become of my original team and Captain Minato's squad? Moon was well aware of Tsunade's character. If he delayed his response, he might very well receive a punishment akin to that which Naruto endured. He certainly wished to avoid such a fate. The original squads will not be disbanded. Your team with Minato is merely temporary, he clarified. I understand, Lady Tsunade, Moon replied, recognizing that he could hardly refuse her. Thus, he assented with a measure of finality. If it is temporary, it implies that should the surprise squad prove effective, it may no longer remain so. And what about you, Minato? Tsunade, though domineering in nature, still sought the opinion of her longtime apprentice. I have no objections, Lady Tsunade, Minato replied, his face alight with anticipation. However, I must insist on naming the team myself. Tsunade, indifferent to such trivial matters, primarily cared that the team would be successfully formed. As she considered this, her gaze fell upon Minato, who wore an expression of smug satisfaction, seemingly brimming with confidence regarding his upcoming naming endeavor. Intrigued by this scene, Tsunade found herself curious to see what remarkable name this promising young ninja would conjure. Very well, you may name it, she acquiesced casually. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Our team shall henceforth be known as the Whirlwind Flash Spiral Squad, Minato declared excitedly. A chorus of bewildered expressions seemed to materialize above Tsunade and those present. Ha! I knew it. Minato. Ha! Jiraiya, unable to contain his laughter any longer, erupted in mirth. He was well aware of his apprentice's peculiar talent for naming. Yet he could not suppress his amusement upon hearing the chosen name. Minato, upon witnessing his teacher's reaction, scratched his head in embarrassment. Whirlwind refers to my wind release techniques. Flash signifies Captain Minato's flying thunder god technique, and combined with the Rasengan that connects us both, it is indeed fitting. You are truly a genius, Captain Minato. Initially, Moon had expected Minato to devise an abstract and nonsensical name, but upon reflection, he realized how remarkably apt it was. However, Captain Minato, I have a suggestion. Moon raised his hand to speak. Minato was internally astonished. He had never anticipated that someone would grasp the profound significance behind his chosen name so thoroughly. After all, even his erudite and experienced teacher, Jiraiya, had not reached such depths of understanding. When he heard that Moon seemed to possess valuable suggestions, he could not hide his delight and quickly responded, Moon, do not hesitate. Please share your thoughts. His tone was imbued with eagerness and anticipation, as if he feared missing even a single word. As the moonlight graced the scene, Katsuki spoke with a smile, asserting that the foremost asset of their team was Captain Minato's flying thunder god technique, which enabled the very formation of their tactical unit. Thus, he proposed that the term Flash should precede the team's name, dubbing it the Flash Gale Spiral First Squad. Upon hearing this, Minato shook his head vehemently. No, Katsuki. Your spiral shuriken is of greater significance. Gale must come before Flash. Katsuki and Minato engaged in a fervent discussion, completely oblivious to the presence of others, their excitement revolving around a name that was abstract and perplexing. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku, and Yamanaka Ino felt an odd sense of isolation, despite being the majority in the room. Ultimately, Katsuki conceded to Minato's insistence. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment, Captain Minato, Katsuki said, his expression tinged with regret. Thus, the name of the ambush squad was finalized as the Gale Flash Spiral First Squad. What, pray tell, is the distinction between Gale Flash Spiral First Squad and Flash Gale Spiral First Squad? The others exclaimed in bewilderment. Upon returning to the tent assigned to Team Ino, Katsuki briefly recounted his impending temporary departure from the squad. The ambush team is remarkable, exclaimed Hinata, his surprise evident. He understood the significance of being part of such a squad, especially one alongside the recently renowned Yellow Flash. This signified that Katsuki had transcended the limitations typically faced by common ninja, paving the way for entry into the genuine power echelon of Konoha, provided he remained unscathed. Congratulations, Katsuki. Hinata sincerely expressed his happiness for Katsuki, his eyes betraying an envy unnoticed by others. As a branch family member of the Hyuga clan, his life was predetermined. A singular path with no forks, easily foreseen from the moment of his birth. While the support of the illustrious Hyuga clan ensured a significantly higher survival rate on the battlefield for branch family ninja compared to ordinary civilians. And even some common ninjas envied the branch members. The philosophical debate of freedom versus life remained convoluted and unclear. Thank you, Hinata. However, my placement in Captain Minato's squad is merely temporary. Should the results be unsatisfactory, the team may indeed disband. Such was the potency of the Flying Thunder God technique. Other squads faced high probabilities of casualties or even annihilation following unsuccessful missions. Yet, Katsuki, allied with Minato, could rest assured of his safety, regardless of whether they succeeded in disrupting the sand-hidden base. Space-time ninjutsu is esteemed, even by the Otsutsuki, Hinata remarked. With your talent, Katsuki, success is inevitable. Hinata voiced his unwavering confidence in Katsuki. Uchiha Ruri, arms crossed and brimming with pride, interjected, You needn't maintain such an air of humility. You are formidable. Unmatched, even among the Uchiha. Thank you as well, Ruri. Despite the somewhat brusque demeanor of Uchiha Ruri, as an old classmate with several years of camaraderie, Jinyue is somewhat acquainted with her character. She embodies the classic archetype of a proud academic, though it is rather unfortunate that such pride has since waned. Uchiha Ruri, biting her finger, expressed her bewilderment at how Jianyue has honed her skills. Even with her 3-tomo Sharingan activated, she finds herself unable to surpass Jianyue's instincts. Having always been overshadowed by Jianyue since childhood, it seems that Uchiha Ruri has developed an obsession with overcoming her. The Land of Rivers, a small nation situated at the confluence of the wind and fire countries, derives its name from its mountainous terrain. This region was not originally a nation. Its genesis traces back to the aftermath of the First Shinobi World War. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, recognizing the harsh conditions of the Tsukuyomi in the Land of Wind, allocated this relatively fertile land to the first Kazekage, Reto. However, later on, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, apprehensive that Tsukuyomi might harbor rebellious sentiments due to this territory, employed measures to secure the independence of the Land of Rivers. From a modern perspective, such an act seems akin to self-mutilation, yet Jianyue, having dwelled in this world for an extended period, understands that this is a misapprehension. In the realm of shinobi, the elite of various nations continuously intermarry, and in essence, these so-called lords of nations are merely extended family. Therefore, for Tsukuyomi, the independence of the Land of Rivers equates to a significant loss, while for the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, it is merely the allocation of territory to a relative. Naturally, Tsukuyomi was unwilling to accept this silent loss, and covertly exerted influence to prevent the establishment of a shinobi village in the Land of Rivers, thereby preserving a portion of its mission sources. For now, let us pause our discourse on the historical geography of the shinobi world. Presently, Jianyue is traversing the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind alongside Minato Namikaze. Their objective lies hidden within the sands of this desolate expanse, a clandestine transport route of Tsukuyomi. The intelligence has been provided by a self-proclaimed leader of a senior information organization known as the Darkness of Konoha. This marks the inaugural mission of the Gale Flash Spiral team, which Minato regards with utmost seriousness. Jianyue. Just ahead lies the crucial stronghold for the operation of Tsukuyomi along this route. I have heard you possess sensory abilities. Have you sensed anything? Minato Namikaze inquired, gesturing toward a sand-filled gully ahead. Indeed, I can detect a significant chakra presence. Unbelievable, they are concealed within that swirling sand, Jianyue replied. The swirling sands could not obstruct the gaze of her celestial eyes. Not far ahead, the movements of the sand shinobi were laid bare before her. In this regard, the aforementioned senior information organization holds considerable authority. This is the sand dust hiding technique of Tsukuyomi, a collaborative ninjutsu employed in the desert, capable of gathering immense quantities of sand to form a natural barrier. Without exceptional sensory abilities, it is challenging to detect. Jianyue, your aptitude for sensory abilities is as formidable as your talent in ninjutsu, Minato praised. There is still much for me to learn, and in the presence of Captain Minato, even the brightest genius would pale in comparison. Under the pale moonlight, Jianyue had a brief yet intriguing exchange with Jiraiya. After a round of mutual flattery, the two stealthily approached the periphery of the hidden sand village stronghold, concealed beneath the swirling sands. The advantages of the sand dust concealment technique were evident. It allowed for collaborative use by multiple individuals with minimal energy expenditure, enabling continuous activation even through shifts in personnel. However, its limitations were equally apparent, as it was only effective in desert terrains, and if the enemy discerned its application, it would merely serve as an illusion, rendering the technique futile. From the observations of Minato Namikaze, the terrain here significantly restricted the chances of silent infiltration. He noted that the interval for the change of guards at the nearest entrance was a mere 15 minutes. Thus, he resolved to enter through this particular entry point, which was guarded by two sand ninjas. Minato and Jianyue briefly communicated using Konoha's hand signs. With a swift motion, Jianyue employed the secret sword flash, harnessing his exceptional control over chakra to render the lightning attribute's cellular stimulation nearly imperceptible. In one fluid motion, he unsheathed his blade and decisively eliminated one sand ninja. In a flash, Minato followed suit, wielding a kunai to silence the other guard with a swift cut to the throat. A single strike, and the foe was no more. As the future holder of the title the Yellow Flash, Minato possessed skills that extended beyond the Flying Thunder God technique. His body flicker technique was unparalleled throughout the ninja world. The two exchanged no words and entered the depths of the sand stronghold. aware that they had less than 15 minutes before their time would be up, though unforeseen circumstances could arise. Following their initial plan, Minato and Jianyue separated to explore various warehouses within the stronghold. Thanks to a well-established intelligence organization, specifically the high-quality information from the roots of Konoha, they had a general idea of the warehouse locations. Their task was to confirm these locations and leave Minato's specially crafted Flying Thunder God Kunai as a marker. Once all markers were in place, Minato would use the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Jianyue along, executing multiple pinpoint detonations with his spiral shuriken in rapid succession. Minato was not being modest. The realization of this tactical approach was indeed a credit to Jianyue's contributions. Unlike other enigmatic forbidden techniques, the criteria for achieving an S rank in ninjutsu solely depended on its destructive power. The last renowned S rank ninjutsu from Konoha was the Water Release, Hard Vortex Water Blade, devised by the second Hokage. In summary, under the S rank ninjutsu, no matter how many powerful barrier techniques the sand had deployed around their warehouses, they would be rendered ineffective. This was the last one. Captain Minato should be wrapping up as well. As Jianyue concealed his kunai in a hidden spot and gazed upon the vast warehouses before him, he mused internally. Some of these warehouses were empty, others stocked with various war supplies, and a few contained items that truly tempted his desires. However, due to the significance of the mission and the urgency of time, Jianyue wisely chose to restrain himself and refrain from taking any actions that might disrupt or influence the progress of the task. He was determined to accomplish this mission with excellence. After agreeing to Tsunade's proposal to join the surprise attack team, Jianyue realized that he needed to gain sufficient prestige in this war. Only then could he participate in the village's war command system. This would also enable him to remain fully aware of the movements of Rin, Kakashi, and Obito on the battlefield, allowing him to respond promptly to any unexpected situations and come to their rescue. Alas, I truly worry for these few companions, yet Obito is even reluctant to call me father. Jianyue mused inwardly. Am I late? A burst of yellow light heralded the arrival of Minato Namikaze beside Jianyue. Shortly after the surprise attack team was formed, Minato had gifted Jianyue a Flying Thunder God kunai. No, your timing is perfect. The intelligence was accurate. I have marked 3 locations here. Jianyue quickly reported the situation to Minato. I have also successfully marked the 3 additional locations mentioned in the intelligence, but I have discovered a hidden warehouse as well. Minato shared his findings. A hidden warehouse? In a vast, boundless desert where yellow sands danced through the air, unique and exotic buildings stood proudly, exuding an aura of charm and mystery. Beneath this architectural ensemble, a sand ninja team responsible for daily patrols was gathered, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Dressed in matching ninja attire predominantly in earthy tones, their outfits seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Adorning their foreheads were the iconic headbands inscribed with the symbol of Sunagakure. This war is undoubtedly ours to win. That Tsunade from Konoha is simply lacking, remarked a ninja named Shabin, discussing national affairs with his teammates. In this large stronghold devoid of entertainment facilities, such discussions were one of the few ways they could pass the time. His companion, Shagia, appeared to wholeheartedly agree, nodding in affirmation. Exactly. What about the legendary 3 ninjas? They just hide far behind. I've never seen her on the battlefield. I say, you too, do not get too complacent. The IWA shinobi have yet to make their move. Who knows what they might concoct, interjected the captain of the training team, contributing his insights to the discussion. With the wisdom of Advisor Izo, he would not be deceived by the rock monkeys that sprouted from IWA. Shabin, who held an almost blind trust in his village, blushed with indignation and retorted. In my eyes, Sunagakure is the foremost village in the ninja world. I will not tolerate anyone disparaging it. Not even our own captain. Damn Konoha. If they had not assassinated the 3rd Hokage, we would have long since won this war. This sentiment was one that Shabin had expressed countless times before. Shabin, like the vast majority of the inhabitants of Sunagakure, firmly believed that the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage was a conspiracy orchestrated by Konoha. Indeed, they must pay a price for their treachery. Suddenly, a sharp and brief alarm echoed throughout the entire Sunagakure base, slicing through the tranquil night like a sword, instantly rousing everyone into a state of alertness. Several ninjas sprang into action, their movements as swift and elusive as phantoms, racing towards the source of the alarm. Yet, Each individual understood that this unexpected alert signified anything but an ordinary occurrence. An unknown crisis was undoubtedly looming nearby. Enemies have infiltrated through entrance number 8. All units, be on high alert. Alert! Alert! Boom! In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, deafening and colossal, as if the very world trembled in response. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave surged forth with blinding speed, radiating outward. The sand shinobi gazed in terror at the nearby supply warehouse, which had now been entirely engulfed by an enormous, resplendent blue orb radiating an intense glow. This azure sphere resembled a magnificent jewel, yet it concealed boundless energy and peril within its depths. The surrounding air warped under the influence of this formidable energy fluctuation, creating visible whirlpools of vapor. The piercing hum, more grating than the alarm itself, assaulted their senses. Even from a distance, Shabin, Shajia, and the others felt gusts of wind sweep past their bodies, accompanied by a faint stinging sensation. Shajia's already simplistic mind was now a blank slate. He murmured, "Has the tailed beast emerged?" Moments earlier, Minato Namikaze had swiftly exchanged intelligence with Jinwei. He briefly sensed the positions of the flying thunder god kekkei. Splendidly, several kekkei remained undiscovered by the sand ninjas. Minato addressed Jinwei. "Our objective this time is to destroy more than half of Sunagekire's supply warehouses. Do you possess sufficient chakra reserves?" Although phrased as a question, Minato was confident that, given Jinwei's character, he would have raised concerns if he lacked assurance. "Not a problem. I can obliterate all the designated locations," Jinwei replied with a confident smile. With his mastery over chakra control, he could utilize his chakra to the fullest extent, not only in the execution of jutsu, but also in the refinement of chakra itself. Regardless of whether one was an elite jonin or a mere chunin, there would invariably be some wastage of chakra during its operation, even in the process of refinement. The difference lay merely in the extent of waste. However, Jinwei was exceptional. He possessed an unparalleled precision in chakra control bestowed by the Six Eyes. If an ordinary elite ninja extracted a unit of chakra from a single cell, Jinwei could extract 10 or even more. Do not underestimate this seemingly tenfold disparity. Take Minato Namikaze as an example. His chakra control ability was already among the most distinguished in the shinobi world. If Namikaze Minato and Jinyu were of the same age, then the amount of chakra that Jinyu could extract would already exceed that of Namikaze Minato by more than tenfold. Moreover, with no loss incurred when releasing ninjutsu, Jinyu's endurance as a ninja is truly formidable. In summary, it would be a mere trifle for Jinyu to obliterate all those supply depots using the Rasengan. Namikaze Minato is not one to dawdle on a mission. Upon hearing Jinyu's confident response, he smiled and declared, "Then, let the operation commence." Placing a hand on Jinyu's shoulder, he prepared, "I am about to take flight." Jinyu said nothing but nodded. Having trained and synchronized with Namikaze Minato several times at the Konoha camp, he was quite familiar with the spatial movement of the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, the two appeared at a marked location of the Flying Thunder God kekkei. At that moment, alarms blared within the Suna hideout, and countless teams of sand shinobi swiftly emerged from the various corridors, meticulously searching for potential hiding spots of enemies. It had only been 8 minutes since Namikaze Minato and Jinyu infiltrated, and according to Minato's observations around the perimeter of the Suna hideout, the time of death for the guarding team at the entrance should have been around 15 minutes. It appeared that unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Perhaps there were other techniques capable of detecting intrusions. After all, it is one of the 5 great hidden villages, and its foundation remains solid. However, the sand shinobi ultimately fell short, as the Flying Thunder God kekkei had already been marked. Jinyu raised his right hand, rapidly gathering and compressing wind attribute chakra, which then began to spin uncontrollably. The originally smooth chakra sphere instantaneously extended into blades resembling shurikens. Namikaze Minato had witnessed this technique before during their training at the Konoha camp, but at that time, it was merely practice, and Jinyu had not truly unleashed the technique. Therefore, he was only aware of its full potency through Lady Tsunade's accounts. To push the nature transformation of wind attribute chakra to such extremes, to unleash such a ferocious technique, how terrifyingly adept his chakra control is, Minato mused internally, fully comprehending the immense difficulty of mastering such an extremely unstable technique with such finesse. But there was more to come. Since destruction was the objective, Jinyu decided to escalate his chakra output. The size of the Rasengan grew exponentially. The urgent blares of the alarms from the Suna hideout echoed in his ears. A slight smirk graced Jin Yu's lips. How perceptive of you. But alas, the seeds of this calamity have already been sown. Prepare to witness the grandest fireworks of your lives. With that, he hurled the formidable giant shuriken with great force. It has been said that war is a mother-s child traveling great distances to slay another mother-s child. It indeed sounds profoundly tragic. However, when ensnared within the throes of conflict and devoid of choices, the decision to safeguard oneself while vanquishing adversaries is not inherently erroneous. Jian Yu has never perceived war as justified. He expresses regret for the sand ninjas who may perish by his hand today, yet he remains resolute in his merciless resolve. In your next life, may you not be born into this world, Jian Yu sincerely remarks. In that instant, the colossal and resplendent great-tailed spiral shuriken surged forth from Jian Yu's grasp like a wild stallion unleashed, propelled by astonishing velocity. With boundless might and ferocity, it struck heavily against the resilient walls of the supply warehouse. The seemingly indomitable barrier could not withstand the onslaught of the great-tailed spiral shuriken. A deafening crash reverberated as the wall crumbled and shattered, debris scattering and dust swirling. Yet, the momentum of the great-tailed spiral shuriken showed no signs of waning. Rather, it advanced like an unparalleled blade, relentlessly charging forward. The carefully constructed defensive barrier of the sand ninjas was brutally torn asunder by the great-tailed spiral shuriken, rendering the powerful enchantment feeble, as if it were crafted from mere paper. As the barrier fractured, an invisible wave of energy rippled outward. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. All within the warehouse gaped in disbelief at the colossal shuriken that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. What is this formidable object doing here? They wondered. Under Jian Yu's six-eyed scrutiny, the great-tailed spiral shuriken swiftly reached the center of the supply warehouse. With a single hand raised in a gesture of command, he uttered a low incantation. Explode. The great-tailed spiral shuriken, exponentially more powerful and expansive than the ordinary variant, enveloped the entirety of the immense warehouse, continuing to expand further. Upon witnessing the impending azure radiance, Namikaze Minato sensed immediate danger and hastily placed his hand on Jian Yu's shoulder, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the next marked location. The kekkei of the Flying Thunder God at this site had been positioned by Namikaze Minato himself, who had gleaned preliminary information regarding Jian Yu's ninjutsu from Tsunade. Thus, after precisely estimating the potency of Jian Yu's technique and the position of the warehouse, he chose to plant the kekkei there. Little did he anticipate that Jian Yu would conjure an even larger spiral shuriken. However, such trivial matters posed no threat to the successful completion of the mission. Meanwhile, on the periphery, the sand ninjas who rushed to the scene were met with expressions of shock, fear, and fury. The immense azure sphere gradually dissipated, leaving behind nothing but a vast, empty pit spanning hundreds of meters, as if nothing had ever existed in that space. This was, of course, expected, under the meticulous slicing of the great-tailed spiral shuriken. Not only the individuals and supplies within were obliterated, but even the smoke left in the wake of destruction was utterly erased. Is there a law of smoke without injury? Such a concept is non-existent. The sand ninjas stationed here would likely never forget this day. For them, the nightmare had only just begun. Who is the true identity of the enemy? Unknown. What is the enemy's mode of movement? Unknown. Even the number of enemies remains an enigma. Today, the hidden base of Sunagakure resonates with an overwhelming and disconcerting hum. The enemy moves with such swiftness that the station's sand ninja can scarcely comprehend it. At this moment, the leader of this sand hideout is in a furious rage. How could you be so inept as to remain ignorant of the enemy's identity for so long? The one in a fit of anger is a young female sand ninja, clad in an alluring backless attire. My apologies, Lady Yakura. It seems the enemy possesses some form of mobility that allows them to instantaneously breach our encirclement. We suspect it may be the yellow flash from Konoha, reported a sweating sand jonin to Yakura. According to intelligence from the front lines, the yellow flash had never employed such formidable ninjutsu. It is either a newly acquired skill, or perhaps Konoha has unveiled a new powerhouse. Yakura swiftly analyzed the situation at hand. Her presence here is indeed linked to a previous escort mission that Tsukikage undertook, during which an elite jonin from the Sarutobi clan fiercely repelled Yakura's team. Meanwhile, The Boar Squad was not engaged on the main battlefield but annihilated a sand ninja team attempting a flanking maneuver. Thus, this is Yakura's first encounter with the spiraling shuriken technique. For Konoha, as long as essential supplies can be successfully conveyed to the front lines, some personnel losses are entirely acceptable. However, for Sunagakure, the ambush team led by Yakura was imbued with considerable expectations from the village. As the saying goes, greater expectations lead to greater disappointments. After the failure of the ambush on Konoha's supply convoy, whispers of blame towards Yakura began to circulate within Sunagakure. It is evident that incidents akin to the White Fangs are not uncommon within the ninja world. Indeed, crows of a feather flock together. Yet, Yakura is no delicate flower. She possesses both strength and cunning. Aware that she has become a source of disdain within the village, she hastily accepted an external mission to this base to avoid the turmoil, knowing that such baseless rumors would eventually dissipate with time. Returning to the matter at hand, although Yakura suspects the enemy to be the Yellow Flash from Konoha, she is momentarily at a loss for effective strategies. Space-time ninjutsu is a rarity in the ninja world, even more so than bloodline limits, granting the enemy absolute initiative to arrive and depart at will. They have yet to even glimpse the enemy's visage, let alone thwart them. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated through the air. Yakura strode purposefully to the window, observing yet another supply warehouse enveloped by a rising blue orb of light. Her brow furrowed tightly, her expression grave. Damn it, that makes 4. How many times will they unleash such a potent ninjutsu before they cease? Surely Konoha has not deployed a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to the battlefield. Yakura realized that it was no longer a time to ponder the possibility of capturing the enemy. With space-time ninjutsu in play, their sole objective must now be to minimize losses. Yitsong turned and walked towards the door, no longer casting a glance at the perilous situation wrought by the dangerous ninjutsu outside. What was there to behold? After all, once the chakra dissipated, it would all reduce to nothing but a gaping pit. As she walked, she commanded loudly for the elite forces to assemble and return to the 7th warehouse, instructing them to meticulously search the vicinity for anything resembling spatial coordinates and to eliminate it immediately. But Lord Yitsong, what about the 3rd and 6th warehouses that remain untouched? Inquired the sand-hidden jonin, confused. I said to fall back to the 7th warehouse. Do you not understand? Yitsong's voice was icy, as if she were on the verge of erupting in violence. I understand, Lord Yitsong. The sand-hidden jonin dared not press further and hastily mobilized the troops to retreat to the 7th warehouse. Yitsong had no intention of lingering in the command center. She was determined to personally safeguard the vital 7th warehouse. Within it lay the greatest asset that the sand-hidden village had to wage war against Konoha. It was absolutely imperative that it remain secure. The so-called 7th warehouse was, in fact, the hidden storeroom discovered by Namikaze Minato and Jianyu. Boom, boom. Once again, 2 thunderous roars erupted in quick succession. The last 2 supply depots outlined in the mission plan were now succumbing effortlessly under the radiant blue light, gradually vanishing into nothingness. The warehouses, stocked high with goods, precision instruments, and precious resources, items that encapsulated the hopes and future of the sand-hidden village, had now dissipated like mere mirages. Jianyu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the enemy. A wave of spatial distortion rippled through the desert, where 2 figures stealthily concealed themselves behind a steep cliff on the periphery of the sand-hidden base, Jianyu and Namikaze Minato. At this moment, they were utilizing their unique abilities to remotely observe the busy sand shinobi traversing the base. The intelligence gathered was crucial, as it would directly influence their forthcoming tactical maneuvers. As time ticked away, suddenly, it seemed that Namikaze Minato sensed something amiss. Jianyu, I can no longer perceive the flying thunder god kekkei left at that hidden warehouse. It must have been detected and sealed away by the sand shinobi, he said. This complicates matters, Jianyu mused, resting his chin in thought, pondering alternative approaches to reach the warehouse. Although his spiral shuriken could be deployed from a distance, his 6 eyes revealed that the enemy had already established a comprehensive defensive arrangement around the 7th warehouse. After meticulously analyzing the enemy's troop deployment, defensive structures, and potential vulnerabilities, Jianyu realized that stealthily infiltrating within the effective range of his spiral shuriken was no longer feasible. Conversely, if he chose to launch from afar, there was a high likelihood that Yitsong would intercept with her scorch release and prematurely detonate it. Familiar with the original plot, Jianyu knew better than to underestimate the power of Scorch Release, or any of those ninjutsu bloodline limits, for that matter, as none were particularly simple. It is worth mentioning that even if the Flying Thunder God Kekkei concealed by Minato Namikaze remains undetected and unexamined, it does not alter the current situation. The hidden warehouse was meticulously defended from the outset. Minato, in an effort to avoid alarming the enemy and jeopardizing the original objectives, refrained from approaching to ascertain the contents within. The coordinates he chose to place it were also exceedingly cautious, thus even if one were to fly over, the likelihood of successfully breaching the warehouse is minimal. Unlike Minato's sensory abilities, Kagyuki's six eyes function similarly to the Byakugan, utilizing visual perception to gather information, which allows him to see the items inside the warehouse. However, it proves to be of little utility, as the interior is filled solely with sealing scrolls, rendering anything else invisible. Observing the layers of sand shinobi encircling the place, Minato, after careful contemplation, decided to declare that their mission objectives had been more than adequately fulfilled. Although curiosity gnawed at him, it was best to retreat now. This was a sound judgment. As the war persisted, regardless of what secrets the hidden sand village harbored, they would eventually be revealed. Furthermore, that which warranted such attention and was fortified with stringent defensive measures typically falls into one of two categories. Either it is a weapon or equipment of formidable destructive power, capable of delivering a devastating blow to the enemy, or it constitutes a staggering amount of financial resources necessary for warfare. Both are critical factors that can determine the outcome of a war and the survival of a nation, compelling all parties to exercise utmost vigilance. In the case of the former, should it fall into enemy hands or be destroyed, one would lose a crucial strategic asset. Conversely, issues arising from the latter would directly impact military supply and operational capacity, potentially leading to a reversal of the entire battlefield situation. Therefore, in either scenario, heightened alertness and the adoption of all necessary measures to ensure security are imperative. Kagyuki suddenly recalled that since his arrival on the battlefield, he had not heard any mention of the future fourth Kazekage, Raza of the Sand Village, as if this name had been deliberately obscured. After a moment of spatial fluctuation, gazing at the Leafs encampment at the sand front, Kagyuki could not help but envy the convenience of the Flying Thunder God technique. How vexing, how he longed for it. Yet, it remained a mere wish. For the Flying Thunder God technique was created by the second Hokage and is recorded in the S-rank space-time ninjutsu of the Sealing Scroll of Konoha. While the techniques within the Sealing Scroll are predominantly of S-rank or higher, there exists a strict hierarchy among them. A common ninja like Kagyuki, if he were to achieve significant merit on the battlefield, could generally apply to learn certain techniques from the Sealing Scroll. The aforementioned S-rank ninjutsu, such as water release, hard vortex water blade, as well as techniques like shadow clone jutsu, spiritual transformation technique, and water release, water severing wave, are all likely candidates for such a reward. However, techniques like the Flying Thunder God technique, the Corpse Demon Seal, and the Impure World Reincarnation, due to their perilous effects, would not be easily released under the character of the third Hokage, unless the individual is of impeccable lineage. Should Mitsuki have taken one of the legendary three as his mentor, the third Hokage would undoubtedly be inclined to bestow upon him the Flying Thunder God technique as a reward, potentially grooming him for the roles of the fifth or sixth Hokage. Thus, for Mitsuki to obtain the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique from the third Hokage, the first hurdle he must overcome is to become a disciple of the legendary three. However, as a reincarnator well-versed in the original storyline, Mitsuki has devised another strategy. This involves waiting for Minato Namikaze to succeed as the fourth Hokage. In the original plot, Minato, already the fourth Hokage, had previously imparted the Flying Thunder God technique to his shadow guards. The members of Minato's shadow guard included the likes of Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, and Shizune. The first two can be considered Mitsuki's classmates, with whom he shares a certain familiarity, while he has yet to meet Shizune. Their prowess is not particularly formidable, yet they have all successfully inherited Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, albeit only capable of utilizing it in unison. This somewhat undermines the technique's renowned mobility. Moreover, given that Minato typically fights alone and requires no assistance, it would be more fitting to describe these three as a delivery team for the Flying Thunder God rather than mere bodyguards of the fourth Hokage. Mitsuki believes that due to his rapport with Minato, he would certainly not refuse his request, and despite feeling a bit bashful, He is prepared to offer his own jutsu in exchange. After all, the allure of the flying thunder god technique is irresistible, and with the assistance of the six eyes, Mitsuki is confident in his ability to master this notoriously challenging space-time ninjutsu. Upon entering the camp, Mitsuki intended to bid farewell to Minato, but the latter called out to him first, suggesting they report to Lady Tsunade together, as this is their team's inaugural mission. Minato flashed a characteristic sunny smile and extended the invitation. "Very well, you are the captain," Mitsuki replied with a resigned smile, arms outspread. Compared to the mundane task of reporting, he was far more inclined to seek out Rin for a dose of Rin energy or to tease Kakashi about Obito, and yes, he also wished to inquire about Hinata and Tintin's recent endeavors. However, considering that the surprise team had accomplished such a significant task, he surmised there would be several days of respite ahead, so he felt no urgency. At the Konoha command post for the Sand Village frontline, Minato provided a comprehensive report of the mission's details to Tsunade, while Mitsuki stood quietly to the side, eager to conclude the tedious reporting process and attend to his own affairs. Paying no heed to the rather peculiar name of their team, Tsunade, unabashed, reclined in her chair with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her hand, addressed Mitsuki. "Oh, the power you unleashed was even greater than before in the forest, and you managed to release it 6 times consecutively? Such a chakra quantity is quite remarkable. I recall that the Shimizu clan does not possess any bloodline limits, correct?" Originally standing idly within the tent, Jianyue, upon hearing Tsunade's words, smiled confidently and remarked that he had a slight understanding of chakra control. Observing Jianyue's self-assured demeanor, Tsunade was inexplicably reminded of Shotree, who had once exhibited a similar confidence, proclaiming his future ambition to become Hokage. Unfortunately, lacking the innate talent of Jianyue, he had met an unremarkable end on the battlefield. Tsunade, feigning nonchalance, inquired, "Little one, what is your dream? Surely it is not to become Hokage." Jianyue felt no need to put on airs in Tsunade's presence, and replied earnestly, "Hokage? Not interested. My dream is simply to lead a joyful life every day with my most trusted friends. That is sufficient for me." "Hey, little one, do you understand what being Hokage represents? They say a woman's thoughts are elusive, yet Tsunade's mind was particularly inscrutable. Even she herself was uncertain of her current sentiments. She had anticipated this boy, reminiscent of Shotree, would aspire to become Hokage, as most children in Konoha at that age do. She envisioned telling Jianyue loudly that the position of Hokage was nothing of consequence, and that the village was fundamentally flawed. However, upon hearing Jianyue express disinterest in becoming Hokage, she found herself feeling somewhat dissatisfied. After all, this village was established by her grandfather. Did this boy truly comprehend the weight of his words? Now, Jianyue was at a loss for how to respond to Tsunade, choosing instead to cross his arms and close his eyes in contemplation, remaining silent. It was unavoidable. Although she appeared youthful, Tsunade was approaching her menopausal years, and amidst years of war, it seemed few in this world maintained their mental well-being. In any case, understanding was paramount. While Jianyue grasped the situation, Tsunade grew increasingly irritable, though she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. It was exacerbated by Jianyue's indifferent silence. His eyes shut in a display of nonchalance. Indeed, even the legendary Sannin could not endure the coldness of silence. Although Tsunade harbored genuine disdain for the village and the Hokage position, even contemplating leaving Konoha after this war, a part of her still cherished the legacy her grandfather had sacrificed his life for. Tsunade glanced around, realizing that Jiraiya, usually as persistent as a stubborn adhesive, was nowhere to be found, leaving her without an outlet for her frustration. Her gaze inevitably fell upon the source of her vexation. Jianyue, nearing the age of 12 and having trained extensively, had developed a well-proportioned physique, neither overly muscular nor appearing frail. "Little boy, do you seem to defy me? Care to step outside for some practice?" Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smirk as she raised an eyebrow, provocatively challenging Jianyue. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze stood nearby, wishing to intervene, but momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not suggest that Jianyue was still young, and that Tsunade should not engage with him on that level. To Minato, it seemed as though Tsunade was merely indulging in a personal whim, and Jianyue bore no fault in this affair. However, despite being Jiraiya's disciple and Tsunade's junior, Namikaze Minato, by virtue of his character, dares not to challenge Tsunade's authority. On the other hand, Kiyoshi, hearing Tsunade's provocation, remarked that he is not the third Hokage and would not indulge her, thus readily acquiescing to Tsunade's leadership, stating he would naturally not refuse her commands. With that, he proceeded to walk outside ahead of Tsunade. Although Kiyoshi is not one to seek conflict, he is no pushover either. No one can simply manipulate him, not even the legendary Sannin. He views Tsunade through the lens of their original narrative, yet this does not equate to boundless tolerance for characters he once admired. Moreover, Kiyoshi's affection lies with the fifth Hokage Tsunade, who confronts her own inner truths and understands the significance of what truly matters, rather than the current Tsunade, who believes the world owes her something merely because she has lost her family and loved ones. While this may seem tragic, who in this world is devoid of a sorrowful past? Ultimately, Kiyoshi is determined to teach this inexplicable woman a lesson today, regardless of any divine intervention. Meanwhile, Tsunade, upon uttering the words, "Shall we go practice?" felt a pang of regret. How could she allow herself to quarrel with a mere child? This brings to mind another recent occurrence on the battlefield. Recently, Chiyo of Sunagakure developed a new poison. Although its toxicity is not severe, its effects manifest with alarming rapidity. Despite Tsunade swiftly concocting the corresponding antidote, many ninjas sustained injuries from the poison before the antidote could be administered, placing considerable strain on the medical department. Consequently, Shizun, who has always accompanied Tsunade, has been preoccupied with the medical unit, leading Tsunade to become increasingly irritable and prone to irrational decisions in Shizun's absence. Just days ago, she had flung Jiraiya out of the command center over a trivial matter. It is no wonder she hasn't seen him lately. Could he be avoiding her? Contemplating Jiraiya's absence, Tsunade's gaze fell upon Namake's Minato, and she considered that if he could just provide a reasonable excuse, it might allow her to dismiss this incident. Yet, Minato hesitated, unable to articulate a single word. Truly, like master, like apprentice, both falter at critical moments. At this moment, what thoughts occupied Minato's mind? He felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having called Kiyoshi to join him in this task report. His intention was to familiarize Kiyoshi with the processes, considering that with his prowess, Kiyoshi would likely soon ascend to the rank of Chunin or even Jonin, leading missions on his own. Additionally, having Kiyoshi accompany him would signal to others the significance of Kiyoshi's contributions to this mission. Yet, despite the promise of these two positive outcomes, why had it all devolved into this? Tsunade, observing Kiyoshi nearing the door, found herself in a predicament. Enough of this. She resolved to set it aside. Tsunade, in a fit of exasperation, decided that engaging in a battle would suffice. It would provide an opportunity to scrutinize the remarkable abilities of the unique individual, whom Minato Namake's had extolled so highly. With resolute strides, she exited the command center. Observing the unfolding events, Minato was overtaken by a sense of helplessness. Confronted with such a predicament, he felt compelled to follow closely, not daring to lag behind. As he walked, his mind raced with various potential scenarios. Should an unforeseen incident arise during the confrontation, he would undoubtedly intervene forcefully. Mitsuki, having left the command center without pause, instantly vanished to the outside. With his decision made, he sought a suitable venue for showcasing his skills. Just outside the campsite lay an open area, neither too far nor too near, resembling a natural depression. The undulating terrain encircled the space, akin to a miniature basin. Tsunade surveyed the surroundings, initially believing that this young man would opt for a more complex landscape. Such an open area seemed ill-suited for a ninja specializing in ninjutsu. Enough with the trivialities. My strengths extend beyond just ninjutsu, she retorted, her frustration palpable. Although she recognized her own impulsiveness in this situation, the audacity of this young man was undeniably infuriating. Tsunade resolved that once she subdued him, she would certainly make him regret it. Minato followed closely, aware that persuasion would be futile, so he refrained from attempting to dissuade them further. "Let us consider this a friendly sparring match between comrades, shall we?" he said earnestly. Should either party reject his proposal, he was determined to prevent any conflict between them, refusing to allow comrades to harm one another. "Suit yourself," Tsunade replied dismissively. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Minato turned his gaze toward Mitsuki. "Of course, I accept," Mitsuki replied without hesitation. With both parties affirming their agreement, Minato felt a sense of relief. "Then allow me to act as the referee," he declared, picking up a stone from the ground. "When this stone hits the ground, the sparring will commence." With that, Minato tossed the stone into the air. It spun briefly before landing with a sharp crack against the earth. Tsunade, instantly alert, contemplated her intention to teach Mitsuki a lesson, but she would not underestimate him. Even with his wind release technique, should he land a blow, he would not emerge unscathed either. Of course, that was contingent upon his ability to strike her. Noticing Mitsuki still motionless across from her, Tsunade smirked. What's the matter? Aren't you going to unleash your ninjutsu? If I strike first, the battle may conclude in an instant. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Mitsuki understood that she would not initiate the attack. Then, with a chorus of chirping birds, brilliant arcs of electricity danced through the air like agile silver serpents, moving at astonishing speed and swiftly converging to form an impenetrable web of lightning. The electric grid resembled an energy shield, tightly enveloping Jianyu within. Chidori flow. With full force unleashed, Jianyu, imbued with boundless lightning, effortlessly traversed several meters, appearing at Tsunade's right side in the blink of an eye. The moment the blade mist cutter was drawn, the ferocious lightning chakra surged seamlessly along its edge. Chidori flow one flash. Tsunade, with her extensive combat experience, did not hesitate. As Jianyu closed in, she stomped her foot onto the ground. A thunderous roar echoed as the earth beneath Jianyu, no, the entire 10-meter radius around him, crumbled completely, with the ground beneath him losing its stability. Jianyu had no choice but to abandon his assault and retreat. Tsunade, however, would not afford him such an opportunity. Although she could not fathom why Jianyu chose to forego his initial distance advantage and engage in close combat, she felt no remorse in taking advantage of his decision. The question arises, how long does it take from charging to dashing? The answer is less than a second. In merely a fraction of a second, Tsunade completed her charge and sprinted forth. The ground, already littered with debris from her earlier stomp, now bore the weight of her immense power, cracking further in all directions. In an instant, Tsunade closed in on Jianyu, a triumphant smile gracing her face as she launched a powerful punch at him. Super Strength Fist. As one of the iconic techniques of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade showed no intention of holding back. After all, she could heal from her injuries. On the sidelines, Minato Namikaze prepared to intervene. As he observed Jianyu voluntarily closing in to attack, he had already foreseen this outcome. Tsunade's prowess in physical combat was indisputable. While she may not be the absolute best in the ninja world, she surely ranked among the top 3. Indeed, as Minato anticipated during their initial exchange, Jianyu found himself at a disadvantage in physical combat. Yet, the same perplexity that occupied Tsunade's mind also dawned upon Minato. Could Jianyu truly be oblivious to this? Naturally not. Gazing at the pristine, girl-like fist that was mere inches away, Jianyu had no doubt that a single blow could shatter several of his ribs. He swung Mist Cutter, the short blade slicing through the air as if making a final, futile struggle. However, a reversal often arrives unexpectedly. Total counterattack. Victory? A finishing blow? All dissipated into nothingness as Tsunade's super strength fist was abruptly deflected by an inexplicable force. The chakra that had built up in her fist suddenly erupted uncontrollably before her, as if some unseen rule had been imposed upon it. Subsequently, a wave of Tsunade's own monstrous strength struck her back. The brazen smile that had adorned her face was replaced by sheer astonishment. What is this? With bewilderment, Tsunade was sent hurtling back at an accelerated pace, crashing onto the hard ground amidst a shower of rubble and a cloud of dust. Not only was Tsunade taken aback, but Minato, who was acting as the referee, was equally astonished, nearly losing his footing in disbelief. Rest assured, there was no misunderstanding. Namikaze Minato was not taken aback by the recent turn of events. Rather, he had just intended to use his teleportation technique to rescue Kaguya from Tsunade's formidable punch. At this distance, he possessed the confidence to execute such a maneuver. However, to his astonishment, Kaguya employed a unique ninjutsu that instantaneously reversed the tide of battle. This unexpected turn compelled Minato to abruptly halt his teleportation, his body jerking back as he regained composure. Though Tsunade had indeed struck her opponent with her incredible strength, the resilience of her body, bolstered by the overwhelming chakra of the yang nature, rendered her quite impervious to blunt force trauma. The damage inflicted by such powerful strikes was minimal. Meanwhile, in the midst of the dissipating smoke, Tsunade deduced that the technique Kaguya had just executed was akin to a method of reciprocation. As she emerged from the haze, it appeared that she had sustained little to no harm. Kaguya, wielding her blade with a single hand, realized that her plan to counter Tsunade's titanic punch had failed. With that, the imminent phase of ninjutsu combat commenced. At that moment, my tremendous strength was deflected by some unknown technique. Is it something akin to the Hyuga clan's Kaiten? No, it is even more unfathomable than Kaiten. Tsunade's mind raced, analyzing the recent clash. As long as that mysterious technique was in play, attempting to breach Kagaya's defenses head-on would be nothing short of folly. A sense of panic surged within Tsunade. Could she truly lose to this youth, who was a generation younger than herself? Suddenly, she recalled that Kagaya had initiated that unknown ninjutsu with a swift motion of her short blade. Could this be the key to understanding it? Or perhaps an attack from behind might prove fruitful. A multitude of hypotheses flooded her mind, yet with insufficient information. Tsunade could only strive to validate each one. However, Kagaya was relentless, offering Tsunade no respite. With a subtle twist of her upper body, she unleashed a violent swing of her left arm. A massive and ferocious gust of wind chakra was instantaneously compressed and transformed into a colossal spiral shuriken. Propelled forth with great force, Tsunade, utilizing her immense strength, forcefully stomped the ground, leveraging the reaction to leap aside at great speed. She was not naive enough to confront such a perilous technique head-on. That would be sheer folly. Kagaya was well aware that with Tsunade's speed and reflexes, she would have ample time to evade the explosion radius of the spiral shuriken before it could strike her. After all, Kagaya's technique was not a complex ninjutsu that required intricate analysis. It was simply powerful and quick to deploy. Yet, even the simplest of ninjutsu could be transformed into something extraordinary under Kagaya's unparalleled chakra control, enhanced by her 6 eyes. What was originally aimed straight at Tsunade's previous position did not explode as expected. Instead, it took an unexpected turn, as if guided by some unseen force, and continued to pursue the evading Tsunade. In that moment, suspended in midair, Tsunade found herself with no leverage, as if caught in a void, and it seemed she was on the brink of being struck. Although Tsunade was internally astonished that this ninjutsu could redirect itself, her physical reaction was swift. She unleashed a powerful punch into the air. A tremendous force erupted, creating a sonic boom that reverberated through the surroundings. An astonishing scene unfolded. Tsunade found herself suspended in midair, utilizing her extraordinary strength and skill to manipulate her body's posture by forcefully striking the surrounding air, successfully altering her trajectory mid-flight. Such technique transcends the realm of ordinary imagination. Believing she had evaded the attack, Tsunade let out a slight sigh of relief. But had she truly escaped? The spiraling shuriken, with its unexpected agility, executed a sharp turn, crossing an acute angle with precision. No way, my friend, Tsunade thought, observing the seemingly playful maneuver of the spiraling shuriken, attempting to change direction once more. However, after narrowly dodging the attack twice, the brief moment of respite had allowed time to slip away unnoticed. At this instant, the buzzing spiraling shuriken surged towards Tsunade at a breathtaking speed, relentless in its approach, bearing down upon her with immense pressure. Even Tsunade's skin began to sense a slight sting. Tsunade, Minato Namikaze prepared to intervene with his body flicker technique, confident in his ability as the fastest man in the ninja world. Moreover, he believed that Mitsuki would manage to slow the spiraling shuriken speed. He had not anticipated that such a formidable wind release technique could maneuver so deftly in the air. Truly, Mitsuki is remarkable. Yet, once again, Minato found himself in a precarious situation. A large hand suddenly clapped onto his shoulder from behind. He turned to see his mentor, Jiraiya. "At last, you have arrived," he exclaimed. However, this delay proved critical, as the spiraling shuriken rushed forth, exploding directly in front of Tsunade, a blue sphere of light re-emerging, threatening to slice through everything within a 10-meter radius. As Tsunade was enveloped in the azure glow, Minato couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Yet, with Jiraiya intervening, he was assured that Tsunade would likely be safe. "Teacher," a rustling sound interrupted. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito emerged from behind Jiraiya. "What are you doing here?" Minato inquired. Having recently been unable to take Kakashi and the others on missions, allowing them to roam freely in the camp during this time. "Ha ha ha." Jiraiya chuckled lightly without elaborating. Kakashi adjusted his mask and explained, "Jiraiya-sensei has been instructing us. Upon hearing the explosions outside the camp, we decided to investigate." "Ah, I see. Thank you for looking after them, Jiraiya-sensei," Minato said, clenching his fist in gratitude. Rin, upon witnessing the duel, was taken aback. Wait. Why is Mitsuki fighting with Lady Tsunade? Are they arguing? Obito, his face alight with excitement, remarked, I knew it. Mitsuki, like me, despises that drunken commander. Having spent considerable time at the frontline camp, Obito had encountered Tsunade before, though the experience was far from pleasant, especially after stepping on a landmine and repeatedly mentioning his dream of becoming Hokage in her presence. He boldly proclaimed his intent to quell the ongoing conflict. Naturally, this audacious claim was met with a barrage of mockery from Tsunade, rendering Obito momentarily flustered as he stepped forward, eager to engage her in debate. However, Tsunade swiftly retaliated, sending him flying from the command tent with a single, decisive strike. Observing his dear comrade rise to his defense, Obito, as the closest ally of Mitsuki, felt compelled to rally. He hurriedly approached, cupping his hands to form a megaphone, and shouted, Mitsuki, keep going. With our bonds, we must reclaim our dreams. What on earth is this guy saying? Mitsuki had long since noticed the approach of Jiraiya and his companions, but he was bewildered by Obito's nonsensical rallying cry. Bonds and dreams. Were those really his lines? Surely, didn't he perceive Tsunade as some kind of formidable boss? In a certain sense, Mitsuki was not entirely mistaken. The joys and sorrows of individuals rarely resonate with one another. Ensconced in the epicenter of the spiral shuriken's explosion, Tsunade could only perceive their clamor as a nuisance. As the adage goes, seeing is believing, yet the distinction between first-hand experience and mere hearsay is vast. Not to mention, Tsunade had now personally experienced the overwhelming force of the spiral shuriken, finally grasping the true weight behind Minato's words regarding a genius who surpassed him 100-fold. Setting aside the personal biases woven into Minato's statement, it was evident that Mitsuki was the sole individual from Konoha who could elicit such admiration from him. Though she was loath to admit it, she had indeed been driven into a corner. She acknowledged the prowess of that young boy. Release of Een ceiling. The azure light gradually dissipated. Under the watchful eyes of all, Tsunade stood resolutely within the massive crater formed by the spiral shuriken. At that moment, her attire was tattered, adorned with numerous small cuts, yet her body bore not a single wound. The diamond mark upon her forehead had vanished, signifying that she had fully unsealed the Een ceiling she typically employed to store her chakra. Dark symbols extended from her forehead, enveloping her entire being. Mitsuki had anticipated this. Tsunade's surface layer of yang chakra alone could not withstand the slicing power of the spiral shuriken. With the Een ceiling completely lifted, the next step was undoubtedly the ninjutsu, creation rebirth. Harnessing this formidable jutsu, Tsunade braced herself against the spiral shuriken. Faced with her current state, only an even more potent attack could hope to vanquish her in an instant. Otherwise, as long as her Een ceiling chakra remained, Tsunade was effectively immortal. This is a bit troublesome, Mitsuki mused inwardly. He still possessed stronger trump cards. Yet to be honest, should he unleash that particular technique, he feared Tsunade might not survive. They were not sworn enemies. After all, there was no need to escalate matters to such an extreme. However, without resorting to a more powerful technique, he found himself at a loss regarding Tsunade's formidable defenses. On the other hand, Tsunade was equally resolute, channeling all her output into her immense strength. In the current predicament, she found herself utterly incapable of breaching the enigmatic defenses of Jinyue's unknown ninjutsu. Jinyue held absolute initiative, and Tsunade understood that if she wished to emerge victorious in this contest, there remained but a singular course of action to prolong the battle. Although Jinyue possessed a considerable amount of chakra, Tsunade, hailing from the Senju clan, was no stranger to a vast reservoir of chakra herself. Especially with the potent energy sealed within her Een seal, she was confident that her chakra surpassed Jinyue's, and thus, by merely enduring, victory would inevitably be hers. However, such a strategy felt rather humiliating. Tsunade considered her pride not yet sufficiently fortified to rely on a war of attrition against a younger opponent. She was not Jiraiya. What to do? Should she concede defeat? Alas, had she known better, she would have restrained her temper. As Tsunade and Jinyue pondered their next moves, an unexpected interruption occurred. Jiraiya burst onto the scene, arms wide and palms raised, signaling for both sides to cease. Upon seeing Rin's arrival, Jinyue, who had already lost the desire to continue the fight, gently sheathed her mist blade and swiftly appeared beside the others. Tsunade exhaled in relief, reactivating her Een seal. All right then, let us seal this with a reconciliation gesture, remarked Minato, clapping his hands, believing this resolution to be a satisfactory conclusion. Reconciliation gesture? Upon hearing Minato's words, Tsunade was suddenly enveloped by nostalgia. In the past, Master Sarutobi had uttered similar sentiments, encouraging her, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to engage in friendly sparring. Tsunade felt a sudden, inexplicable shyness. After all, they were not mere recent graduates. This was merely a contest. Minato sighed, addressing her earnestly. Lady Tsunade, you yourself agreed to my role as the referee. Tsunade attempted to argue, but Minato swiftly dismissed her objections. Jiraiya, being Tsunade's longtime comrade, immediately discerned her sentiments. Could it be, Tsunade, that you're feeling embarrassed? Enraged, Tsunade retorted. Are you seeking a fight? As she gazed at the playful antics of Jiraiya before her, a memory struck her. Since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, aside from Jiraiya, Orochimaru had not been in contact with them for quite some time. No, it wasn't merely post-war. It had been since the sacrifice of Shosuke. Tsunade was suddenly flooded with realizations she had previously overlooked. The death of Shosuke had not only inflicted pain upon her. As Shosuke's teacher, Orochimaru must have felt immense guilt as well. Yet, consumed by her own sorrow, she had never reached out to Orochimaru. Surely, he did not believe she blamed him. After all, he had always kept his feelings bottled up. In that fleeting moment, Tsunade contemplated a multitude of thoughts. A voice nearby drew her back to the present. Come on, Lady Tsunade. Jianyue extended her right hand, forming the reconciliation gesture, smiling genuinely at Tsunade. Staring into Jianyue's unfeigned, innocent smile, Tsunade found herself momentarily speechless. How wonderful it would be if it were Shoju standing here, she thought to herself. If Shoju possessed the talent of Ketsuki, he would not have perished on the battlefield, and Orochimaru would not have grown distant from them. Instead, with the collective blessings of herself, Jiraiya, and Master Sarutobi, he would have ascended to become the fourth Hokage of Konoha. In turn, as Orochimaru's disciple, Shoju would have eventually become the fifth Hokage, allowing the name Senju to resonate throughout the ninja world once more. How beautiful this world would be if it were so. Tsunade reached out her hand, and Ketsuki, believing she was about to perform a jutsu, moved in closer. However, Tsunade's hand did not form any seals. Instead, it gently caressed Ketsuki's cheek. Lady Tsunade. Ketsuki looked at her in confusion, preparing to step back and create distance between them. Yet, without warning, Tsunade drew closer, enveloping Ketsuki tightly in her embrace. I have always wanted to see you. She seemed to be enveloped by an invisible sorrow at that moment, her throat releasing a soft, muffled sound of distress. Why is it that you could depart so easily? It is so unfair. Each utterance felt like a long-suppressed emotion on the verge of eruption, yet forcibly restrained. One could sense that she harbored countless words yearning to be expressed. However, these sentiments weighed heavily upon her, and even in this moment of genuine emotion, she could barely articulate a few phrases. Perhaps the weight of those memories was too burdensome, or perhaps the pain buried deep within her made it difficult to speak. Regardless, Tsunade clung tightly to Ketsuki, striving to contain the tumultuous emotions within her. Feeling Tsunade's slightly trembling body, Ketsuki found solace. He considered his age from his previous life and deemed himself a middle-aged man. There was no need to engage with Tsunade, a middle-aged woman, on such matters. Reflecting on the loss of his only family and beloved, he realized how pitiable it truly was. Although Ketsuki was also an orphan, he still had Rin. Sooner or later, he would become family with Rin, and at that time, he would no longer be alone. In contrast, Tsunade had indeed lost everything. Just look at how this wretched ninja world has shaped its children. Well, today, Ketsuki would reluctantly lend his shoulder to her, if only temporarily. How fortunate that Tsunade could not read minds. Otherwise, it would be a shame to waste such a seemingly pleasant atmosphere. At the frontline camp of the Land of Rivers, time on the battlefield passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several months had elapsed, approaching the end of Konoha's 44th year. The events of that day seemed to be tacitly forgotten by those present, never to be mentioned again. Yes, including Obito, as well. In this world, during the early to mid-stages of the Ninja Village Wars, large-scale massacres were rare. Instead, infiltration, sabotage, and assassination became the norm. Only when one side felt compelled to escalate would it lead to battles involving thousands or even tens of thousands of ninjas. Certainly, there is another scenario. wherein one continually faces setbacks amidst frequent trials, eventually reaching a point where there exists no capital left to rise again. At such a juncture, the outcome is essentially determined by a single decisive battle. Presently, it seems that the Sand Shinobi are nearing their limits. What? You intend to return to Konoha? Early in the morning, Jinyu observed Lioli and Pingxi packing their belongings. Out of curiosity, he inquired, only to be informed that Team Hai was heading back to Konoha for a break. Speaking of which, this is a battlefield, is it not? How can one even utter the word vacation in such a place? If Team Hai is on leave, why was I not aware of this? Jinyu scratched his head in confusion. Uchiha Lioli cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, haven't you recently transferred to Minato's team? Did they not inform you that the squads on the battlefield have rotation breaks? I did not transfer to Minato's team. Rather, I formed a temporary squad alongside Captain Minato. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Lioli regarded Jinyu with an odd expression. She continued, then who is it that accompanies the members of Minato's team daily? It appears someone is quite pleased. Jinyu's instincts advised him to remain silent at this moment. Jinyu, would you like to inquire with Lord Minato? Hinata Pingxi suggested, observing Jinyu's silence. That does make sense, but I suspect it is futile. Recently, the missions executed alongside Captain Minato have been quite successful, and the village seems to have tacitly accepted that my team with Minato will continue. Uchiha Lioli interjected. Ninjas are merely tools for the higher-ups. The village would certainly not forsake a useful instrument. Lioli's return to Konoha was not solely for a rotation break. More importantly, over the past few months on the battlefield, she had thoroughly acclimated to the power of the Sharingan's 3-tomo. She intended to return and request training resources from her clan, such as the accompanying genjutsu for the 3-tomo Sharingan and higher-tier fire techniques. Hinata Pingxi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, that's wonderful, Jinyu. At this rate, you are sure to become a significant figure in the village, and perhaps even the Hokage in the future. Hinata Pingxi genuinely felt joy for Jinyu. Unlike those like him who were born into a lack of freedom, upon witnessing the brilliance of others, some may harbor jealousy and resentment, while others merely feel admiration and extend their blessings. Pingxi belonged to the latter group. There will always be individuals who, despite being mired in the mire themselves, still offer a smile to the flowers blooming in the sunlight. Thank you, Pingxi, but the Hokage position seems rather premature for me. That is true, he replied. But for you, Jinyu, it's certainly not out of reach. At the Hokage building in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a smoking pipe in one hand while perusing a scroll in the other. This scroll was sent by Minato, containing a recommendation for Kakashi and Jinyu to be promoted to Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside the recommendation and picked up Kakashi's mission record, Hataki Kakashi, Ninja ID 09720, with 16 D-rank missions, 49 C-rank missions, 30 B-rank missions, 13 A-rank missions, and 1 S-rank mission. As a freshly graduated genin, despite the majority of tasks being short-lived wartime missions, this record is undoubtedly adequate, if not exceptional, for a chunin. The individual has engaged in a variety of tasks across different ranks, including a notable number of high-level assignments. Among these, there was even a perilous S-rank mission that left a profound impression on Sarutobi Hiruzen. He vividly recalls that it was a rescue operation aimed at saving all members of the Shurhei team. They were supposed to rendezvous with a spy embedded in Sunagakure after acquiring crucial intelligence, returning to Konoha. However, this mission was detected by a spy from Sunagakure infiltrated within Konoha. By the time Konoha apprehended this spy, it was already too late. The information had been leaked. Fortunately, due to a fortunate timing, the Shurhei team had already completed their contact with the spy and successfully obtained the intelligence. Nonetheless, there remained a significant probability that the Shurhei team was already being pursued by the enemy, which could jeopardize the safe return of the vital information to the village. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched the highly mobile Minato team to rescue the Shurhei team. However, rather than a mere rescue of personnel, it was more about retrieving the intelligence. Ideally, saving lives would be paramount, but if that proved impossible, securing the information was imperative. While this may appear harsh, it is the reality that ninjas must confront. Fortunately, the Minato team arrived in a timely manner, saving the Shurhei team, who were being chased by over a dozen sand ninjas, all thanks to Kazuki. The mission report submitted later by Minato also noted that Kazuki had voluntarily joined this hazardous, time-sensitive operation upon receiving the assignment. It was largely due to Kazuki's superior sensory abilities, which surpassed even Minato's, that they were able to accurately locate the Shurihei team. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but smile. This mission would not only be etched in his memory, but also serve as a teaching example in the Ninja Academy. It epitomizes the very essence of the will of fire. To Hiruzen, witnessing the next generation of Konoha thrive is the most beautiful sight imaginable. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he once again examined Kazuki's mission record. Kazuki Shimizu, Ninja ID 010884, D-rank missions, 0, C-rank missions, 1, B-rank missions, 2, A-rank missions, 76, S-rank missions, 13. It can be said that his specialization is quite pronounced. However, this is understandable, for Kazuki exhibited remarkable ninja prowess shortly after entering the battlefield. Subsequently, he formed a somewhat experimental temporary team with Namikaze Minato. This duo showcased an almost flawless performance on the battlefield. The combination of Minato's mobility and Kazuki's destructive power produced an astonishing effect, surpassing the sum of their parts. In merely a few months, they obliterated all logistical transit points of Sunagakure in the Land of Rivers, even penetrating deep into the Wind Country, forcing Sunagakure to nearly withdraw all defenses from the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Two individuals are capable of accomplishing what previously eluded 1,000 ninjas of Konoha for years. Recently, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself increasingly tolerant of Danzo. It was Danzo who proposed the formation of a duo consisting of Minato Namikaze and Kiyoshi Mitsuki. As for his subsequent remark about handing over command of this team, Hiruzen chose to overlook it entirely, focusing instead on extracting the essence while discarding the dross. With a decisive stroke, Hiruzen penned Kakashi's Chunin appointment letter. When he reached Mitsuki's section, he paused, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, he altered the designation from Chunin to Special Jonin. The term Special Jonin refers to those whose abilities have attained the level of Jonin in certain aspects, yet do not qualify as Jonin overall, occupying a rank between Chunin and Jonin. However, this is the official definition of Special Jonin as per Konoha's standards. Hiruzen's decision to appoint Mitsuki as a Special Jonin was not due to a belief that Mitsuki's prowess was limited to that rank. Rather, it stemmed from the requirement that Konoha's ninjas must pass the Jonin examination to be recognized as Jonin. Even in times of war, the Hokage may only bypass the Special Jonin assessment to appoint a ninja directly. After all, Jonin represents the highest publicly acknowledged rank among ninjas, granting them the privilege to participate in most significant village meetings. Even Hiruzen, as Hokage, is classified within the Jonin ranks. Therefore, despite being the esteemed leader of Konoha, he cannot arbitrarily designate anyone as Jonin. His fingertips gently tap the surface of the Hokage's desk. In an instant, an umbu clad in a dog mask materialized within the office. "I entrust this to you." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The umbu took the two appointment letters from Hiruzen's hands, stepping back a few paces before vanishing in an instant. After addressing Kakashi and Mitsuki's promotions, Hiruzen rose and approached the window of the Hokage office, contemplating other matters. In his view, Sunagakure was on the brink of collapse. This was not merely Hiruzen's personal opinion, but a stark reality. During the Second Shinobi World War, Sunagakure had suffered defeat at the hands of Konoha, incurring tremendous losses. Even Chiyo's son had perished at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukuyomi Hitaki. Shortly after that war, Sunagakure, under the pretext of Konoha assassinating the third Kazekage, tore up the peace treaty and reignited hostilities. It is worth noting that even Konoha, as the victorious nation, had not fully recuperated, let alone the impoverished Sunagakure. Thus, Sunagakure was merely propped up by a fleeting spirit of morale on the battlefield. The status of the village's leader remained highly esteemed among the ninjas. Riding on this waning morale, Sunagakure managed to engage in a seemingly equivalent confrontation with a dispersed Konoha. Yet, that was a thing of the past. Now, under the active presence of Minato Namikaze and Kiyoshi Mitsuki on the battlefield, the fortifications that Sunagakure had painstakingly established in the Land of Rivers had collapsed entirely. Therefore, Hiruzen was able to ascertain the truth. The war with Sunagakure is on the brink of its final confrontation, and it appears highly probable that Konohagakure will emerge victorious. However, unlike the barefooted shinobi of Sunagakure, Konoha has steadfastly maintained its dominion over the most fertile lands in the shinobi world and its status as the foremost ninja village. Its adversaries are never confined to a single entity like Sunagakure. Therefore, triumphing over Sunagakure is not the principal challenge. Rather, the quandary that has plagued Sarutobi Hiruzen of late is how to secure victory with minimal cost. Presently, Sunagakure resembles a famished wolf, cornered and desperate, revealing its vicious fangs, ready to sink its teeth into the hunter's flesh in its final throes. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke and summoned Danzo and the elders. A member of the Umbu, adorned with a cat-faced mask, materialized in the Hokage's office, responding, "Yes, Hokage-sama." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows along the corridors of the Hokage building. Shimura Danzo, Tono Komatsu, and Mito Kaze walked side by side. At last, they arrived before the office door. Danzo's shadowy gaze swept over the emblem on the door, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, betraying a barely perceptible smirk. Komatsu, appearing more amiable, nonetheless bore a gaze that reflected resoluteness and determination. Mito Kaze wore a serious expression, seemingly contemplating a matter of great significance. With a creak, they entered the room imbued with the essence of power. The Konoha forehead gathered. Danzo was the first to approach the desk and take a seat. His arms crossed over his chest, leaning back slightly, scrutinizing the other two. Komatsu and Mito Kaze followed suit, and the atmosphere grew instantly tense. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the occasional soft sound of breathing. Mito Kaze, observing the lack of initiative from his old comrades, noted their growing reticence with a hint of exasperation, prompting him to break the silence. "Ahem, Hiruzen, your sudden summoning of the elders suggests an important matter at hand. Is it concerning the land of rivers? Recently, the root has received intelligence indicating that Sunagakure is preparing to stake everything." Danzo squinted as he spoke. "Indeed, though the precise timing remains unclear. It is likely to occur before the year's end," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied as he replenished his tobacco. Komatsu, deep in thought, suddenly inquired, "Should we dispatch reinforcements to the front lines? If this is truly a decisive battle, the number of ninjas on the land of rivers front should be insufficient against the full might of the sand ninjas." Hearing Komatsu's assessment, Mito Kaze expressed his concerns. "However, our village currently lacks sufficient shinobi. The situations in the land of water and the land of stone are not as favorable as those in Sunagakure. If we withdraw a large number of ninjas to the land of rivers, that is indeed a valid point," Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented. For Konoha was presently engaged in a three-front conflict against Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure. The geographical challenges posed by Kirigakure, perched precariously offshore, meant that as long as the ports of the land of water were secured, Konoha would find it nearly impossible to transport a significant number of ninjas there. In reflection upon the hidden mist, the fall of the land of water has rendered the Leaf Village akin to a lion with its eyes gouged out. Possessing immense strength, it remains impotent in effectively thwarting incursions from the Mist Village. Consequently, the front line persists along the coastline of the Land of Fire, leading to frequent instances where elite forces from the hidden mist breach the border defenses and wreak havoc within the heart of Fire Country. Notably, the battlefield here is primarily contested by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, both formidable factions within the Leaf. Though the situation is far from favorable, the presence of these two prestigious clans alleviates concerns regarding manpower along the Mist Front. In contrast, the situation for the Hidden Stone Village is considerably more complex. The expanse between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth is dotted with numerous small nations, making it the largest buffer zone compared to other battlefronts. This geographical advantage sets it apart. However, it also means that the Leaf has historically expended the greatest number of ninjas in conflicts with the Hidden Stone. This particular front is overseen by Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. While Orochimaru's innate talents and abilities are beyond reproach, the Tsukuyomi, Inoki, is no mere adversary. His remarkable strategy and cunning during the Second Shinobi World War earned him the moniker Two Scales Inoki. Thus, although Orochimaru does not suffer outright defeats in the war against the stone, he frequently finds himself at a disadvantage. With two of the three battlefronts in a state of disadvantage, the Leaf Village truly lacks the capacity to dispatch reinforcements to the Land of Rivers. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the umpteenth time, replenished his old smoking pipe. "Do not hesitate any longer, Hiruzen," the voice of Danzo suddenly pierced the silence of the Hokage's office. "Withdraw ninjas from the stone front and launch a decisive battle against the Sand Village, securing it with utmost speed before proceeding to support the stone front. That is unwise. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. Inoki is surely awaiting our withdrawal of forces. The moment we engage the sand, he will capitalize on the opportunity to launch an assault on the leaf. The consequences would be dire. Danzo, displeased by Hiruzen's rebuttal, snorted and reiterated his stance. Then we shall draw from the mist front. During wartime, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans dare not defy the village's orders. Mito Gate and Zai pondered Danzo's suggestion, but deemed it precarious. If we deplete our forces in the mist, the enemy may mount a large-scale offensive into the heart of the Land of Fire. The daimyo will surely hold the leaf accountable, potentially leading to budget cuts. Zangetsu Komatsu nodded in agreement. The prior minor incursions had already eroded the confidence of the populace in the leaf. Should the mist launch a significant invasion into the interior of Fire Country, the leaf's reputation would be utterly tarnished. After considering the analyses of elders Mito and Zangetsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen concurred that reallocating ninjas from the mist front was ill-advised. Danzo, if the citizens of the Land of Fire lose faith in the leaf, it will directly impact the volume of missions we can undertake post-war. For the majority of ninja villages, their income typically derives from two primary sources. The first is funding from the daimyo, their financial backer. The second source comes from the ninjas within the village, who, upon completing various missions, contribute a portion of their earnings to the village's coffers. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the aftermath of this war would undoubtedly leave Konoha severely weakened. Should the deployment of ninjas from the battlefield of the mist lead to an invasion of the Land of Fire, Konoha would inevitably bear the brunt of the daimyo's ire, likely resulting in a reduction of funds. Coupled with the loss of public trust, revenue from missions would also diminish, and without sufficient resources, the village's recovery would be significantly hampered. This is a scenario Hiruzen wished to avoid. Danzo gazed at his three old comrades with palpable disappointment. His thoughts succinctly encapsulated in one word: foolish. Indeed, Danzo believed that the decisive battle against Sunagakure should not be delayed. Rather than passively waiting for Sunagakure to prepare for conflict, it would be more prudent to assemble a ninja force and launch an offensive. As for Iwagakure, relinquishing the front lines of minor nations would matter little. Once Sunagakure was dealt with, confronting Iwagakure would pose no challenge for Konoha. The prospect of an invasion from Kirigakure was even simpler. As long as Konoha emerged victorious in this great ninja war, what harm would come from some localized destruction? As long as they could maintain their status as the foremost ninja village, even a decrease in mission volume would not diminish their standing among the 5 great shinobi countries. The slow pace of recovery would matter little, provided they outpaced their enemies. Danzo recognized that he could not alter Hiruzen's perspective. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. With insufficient manpower available, what if they utilized the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? No, absolutely not. Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito interrupted Danzo almost simultaneously before he could finish his thought. Coughing awkwardly, Hiruzen became aware of his lapse in composure. Danzo, Kushina is the village's last line of defense. If she were to face peril on the battlefield, Konoha could not bear the consequences. Danzo, silent, raised his head and surveyed the room, noting that Tsunade and Mito averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. Ultimately, Danzo's stare landed on Hiruzen, who did not shy away from the confrontation. Hiruzen, you truly are growing old. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo loathed this retort, often regretting that he had not simply let it go in the past. He chose not to respond further and turned to exit the Hokage's office, slamming the door behind him with a forceful thud. He had no desire to remain in that place for another moment. Several days later, at the command center of the Konoha front in the Land of Rivers, the atmosphere was unusually vibrant. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato, Nara Shikaku, and the recently promoted special jonin, Mitsuki, were all present. The group was gathered around a large map. According to usual protocol, Mitsuki's qualifications would not suffice for participation in such a high-level meeting. However, exceptions were made, as he was one of the key contributors to Konoha's advantages in the war against Sunagakure. As the representative of the new generation in Konoha, Jinyu has already made a name for himself in this region. Even adversaries from other battlefields have heard of this prodigious ninja from Konoha. Tsunade crossed her arms and announced that news had arrived from the village. All eyes shifted from the map to Tsunade. She continued, stating that the village would dispatch 1,000 ninjas to provide support. Only 1,000. Nara Shikaku pondered, considering how to maximize the utility of this reinforcement. aware that their combat strength might still fall short. Upon hearing the number, Jiraiya expressed his disappointment, exclaiming, "What is up with that? Can't the old man borrow more from Orochimaru?" Minato Namikaze, however, offered a more objective perspective, remarking, "The third Hokage must have his reasons. After all, the situations at the other two battlefields are not going well." Although physically present at the sand-hidden battlefield, Minato had long adopted the mindset of Hokage, his focus unwaveringly on the overall battlefield of Konoha. Indeed, this contingent of 1,000 was the maximum that Sarutobi Hiruzen could muster. Tsunade then turned her gaze to Jianyue, inquiring about his thoughts. Jianyue had some ideas, yet he hesitated to voice them, believing that the most suitable strategy would be for Konoha to take the initiative and directly assault the interior of the Land of Wind. When the sand-hidden forces were compelled to engage, Minato could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself directly into the heart of the sand-hidden village. Once inside, he would unleash a devastating attack to obliterate the village. To be frank, this approach seemed rather sinister, targeting the vulnerable civilians and children left behind in the sand-hidden village. Moreover, Jianyue was deeply concerned that if both he and Minato were absent from the main battlefield, Rin and Kakashi might find themselves in peril. For him, Rin's safety far outweighed the significance of a military victory. Thus, in response to Tsunade's inquiry, he demurred, "I apologize, Commander, but I am not well versed in tactics. Perhaps we should listen to Shikaku's counsel." Seeing Jianyue's reluctance, Tsunade playfully pulled him into her embrace, ruffling his white hair with her other hand. "You little rascal, what did you just call me?" "I was wrong, Tsunade. We're in a meeting, after all. Titles should be used in such settings." "Humph." Releasing Jianyue, Tsunade returned to her seat. From her perspective, Jianyue had already earned her recognition. She perceived in him a future unattainable by the sacrificed rope tree, and given his extraordinary chakra reserves, he likely bore the lineage of the Senju clan. She resolved to investigate the family tree upon her return. From Jianyue's perspective, ever since Tsunade had cried after their match months ago, she insisted he call her sister. Naturally, he was reluctant, as his actual age was not necessarily younger than hers. Moreover, in that contest, he had clearly triumphed. If anything, she should be calling him brother. Jianyue firmly resolved that he would never utter sister to Tsunade, even if it meant jumping from the Hokage rock. Did she wish to wield the Flying Thunder God technique? "Address me as elder sister, and I shall impart to you the methods of cultivating this technique." In terms of universal reason, one should remain unmoved by temptation to achieve great deeds. Yet, her offerings were indeed abundant. Alas, those who aspire to greatness often disregard trifles. Jinyu considers herself a person of significant potential. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. It has been proven that Jinyu is still rather young. Tsunade indeed promised to grant her the Flying Thunder God technique, but only upon their return to Konoha. This is because what Tsunade intends to provide is not the version from the Sealing Book of Konoha, but rather an internal version from the Senju clan. In truth, there is little difference between the two. Both were penned by Tsunade's great-granduncle, Senju Tobarama. However, to pursue the Sealing Book, one must seek out the third Hokage and memorize its contents, which Tsunade found cumbersome. Her exact words were, "The Sealing Book? What a hassle. Once we return to Konoha, I shall directly present you with the original. Jinyu, you may peruse it whenever you wish." One cannot help but remark on the naivety of youth, unaware of the allure of a wealthy benefactor. With the preamble concluded, let us return to the main topic. The options before the assembled members of the camp are rather limited. They may either take the initiative to compel Sunagakure to engage in battle, or wait for Sunagakure to launch an assault, allowing Konoha to adopt a defensive counter-strategy. The former bears greater risk, while the latter is decidedly more prudent. After much contemplation, Nara Shikaku finally spoke. "Esteemed colleagues, please lend me your ears. The meeting has finally concluded." Jinyu exited the command tent, stretching languidly before returning to her quarters. Illusion technique, magical restraint. Upon entering the tent, Jinyu sensed a familiar chakra attempting to disrupt the flow of her own chakra. With the power of the 6 eyes, she effortlessly maintained control over her chakra within her mind, rendering it impervious to external influence. How naive. Ryuri, illusions hold no sway over me. Jinyu immediately surmised that it was the woman who perpetually sought to dominate her. "Where's Heiji?" Uchiha Ryuri huffed, responding that he was absent, having been reassigned to the battlefield in the Land of Mist by the Hyuga clan upon returning to the village. Uchiha Ryuri had hoped that this time she would wield the Uchiha clan's advanced Sharingan Genjutsu, finally achieving a victory over Jianyu in some regard. Reality, however, proved her mistaken. Her Genjutsu had been ineffective even with the double Tomo, and now, with the triple Tomo, it remained futile. This is quite reasonable. In the world of shinobi, chakra serves as the foundation for casting illusions. The practitioner manipulates their own chakra, particularly their mental energy, to influence the flow of their opponent's chakra, thereby seeking to control their mind. Given Jianyu's mastery over her chakra, only a genjutsu of the caliber of infinite Tsukuyomi could possibly affect her. After addressing Jianyu's inquiry, Uchiha Ryuri executed a graceful turn, her long, ink-black hair tracing an elegant arc through the air. She approached her chair and seated herself, her long, smooth legs crossing with poise. Jianyu settled onto the edge of her bed, her thoughts drifting. Uchiha Ryuri exemplified the Uchiha clan. Setting aside her character, her appearance was undeniably striking, her long, straight hair undeniably appealing to Jianyu's preferences. "It is your turn," the black-haired beauty remarked. "What?" Jianyu responded, puzzled. "Have you convened the pre-war meeting? What will be our course of action from here? This is confidential, I presume. You shall likely learn more by tomorrow." This is not merely a delaying tactic from Mitsuki. As discussed in the recent meeting, the pre-war mobilization will commence within the camp by tomorrow. Given our rapport, is there truly a need for secrecy? Uchiha Ryuri suddenly posed a direct inquiry. "When I express uncertainty, it does not signify that I am perplexed. Rather, it suggests that you may be the one with doubts. We are comrades, are we not?" Mitsuki was equally bewildered by Uchiha Ryuri's cryptic demeanor. "Oh, are we not living together?" Uchiha Ryuri tilted her head, her fingers playing with a strand of long hair. The hair wound around her fingers before being released, an action that would normally appear quite endearing. However, Mitsuki found little time to appreciate it. "Miss Ryuri, we merely reside together as a small team, and priorly, Heiji was also present. For ninjas on the front lines, a tent is merely a place to rest. In fact, to prepare for emergencies, we often sleep in our combat attire. Yet, he is no longer here, is he?" For reasons unknown, Uchiha Ryuri was exhibiting an unusually assertive demeanor today. All right, I concede." Mitsuki raised his hands in surrender. "I cannot divulge the detailed plans, but I can share some general direction." "What is it?" Uchiha Ryuri shifted her chair closer to Mitsuki. Pausing for a moment, Mitsuki continued, "Similar to our previous strategy, we will focus on defense and counterattacks. Currently, we hold a decisive advantage in the land of rivers, and there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Indeed, it reflects the village's consistent approach," Uchiha Ryuri remarked with an expression of realization. Mitsuki observed Uchiha Ryuri's indifferent visage and added, "Your name will likely be included in the combat unit. The strength of the Uchiha clan can generally be inferred from the level of their Sharingan. Having awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Ryuri's overall prowess is not weak among the Jonin. Ryuri is a few months my senior, and her speed in awakening the eyes ranks among the top in Uchiha history. Isn't that to be expected? You will also be on the front lines, won't you?" Uchiha Ryuri averted her gaze, feigning nonchalance in her inquiry. "Indeed, though I am not particularly eager to be at the forefront." "Why?" Uchiha Ryuri abruptly turned back. Her curiosity piqued. Given her understanding of Mitsuki, he did not strike her as a ninja who would shy away from combat. With Rin, Kakashi, and Obito assigned to the rear to protect the medical corps, I find myself somewhat concerned, Mitsuki replied candidly. In fact, he had mentioned during the meeting his desire to safeguard the rear medical unit, but his request had been declined by advisor Shikaku. "Your expansive wind release techniques would hold greater advantages on the front lines," were Shikaku's precise words. Conversely, Tsunade seemed to perceive something, assuring that she would look after Mitsuki's comrades. Although it felt somewhat unreliable, Mitsuki lacked a reasonable justification to refuse the command. It seemed to stem from a deficiency in his standing. Jianyu intended to showcase his true abilities in the impending decisive battle. He prepared to earn numerous merits in this confrontation, hoping to enhance his influence within the village. After all, while it was manageable to follow orders in the battlefield of Sunagakure, the situation was markedly different in the arena of Awagakure. To rescue his companions, Uchiha Madara was an undeniable source of trouble. Indeed, Madara posed a significant challenge. However, Jianyu seemed to have encountered an even greater predicament. As he pondered this, a sudden chill in the air caught his attention. Turning swiftly, He beheld Uchiha Ruri, her expression menacing as she toyed with the kunai, occasionally aiming it at his thigh. "Hey, Ruri, what are you doing?" he inquired. "Oh, you wish to retreat to the rear? I have a solution. Allow me to stab you. That way, you can linger in the medical department for as long as you desire." In that moment, Jinyu found himself yearning for Ping Chi. The prospect of cohabiting with Ruri was indeed perilous, quite literally so. The following morning, as Jinyu had mentioned to Ruri the night before, the ninjas of the camp were assembled. Tsunade delivered a pre-battle address. Despite appearing outnumbered, she reminded everyone that at this very moment, it was Konoha that stood with absolute superiority on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers. Her voice resonated in the ears of every individual present, instilling a profound sense of confidence and determination. Undoubtedly, the ultimate victor of this brutal and intense war would be Konoha. At that moment, Tsunade emanated an unparalleled aura of authority and majesty, evoking awe among the crowd. In this instant, all were unwaveringly convinced that victory would belong to Konoha. Although Tsunade was reciting a speech penned by Nara Shikaku, it must be acknowledged that despite her usual levity, she possessed a commanding presence in such critical moments. As a pre-battle mobilization, her address was undeniably effective. Jinyu observed the fervent reactions of those around him. They were all exceedingly exhilarated. "Ah, this is wonderful. I knew Konoha would undoubtedly triumph. Yes, we will win." Hearing the discussions among the surrounding ninjas, Jinyu felt a sense of foreboding. Making declarations before a decisive battle was not a prudent act. "Once this war concludes, I shall return to Konoha and get married." "That is splendid. Don't forget to send me an invitation." "Of course. We must all survive and return to the village." Jinyu felt he ought to be in the tent, rather than listening to this group of fools discussing their matrimonial plans. Nearby, Uchiha Ruri, having listened to Tsunade's speech, remarked disdainfully, "Such flowery words, it's merely a turtle strategy. How dare you?" This is a tactic devised in collaboration with Jinyu and Lord Minato. A familiar voice resounded from behind. Uchiha Ruri turned to find none other than the notorious underachiever of the Uchiha clan, her brother, Obito. Uchiha Ruri wore a smirk of derision at the corners of her mouth. "As one in the rear, you might indeed consider yourself a turtle, especially since you are incapable of unlocking your Sharingan. What? You wretched individual." Obito, who was particularly sensitive about his inability to awaken his eyes, felt a surge of anger at Ruri's revelation of his vulnerability. Ignoring Obito, it would have been unusual for him not to engage in a quarrel with Ruri upon their meeting. "Lin, were you not with Teacher Minato?" Jinyu instinctively approached Lin's side. Noticing that Jinyu's forehead protector was slightly askew, Lin tiptoed and reached out to adjust it. Simultaneously, she responded that Teacher Minato had gone to consult with Shikaku about reassigning the combat teams. Jinyu lowered his head in tacit understanding, allowing Lin to easily adjust his forehead protector. After a few tweaks, seemingly satisfied with the angle, Lin clasped her hands together and cheerfully declared, "All right, this will do." Uchiha Ruri observed the interaction between the two before casting her gaze towards Obito, who was still chattering incessantly. Suddenly, she found the situation rather dull and lost interest in continuing the engagement. However, upon noticing Ruri's unexpected silence, Obito's inner thoughts proclaimed, "This violent girl must be feeling guilty." Thus, he confidently declared, "I will soon awaken my eyes and surpass you, becoming the future Hokage." Ruri felt that conversing with Obito diminished her intellect. She retorted, "Go ahead and drown in your ideals, you fool," before turning to leave. Such aggression, Jinyu couldn't help but muse. "Idiot," Kakashi remarked succinctly. "Indeed, Kakashi, you find this violent girl perplexing as well, don't you?" Obito affirmed with a nod as he clapped Kakashi on the shoulder. "Idiot, I was referring to you." Kakashi explained with a blank stare. Shortly after Tsunade's pre-battle mobilization, Jiraiya led an intelligence team to uncover troubling news. Sunagakure had amassed a significant number of ninjas and was aggressively advancing toward Konoha's frontline base. This was one of the reasons the village believed they could afford to wait for Sunagakure to strike first. Compared to the minor skirmishes before the grand battle, it was nearly impossible to conceal the impending conflict from each other's intelligence networks. Upon receiving accurate information, the command center of Konoha's main camp immediately adhered to the original plan, dispatching all combat units that had been restructured to confront the enemy. With only a few teams remaining in reserve, Minato's team was one of those left behind. Not only Minato's team, but most of the recently graduated genin classes had not been reassigned, and remained as combat strength in the rear. Their mission was to safeguard the medical unit at the rear. Notably, Konoha's ability to withstand 3 fronts despite being outnumbered was largely thanks to the medical system Tsunade had established. While it was stated that they were there to protect the medical unit, the underlying reality was that they were primarily there to protect the younger generation of Konoha's ninjas. In the decisive battle, the medical unit at the rear would typically not come under attack. For Tsunade, it would be a daunting task to breach the frontline forces of Konoha to assault the medical unit. Firstly, it is essential to dispatch a sufficient number of ninjas to engage the main forces of Konoha. Secondly, agility is paramount. This means we cannot mobilize large contingents of ninjas, but must instead opt for elite teams to launch surprise assaults. Additionally, one must consider that if the medical unit is not swiftly neutralized, we may face a counteroffensive from Konoha's main forces. A single misstep could lead to encirclement. Moreover, Tsunade's advanced combatants are already scarce. If the majority are diverted to attack the rear, there will be no formidable opponents to restrain Konoha's forces on the front line. The battlefield for Tsunade would undoubtedly shatter upon contact. Furthermore, Tsunade's presence in the rear ensures that the medical unit is almost invulnerable to threats. The younger generation of Konoha will be protected in the back line, allowing them to flourish and, in time, safeguard the new leaves of the village. This embodies the will of fire of Konoha. Thus, one may ponder why Katsuki and that fierce woman are allowed on the front lines. Upon hearing the command center's deployment of Minato's team, Obito expressed feudal dissent. In the land of rivers, the terrain is relatively low, and each year, a substantial amount of rainwater flows in from the land of rain. This water, devoid of roots, meanders towards the sea, ultimately giving rise to the distinct topography of myriad ravines within the land of rivers. Katsuki suddenly recalled having studied this phenomenon in a past life, recognizing it as a type of karst landscape. While he remembered it vaguely, the details eluded him. In any case, this land, ravaged by war for years, is on the brink of its climactic battle. At this very moment, Katsuki's 6 eyes could discern the ninjas of Tsunade approaching. Both Konoha and Tsunade have committed thousands of ninjas to this location, including the recent reinforcements of 1,000 combat ninjas. Konoha has deployed approximately 3,000 ninjas to this battlefield after accounting for those left to defend the rear. While Katsuki was uncertain of the exact numbers on Tsunade's side, it was certain that they would surpass this figure. There remains a disparity in combat strength. To maximize the balanced advantage of Konoha's ninjas, the strategist Kakashi restructured the ninja forces into 5 combat formations. Katsuki found himself assigned to the foremost assault line, not as cannon fodder, but to leverage his formidable wide-range ninjutsu to strike Tsunade preemptively. This was precisely what Katsuki hoped to achieve. Once the main forces of both sides collided, the battlefield would devolve into chaotic melee, making it challenging for Katsuki to utilize his powerful ninjutsu effectively. Prepare for battle. The ninjas around him reminded one another. As Katsuki observed that Tsunade had entered his attack range, he hesitated not a moment longer. He swiftly formed a massive Rasengan shuriken. The comrades in the first assault line felt a gust of wind rush past, bringing with it a slight sting to their skin. Some recently arrived reinforcements from the village gazed in awe at the gigantic chakra shuriken. What is this? Is this truly the legendary technique? An esteemed elder ninja, seasoned by years of warfare on the battlefield of the land of rivers, took the initiative to enlighten a few newly arrived comrades. Indeed, do not dare to blink, for you are about to witness the ninjutsu that solidified Konoha's absolute dominance in the land of rivers. The gazes around him were filled with astonishment, fear, and reverence, all directed towards the colossal blue chakra shuriken that resided in Mitsuki's hands. Although many had heard whispers of the prodigy known as Shimizu Miyuki, who, upon graduation, single-handedly developed an S-rank ninjutsu that granted Konoha a significant advantage in the war against Tsunade, few had witnessed its might firsthand, save for those who had collaborated with the Hurricane Flash Spiral team on various missions within the battlefield. In the shinobi world, power reigned supreme. Even though Mitsuki was merely a freshly graduated youth, his formidable strength commanded respect and admiration from the surrounding ninjas. Prepare for an explosion, Mitsuki proclaimed, hurling the massive blue chakra shuriken with all his might. Wind release, great shuriken spiral. The violently compressed, tempestuous chakra sliced through everything in its path, hurtling towards the ranks of the sand ninja. It is often said that when one feels assured of their safety, that is precisely when danger lurks. The foremost sand ninja, upon recognizing the familiar massive chakra shuriken, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming dread. This was hardly surprising. Ever since Mitsuki and Namikaze Minato formed their ambush squad, they had routinely infiltrated various camps and transit points of Sunagakure. While the name Hurricane Flash Spiral Team might not have spread far and wide, the signature technique of the gigantic chakra shuriken had inflicted a profound psychological scar upon many sand ninjas. At that moment, the foremost sand ninjas felt as though they were doomed even before the battle commenced. Just then, 3 puppets clad in white garments swiftly emerged from the ranks of the sand army, stacking themselves in a triangular formation like a precarious human tower. Puppet technique, triad of destruction. Before them, a colossal wind zone materialized, emanating an immense gravitational pull. The great shuriken, released by Mitsuki, was instantaneously drawn into the swirling vortex. A series of nauseating slicing sounds echoed within the wind zone. As Mitsuki observed the shuriken ensnared by the enemy's control, he relinquished his initial plan to guide it towards the heart of the enemy formation for maximum devastation. Instead, he swiftly formed seals with one hand, preparing to detonate the shuriken directly. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Utilizing his 6 eyes, Mitsuki discerned faint, serpentine black markings along the outer wall of the wind zone that ensnared the great shuriken, an indication of a sealing technique. Mitsuki pondered to himself, realizing that none of the 5 great ninja villages were to be underestimated. His technique, though inherently powerful, lacked intricate outward manifestations. It was evident that Sunagakure had meticulously prepared for a countermeasure against Mitsuki's formidable jutsu. At this moment, within the ranks of the sand-hidden forces, an elderly woman boldly surged forth, leading the charge. From her 10 fingers extended 10 threads of chakra, each one connecting to a total of 10 puppets, including the 3 currently employing the 3 treasures absorption technique in the forefront. White's secret technique, the Hunin of Chumen. This was an exceptionally advanced technique, regarded as the pinnacle of puppet mastery in the ninja world. Designed by the original puppet master, Monzo, it comprised 10 puppets, each possessing unique weapons and modes of attack. They could even synergize to form formations, unleashing power far superior to that of a solitary puppet. It was Chiyo who had thwarted that accursed ninjutsu. How splendid! Numerous ninjas from the sand-hidden village cheered upon witnessing the terrifying technique that had haunted their nights being successfully countered. In an instant, their morale surged. There was no denying the overwhelming impact that the moonlit technique had inflicted upon the sand ninjas. As Chiyo swung her right hand, she continued to manipulate the puppets, compressing the wind zone generated by the 3 treasures absorption technique, pushing the sealing technique to its utmost limit. The previously colossal great spiral shuriken was dispersed and condensed into a highly refined sphere of chakra. Here, I return this to you, Leaf Village brat. As soon as Chiyo's words fell, the meticulously refined chakra sphere shot forth like a bullet towards its original trajectory. The tides of battle had turned. The frontline ninjas from the Leaf Village sensed a foreboding shift, although the pressure exerted by the returning chakra sphere was nowhere near that of the original massive chakra shuriken. If it were to explode, it would not be a trivial matter. Wave Wind Minato noticed the situation and was preparing to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to divert it. While expending chakra before a battle was far from ideal, allowing the chakra sphere to detonate within the Leaf's territory would significantly impact morale. Allow me to handle this, Captain Minato. Moonlit intercepted the action-ready Wave Wind Minato. Having heard the surrounding ninja's words of admiration prior to using his technique, he felt embarrassed at having his initial move deflected by the enemy. It would be quite intolerable to require Minato to clean up after him. Fortunately, despite the awkwardness, Moonlit found the situation manageable. He drew his sword, Mist Cutter, and with a casual flourish declared, full counter. Wave Wind Minato had witnessed Moonlit execute this technique numerous times, yet even now, its underlying principles eluded him. It seemed to defy the laws of physics. No matter the nature of the attack or its direction, Moonlit's technique perfectly rebounded it. This was not merely a matter of chakra. Just like now, as the chakra sphere, compressed by Chiyo, entered the realm of Moonlit's full counter, it instantaneously accelerated towards the 3 puppets that had originally executed the 3 treasures absorption technique. Seeing this, Chiyo attempted to employ the same strategy once more. However, Moonlit would not stumble in the same place twice. He had already discerned the situation through the use of his 6 eyes. The opponent's 3 treasures of absorption can sever the connection between him and the great-tailed beast spiral shuriken, relying on an enigmatic sealing technique. This sealing method succeeded in compressing the great-tailed beast spiral shuriken only under conditions approaching its limits. Thus, employing a more potent ninjutsu would naturally be the most direct means to break the deadlock. As Jianyue raised his hand to sheath the mist cutter, his left hand began to coalesce wind-type chakra once more. However, the chakra shuriken that materialized was notably smaller than before. This was a standard version of the wind release, spiral shuriken. Simultaneously, Jianyue's right hand conjured a more ordinary Rasengan. Yet, it would soon transcend the ordinary. Having long regarded Uchiha Madara as a temporary hypothetical adversary, Jianyue had wisely retained a few trump cards for himself. The technique he was about to employ was one of them. Behold, fiery chakra surged from within the Rasengan in Jianyue's right hand. The originally azure sphere began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Its once clear and transparent radiance was gradually supplanted by an intense and tempestuous crimson hue. This was no ordinary red. It resembled the molten lava surging from the depths of the earth. The entire Rasengan became enveloped in this fiery scarlet, with every flicker of red light resembling a leaping fire dragon, clawing and thrashing as it reached outward, emanating a spine-chilling aura of terror. Fire release, majestic flame Rasengan. To the untrained eye, it appeared as a spectacle. To the discerning, it revealed its intricacies. Standing nearby, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, immediately recognized that the principle of this technique lay in pushing the fire-type chakra's properties to their utmost limits before integrating it into the Rasengan. Although he had not witnessed its destructive force, the complexity alone undoubtedly classified it as an S-rank ninjutsu. Indeed, as Minato had surmised, the singular lethality of the majestic flame Rasengan surpassed that of the spiral shuriken. However, the debut of this ninjutsu lasted but a fleeting few seconds, for Jianyue forcefully thrust it into the very core of his left-handed spiral shuriken. This abrupt action caused a tremor of apprehension among Minato and the surrounding ninjas. Was this truly a mere adhesive? Would it not explode? This was the shared doubt that permeated their minds. The reality proved otherwise. Not only did it not detonate, but they would soon witness the most magnificent display of fireworks they had ever encountered. Fire and tempestuous winds were indeed the finest companions. The majestic flame Rasengan fused seamlessly into the spiral shuriken, akin to a fledgling swan returning to its nest. Flames erupted along the razor edges formed by the whirlwind of the shuriken. The chakra surged with frenzied vigor. The scarlet chakra completely suffused the blue spiral shuriken, along with the flames emanating from its blade, transforming into a dark purple hue replete with an aura of annihilation. From the core sphere of the spiral shuriken, 2 conical spikes emerged, reminiscent of volcanoes. Jianyue had previously employed this technique in a clandestine training ground with Rin. Albeit with a mere fraction of the chakra he was channeling now, barely 1% of this current endeavor. Nevertheless, even then, the technique's potency was nothing short of terrifying. Now, this marks the second instance in which Jianyue employs this technique, and the chakra infused is of an entirely different caliber. Try this move, Chiyo, if you believe you can withstand it. Jianyue hurled the spinning ninjutsu, akin to a top, towards Chiyo. Combined ninjutsu, fire release, burning wind explosion. The velocity of the burning wind explosion surpassed that of the spiraling shuriken. It advanced swiftly, overtaking the chakra sphere that had just been repelled by Jianyue's full counterattack, consuming it and enlarging its own form. In the shinobi world, the term top does not exist. To Chiyo and the Sand Village shinobi behind her, what raced toward them was not merely a ninjutsu. It bore an overwhelming aura, as if it sought to saturate the very heavens and earth in a deep violet hue. It resembled 2 colliding volcanoes merging in a cataclysmic clash. Faced with the visually striking burning wind explosion, Chiyo understood she must intercept it before the formation of the Sand Shinobi. Despite the shinobi world being rife with deceit, the development of ninjutsu is rather straightforward. One seldom encounters flashy techniques that lack genuine power. When witnessing a ninjutsu with a subdued presence, it may not necessarily be weak. It could simply possess a modest demeanor while harboring immense strength. Conversely, when one observes a ninjutsu of grandiose proportions, one can be assured it is formidable. Having fought for the Sand Village her entire life, Chiyo's experience was vast, and she quickly resolved to act. With both hands raised, she commanded all 10 of the puppets from the Nara clan, aligning them into the 10-person Arhut formation. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorption, 10-fold collapse. This represents the ultimate form of the 3 treasures absorption, with an unmatched gravitational pull that even forms a black vortex akin to a black hole at the center of the wind zone. In this state, the suction and sealing capabilities of the 3 treasures absorption are magnitudes greater than in its usual 3-puppet form. Additionally, it enhances the ability to absorb chakra, providing energy to the user. Even if one cannot immediately seal and compress objects within the wind zone, the chakra absorption can be leveraged to manipulate the battle. Through this mutual enhancement, victory can be attained. However, seemingly perfect ninjutsu always harbors flaws, and the cost of activating the ultimate form of the 3 treasures absorption is exceptionally high. This form inflicts irreparable wear on the core of the Nara clan's puppets. What, then, will be the outcome when the pinnacle of puppet techniques in shinobi history confronts Jin-Yu's self-assured creation? Before the eyes of all, the black hole that attracts all collided with the sun that incinerates everything. Chiyo, disregarding the cost, urged the mechanisms of the Nara clan's puppets into action. The immense gravitational force drew the burning wind explosion directly into the wind zone. Upon witnessing Chiyo's puppet technique successfully thwart the terrifying assault, the shinobi of the Sand Village erupted in exuberant shouts. Splendid! Long live Lady Chiyo! We have triumphed. Yet, Chiyo sensed an unusual scent. It was all too smooth. Though reluctant to admit it, Konoha truly deserves its reputation as the cradle of geniuses. This Shimizu Mitsuki is the most gifted ninja she has encountered in the shinobi world, surpassing even that white Fangen talent. Is such a talented ninja's confident strike truly so simple? With this doubt lingering in her mind, Chiyo's hands moved with unyielding speed, her fingers dancing with the agility uncharacteristic of her age. The moment she captured the instantaneous eruption of the burning wind blast within the wind zone of Sambo's absorption technique, she swiftly activated the sealing jutsu embedded within her puppet mechanism. To Mitsuki's 6 eyes, every defensive maneuver of Chiyo was laid bare. Yet, all were futile endeavors. Fire release, burning wind blast, is no ordinary ninjutsu. Unlike the stable shuriken form created by compressed chakra, the burning wind blast is an extraordinarily unstable, high-intensity aggregation of chakra. The chakra within is perpetually in a state of superposition. Even when hurled from Mitsuki's hand, all the chakra within the burning wind blast remained under his control. In such circumstances, the trajectory of the blast was virtually unstoppable. Much like the chakra sphere it had previously consumed, most attacks failed to influence it or trigger an early explosion. There were only 2 scenarios that could lead to its detonation. Either Mitsuki actively relinquished control over the chakra within the blast, or the current situation unfolded as it did. In that moment, under Chiyo's manipulation, the sealing technique of Sanbo absorption manifested rapidly, coiling upward from the center of the wind zone like a serpent. Just as it had severed the connection between the great jade spiral shuriken and Mitsuki, it also cut off the chakra link between the burning wind blast and Mitsuki. A soft sound akin to the breaking of a bolt resonated, devoid of the thunderous explosion that had accompanied the spiral shuriken. As the burning wind blast was enveloped by the sealing technique of Sanbo absorption, it released a blinding radiance, casting a dark purple hue over an area nearly a kilometer in radius. A purple sun began to rise from the place where the burning wind blast had been confined by the wind zone. Chiyo felt every cell in her body flashing red with alarm. We're going to die. These 3 words blared incessantly in her mind. She swung her arms, commanding her 10 shinobi to abandon the ongoing release of Sanbo absorption and retreat swiftly. Simultaneously, she cried out for everyone to scatter and distance themselves from that technique. Hurry. This world often unfolds with dramatic flair. A moment ago, the Sand Ninjas were celebrating Chiyo's formidable entrance, and the next, they were frantically fleeing, each wishing they had been born with an extra leg. Those far enough away had time to regret. However, those near the burning wind blast were already cursing their fate. A force more violent than that of the combined Sanbo absorption technique surged around the dark purple sphere generated by the burning wind blast. Trees were uprooted, and the earth began to collapse, transforming into fragments that were drawn towards the violet sun. Under this omnipresent gravitational force, the once frantic Sand Ninjas appeared to be ensnared by an invisible hand, helplessly pulled towards the purple orb. Infuriated, one sand ninja, despite being ensnared by gravity, suppressed his fear and bravely launched an attack towards the violet sun, invoking the wind release, wind cutter technique. Encouraged by his audacity, the other sand ninjas, who had resigned themselves to their fate, also unleashed their abilities in a desperate bid for survival. Taste this. Wind release, air slash. Wind release, great breakthrough. Those without long-range ninjutsu affixed explosive tags to their kekkei and hurled them towards the source of the gravitational pull. However, if the burning wind explosion could be so easily countered, then Moonseer would not have deemed it one of his trump cards. The sand ninja's counteroffensive proved futile. The thrown kekkei and shurikens never even grazed the violet sun. They were incinerated mid-air by the terrifying heat, melting into molten iron without a ripple. This was still a fortunate outcome. As for the various long-range ninjutsu, not only did they vanish without a trace, but their chakra was also absorbed by the burning wind explosion, causing the violet sun to visibly swell even larger. Now, they were truly out of options. Within the domain illuminated by the dark purple radiance of the burning wind explosion, all that existed was drawn into the violet sun, reduced to ashes by the extreme heat. This was one of the trump cards developed by Moonseer, flame release, burning wind explosion. It did not erupt violently. Rather, it burned silently. When ensnared by its gravitational pull, it signified that the scythe of death was poised at your throat. Chiyo commanded the 10 puppet brigade, each seizing a sand ninja, including herself. And at the moment of relinquishing the 3 treasures technique, she exerted her strength to hurl them as far away as possible. Once Chiyo confirmed that she had escaped the technique's range, she hastily retrieved a scroll and unfurled it on the ground. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing 6 half-puppets atop the scroll. This was the sealing scroll of the 10 puppet brigade, containing various puppet components and the ability to summon puppets from a distance. At that moment, only 6 half-puppets materialized, and the absence of others was telling. The sand ninjas she had rescued displayed expressions of horror as they witnessed their comrades, unable to escape the gravitational pull, scream in agony as they were melted by the intense heat of the dark purple sun. Lady Chiyo. Chiyo paid no heed to the sand ninjas. Her act of saving them held no particular significance. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. This was merely the first clash, and the sand village had already been dealt a harsh blow. Fortunately, they still had reserves. The foremost priority now was to stabilize morale. Chiyo returned to the rear of the sand ninja main force, issuing commands with authority. Change course, circumvent the ninjutsu ahead, swiftly advancing towards the enemy. The opposing techniques show no distinction between friend and foe. Although the majority of Konoha's shinobi remain oblivious to the intricate layers of probing and counteracting strategies woven into the recent clash of jutsu, they nonetheless grasp that the prodigious talent of Konoha's new generation, Mizuki Kiyotsuki, has once again unleashed a formidable technique, delivering a stark warning to the Sand Village ninjas. One may wonder what fuels their unwavering confidence. The answer lies in the fact that Kiyotsuki's jutsu has never failed to impress. Even from several kilometers away, the front lines of Konoha can behold the ominous purple sphere of light, akin to a second sun, gradually rising. Surrounding this sphere, remnants of burning debris float like a meteor belt. The surrounding dark violet radiance reflects and illuminates the terrifying jutsu that has consumed hundreds of sand ninjas, presenting a unique aesthetic beauty that is both awe-inspiring and fearsome. Konoha's esteemed Hokage, Minato Namikaze, possesses remarkable sensory abilities. Having observed the entire process from the moment Kiyotsuki initiated the jutsu to its full detonation, he is nearly certain that the technique recently unleashed by Kiyotsuki rivals, if not surpasses, the powerful forbidden arts he had previously encountered in the sealing scrolls. As he gazes at the continuing manifestation of the technique in the distance, he turns to Kiyotsuki, posing a question that many Konoha shinobi are eager to ask. Kiyotsuki, does your technique have a name? Minato, feeling a surge of excitement, is prepared to propose a name the moment Kiyotsuki reveals it lacks one. Unbeknownst to Minato, Kiyotsuki responds directly. This technique is called Blazing Wind Explosion. A serendipitous invention of mine, and I never expected it to yield such remarkable results. This, however, is a deception. Since acquiring the 6 eyes, this man has diligently experimented with various ratios of chakra fusion, striving to develop a bloodline limit of the elemental release type. With the chakra control abilities granted by the 6 eyes, as well as the capacity to directly observe chakra flow. Kiyotsuki has been able to experiment with various chakra combinations virtually risk-free. It is important to note that had an ordinary person attempted what Kiyotsuki has, they would have long since rendered themselves incapable. Thus, through a process of extensive trial and error without significant cost, Kiyotsuki succeeded in discovering the precise ratios that would allow wind and fire chakra to undergo a transformative fusion. The magnificent fire release now on display represents Kiyotsuki's successful development of a jutsu that combines wind and fire chakra in this unique ratio. The dark violet flames burn at a temperature exponentially higher than ordinary fire release, and Kiyotsuki has yet to encounter anything that can withstand its flames. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to consume wind and fire chakra as fuel. Upon learning that the technique has been aptly named, Minato feels a momentary pang of disappointment. He then resumes his customary praise within the camp, exclaiming, "Incredible! Kiyotsuki, you truly are the most exceptional and gifted ninja I have ever encountered." Minato, renowned as Konoha's second greatest, does not hold back in expressing his profound admiration. By the way, the first to encounter the moonlight was Kakashi. He has arrived and is ready for battle. A few kilometers is nothing for a ninja's agility. At this moment, the ninjas from Konoha and Susanoo have already engaged in combat. Whoosh, 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 a flurry of shuriken came flying towards Moonlight and Minato Namikaze. Moonlight drew his sword. Mist Cutter, effortlessly deflecting several shuriken. That jutsu just now was cast by you, wasn't it, kid from Konoha? Chiyo, whose strength is quite balanced, also possesses remarkable chakra sensing abilities. She sensed the familiar chakra emanating from Moonlight. Upon seeing his white hair, her brows furrowed, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Chiyo of Susanoo, you have no chance of victory. Instead of wasting your village's ninjas here, it would be wise to surrender now, Minato Namikaze said, attempting to de-escalate the impending battle with words, aware of the looming threat from Iwagakure. After all, a few words wouldn't hurt to try. Chiyo unexpectedly burst into laughter. Akin to a friendly neighbor, I never thought that the yellow flash of Konoha would harbor such naive thoughts. It seems that a battle is inevitable, Minato lamented. This war has reached a point of no return for both sides, hasn't it? Chiyo unfurled a scroll, and 7 puppets materialized amidst a cloud of smoke around her. With just a brief moment, Chiyo had managed to roughly repair the half of the puppeteer tin that had been salvaged, regaining some semblance of strength. Observing Chiyo's resolute stance, Minato readied his flying thunder god kunai, preparing for combat. With a flick of her hands, the puppeteer 10, now reduced to the puppeteer 7, armed with various weapons, surged towards Minato. The two became entangled in fierce combat, leaving Moonlight, who had originally drawn Chiyo's attention, overlooked. In the ninja world, there is no notion of victory through sheer numbers. Moonlight prepared to strike Chiyo's main body while Minato was occupied with the puppets. However, another figure appeared before him. You shall not escape before I bring you down. Recognizing her attire, Moonlight knew who she was, the hero of Susanoo, Yakura. I have always wanted to ask you something, Moonlight inquired with an even tone. What is it? Yakura responded, unable to recall any prior exchanges with this renowned genius from Konoha. Aren't you afraid of getting sunburned wearing such backless attire in the land of wind? Blazing release, steam destruction. 4 orange-red spheres of light floated from Yakura's hands. This was Yakura's unique bloodline limit, blazing release. Like Moonlight's fire release, it was also a fusion of wind and fire chakra, albeit manifested differently. Despite their seemingly average size, these spheres contained unimaginable power. Even the slightest contact could evaporate all the moisture within a robust adult ninja's body in an instant, leaving behind nothing but a desiccated shell. As if the very fountain of life had suddenly run dry. Now, under the control of Yetsong, for blazing light spheres traced distinct arcs, swiftly advancing towards Jianyue along 4 separate paths, with a blade in his right hand and his left hand forming seals. Jianyue's lightning-infused chakra from the Chidori flowed throughout his body, invigorating his very cells. Chidori 1 flash. Arcs of electricity surged up the blade as Jianyue, illuminated by a resplendent aura of lightning, effortlessly evaded the oncoming 4 blazing spheres with astonishing speed. He executed a swift downward slash aimed directly at Yetsong. Although ninjutsu was Jianyue's forte, he was by no means weak in close combat. A beautifully elegant silver arc of the blade flickered momentarily before vanishing. A massive gash appeared on Yetsong's chest. After the strike, Jianyue swiftly retreated to create distance. The blow had missed. The Yetsong who had been struck dissipated into a puff of smoke. The real Yetsong, hidden in the shadows, witnessed Jianyue being deceived by the clone and immediately directed the blazing spheres to launch a counterattack from behind. Simultaneously, her true form emerged, wielding a kekkei aimed at Jianyue. At this moment, Jianyue found himself beset from all sides, seemingly at the brink of defeat. Victory was within his grasp. A cold smile crept across Yetsong's lips, reveling in the success of her scheme. Jianyue also smiled, but not from the triumph of a plan. He simply had a natural disposition to smile. Full counter. An intangible domain unfurled around Jianyue, as if the very rules within it were being restructured. The instant the light spheres formed from Yetsong's ninjutsu entered the full counter domain, they were all rebounded. Yetsong was oblivious to the phenomenon. She merely felt as if she had been struck by an unseen force. Bang! Yetsong's body was hurled violently to the ground. From the very beginning, Jianyue's 6 eyes had perceived it clearly. When Yetsong launched the 4 blazing spheres, what remained on the field was not her true self, but a clone. Jianyue feigned being deceived, deliberately striking at Yetsong's clone. This ruse was intended to exploit the moment when Yetsong believed her scheme had succeeded to unleash a true attack using the full counter, inflicting severe damage. This bait-and-switch tactic had become increasingly second nature to Jianyue. Blazing escape, steam kill. An orange-red sphere re-emerged from Yetsong, slowly hovering beside her as a protective guard. Observing Yetsong slowly rise, Jianyue sincerely inquired, "Do all the ninjas from Sunigakure delight in popping champagne mid-battle?" Unfamiliar with the term champagne, Yetsong sensed it was certainly not a compliment. At that moment, she felt a heaviness in her chest, clearly suffering from the recent blow. Ignoring Jianyue's question, Yetsong endeavored to recall what had transpired moments ago. The opponent must have unleashed some form of intangible ninjutsu capable of comprehensive defense. Otherwise, there is no explanation for how both simultaneous attacks from the front and rear were thwarted. But why? She should have been at her best opportunity to attack when I was knocked back. Why did she not strike? With the opponent's remarkable talent, it is certain they would not be caught off guard. Surely it cannot be mere mercy at play? Yetsong was engulfed in a fervent storm of thoughts. After a few seconds of silence, Jianyue, realizing his lack of engagement, shrugged in indifference. The distance was about right. Earth-style, heart decapitation technique. What? Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from the ground beneath Yetsong, seizing her ankles and pulling her down into the earth. In response, Yetsong intended to unleash her scorch release to incinerate everything in her vicinity. However, Jianyue had already appeared before her, crouching just above the portion of her head that remained visible above the surface. The blade of Mist Slayer pressed tightly against Yetsong's neck. The chilling sensation radiating from the blade sent shivers through her body. Worse still, arcs of electricity danced along the blade, the result of lightning nature chakra, rendering her completely paralyzed and unable to move. Lady Yetsong. Quickly, save Lady Yetsong. The surrounding sand shinobi, witnessing Yetsong's precarious predicament, chose to abandon their own battles, even at the risk of injury, and charged towards Jianyue in an attempt to rescue her. Swish! Swish! Sounds of slicing through the air echoed as several shuriken hurtled toward Jianyue. Sensing the oncoming attack, Jianyue devised a swift plan, retracting Mist Slayer and leaping back to evade the barrage of shuriken. Simultaneously, a dozen sand shinobi, having forcibly disengaged from their own skirmishes, hurried toward the spot where Yetsong was ensnared by the heart decapitation technique. Lady Yetsong, are you all right? Fools, does this look like I'm fine? I can use Earth style. I will rescue you immediately. The sand shinobi, now close to the battlefield, bore numerous wounds from their prior engagements. Yet for them, saving Yetsong was worth any price. Thank you, this means a great deal. Yetsong understood their motives were largely to preserve the strength of Sunigakure. She could not perish here. Without a formidable bloodline ninja, even if they triumphed over Konoha, they would still face the threats of Kirigakure and Iwagakure ahead. Sunigakure's future depended on her. Nevertheless, Yetsong was profoundly grateful to these comrades who stood by her in her hour of peril. With the assistance of a ninja skilled in earth style, Yetsong was poised to emerge from the ground when suddenly, she felt an intense heat emanating from beneath. This is bad. Quickly, below, Jianyue's shadow clone, still wielding the heart decapitation technique, had not yet dissipated. Fire style, great fireball. Previously, the Great Fireball had only made a brief appearance, but now it emerged not as a mere composite of advanced materials, but as an enhanced version of fire style. Jin Yu's shadow clone hurled forth the dark purple sphere, imbued with terrifying heat, with great force. The seemingly solid earth offered no resistance to the Great Fireball whatsoever. In the instant Yi Tsang issued her warning, the Great Fireball erupted from the ground, piercing through her chest. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The dark purple orb in the air began to emit a blinding light from within, as if on the verge of exploding. Scorch release, vaporizing inferno. Yi Tsang was acutely aware of her impending demise. Yet, in her final moments, she yearned to save her comrades who risked their lives to rescue her. The four orbs of blazing chakra, infused with scorching energy, coalesced into a singular entity. Their quantity diminished, but their size increased fourfold. The fiery sphere swayed unsteadily as it advanced toward the formidable Guryu spiral sphere, attempting to envelop it. However, Jin Yu, with effortless precision, manipulated even the spiraling shuriken's trajectory, making the smaller Guryu spiral sphere an easy target for evasion. The Guryu spiral sphere danced like a nimble creature in the mountains, deftly sidestepping the enlarged orb of orange-red light. Exerting every ounce of her strength, Yi Tsang swung her arm to control the blazing chakra, aiming for a second interception. Coughing violently, blood erupted from her mouth and nose, each spasm forcing her to struggle for breath. Her injuries were grievous. Her upper body was charred beyond recognition. A gaping wound in her chest, yet no blood flowed, for the injury had already cauterized upon its emergence. The copious loss of blood rendered her consciousness flickering. "I am sorry for failing to protect the future of Tsunagakure," she lamented as the orange-red sphere of blazing chakra slowly extinguished in the air, much like the life of its wielder. The explosion of the Guryu spiral sphere was imminent. The searing heat instantly turned more than a dozen Tsunagakure shinobi within several meters into charred remains. In the distance, Jin Yu, having evaded a surprise attack from a shuriken, slowly lowered his left hand, which had just completed the hand signs for dispelling his shadow clone technique. His shadow clone lay within the fiery radius of the Guryu spiral sphere. Once the shadow clone was attacked, all memories and sensations would return to the original body. Jin Yu had no desire to experience the sensation of being incinerated by his own Guryu spiral sphere. When Jin Yu witnessed the Tsunagakure shinobi recklessly rushing to save Yi Tsang, he conceived a plan to use her as bait, intending to ensnare those who came to her aid. To ensure a lethal strike, he harnessed the chakra of fire to propel the Guryu spiral sphere. Since the trump card of Fanfeng explosion had already been revealed, concealing the bloodline limit of fire release held little significance. "Damn those Konoha brats. I'll fight you to the bitter end," a Tsunagakure shinobi declared, witnessing the slaughter of Yi Tsang and her comrades. His eyes ablaze with rage as he brandished a kunai, charging at Jin Yu. Jin Yu, wielding the mist cutter, effortlessly parried the attack, the anger of the shinobi providing no real strength. With a single hand forming seals, he directed the current of Chidori through the blade of the mist cutter into his opponent's body. Once paralyzed, Jin Yu forcefully deflected the shinobi's kunai and swiftly severed his head with a single strike. "Let us not portray me as some grand villain," he remarked, flicking the blood from the blade of the mist cutter. The battle here had reached its conclusion. The clash between Yi Tsang of the blazing chakra and the prodigious talent of Konoha, Jin Yu, ended with the latter emerging victorious. This outcome was witnessed and confirmed by countless eyes on the battlefield. Until now, many Sand Village ninjas still find it hard to believe that a mere 12-year-old from Konohagakure could vanquish their elite jonin, Yakura, in just a few exchanges. This is none other than the prodigious Shikuten user, Yakura, after the disappearance of the third Kazekage. There were even discussions within the village about promoting Yakura to the position of fourth Kazekage. Has the talent of Konoha become so unreasonable? Indeed, those in Konoha share the same astonishment. For a long time, the name Mizuki Ketsuki has been mentioned in conjunction with that of Minato Namikaze. The collective understanding of him is that he is the foremost genius of Konoha, exceptionally skilled in ninjutsu, having independently developed a powerful wind technique. His future seemed immensely promising. However, it now appears that the future is indeed bright. At such a tender age, he can effortlessly slay elite jonin with bloodline limits and emerge unscathed. If he continues to grow, will Konoha soon witness the emergence of another god of ninja? Not to mention the profound shock felt by the ordinary ninjas. In another part of the battlefield, Minato Namikaze, witnessing Ketsuki's victory over Yakura, felt a surge of exhilaration. If this continues, Konoha might secure victory over the Sand Village with minimal losses. Engaged in a fierce battle with bluffing Shikumo, Chiyo also noticed Yakura's defeat. When Yakura was pulled underground by Ketsuki's earth technique, she instinctively sought to rescue him. Yet, Minato immediately discerned her intentions and executed the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Thousands of kunai surged toward Chiyo and her controlled puppets, forcing her to defend with 3 treasures collapse. This technique required her physical presence for continuous control, rendering her unable to assist Yakura. Though Yakura's demise pained Chiyo, this was not the time for mourning. Her brother, Izoso, was valiantly stalling the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. While she remained firmly constrained by Minato, the young Mizuki Ketsuki not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited exceptional combat intelligence, having dispatched Yakura without sustaining any injuries. Moreover, in Chiyo's perception, Ketsuki's chakra presence remained unchanged, indicating that his chakra reserves were still ample. This was utterly absurd. To be so young and powerful is one thing, but to possess such an abundance of chakra is another matter entirely. Intelligence reports had indeed speculated that this young boy's chakra might be significant. But this was beyond expectations, especially with that dark purple fireball still hovering in the air. Could it be that the Senju or Uzumaki clans had mistakenly exchanged their child? At present, there was no one within the ranks of the Sand Village who could contend with him. Now we can only hope that the situation with Raza and the others will succeed, Chiyo thought to herself. Having dealt with Yakura, Ketsuki was preparing to assist Minato. In Ketsuki's view, if he could eliminate or capture Chiyo, the Sand Ninjas would inevitably lose their fighting spirit without their central pillar. Even if the Sand Ninjas maintained a commendable mindset and chose to fight to the death, Ketsuki and Captain Minato, freed from their immediate threats, would be nearly unstoppable on this battlefield. The defeat of the Sand Village was merely a matter of time. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within. Raising his hand, he deftly deflected several shurikens with his blade, Mist Cutter. Ganyue, with his left hand forming the shape of a pistol, aimed at the Sand Shinobi who had just attempted to ambush him. The Sand Shinobi, bewildered by Ganyue's gesture, observed the boy who had slain Lord Yakura standing motionless, seemingly contemplating his next move. For a moment, he presumed Ganyue might be low on chakra. Realizing his ambush had failed, he hastily retreated. Despite his fervent desire for vengeance against Lord Yakura's killer, he recognized his own limitations. Tossing a few shurikens was one thing, but engaging in a real fight was another matter entirely. Whether he could withstand even a single blow was uncertain. In times of war, Ganyue had never been known for his mercy. Those who dared to strike at him must surely be prepared for death. A spiraling orb, no larger than a coin, coalesced at the tip of his finger, where he held his hand in the shape of a gun. Finger gun, spiraling sphere. With a swift motion, the orb shot forth, piercing the heart of the Sand Shinobi who had already distanced himself. The shinobi met his end instantly, propelled by inertia until he collided with a tree, coming to a halt. Witnessing the grim fate of their comrade, the Sand Shinobi, who had anticipated Ganyue would exhaust considerable chakra after dispatching Lord Yakura and were eager to act, were now rendered subdued. The atmosphere around Ganyue fell silent. Yet turmoil continued to churn within him. This peculiar sensation would not dissipate. Scanning the battlefield with his 6 eyes, he noted that Chiyo was still entangled with Captain Minato, while Jiraiya was detained by Hozuki. He had recently dealt with Yakura. At this juncture, the only formidable force remaining in the Sand Village was Raza, with the addition of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Fubuki, if one were to measure combat strength. Ganyue had not spotted either of them among the Sand forces. Yet he dismissed the notion, for the enemies of the Sand Village were never solely from Konoha. The Sand Village must have someone overseeing matters within the village. That responsibility fell solely to Raza. It was inconceivable for the Sand Village to mobilize entirely, leaving Raza and the Jinchuriki to assault Konoha's rear. Surely not. The Sand Village could not be so foolish. Moreover, with Tsunade stationed at Konoha's rear, even if Raza and the one-tailed Jinchuriki were to launch an attack, it would not be beyond Tsunade to hold the line until Ganyue and the others could return. Resolving to suppress his internal doubts for the moment, Ganyue decided to assist Captain Minato in subduing Chiyo, ensuring that, should any issues arise at the rear, they could rely on Minato's Flying Thunder God technique for swift reinforcement. Just as he prepared to take action, an unexpected sound caught his attention. He leapt to the top of the nearest large tree, gazing towards the direction of the Konoha front lines. A colossal mushroom cloud loomed in the distance, and the faint sound he had heard moments ago was indeed the echo of an explosion. The distance to the Konoha front lines was over 100 kilometers. The fact that the sound of the explosion could reach him from such a distance spoke volumes of its magnitude. Ganyu lowered his gaze, sheathing his mist cutter, as a frigid sense of murderous intent radiated from him. Time rewound a few minutes prior in the sand village. Within the medical department of the Konoha rear camp, Tsunade was commanding the medical ninjas as they tended to the wounded from the front lines. Given her current state, it was not suitable for her to take to the field herself. However, with Tsunade's exceptional mastery of medical ninjutsu, most injuries could be healed through the use of slugs. Sajima, please check how much stock we have left of Camellia and Zichuan Xiong in the warehouse. Yes, Lady Tsunade, responded a medical ninja clad in a Konoha vest, promptly setting off to fulfill her orders. As the frontline forces engaged in battle, those at the rear were equally industrious. The Konoha camp was bustling with activity aside from the injured. Why the phrase almost? Because while it was reasonable for Ketsuki to be at the front lines, the presence of that violent woman raised questions. Is it just because she awakened her eyes a bit earlier? Obito exclaimed in frustration. Tsunade had promised Ketsuki to watch over his companions. Thus, she brought Kakashi, Rin, and Obito along with her. At present, as Tsunade conducted her inspections, the three remained in the large office of the medical department. Kakashi, with his lifeless gaze, fixed his eyes on Obito and coldly remarked, "Didn't Ketsuki mention that Uchiha Ruri has already awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan? You haven't even awakened a single tomo, and yet you dare to speak these words? Fool." Obito, holding on to his own set of beliefs, defiantly retorted, "That violent woman couldn't even defeat Ketsuki after awakening her eyes. I'm not a match for Ketsuki either. So isn't that violent woman on par with me? Why should she be allowed to go while I cannot?" Kakashi, uninterested in continuing the conversation with Obito, felt it was akin to speaking to a brick wall. However, Obito was not yet finished venting his frustrations. "You must want to join the main force at the front lines too, right, Kakashi?" Kakashi chose not to respond. Suddenly, Obito recalled something, saying, "Oh, by the way, the night before last, I saw you talking to your short blade, mentioning something about 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west." As Obito brought up the previous night, Kakashi sensed trouble brewing. Sure enough, his instincts proved correct. He quickly covered Obito's mouth to prevent him from saying anything inappropriate. Damn it. On that night, thinking no one was around, he had picked up the short knife his father had passed down to him after retiring, uttering a few encouraging words to himself, only to have Obito witness his moment of juvenile fervor. In this world, Tsukuyomi Hitaki did not take his own life, and Kakashi's mental state was far better than that of his original storyline counterpart, who had become a mere task machine. Yet, the problem was that he had become overly engrossed in reading ninja novels of late. Of course, the books Kakashi indulged in were not the risque type like Intimate Paradise, but rather tales of grassroots ninjas rising to prominence that had recently become popular in the ninja realm. The words Kakashi had spoken to his short blade the night before were actually lines from the protagonist of a novel he had been reading. Kakashi had yet to face the embarrassment of being called out by his students for reading such material. At that moment, as Toby was being broadcast live, he couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment, yet fortunately, he wore a black mask that concealed his expression. "Help me, Rin, I'm about to perish." Rin, who had been contemplating meeting with Yukimaru, was jolted back to reality by Toby's desperate cries. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop Kakashi, urging him to cease his actions, for it seemed something had detached from Toby's being. However, Kakashi appeared oblivious, his gaze vacant, yet his hand remained resolute over Toby's mouth and nose. Once the task was completed, Tsunade returned to her office with Shizune. As she entered, she was met with a startling scene. Toby lay on the ground. His eyes rolled back, while Rin utilized her medical ninjutsu to revive him, and Kakashi stood nearby, his expression vacant, clutching his short blade and murmuring incomprehensibly. "You guys?" Tsunade often found the world to be quite peculiar. She had only stepped away for a brief moment, and now one of the trio lay incapacitated while another had lost his senses. It was no wonder Yukimaru was concerned for them. Who wouldn't be alarmed in such circumstances? Truly, he was the brother I recognized. Even as his friends caused him endless worry, he still cared deeply for them. With the combined efforts of Rin and Shizune, Toby's spirit finally returned to his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was Tsunade standing directly before him. In a dazed manner, he uttered, "Is this hell? Have I arrived in the underworld?" Tsunade's expression darkened, and she delivered a swift punch to Tobi's head. "You foolish child. What nonsense are you spouting?" Instantly, Tobi regained his senses, recalling the recent events, and urgently searched for Kakashi. Upon spotting him, he immediately accused, "You insufferable Kakashi. Were you trying to kill me? I think I just glimpsed the Sage of Six Paths." Kakashi, having regained clarity after Tsunade's return, was about to respond to Tobi's outburst when suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Tsunade furrowed her brow and quickly exited the tent, followed closely by Kakashi and the others. Looking up, they beheld countless streams of gold sand rising around the Konoha frontline camp, resembling a waterfall in reverse, encircling the encampment. The sudden occurrence caused many ninjas to cease their tasks. A patrolling ninja stationed at the camp rushed over to report to Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, these streams of sand just erupted from the ground. Is anyone injured?" "Not at the moment." Tsunade sighed in relief, her mind racing with thoughts. The sand must be the result of Sunagekyure's bloodline limit, magnet release. Given its current state, was it preparing to unleash some sort of barrier technique? Without hesitation, Tsunade issued her orders. "Send the combat unit to break through these walls of sand and contact the ninja outside to ascertain the number of incoming enemies. Lady Tsunade, look outside." At this, Tsunade raised her gaze once more to the perimeter of the camp. Suddenly, the flowing sands revealed something all too familiar to every ninja present. Explosive tags. Countless explosive tags. They nearly covered the entire cascade formed by the flowing sand. Moreover, the most dire situation was that these explosive talismans had already begun to ignite. Tsunade beheld the unfolding chaos, yet it was far too late to react. Oh no! With no time for contemplation, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire Konoha frontline encampment. Boom, boom, boom. Crimson flames surged upward, and thick black smoke spiraled into the sky, forming a colossal black mushroom cloud. Meanwhile, Jinyu silently gazed at the distant mushroom cloud that continued to rise, refusing to dissipate. Lowering his gaze, he sheathed his blade, his breath gradually sinking into his abdomen, and a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him. Without hesitation, Jinyu leaped down from the treetops, ready to act. Namake's Minato was engaged in battle with Chiyo, and it was impossible for him to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly return to the camp. If the object to be transported was too large or too distant, the chakra consumption would be exceedingly high. The current Minato was not like the reanimated corpses. After enduring a prolonged fight with Chiyo, even if he could use the technique to return to the camp, he would likely be unable to participate in the subsequent battle. At this juncture, Minato's solitary return would be futile. Relocating Jinyu would create a significant gap in the frontline's combat capabilities, thereby granting the sand-hidden village an overwhelming advantage. Jinyu, however, was indifferent to the state of the main battlefield. He simply wished to return to the Konoha encampment at once. In contrast, Minato placed greater importance on the outcome of the frontline battle, as it directly impacted Konoha's ultimate fate in this war. This stance was in direct opposition to Jinyu's thoughts. Thus, seeking out Minato at this moment would be of little use. He might even urge Jinyu to first deal with the Sand Shinobi before returning to assist the camp. Given the circumstances, Jinyu could only return to aid alone. The space-time ninjutsu, he resolved that upon the war's conclusion, he must learn it. As long as Rin and the others emerged unscathed, once he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique from Tsunade, he would leave a mark on each of them. After all, the ninja world did not require civil service exams. With a full release of the Chidori. Just as Jinyu prepared to stimulate his leg muscles and enter a sprinting state, Namake's Minato suddenly appeared beside him, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Jinyu possessed the kunai that Minato had once gifted him. "Jinyu, you heard it, didn't you?" Minato inquired, his tone assertive despite the interrogative phrasing. It was the sound of an explosion emanating from the rear camp. Minato nodded, truly impressive. "Jinyu, your hearing is remarkably acute." Jinyu was disinclined to waste time in idle conversation. He was eager to return for assistance. Furthermore, Minato's current approach seemed to imply he wanted Jinyu to prioritize the broader situation. Just as Jinyu prepared to voice his thoughts, Minato's next words caught him off guard. "Jinyu, prepare yourself. I am about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to transport you directly back to the frontline camp." As soon as Wave Wine Minato's words fell, he prepared to place his hand on Jinyue's shoulder. However, before Jinyue could continue, Minato interrupted. It's all right, though it may be somewhat forced. I can utilize my speed advantage to guide the 1,000 hands back to Master Jiraiya. With a gentle smile that conveyed his apologies, Wave Wind Minato added, I'm sorry, Jinyue, for leaving you to support the rear alone. It is my inadequacy. Observing the guilt on Minato's face, Jinyue felt as though he had been perpetually mistaken. He had always been inclined to project his preconceived notions of these animated characters from his past life onto the real individuals before him. It was absurd. How could a mere 700-odd chapters encompass the entirety of these flesh and blood beings? Jinyue extended his fist toward Wave Wind Minato, showcasing a confident smile. Captain Minato, you are mistaken. Although I am returning alone, it does not signify that the support is solely mine. Taken aback by Jinyue's words, Minato grasped his meaning and responded with a smile. Indeed, carrying our resolve, we shall surely triumph in this war. With that, Minato extended his hand, connecting it with Jinyue's fist. The Flying Thunder God technique was unleashed with full force, rapidly depleting the chakra within Minato. In an instant, Jinyue's figure vanished. Minato turned his gaze toward the direction of the Konoha frontline camp, murmuring, Kakashi, Rin, Obito, please do not come to harm. He was deeply concerned for his students. Yet he understood the necessity of stabilizing the battlefield first. At the Konoha frontline camp, what magnitude of destruction could arise from the simultaneous explosion of countless explosive tags hidden within the sand? Taking the original plot's Conan's 600 billion explosive tags as a reference, with each tag equivalent to 4G of TNT, the total yield of Conan's tags would amount to 400 kilotons of TNT. To provide a tangible comparison, the atomic bomb Little Boy had a yield of approximately 15 kilotons of TNT. Thus, Conan's 600 billion explosive tags equated to 160 times the power of Little Boy. Naturally, this is merely a mathematical estimation. In reality, the explosive tags are bundled, and their simultaneous detonation would result in considerable energy loss. Nevertheless, despite the wastage, the sheer force of such a massive explosion should not be underestimated. Presently, the Konoha frontline camp had entirely vanished, replaced by a vast crater. Raza halted his magnetic jutsu. Reflecting inwardly, the plan is progressing quite smoothly. It seems the tailed beast will not be needed after all. Indeed, Raza was the mastermind behind it all, long ago. Sunagakure had plotted this ambush. Utilizing Raza's magnetic abilities, Sunagakure scoured the desert in search of mineral veins to amass wealth, subsequently purchasing explosive tags in a frenzy. To avoid detection from the market, Sunagakure willingly invested significantly more time to procure small quantities of explosive tags from various locations within the ninja world. In the initial sabotage mission executed by Jinyue and Wave Wind Minato, Yitsong resolutely abandoned the defense of other warehouses to ensure stringent protection over the 7th warehouse discovered by Wave Wind Minato. This particular warehouse housed a substantial quantity of explosive tags, regrettably sealed within scrolls, eluding even Jinyue's 6 eyes. The Sand-Hidden Village had originally planned to keep this trump card hidden, awaiting a favorable situation in the Land of Rivers to strike at Konoha and subsequently obliterate the Rock-Hidden Village. However, the emergence of a variable like Shimizu Jinyue on the battlefield altered the tide of war, compelling the Sand-Hidden Village to deploy this trump card prematurely, as they could not afford to allow Konoha to proclaim victory without a fight. As Raza traversed the ruins of the Konoha encampment, he nodded in satisfaction at the devastation. Yet, in the next moment, plump slug-like creatures began to emerge from the debris. These were the giant slugs. Just moments before the explosive tags detonated, Tsunade employed her summoning technique, conjuring a colossal slug that immediately spawned countless smaller slugs, scattering throughout the camp. These slugs enveloped the Konoha ninjas in their gelatinous bodies. Naturally, even the stout slugs could not withstand such an explosion. Consequently, Tsunade released the Een seal, tirelessly supplying medical chakra to sustain the slug's offshoots. Under her relentless chakra infusion, the majority of Konoha's ninjas miraculously survived. At this juncture, the emerging slugs began to regurgitate the Konoha ninjas they had engulfed, as Tsunade's chakra reserves had been depleted, rendering her unable to maintain the summoning technique. While these ninjas had preserved their lives, they were merely alive, without being expelled from the slugs. They would have been entombed beneath the rubble. With a series of thundering sounds, the slugs transformed into smoke, returning to the wet-bone forest. Raza surveyed his surroundings and spotted Tsunade leaning against a massive boulder. At that moment, her chakra was nearly exhausted, having relinquished the 100 healings technique. She could no longer sustain the diamond seal of her Ein seal. She lacked the strength even to stand. Logically, rather than attempting to shield everyone amidst the explosion, it would have been wiser to focus on protecting a select few key individuals, thereby avoiding a scenario where none capable of fighting remained. However, Raza could empathize with Tsunade's actions. Had such a situation arisen in the sand-hidden village, he would likely have acted similarly. Tsunade of Konoha, you are a ninja worthy of respect, Raza sincerely remarked. Yet, respect aside, Raza would show no mercy. He raised his right hand. A strand of sand gold rising and coalescing into a golden spike aimed at Tsunade. It is over, Tsunade of Konoha. With a swift motion, he sent the floating spike hurtling through the air toward the incapacitated Tsunade. In this critical moment, a voice rang out, Spear of Spiral. A chakra sphere, the size of a coin, hurtled towards them from an unexpected direction, shattering the spikes formed from sand gold. Rozuna turned to face the source of the attack, and to his surprise, the one who obstructed him was a girl of around 12 years. You are the one responsible for wreaking havoc in the Konoha camp, aren't you? Witnessing the usually formidable Tsunade now lying weak and defenseless, Rin felt a surge of anger igniting within her. Tsunade-sama, are you alright? Shizune rushed to Tsunade's side, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Yet, her hands moved with precision, meticulously examining Tsunade's condition. Shizune, Rin, what are you doing back here? I cough. Although Tsunade was nearly drained of chakra and in a dire state, she was fortunate that the mitotic regeneration technique had spared her from serious injuries. Seeing Shizune and Rin, she could not help but feel a sense of urgency. They stood no chance against the enemy. You shouldn't have returned. Tsunade struggled to rise. But despite her efforts, she could not succeed. Tsunade-sama, your body can no longer withstand battle. Shizune, noticing Tsunade's attempt to stand, quickly supported her to prevent her from falling. Tsunade-sama, we are ninjas of Konoha. We will never abandon our comrades to flee. Rin remained focused on Rozuna, vigilant against any movements he might make. Prior to the explosion, Tsunade had employed the summoning technique, allowing the slug to envelop Rin, Shizune, Kakashi, and Obito. She had also infused the slugs with additional medical chakra, enabling them to navigate through the explosion-esque chaos and stealthily transport the four of them to a concealed tree hollow outside the camp, shrouded by smoke. She had promised Obito to look after his companions. As an elder sister, she could not go back on her word. Her intention was to ensure that at least Rin and Shizune could escape with their lives. However, she had not anticipated that they would return to rescue her instead. This complicates matters, Tsunade sighed inwardly. Rozuna, seeing his attack thwarted, remained unfazed, dismissing them as mere children. Under his command, a vast amount of sand gold began to converge once more. Just as he was about to launch his next assault, fire-style, fireball jutsu, Obito declared from behind Rozuna, forming hand seals with fervor, his chest swelling, and then unleashing a blazing fireball. Rozuna quickly reacted, manipulating the sand gold to form a barrier behind him, rendering the fireball utterly ineffective against it. A thunderous cry of a thunderbird echoed. Lightning style, Chidori. Kakashi surged from another direction, wielding brilliant lightning, and, propelled by the speed of Chidori, lunged fiercely at Rozuna. Yet, Rozuna's sand gold moved with greater swiftness. He discerned that Kakashi's technique would follow a linear path. Thus, he erected another wall of sand gold in the trajectory of Kakashi's advance. Just as Kakashi was about to collide with the wall, he deftly spun aside, evading the impending impact. To think he bypassed Rasha's defenses. Kakashi's lips curled into a smile, recognizing that the ninjutsu developed by Kagyuki was far from mundane. The Chidori, reimagined by Kagyuki, comprised 4 seals, with an additional one enhancing the ocular nerves. The seals merely served as guidance. The crucial element was Kagyuki's assistance, which enabled Kakashi to memorize the chakra flow. With the support of his fortified ocular nerves, Kakashi could deftly evade while in the Chidori's sprinting state. During previous missions, several foes had met their demise from his evasive maneuvers followed by a swift strike. However, Rasha was not on the same tier as Kakashi's past adversaries. In the fleeting moments as Kakashi spun to evade the golden sand wall, Rasha reacted with remarkable speed. He manipulated the wall, causing multiple spikes to erupt, piercing Kakashi, who should have glided past the wall. Bang! Kakashi, now resembling a porcupine, suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke. It was an illusion clone. Rasha instinctively sought Kakashi's true form, only to be met with another wave of assault. Under the cover of Obito and Kakashi's shadow clone, Rin successfully completed her jutsu. Fire release, wind spirit flower claw red. Rin hurled a shuriken, then formed seals, exhaling flames that clung to it. She quickly formed seals again. Shuriken shadow clone technique. The fiery shuriken instantly multiplied into hundreds of duplicates. An overwhelming tide of red flames surged toward Rasha. Yet, it proved futile. The magnet release, a formidable bloodline limit, offered both offense and defense. Rasha merely encircled himself with the golden sand, thwarting all the shurikens. Moments later, as the rain of shurikens ceased, Rasha prepared to disperse his sandy defense, only to witness the shurikens, which should have vanished, flickering with red light. Boom, boom, boom. A series of small explosions detonated upon Rasha's golden sand. Kakashi, are you ready? Obito shouted. Completed. Kakashi, alongside his shadow clone, was finally prepared. A brilliant blue-white current surged between Kakashi's right hand and his clone's left. Taste this. Lightning release, lightning transmission. This technique was devised by Kakashi, drawing from the essence of Chidori, executed simultaneously by himself and his shadow clone. They controlled the current between the two Chidoris, forming an incredibly sharp blade of lightning. Although powerful, the jutsu required considerable preparation time, hence Obito's earlier inquiry. Their strategy was to buy time for Obito and Rin. Leading to this moment, Kakashi and his shadow clone, wielding the razor-sharp blade of lightning, swept past Rasha's sides. The cutting edge of lightning transmission lived up to expectations, slicing through the golden sand defense encircling Rasha, cleaving him in two. Elated, Obito raised his fist in triumph. We did it. In silence, the observers were rendered speechless, astounded that their plan had truly succeeded. With a resounding thud, Kakashi's shadow clone dissipated into smoke, and the Chidori in his hand faded away. His youth had its limitations. Having unleashed the Chidori multiple times, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. However, Tsunade sensed an impending danger and urgently cautioned, Kakashi, be careful. Originally intending to take a moment to breathe after what he thought was the successful defeat of the enemy, Kakashi immediately became alert upon hearing Tsunade's warning. Yet, it was already too late. The Raza, previously cleaved by Raijin, transformed into sand and gold, scattering about. The true Raza had appeared behind Kakashi, brandishing a kunai aimed directly at his back. Sand instant body, exclaimed Obito, panic-stricken, his eyes a terrifying shade of red with hints of two dark dots beginning to materialize. Just as the kunai, glinting ominously in Raza's hand, was about to pierce Kakashi's heart, a figure abruptly interposed between them. Jinyu wrapped his right arm around Kakashi's waist, spinning to pull him away from Raza's lethal strike. With his other hand transformed into a knife hand, he expertly blocked Raza's wrist, dislodging the kunai while transitioning to a gripping maneuver, executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent Raza crashing to the ground. Raza tumbled several times before colliding with a piece of rubble jutting from the earth, sending up a cloud of dust. Jinyu, with Kakashi, whose chakra was nearly depleted, utilizing the instant body technique, swiftly arrived beside Tsunade. Jinyu, Lin exclaimed, relieved to see him rescue Kakashi from imminent peril. You arrived just in time, my good brother. Obito, unaware of how close he had come to awakening his Sharingan in anger, felt the crimson hue in his eyes dissipate as the crisis subsided. Thank you for coming, Jinyu, Kakashi said, quickly retrieving 2 soldier pills from his ninja pouch and consuming them. He needed to regain his strength promptly. The enemy was formidable, and Jinyu might require his aid shortly. Jinyu? Tsunade managed to stand with difficulty, supported by Shizune. Observing her weakened state, Jinyu found himself overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions, gratitude, guilt, regret, and above all, relief. His dream had always been simple, to become family with Lin and to share a joyful life with Kakashi, Obito, and their close friends. Yet, in the harsh realities of the ninja world, such a commonplace dream seemed almost unattainable. Without Tsunade's near exhaustion of chakra to save them, and without Minato's timely teleportation via Flying Thunder God, Jinyu would have undoubtedly lost the life he had longed for. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Unlike his usual playful banter, this heartfelt address was genuine. Tsunade, aware of Jinyu's capabilities, reassured him, Jinyu, Just hold them off for now while I regain some chakra. No need for that. Sister Tsunade, you should rest well. With Lin and the others unharmed, the heavy burden weighing on Jin Yu's heart finally lifted. However, this does not signify the waning of Jin Yu's fury. On the contrary, he has now entered a state of fervent intensity. The airborne Rasha has since reclaimed the scattered gold sand and resumed his stance. Although he appeared quite disheveled when propelled away, he sustained no serious injuries, for his body remained enveloped in a thin layer of gold sand as protection. Lin, ensure that you safeguard Tsunade, he admonished. Subsequently, Jinwei did not employ the body flicker technique. Instead, he approached Rasha step by deliberate step. With a clap of his hands, Jinwei invoked a technique he had not previously utilized. Spiral sphere. Wisps of azure chakra materialized, coalescing into 9 orbs, each the size of a fist and radiating a brilliant blue luminescence, swirling around him before hovering majestically behind his back. Rasha was aware of the intelligence regarding Jinwei, though it may have become somewhat outdated. Prior to the decisive battle at Sunagakure, Jinwei had only revealed one of his spiral shurikens. Uncertain of the purpose of the floating chakra orbs, Rasha manipulated the gold sand, probing for an opportunity to strike. Gold sand rain, such as the marvel of ninjutsu that gold can seemingly rain from the heavens. Countless strands of gold sand coalesced into thousands, engulfing Jinwei like a torrential downpour. With a mere thought, the spiraling orb behind him transformed into a dark purple hue, swiftly expanding to form a colossal shield that enveloped him. The massive shield, composed of fire-style chakra, radiated extreme heat, causing the surrounding air to warp. Before the myriad golden strands could pierce the dark purple shield, they were melted into molten gold by the intense temperature. As Rasha sought to maneuver the gold sand around to launch an attack from behind Jinwei, 2 spiral spheres erupted from beneath the dark purple shield. With a hum, one of the orbs rapidly enlarged and spun furiously, extending 4 razor-sharp blades, an all-too-familiar sight for the sand ninjas, the spiral shuriken. The spiral shuriken, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, hurtled towards Rasha. Meanwhile, the other spiral sphere morphed into an irregular form of electricity, crashing onto the ground and swiftly traversing beneath the earth, surpassing the spiral shuriken. How swift! In a moment too brief for Rasha to react, it reached his feet and began to ascend rapidly, the lightning-infused chakra ensnaring him in place. Simultaneously, the spiral shuriken approached with blinding speed, magnifying within Rasha's pupils. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, and a colossal blue sphere appeared, filled with a tempestuous storm that howled and birthed countless sharp blades, mercilessly slicing through everything in its path. The deluge of gold sand ceased abruptly, and Jinyue's control over the dark purple shield gradually diminished. Meanwhile, as the fierce winds unleashed by the detonation of the spiral shuriken dissipated, Kakashi and others anxiously observed the unfolding battle. Luo Sha lay sprawled upon the ground, his body drenched in blood, desperately attempting to prop himself up. Yet each effort ended in failure. Moments ago, he had encased himself within a sphere of sand gold, hoping to shield himself from the terrifying wind release. However, the sand gold he employed for defense proved woefully inadequate against the razor-like wind blades, which had undergone an extreme transformation. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that the wind blades of the spiral shuriken merely sliced rather than disintegrated like the dust release technique. Recognizing this distinction, Luo Sha exerted every ounce of strength to reconstitute the shattered sand gold, utilizing magnetic release chakra to gather it anew. Through this immense expenditure of chakra, he managed to sustain the sand gold shield, albeit barely preserving his life. His body was riddled with countless lacerations, leaving scarcely a patch of unblemished skin. The substantial blood loss had begun to induce a state of shock in his limbs, and his repeated attempts to rise had proven futile. It was abundantly clear that the outcome was already determined. Jing Yin's face bore an expression of incredulity, her hand covering her mouth as she muttered to herself. She was aware of Jin Yu's prodigious talent. However, witnessing the earlier battle involving Kakashi had made it evident that their adversary was formidable, perhaps even stronger than Lady Tsunade. Yet, Jin Yu had swiftly transitioned from appearing on the scene to rescuing Kakashi and finally vanquishing the enemy, all within mere rounds. Remarkably, the ninjutsu he employed, summoning 9 chakra orbs, concluded the battle after expending only 3. This left Jing Yin with a surreal sense of disbelief. Beside her, Rin, having overheard Jing Yin's murmurs, proudly lifted her head and confidently declared, "Of course, you can always trust Jianyu." Rin was acutely aware of Jianyu's strength, regardless of the opponent. She believed that as long as Jianyu was present, everything would be all right. In contrast, Obito, breaking from his usual demeanor, refrained from speaking, realizing that he seemed to possess a penchant for jinxing situations. Each time he exclaimed, "We succeeded," it appeared to invite misfortune. "Damn it, what is the intelligence department doing? How is this kid so powerful?" Luo Sha cursed vehemently within his mind, his condition deteriorating. Furthermore, he could not comprehend the ninjutsu employed by the Clearwater Jianyu. The chakra orb seemed capable of instantaneously morphing into various elemental techniques. What an absurd ninjutsu. Indeed, it was outrageous. Unlike the ninjutsu achieved through the fortuitous combination of blazing wind explosion, the spiral ball was a technique that Jianyu had painstakingly developed. Despite its name resembling that of the spiral sphere, the differences were vast. The interior of the spiral sphere was filled with chaotic chakra currents, while the spiral ball contained chakra that rotated slowly in a clockwise direction. Jianyu had previously demonstrated numerous destructive ninjutsu, yet the spiral ball diverged from them, leaning towards functionality. Each spiral ball housed pure, attribute-less chakra, which Jianyu could manipulate at will, instantly utilizing it as the core of various ninjutsu that he could unleash. It appears that the effects are rather limited. After all, they all employ ninjutsu. What distinguishes the body from the Rasengan? In truth, there is a significant difference. The more one develops various powerful techniques, the more Jianyu understands the limitations of the human body. He possesses only 2 hands, and at most can release 2 types of ninjutsu simultaneously. If it involves a combination technique like the burning wind explosion, it would be a sheer waste of time, akin to a grand bank equipped with merely 2 service windows. The exquisite chakra control granted by the 6 eyes is indeed a case of great talent being underutilized. Thus, Jianyu has specifically developed the Rasengan, which can be exemplified by the recent battle showcasing its advantages. When Rasha launched a sand gold rain attack on Jianyu, he simultaneously deployed the flame release fire shield for defense while unleashing 3 ninjutsu techniques: lightning release, earth walk, and wind release, Rasengan shuriken. This seamless combination swiftly defeated Rasha. Returning to the battlefield, with a mere thought, another Rasengan soared forth from Jianyu's back. Amidst the cacophony of 1,000 thunderbirds, it transformed into a lightning spear, hurtling toward the beleaguered Rasha at an astonishing speed. Rasha attempted to manipulate the sand gold to erect a barrier before him, but his physical condition was far too deteriorated. A few grains of sand gold floated momentarily before helplessly cascading to the ground. "Move, dead sand gold." The scene mirrored the earlier moment when Rasha directed the sand gold spikes at Tsunade. At this juncture, the roles of offense and defense had dramatically reversed. Just as Rasha was about to embark on his journey to the afterlife, a fissure suddenly split the ground beneath him, and a crimson figure emerged from the depths, forcefully pushing him aside at the critical moment to save him from the impending strike of the lightning spear. The Chidori lightning spear struck the ground, and Rasha felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. Had it been a fraction of a second longer, he would have been impaled through the skull. The red chakra cloak and a tail made it evident that this was Fubuki, the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure. This did not come as a surprise to Jianyu. The instant he was transported back by the Flying Thunder God technique employed by Minato Namikaze, he had scanned the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers using his 6 eyes. Naturally, he did not overlook this one-tailed Jinchuriki, which is why he opted to approach Rasha at a leisurely pace rather than employing body flicker techniques for close combat. He was concerned that Fubuki might take the opportunity to ambush Rin and Tsunade while he dealt with Rasha. Had Fubuki chosen to attack Tsunade and the others from behind, he was confident that he could intercept Fubuki the moment he acted. Although Fubuki is portrayed in the original storyline as a peace-loving monk, Jianyu would not allow the characterizations from the original plot to cloud his judgment. Such intelligence could only serve as a reference. He would rely on his own eyes to discern the truth. In the end, Fubuki did not choose to ambush. Instead, he opted to save Rasha. What should be done next? Wrapped in the crimson cloak of the tailed beast, Fubuki inquired of Rasha. Find a way to eliminate him, as long as he is dead. The others here pose no threat. In the depths of his understanding, Rasha recognized that the Suna village now stood at a precipice of desperation. Should he fail to eliminate the Konoha ninjas, particularly Tsunade, only the path of defeat awaited his village. For the sake of Suna, even if it meant his demise today. He was resolute in fulfilling this assault mission, with Banfuku having already made his move. The unencumbered Tsukuyomi swiftly appeared at the edge of the crater formed by the spiral shuriken. Looking down upon the beleaguered Rasha, he remarked, "For this ambush, Suna village has truly invested heavily, even deploying a Jinchuriki." Rasha remained silent. He had vehemently opposed the inclusion of the Jinchuriki in the prior strategy meeting. In his estimation, with the possession of 3 trillion explosive tags, he needed but one individual to execute this task. Yet, the unfolding reality revealed his miscalculation. The explosive tags proved effective, nearly obliterating the entirety of Konoha's frontline encampment. However, complications arose on his end. It was indeed embarrassing to reflect on how he had been bested in a single encounter by the recently ascendant Tsukuyomi. What had the young ninjas of Konoha been nourished on? Upon hearing Rasha's command, Banfuku began to concentrate his chakra within his mouth. Tailed beast bomb. He could not allow it to be unleashed. There were still many unconscious Konoha ninjas nearby, and Tsukuyomi had yet to employ his most powerful jutsu. Suddenly, the lightning spear embedded in the ground twisted violently, transforming into a massive, irregular net of lightning that ensnared both Rasha and Banfuku. The ferocious current abruptly disrupted Banfuku's tailed beast bomb. Having long been aware of Banfuku's presence, Tsukuyomi had undoubtedly prepared his defenses in advance. 2 spiraling orbs shot forth from Tsukuyomi's back, one enveloped in dark purple flames. Great flame spiral. The other fragmented into countless chakra spheres the size of coins. Needle gun spiral bombardment. Banfuku's chakra cloak rapidly expanded, enveloping the violent net of lightning formed by the spear. A series of tadpole-like runes crawled over, sealing away the rampant lightning chakra. Freed from his constraints, Banfuku quickly grasped Rasha and veered to the right, narrowly evading the barrage of spiraling needles. Boom, boom, boom. The location where Rasha and Banfuku had been ensnared was now engulfed in clouds of smoke from the explosive impacts. Before they could even catch their breath, a dark purple fireball burst forth from the smoke, hurtling towards them at an alarming speed. What? Banfuku realized there was no evading this jutsu and could only brace for impact. A torrent of sand erupted from the ground, enveloping both him and Rasha, its volume increasing steadily. Did he hope to use the sand as a shield to thwart the great flame spiral? Futile. With his 6 eyes, Tsukuyomi could clearly discern their positions within the sand. The great flame spiral struck the enormous sandball directly, and the terrifying heat instantly melted the sand, penetrating effortlessly within. However, to the surprise of Jinwei, after the Vangluan completely penetrated the sand sphere, the sand behind it began to writhe, filling the void created by the melting of the Vangluan once again. Simultaneously, Fanfu and Luosha emerged from the sand sphere, and under Fanfu's guidance, the sealing technique swiftly materialized on the sand sphere. Jinwei immediately sensed that the chakra connection between himself and the Vangluan had been severed. Sealing techniques are truly remarkable, he mused internally, recalling the times he had previously been thwarted by such techniques. The Jinchuriki of the One Tail, if you surrender now, I may consider sparing the life of the person beside you. Jinwei was reluctant to engage in battle with the One Tail here, as there were too many injured and unconscious Konoha ninjas nearby, which severely limited his options. Moreover, capturing the tailed beast would signify that Sunagakure had lost its last vestige of wartime potential, effectively withdrawing from the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, leaving no significant impact. Fanfu heard Jinwei's call for surrender but remained silent, unwilling to respond. Ultimately, he was a man of the Land of Wind. If he were to hand over the One Tail to Konoha, Sunagakure would lose a weapon capable of intimidating the other great hidden villages. The Land of Wind itself might fall from its esteemed position among the 5 great nations, resulting in the suffering of its common people, a fate he wished to avoid. Luosha, too, would not be swayed by mere words. Moreover, from Jinwei's tone, it was clear that he was cornered. What is there to discuss if we are both doomed? He thought. Additionally, he noted, his technique is about to fade. Observing the spiraling spheres behind Jinwei, which had originally numbered 9, he counted that only 3 remained after continuous use. Furthermore, Luosha realized that although the opponent's techniques were diverse, multiple spheres could not release the same elemental jutsu simultaneously. Whether it was the lightning and wind techniques at the onset of battle or the recent ones, had they been pursued by 2 fireballs, the One-Tailed Jinchuriki would have found it significantly more challenging to cope. Feeling as though he had deciphered Jinyue's strategy, Luosha grew confident. As long as they withstood the remaining 3 chakra spheres, victory would ultimately belong to Sunagakure. Jinyue, unaware of the adversary's thoughts, could only speculate from Luosha's expression that he was merely waiting for a celebratory moment, an old tradition among the sand ninjas. Sighing, Jinyue felt a sense of helplessness. He was not one to be obstinate. If circumstances proved dire, he would not hesitate to make sacrifices among the Konoha ninjas. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that while he desired to capture the One-Tail, he lacked the expertise in sealing techniques. "Do not perish in the ensuing battle, One-Tail Jinchuriki," Jinyue said, slowly drawing his weapon, Mist Cutter. As soon as he spoke, Jinyue's figure vanished instantaneously. In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of 1,000 birds, he lunged at Luosha, wielding the Mist Cutter with a swift strike. Chidori stream, one flash. Damn that Jinyue. After conversing with the One-Tail Jinchuriki for so long, the real target was me? As Luosha seized the opportunity to fend off Qing Shui Jianyu, he consumed a significant amount of military rations and blood-enhancing pills. Now, he could barely summon a modicum of magnetic chakra. A few strands of gold sand did not even graze Jianyu's body. They were instantly dispersed by the ferocious electric arcs of Chidori, scattering back to the ground. Funfu, regaining his senses, commanded the sand to form a colossal hand that struck down fiercely from behind Jianyu. However, under the unerring gaze of Jianyu's 6 eyes, Funfu's assault was completely anticipated. With a mere thought, a sphere of chakra shot forth, enveloped in dark purple flames. In an instant, it transformed into an equally enormous fiery shield, the terrifying heat melting the giant hand of sand. Yet, while releasing the sand hand, Funfu simultaneously manipulated the grains to ensnare Luosha's feet, propelling him away from Jianyu's blade. A spray of blood erupted. Jianyu's strike was executed with such swiftness that, despite Funfu's desperate intervention, it was not enough. Luosha's left arm was severed at the root by the Mist Cutter. "You are truly difficult to kill. Can't you just die quietly with your health so low?" Jianyu could not help but sneer. "Haha, perhaps it is my fortune," Luosha surprisingly laughed. He controlled the gold sand to staunch the wound at his left arm. Although he claimed to be fortunate, deep down, Luosha understood that he was likely to perish here. However, he accepted his fate, willing to sacrifice himself to ensure the victory of Sunagakure in completing the mission. With a resolute heart, Luosha forcibly squeezed out a considerable amount of chakra from within his body. This was a unique trait of chakra, unlike humans from Jianyu's previous life. Ninjas could indeed manifest power in moments of extreme rage. Luosha commanded the gold sand to surge forth, this time not as mere wisps. Sand Waterfall Dragon. A massive torrent of gold sand, under Luosha's unyielding control, surged skyward like a cascading waterfall, fueled by his reckless determination. The magnetic chakra attracted the flowing sand with even greater force, solidifying it into a colossal golden dragon. The dragon roared skyward, exuding an unmatched aura, and lunged toward Jianyu. This would be his final offensive. He did not expect this strike to annihilate Qing Shui Jianyu in one fell swoop. But as long as it depleted his remaining chakra, Funfu would have a fighting chance in the ensuing battle. Despite the grim prospect, after so much combat, he understood that his opponent was a monster. "Funfu, you must complete the mission, or Sunagakure will truly face extinction. I beg you." Luosha poured every last bit of sand he had used to staunch the massive wound into the sand waterfall dragon, blood gushing forth anew and staining the ground crimson. He wagered everything on this one strike. Even if he were to depart to the Pure Land, he could hold his head high before the ancestors of Sunagakure. Alas, he would not witness the birth of his first child with Karura. He remembered her worried expression before his departure, knowing full well that he had been a failure as a husband. Thus, he harbored the conviction that he must emerge victorious in this ninja world war, for only then could he provide a nurturing environment for himself and Karura's child. Within the desert, he tirelessly employed magnetism to extract gold for the village, scarcely allowing himself a moment's respite. He had already failed as a husband. He absolutely could not afford to become a failed father. Yet now, it seemed he owed an apology to Karura. "If the child were to be a girl, as you suggested, let us name her Temari. For it is indeed a lovely name." Fukusuk acutely sensed Rasha's determination. It is worth noting that prior to the mission, Rasha had always referred to himself as the One-Tail Jinchuriki. Indeed, in the village hidden in the sand, people had almost forgotten Fukusuk's name. with many simply calling him by the name of the beast within him. However, in his final moments, this man chose to honor himself by requesting that he be addressed by his true name and implored him to complete the task. At that moment, both Fukakusuke and Rasha shared the same aspiration, to safeguard the land of wind. Understanding this, Fukakusuke enveloped Rasha's sand gold dragon with sand, as if donning it in a suit of sandy armor. Simultaneously, he unleashed the sealing technique, and the tadpole-like seals swiftly crawled over the body of the sand gold dragon. This way, he cannot utilize that fiery defense, Fukakusuke thought to himself. The sand waterfall flow dragon was no ordinary technique. Its high-density magnetic chakra allowed it to reconstitute itself like an indomitable cockroach, even if shattered, until it crushed its foes to oblivion. In the sunlight, the sand gold dragon radiated a metallic sheen as it roared and charged fiercely towards Shimizu. Despite the stark contrast in size, with Shimizu appearing significantly smaller than the sand gold dragon, there was an inexplicable air of tragic heroism about the latter, akin to a brave warrior challenging a demon king. This was their fervent combination technique. Unbeknownst to him, the magnetic release held such a ninja art, offering a spectacle that seemed even more captivating than his burning wind explosion, though its power remained uncertain. Shimizu gazed at the metallic dragon hurtling towards him, feeling no panic whatsoever. Rather, he took a moment to appreciate its magnificence and critique its form. One might wonder why. As previously stated, defense had never been a concern for Shimizu. With the mist cutter in hand, he wiped the blood of Rasha off his blade. At that moment, the sand gold flow dragon was less than 5 meters away from him. Rasha, oblivious to the lack of action from his opponent, found himself incapable of contemplating. The singular drive propelling his body was the completion of the sand waterfall flow dragon and the fervent desire to defeat Shimizu. Meanwhile, Fukakusuke furrowed his brow. Sensing that matters were not as simple as they appeared, he observed Shimizu position the mist cutter horizontally before him and gently swung the blade towards the colossal entity ahead. Full counter. In an instant, an invisible domain seemed to rapidly expand from Shimizu's presence. In a fleeting moment, the once formidable golden sand dragon seemed to have suffered a grievous blow, its majestic form beginning to collapse inward from its head. The sound of cracking echoed, reminiscent of a broken toy, as the golden sand dragon disintegrated amidst a lament of metal. Moreover, the sand that had been scattered by the full counter did not coalesce again under the influence of magnetic chakra. Instead, it shot forth like a barrage of stray bullets, returning to the direction from whence it came. The sound of bullets piercing flesh resonated, as Rasha found himself enveloped in a rain of flowing sand. In his final moments, his thoughts were consumed by memories of his beloved wife and their unborn child. As for the village of Sunagakure, let the living worry for it, separated by realms. He wished them success. Rasha suddenly realized he was not as untroubled as he had imagined. How wonderful it would be if you were born in Sunagakure, Shimizu. Thus, the future 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure met his end in the 3rd Great Ninja War. For Rasha, this seemed a fitting conclusion, preferable, even, to perishing at the hands of Orochimaru's treachery. The rain of golden sand persisted, with Bunpoku skillfully manipulating the sand for defense. Seizing the opportunity, Shimizu sent forth the last 2 Rasengan, for a fool would let such an opportunity slip away. Under Shimizu's watchful 6 eyes, the sand bullets striking the ground created clouds of smoke that offered no obstruction to his sight. The 2 Rasengan flew unerringly towards Bunpoku, as if guided by satellite navigation. During their flight, they each transformed, one splintering into countless smaller Rasengan, the other resonating with the sound of 1,000 chirping birds. This was the spear gun Rasengan Rain and the Chidori lightning spear. War is no trivial matter, and the same holds true for Jinchuriki. Shimizu's strike was a lethal gambit. Fallen Jinchuriki would still deprive Sunagakure of its capacity to wage war. The capture of the living would merely yield a more substantial profit. Meanwhile, under the weighty defenses of sand, Bunpoku had sustained little damage. Suddenly, a swift bolt of lightning broke through the sand shield in an instant, piercing Bunpoku's abdomen and pinning him in place. The tailed beast's chakra cloak proved utterly inadequate against the razor-sharp lightning spear. Bunpoku hastily attempted to employ sealing techniques to contain the lightning chakra and free himself. Yet, it was already too late. The spear gun Rasengan reached him barely a moment after the lightning spear, leaving no time for him to escape its debilitating grip. Bunpoku could only watch helplessly as a barrage even more potent than the golden sand rain struck him directly. But this was not the end. As Shimizu launched the last two Rasengan, his body remained active, conjuring a great fire Rasengan to hurl into the fray. The preceding two attacks had merely served as an overture. The true spectacle was the fire release, Great Fire Rasengan, which, unimpeded by sealing techniques, finally unveiled its true power as an S-rank single-target ninjutsu. Upon the instant when the Great Flame Spiral struck Fuku's body, the cloak of tailed beast chakra was utterly incinerated. Witnessing the impact, Tsukimi formed a hand seal and shouted, "Explode!" Dark purple flames erupted violently from the explosion of the Great Flame Spiral, enveloping Fuku entirely. The terrifying heat seemed potent enough to ignite one's very thoughts. Fuku found himself devoid of energy to release any sealing techniques. It felt as though his body had ceased to exist. He could not even sense his fingers, let alone perform any sealing jutsu. He was on the brink of death. Tick-tock. In what seemed like a dim, cavernous space, a single drop of water fell softly onto a tranquil surface, where Fuku sat cross-legged. Reminiscent of his time in the holding cell of the Sand Village, where he had guarded the Jinchuriki. Clearly, this was the sealing space deep within Fuku's heart. "You are about to die, you foul monk. Do you realize that?" A massive creature with a single tail emerged from the darkness behind Fuku. "Indeed, I am nearing death." Fuku responded with an unsettling calmness regarding his impending demise. I warned you long ago. Those humans merely intend for you to meet your end." "Konoha is a village established by that individual," Shikaku remarked coldly. "Thank you for your concern." Fuku was unaware of the identity of the person Shikaku referred to. Yet he could sense the sincerity within the beast's heart. "Is this truly worth it, foul monk? All for those who imprisoned you for a lifetime?" Fuku remained silent and slowly lifted his hands, upon which were inscribed the characters "for receiving in heart." With trembling yet resolute determination, he brought his palms together. At that moment, receiving and heart coalesced to form love. Perhaps. This was Fuku's response to Shikaku. Shikaku fell silent, its tail swaying gently behind, as if bidding a final farewell. However, it was not truly a farewell. Though Shikaku regarded Fuku highly, even likening his character to that of the Sage of Six Paths, it understood that one matter could not be confused with another. It did not harbor animosity toward Fuku, yet it had no intention of perishing alongside him. For the death of a Jinchuriki meant the dissolution of the tailed beast as well. While chakra would not vanish entirely, who could say whether Shikaku would return to life years hence, or if it would still be the same entity? The tail behind Shikaku was not bidding farewell, but rather gathering chakra. Its two plump paws were forming seals. As one of the few scholarly-tailed beasts, in this moment of Fuku's impending collapse in the external world, it could release itself from the sealing technique autonomously. Under the watchful gaze of Tsukimi, who possessed the six eyes, Fuku, ensconced in the flames of the Great Flame Spiral, manifested intricate sealing patterns across his body, which shattered as if they were chains broken by brute force. An ominous chakra surged forth from Fuku, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic raccoon with purple markings. The formidable Shikaku made its grand entrance. Immediately upon breaking free, Shikaku let out a wild howl to the heavens. Yet within that cry lay not the euphoria of liberation, but rather an atmosphere steeped in sorrow. It seems to be bidding farewell to someone. Indeed, this is the case. Although it remains unexpressed, Shikaku has learned much from the kind-hearted human, Fu, over these decades spent together. At this moment, Shikaku's emergence from Fu's body signifies that Fu has completely passed away. After all, Fu was merely an ordinary man, unlike Kushina, who possessed the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan. The instant Shikaku broke the seal of the tailed beast, Fu's spirit had already returned to the nether realm. Seeing this, Katsuki felt a sense of helplessness. He had not held back in their earlier confrontation. Ordinarily, any Jinchuriki facing such a scenario would be doomed. However, Shikaku, being proficient in sealing techniques, was different. "This is troublesome," Katsuki murmured, his brow furrowing. One-tailed beast is not an insurmountable dilemma. For the average ninja, tailed beasts might symbolize calamity, but for true powerhouses, only when faced with 8 tails does it become a significant threat. Katsuki's concern lay in the multitude of injured and unconscious leaf ninjas around. Even if he refrained from utilizing his most potent techniques, Shikaku would not cooperate. As Ketsuki pondered how to resolve the situation with the one-tailed beast swiftly, he suddenly noticed Tsunade making a move. She had regained some chakra and, biting her finger, performed a series of hand seals before striking the ground. Summoning technique. A colossal slug reappeared. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade immediately commanded, "Slug, swiftly divide and transport all the unconscious leaf ninjas away from the one-tailed beast." "Understood, Lady Tsunade," the slug replied in a soft voice. It then began to split, with numerous smaller slugs quickly enveloping the surrounding unconscious leaf ninjas and fleeing from the battlefield between Ketsuki and Shikaku. "Nice, Sister Tsunade." A smile broke across Ketsuki's face. Tsunade was indeed reliable. Now he could finally unleash his full potential. Meanwhile, within Fu's body, Shikaku could perceive the external circumstances and recognize that the human opposing him was an enemy from Sunagakure. Had it been any other tailed beast, it would have already unleashed its fury, wreaking havoc and seeking vengeance upon humanity, indifferent to the conflicts among them. However, Shikaku, being a distinguished tailed beast, resolved to avoid confrontation with this particular human. This human was unlike the rest. Even his stance revealed a lack of fear. Furthermore, during his time with Fu, Shikaku gradually comprehended that genuine kindness resided among humans. Perhaps this was the message that Sage of Six Paths intended to convey to them. Moreover, after decades of confinement, Shikaku was reluctant to act recklessly. Thus, when the slugs began to relocate the humans, he refrained from intervening. With his coin-patterned eyes fixed upon Ketsuki, Shikaku spoke, "Human, you? That? Oh no." Shikaku thought to himself, sensing a sense of foreboding. Having spoken only to Fu for decades, he found himself at a loss for words in this unexpected exchange with a stranger. As Jiue observed, Shoha appeared somewhat amiss. After emerging from its seal with a howl, it stood still, showing no signs of movement even when the slug traversed back and forth. Now it hesitated, mumbling incomprehensibly. Nonetheless, as a reincarnator, Jiue bore no prejudice against tailed beasts, and thus spoke up. "Though I am uncertain of your intentions, I presume you do not wish to engage in battle, Shoha." Shoha, still pondering its response, considered Jiue's words and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. However, how do you know my name?" It suddenly realized that it had never disclosed its name to any other human. How could this individual know it? Understanding Shoha's non-aggressive stance, Jiue decided to let the matter rest. According to his recollections from a previous life, Shoha was at a stage of being influenced by the spirit of Fu, which would soon lead to a time when Sunagakure would seek to replace its Jinchuriki as Fu approached its demise. However, due to the Jinchuriki's qualifications, Shoha frequently broke free from its seal, resulting in a cycle of conflict and resealing until it ultimately became sealed within Gaara. During this tumultuous period, the heart that had been gently pried open by decades of Fu's kindness had once again closed off. Of course, memories are but echoes of the past. With Shoha's affirmative reply, Jiue confirmed the beast's safety. After all, while tailed beasts are often deemed calamities, their thoughts remain rather innocent, at least devoid of deceit. "It is good that you harbor no desire for conflict. I too am not one to relish in fighting. Feel free to go on your way, as I have other matters to attend to." Regarding your name," Jiue mused, propping his chin on his hand for a moment before looking up, his tone light. "I cannot explain it succinctly, so let me introduce myself. I am Jingshue Jiue, and now you know my name as well. Consider it even, then, Shoha." Having said that, Jiue turned to return to Tsunade to deliberate on their next course of action. However, Shoha called out hastily, "Why are you not afraid of me? And why do you engage in conversation with me, Jingshue Jiue?" Shoha was acutely aware of the disdain and fear humans held towards tailed beasts. Yet it sensed no malice from this self-identified Jiue. Curiosity piqued. It pondered what perspective this, the third individual willing to converse calmly with it since gaining consciousness, might hold. Raising an eyebrow, Jiue chuckled lightly. "Afraid of you? Why should I fear you? You are not a mindless beast. Is it strange to converse with you? Has no one ever wished to speak with you before?" Shoha paused, momentarily taken aback by Jiue's response. Indeed, it was not a mindless beast. Although it often self-deprecatingly referred to itself as such, that did not imply it welcomed being called a beast. Now, it was eager to inquire further. "Jingshue Jiue, if you were in my position, imprisoned for decades, what would you choose to do now?" Upon hearing Shoha's inquiry, Jiue pondered momentarily before responding. "I cannot fathom your thoughts. But were it I, after enduring such prolonged captivity, my initial instinct would be to exact vengeance upon those who imprisoned me, followed by pursuing the life I had longed for yet never lived. After articulating her sentiments, Jinue disregarded Shoha and resolutely departed, taking with her the remains of Rasha. The reason for only retrieving Rasha's body was that Fumbuku's remains had been entirely consumed by the flames of the Hone's spiraling sphere. The scene was left with Shoha, who remained stationary, his small yellow eyes wide open, lost in contemplation. After bidding farewell to Shoha, Jinue hastened towards Tsunade's location. At that moment, Tsunade and Rin had already relocated the injured from Konoha to a flatter area on the outskirts of the camp. Jinue materialized beside Tsunade and her companions, casually discarding Rasha's corpse onto the ground. "Jinue, are you unharmed?" Rin exclaimed, rushing over to examine Jinue's condition. Although she held unwavering confidence in Jinue, concern lingered in her heart. Rest assured, Rin, not only is Jinue unscathed, but he also effortlessly defeated 2 opponents single-handedly. "Truly, he is my brother," Tsunade remarked, her perceptive abilities indicating that Jinue's chakra levels remained steady throughout, suggesting that the recent skirmish had been as effortless for him as an evening jog. Tsunade hesitated before inquiring, "What shall we do about the One Tail? Will we leave it unattended?" "Well, it shows no inclination to fight, and given the current state of Sunagakure, they lack the capacity to capture the One Tail," Jinue replied. His decision to release the One Tail was indeed calculated. Sunagakure's elite forces had dwindled to merely Chiyo, while others, like Hozuki, were inferior in strength compared to the Kage level. However, Chiyo's prowess lay predominantly in her puppetry, making her capable of dealing with ninjas, yet ill-equipped to contend with the robust-tailed beasts. At that moment, many Konoha ninjas had begun to awaken in the camp. "I am not dead. It's Tsunade-sama's summoned beast. Tsunade-sama saved us," someone exclaimed upon noticing the slugs surrounding them. Tsunade did not see herself as deserving of such accolades. Had it not been for Jinue's timely return, they, including herself, would have inevitably met their demise. Once the conflict concluded, she intended to relay Jinue's contributions to the 3rd Hokage, embellishing the tale to ensure he received the recognition he deserved. Meanwhile, Obito approached Rasha's remains, observing them for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha. I expected this sand ninja to be formidable, yet he was no match for Jinue." Kakashi shot Obito an incredulous glance, retorting, "Weren't you just shouting that Jinue was in danger?" Obito's laughter abruptly ceased, and he stammered defensively, "Who could blame me? That dragon composed of sand was just so." He struggled to choose his words carefully, feeling that expressing fear might elevate another's reputation while diminishing his own. After all, the metallic dragon had barely made its appearance before being effortlessly dispatched by Jinue. "Humph, do not present me with such insipid smiles, with your abilities. Even if you cannot vanquish the enemy, a 3-on-1 scenario should allow you to hold your ground for a while. What transpired here upon my return?" With arms crossed and a furrowed brow, Jinue reprimanded Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, well aware of their capabilities from their training under him since childhood. It is precisely for this reason that he wore a stern expression to admonish them. "Fortunately, Captain Minato had escorted me back. Otherwise, you would be facing dire consequences." Feeling he had not yet delivered sufficient reprimand, Jinue added another remark. At this moment, Kakashi and the others dared not retort, quickly bowing their heads in apology. "We are sorry." Witnessing their contrition, Jinue felt it unnecessary to continue. Raising children truly is a laborious endeavor. "I must return to the front lines, and you should remain here obediently. Before I depart, take the time to reflect on what you could have done better in the recent battle." Upon hearing that Jinue was on the verge of returning to the front lines, Obito yearned to accompany him, but, having just been reprimanded, did not dare voice any objections, fearing that Jinue would become even angrier. "Ah, how I wish I could awaken my Sharingan." Obito sighed inwardly, still preoccupied with the awakening speed of Uchiha Ruri. Though he did not express it outwardly, Kakashi and Rin, on the other hand, were less concerned. They recognized their shortcomings and understood that joining Jinue on the battlefield would only distract him. After exchanging a few final words with Tsunade, Jinue did not linger any longer and set off in the direction of the front lines. Amidst the sturdy branches of the trees, a blue flash darted rapidly through the foliage, revealing Jinue on his journey. At this moment, arcs of electricity occasionally flickered across his legs, a manifestation of lightning chakra subtly stimulating his leg cells. This was the most efficient method of chakra output to conserve Jinue's stamina. Halfway through his journey, Jinyue abruptly halted atop a branch. "Why do you persist in following me, Shikaku?" As his words fell, the ground beneath the great tree he stood upon began to rise intermittently, with torrents of sand surging forth from within. This was the ninjutsu sand submergence technique, and soon a large, lively tanuki appeared before Jinyue. "Shikaku, you intend to confront the people of Sunagakure, do you not?" "I wish to join you," Shikaku replied without hesitation. Prior to this, Shikaku had posed a question to Jinyue. After listening attentively to Jinyue's response, it pondered for a long time but could not discern the life it desired. Nevertheless, it was quite intrigued by the prospect of causing trouble for Sunagakure. Having been sealed in a confined space for so long, it was not willing to let this opportunity slip away. Hearing that Shikaku wished to join him in dealing with the Sand Ninja, Jinyue, of course, did not refuse. However, he felt it necessary to clarify some matters with Shikaku. "Since our objectives align, traveling together is indeed acceptable. However, the battlefield is currently chaotic with both Konoha and Sunagakure ninjas engaged in fierce combat. Your abilities are extensive. What if you accidentally harm those on my side?" Shoha was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, its plump paws scratching its head in contemplation. "What do you think I should do?" Shoha redirected the question to the intriguing human, Jinyue, who had piqued its curiosity. "Will he advise me to leave?" Shoha pondered internally. Upon hearing Shoha seek his opinion, Jinyue lowered his head and began to contemplate seriously. After a few moments, he spoke. "Very well. You shall stay by my side and follow my lead." Upon hearing that Jinyue did not intend to send it away, Shoha eagerly agreed. "All right. Then what is our relationship now?" The sudden peculiar question from Shoha caught Jinyue off guard, and he casually responded, "Consider us partners." "Partners?" Shoha was exceedingly pleased with this answer. Before departing, the old sage of the six paths had instructed the nine-tailed beasts to assist humanity and coexist harmoniously. Moreover, it was crucial that one day, a human would emerge who could guide the tailed beasts to comprehend the essence of true power. Shoha believed itself to be the exemplary model among the tailed beasts, a paragon of excellence. It seemed that its fellow beasts were nothing but fools, while it, Shoha the raccoon spirit, had successfully forged a genuine connection with humanity. The human before it, who introduced himself as Jinyue, had not exhibited any prejudice against Shoha's identity as a tailed beast since their first meeting. Instead, he treated it as an equal in their discourse. Shoha felt convinced that he was indeed the individual the old sage of the six paths spoke of, capable of rightly guiding the tailed beasts. Indeed, Shoha mused, the number of tails signifies nothing. That wretched fox is surely still within some Jinchuriki. It felt a profound sense of accomplishment in fulfilling the old sage's dying wish. With this thought, Shoha stretched out its large, pudgy hand and excitedly proclaimed to Jinyue, "Let me lead you forward, Shimizu Jinyue." Naturally, Jinyue, eager for the ride, leapt onto Shoha's hand. After indicating the direction, he shouted, "Let us set forth." Shoha emitted a peculiar sound in response and cautiously cupped its palm, delving back underground. It swiftly employed the sand submarine technique, propelling itself at great speed towards the direction indicated by Jinyue. On the front lines of battle, Minato Namikaze deftly evaded a barrage of projectiles launched by Chiyo's 10 puppets while shouting, "Jiraiya-sensei." Understood. Earth style, Yellow Spring Marsh. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. Instantly, a swamp appeared beneath Chiyo's feet. However, Jiraiya's assault did not conclude there. Upon witnessing the Yellow Spring Marsh successfully ensnaring Chiyo, he formed additional seals and unleashed a formidable wave of concentrated flames from his mouth. Fire style, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. This was an advanced fire technique developed by Jiraiya, utilizing the unique oil from Mount Myaboku to significantly enhance the temperature and adhesion of the flames. Chiyo found her feet trapped in the swamp and, upon attempting to leap free, realized she could not escape. Resolutely, she waved her hands, deftly manipulating 3 puppets from the 10 puppets to return to her side for defense. The formidable force of attraction reemerged, this time drawing Jiraiya's fire techniques relentlessly into the wind zone. Meanwhile, with his right hand, he manipulated the remaining 3 of the puppets from the Chikamatsu 10, advancing towards Minato Namikaze. During their previous intense confrontation, one puppet had been marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Left with no choice, she had to abandon that puppet, now controlling only 3 of the Chikamatsu 10 with each hand. Kazakiri, Hurricane Dragon, Eboli observed that his sister had resumed control of the puppets for defense. Thus, he unleashed a high-level wind technique aimed at Jiraiya, who was in the midst of releasing fire. Jiraiya was compelled to halt his fiery assault to evade Eboli's wind jutsu. However, as he ceased his flames, Chiyo simultaneously halted the absorption capacity of the three treasures and redirected the flames already within the wind zone, scattering and compressing them anew. A chakra energy orb was launched from the wind zone controlled by Chiyo, targeting Jiraiya directly. Faced with attacks approaching from both directions, Jiraiya shrugged helplessly, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Minato. You truly lack understanding of your teacher's plight." He then bit his fingertip and, with a swift series of hand seals, struck the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. A tremendous cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a colossal toad. It brandished a shield resembling a giant bull, positioning it defensively before itself. The hurricane and chakra energy orb collided with the shield, unleashing a massive shockwave that radiated outward. The summoning smoke generated by the giant toad was violently dispersed by the impact, pushing the toad back several dozen meters. Nevertheless, despite its seemingly worn and comical appearance, the bowl-shaped shield steadfastly withstood the ferocious dual attacks. Jiraiya crouched atop the giant toad's head, striking a dashing pose with his hands positioned dramatically. The legendary sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya, had made his grand entrance. Truly a master, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato, evading Chiyo's puppets while supporting Jiraiya, couldn't help but commend him. Tadakichi, assist Minato. Jiraiya commanded the toad beneath him before leaping from its head. Although I may be inadequate, I shall do my utmost, replied Tadakichi, leaping toward Minato Namikaze. Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Mitsuki over a considerable distance, expending a significant amount of chakra. In his current state, managing Chiyo alone was quite taxing, so he decisively brought Chiyo towards Jiraiya-sensei. The outcome appeared favorable, though the situation with Mitsuki remained uncertain. Given Tsuna's grave seriousness regarding this conflict, Minato surmised they would likely dispatch a Jinchuriki for a rear assault. Though this maneuver bore immense risk, should it succeed, Konoha would suffer devastating losses. Considering the circumstances on other fronts, Konoha's optimal outcome would be to seek a costly peace with Tsuna. Mitsuki, I entrust this to you. According to the most rational logic, the optimal solution at that time was not for Namikaze Minato to expend a considerable amount of chakra to send Shimizu Ketsuki back to the camp for support. Instead, it would have been far more effective to allow Shimizu Ketsuki to operate freely on the front lines, efficiently eliminating the sand-hidden ninjas. In such a scenario, even if the rear were to fall, with the sand-hidden sustaining heavy losses, Konoha would still have a chance of victory. Yet, for reasons unknown, Namikaze Minato chose to place his faith in Ketsuki, believing wholeheartedly that he would manage the adversaries that emerged from behind. For he is a genius 100 times more exceptional than I. Of course, even with his unwavering confidence in Ketsuki, Namikaze Minato could never have anticipated the manner in which Ketsuki would return to the battlefield. Chiyo was growing increasingly anxious, for she had yet to receive any signal indicating the success of Rashi's plan. They had long surpassed the timeline outlined in their strategy, and Chiyo could not help but entertain the worst-case scenario, that both Rashi and the one-tailed Jinchuriki had been defeated. She dared not think further. Yet the grim reality incessantly reminded her that the sand-hidden village might very well be doomed. Previously, when Namikaze Minato had suddenly vanished before Chiyo's eyes, then reappeared, his chakra presence had diminished significantly. Coupling this with the prolonged absence of Shimizu Ketsuki's chakra response, it became evident that Minato had employed a space-time ninjutsu to transport Ketsuki back to the rear camp of Konoha. Shimizu Ketsuki, Chiyo murmured softly. She considered herself a seasoned veteran, having witnessed countless storms, but a ninja like Shimizu Ketsuki was truly a rarity in her experience. Other prodigies had risen gradually on the battlefield, much like the present Namikaze Minato, whose growth was traceable. However, Shimizu Ketsuki unveiled an extraordinary prowess as soon as he entered the fray. Most crucially, he was a master of ninjutsu. In the ninja world, it is widely acknowledged that ninjutsu specialists are the most challenging to cultivate and the most formidable once they mature. This type of ninja is inherently the uncrowned king of the battlefield. At this juncture, overthinking was futile. She could only seize the opportunity while Namikaze Minato was in a compromised state and attempt to eliminate him. In truth, she did just that. 3 puppets, wielding various weapons such as broadswords and dual blades, launched a coordinated assault against Namikaze's Minato, effectively encircling him. Boom. Fukasaku, wielding a harpoon, swung at the three puppets surrounding Minato, but Chiyo deftly maneuvered her fingers, causing one of the puppets to slip through Fukasaku's legs. Consequently, his strike landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of smoke. With a nimble leap, Namikaze Minato utilized Fukasaku's massive harpoon for support, landing atop the giant toad. His chakra was insufficient. He needed to remain in a safer location to recuperate. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved 2 exquisite food pills freshly produced by the Akimichi clan, reputed to have a ramen flavor. These were procured by Kushina, and while he had previously consumed food pills in one gulp, this time he deliberately chewed a few bites. To his surprise, the taste was rather pleasant. Glancing at the enormous, grotesque toad before him, Chiyo furrowed her brow. The colossal summoning beast, the legendary Jiraiya, truly lives up to his reputation. Chiyo, being a specialist in targeted attacks, finds herself ill-suited to confront such a formidable creature. With the protection of this giant toad, her aspirations to swiftly eliminate Minato Namikaze appear to be thwarted. However, while Chiyo devises a cunning strategy, so too does Minato. She begins to maneuver the remaining 6 of the Puppeteer 10 across the battlefield, reaping the lives of ordinary leaf ninjas with relentless efficiency. In the realm of ninjas, battles predominantly revolve around physical techniques, and the strength of puppet jutsu resides in this very aspect. The puppet's intricate mechanical structure allows for movements beyond the capabilities of a mere human during hand-to-hand combat. Imagine engaging in combat with an opponent's puppet, launching an attack from an unexpected angle, only for the puppet's head to rotate a full 180 degrees, unleashing a barrage of shurikens. Thus, it becomes evident how arduous it was for Minato to engage Chiyo, relying solely on his physical prowess and reflexes, ultimately managing to shift the battlefield to Jiraiya's vicinity. Moreover, Chiyo has imbued her puppets' weapons with poison. Any leaf ninja touched by her controlled puppets, even if not severely wounded, would succumb to the effects of the toxin within mere seconds, often unable to utilize an antidote before being dispatched by other sand ninjas. What will you choose, Minato Namikaze? Clearly, this is the predicament Chiyo has posed for him. With Minato situated atop the giant toad, Chiyo cannot reach him, which likewise indicates that Minato cannot further disrupt Chiyo's maneuvers. This scenario is precisely what Minato fears most. On the battlefield beneath the toad's formidable presence, a puppet wielding a large blade lunges at a leaf chunin who has just dispatched a sand ninja, aiming a lethal strike at his neck. Shurjin, behind you. A teammate of Sarutobi Shurjin shouts a warning from a distance, but there is someone quicker. A shuriken flies past Shurjin's back in an instant. Rasengan. Minato strikes the puppet with the Rasengan just as it is about to connect with the chunin. In that fleeting moment, Chiyo's lips curve into a smile from afar. Finally, the trap is set. Her fingers dance in the air, seemingly manipulating an invisible, intricate device. The blade-wielding puppet disassembles instantaneously, its parts scattering through the air. Minato realizes he has struck nothing but air, yet his reflexes are swift enough to sense the deception. He intends to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, but his chakra reserves are critically low. The previous space-time maneuver and the Rasengan have nearly exhausted his minimal chakra. This is bad, Minato thinks to himself, sensing the impending danger. Under Chiyo's command, the disintegrated parts of the blade puppet emanate a blue glow of chakra, from which countless sharp projectiles are launched, aligning ominously. Simultaneously, chakra threads shoot forth from each component, intertwining and connecting them. The components, now fraught with venomous edges, surged forward with a cacophony of clicks, aiming directly at Minato Namikaze, who was ensnared within the clutches of puppet parts. At a critical moment, Sarutobi Shinizuke unexpectedly grasped Minato's arm, pulling him away from the prickly center of the puppets. The clash of parts echoed as they retracted their blades and reassembled into formidable knife-wielding puppets. Curse Minato. Chiyo seemed unwilling to relinquish this golden opportunity, commanding other puppets to launch another assault against him. However, Gamabunta intervened, wielding his massive harpoon with agility, effectively repelling the advancing puppets. Thank you, Gamabunta. Though I may be of little use, I shall strive to protect you. Sarutobi Shinizuke sighed with relief. The thought of Minato sacrificing himself to save him was unbearable. No amount of penance could atone for such a loss. Yet, misfortune often strikes when least expected. A circular mechanism burst forth from the ground, rapidly expanding into the head of a lion, approximately a meter high, with bared teeth and an open maw that swiftly pinned Minato against a large tree. Sealing technique, lion's roar. The sealing formula manifested upon the trunk, sealing away the already scant chakra within Minato. Damn it! Sarutobi rushed to Minato's side, eager to rescue him, but found himself utterly bewildered by Chiyo's sealing techniques. His lack of understanding was glaringly evident. In the distance, Chiyo's expression softened slightly. At last, there was some promising news. The disassembly of the puppets and the ensuing chaos were merely distractions. Her true lethal move lay concealed beneath the earth. Chiyo's strategy was to have Minato evade the puppet's disintegration attack using his space-time ninjutsu, only to be ambushed by the lion's roar. Once the sealing technique successfully struck, no matter how miraculous Minato's space-time ninjutsu was, it would be rendered powerless. Who could have anticipated that Minato would dare to descend and continue fighting with such a minuscule amount of chakra restored? However, it mattered not. As long as the outcome remained unchanged, that was sufficient. Technique, puppet art, mechanical spear assault. Chiyo manipulated the puppets with relentless intent, leaving Minato no respite. His chakra was thoroughly sealed, and under Kushina's guidance, he was also an expert in sealing techniques. Yet, as the adage goes, a physician cannot heal himself. While he could assist others in dispelling techniques, under his own sealed condition, even Kushina herself might struggle to find a solution. You must leave this place, Minato urged Sarutobi with urgency. At that moment, Sarutobi was attempting to erase the sealing formula etched upon the tree trunk with shuriken. Though his creativity was commendable, once the sealing technique had been initiated, even obliterating the entire tree would not suffice to dispel it. The yellow flash of Konoha heralds my victory. Chiyo's gaze was frigid. Seizing the opportunity to capture such a speedster was a rare stroke of fortune. The puppet art, mechanical spear assault arrived in an instant. Just as the blue spear was about to pierce Minato's form, a crisp, confident voice rang out. Shikaku. Understood. Countless grains of sand surged forth from the wind and water gate, enveloping the two figures entirely. The blue chakra spear thrust against the sphere of sand, emitting intense vibrations. Waves of air erupted from the point of contact between spear and shield. Remarkably, the spear began to penetrate the interior of the sand sphere. However, this was where its advance halted. The puppet technique, light spear assault, was not a sustained ninjutsu. After a brief standoff, the blue spear flickered weakly for a moment before dissipating. Ultimately, the confrontation between spear and shield was decisively won by the sand shield, skillfully crafted by Shikaku. Could this be? Chiyo's pupils contracted. She understood all too well what this sand shield represented. The great Yukai Tanuki has returned, you scoundrels of Sunagakure. Shikaku dispelled the sand undersea technique, its colossal form suddenly erupting from the ground, loudly proclaiming its presence to all nearby. Genjutsu leaped from Shikaku's palm to its head. First, release that sealing technique and rescue Captain Minato. Heeding Genjutsu's command, Shikaku quickly dispersed the sand shield, revealing the immobilized Minato, bound by the sealing jutsu. Minato swiftly formed hand seals, and the sand on the ground rapidly spread over the lion's roar that confined him. The black sealing technique manifested, completely obliterating the original seal belonging to Chiyo. Just as the lion's roar was about to be undone, Chiyo had no time to ponder why a tailed beast was present on the side of Konoha. She waved her hands, directing her 6 shinobi to launch an assault on Minato. Some hurled countless shurikens, while others unleashed flames and wind blades from their puppet mechanisms. Chiyo disregarded whether these attacks would succeed. This was her sole opportunity to eliminate Minato. Her expression was grim, that infuriating genjutsu. Unlike before, she was genuinely exasperated this time. Observing such outrageous assaults, genjutsu needed no words. Shikaku merely flicked its tail, effortlessly deflecting all attacks. It is no wonder that tailed beasts are considered the ultimate power of the ninja villages. Those ninjutsu struck against Shikaku's tail without so much as a sound. As for the series of poisoned shurikens, what posed a lethal threat to ninjas merely appeared comical against the tailed beast. Enough. Truly, Shikaku exhibited its prowess in mere seconds. It had undone the sealing technique that bound Minato. As the sealing technique was lifted, the mechanism of the lion's roar became utterly ineffective. Sarutobi Hiruzen exerted his strength and directly uprooted the lion's head from the tree. Genjutsu. The first words from Minato upon regaining his freedom were a loud call for genjutsu. Naturally, Genjutsu understood his intent and responded loudly. Rest assured, the enemies at the camp have been dealt with, and Tsunade and Rin are safe. Genjutsu intentionally raised their voice not only for Minato to hear, but also to bolster the morale of Konoha's side, while dampening the spirit of Sunagakure. Under the watchful gaze of Jinyue's 6 eyes, Chiyo's face turned pale from a distance. Internally reveling in this moment, Jinyue stood atop the head of Shoha, surveying the entire battlefield from his elevated position. The battlefield was cleared, and the sand ninjas were on edge. A piercing, nauseating hum resonated once more, a sound that instilled a visceral discomfort. The ferocious wind chakra, meticulously controlled by Jinyue, was compressed to its utmost limit, forming 2 colossal chakra shurikens in his hands. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. With a vigorous sweep of his arms, Jinyue hurled the 2 spiraling shurikens into the fray. The familiar formula. The familiar sound. Sand ninjas were on the verge of developing PTSD from the spiraling shuriken technique. At that moment, the battlefield, under Jinyue's 6 eyes, resembled a game map with full visibility. The 2 spiraling shurikens, under Jinyue's command, darted across the battlefield like blue racing cars, systematically annihilating each enemy unit marked within his line of sight. Die, cursed leaf ninja, one sand ninja cried, preparing to thrust his kunai at a leaf ninja who had just dispatched a sand ninja, oblivious to the impending ambush from behind. As his pupils dilated in shock and his mind spiraled into chaos, a flash of blue light surged forth, accompanied by a deafening hum. The sand ninja, who had just brandished his kunai and vowed to end a life, was now cleaved in 2, lying on the ground convulsing. Such scenes unfolded continuously on this battlefield of conflict between leaf and sand. Although Jinyue had only unleashed 2 spiraling shurikens, when it came to the efficiency of reaping the lives of ordinary ninjas, Chiyo would find that even with 6 puppets, let alone the 10 from Nara, none could match the swiftness of Jinyue's technique. Should any sand ninja survive this war and return to their village, they would forever remember the spiraling shuriken as a harrowing technique. Meanwhile, Hozuki, will you not surrender? If this continues, all the men of your sand village will perish. Do not blame Lord Jiraiya then. Jiraiya taunted, engaging in a fierce taijutsu battle with Hozuki while simultaneously hurling insults to distract his opponent. Hozuki, having lived a meticulous life, considered himself composed. Yet today he found himself thoroughly rattled by Jiraiya's antics. Witnessing the tailed beast seemingly under Jinyue's control only added to his distress, indicating that Raza's ambush had undoubtedly failed. Hearing Jiraiya's incessant taunts nearly took the breath from him in anger. An opening. Ninja art. Lion's main jutsu. Realizing his banter had finally taken effect, Jiraiya exclaimed and instantly unleashed his technique, manipulating his own hair to strike at Hozuki. This was Hozuki's first encounter with such an unprecedented attack, and he found himself at a loss for words to describe it. He dodged Jiraiya's relentless onslaught, finding himself in a perilous situation. Indeed, despite Jiraiya's seemingly frivolous demeanor, he was nearly paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the dire situation over by Minato. Fortuitously, the timely arrival of the young Shimizu saved Minato from peril. Otherwise, Jiraiya could scarcely fathom the consequences if Minato had sustained grave injuries. He would undoubtedly face the wrath of Kushina. Speaking of which, that young lad, Shimizu, is truly formidable. Within such a short span, he has already vanquished numerous sand shinobi. It is difficult to imagine the bounty he would command on the black market in the future. Moreover, even the tailed beasts seem inclined to heed his call. For a moment, Jiraiya questioned whether the prophesied child he had been searching for was truly Nagato. Chiyo felt a headache brewing. She could not allow this Shimizu to continue his rampage, for how many more sand shinobi could he possibly slay? Promptly, she split her focus, commanding 3 puppets with each hand to pursue the 2 spiraling shuriken that were wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Puppet technique. 3 treasures absorption. The 2 sets of puppets formed a stacked formation, attempting to draw in both spiraling shuriken into the wind zone they had created. However, Shimizu had anticipated Chiyo's move. Shikaku, fill it with sand. Understood, partner. Following Shimizu's command, Shikaku manipulated the sand, flooding the wind zone created by the 3 treasures absorption as if pouring water. Concurrently, several black sealing techniques emerged from the sand, clashing with the sealing technique of the 3 treasures absorption itself. This prevented Chiyo from promptly dealing with the mass of sand she had intended to seal. Buzzing, Shimizu adhered to the principle that one must seize opportunities. He deftly maneuvered the two spiraling shuriken around the hazardous wind zone of the three treasures absorption. They struck several puppets that were immobilized by their internal mechanisms. Two beams of azure light erupted, accompanied by a roaring gale, as the blades formed a vortex that tore apart the remaining 6 of the Chikamatsu 10. Under the onslaught of the dense wind chakra blades, the chakra threads in Chiyo's hands snapped entirely. Thus, the once feared white secret technique, Chikamatsu 10, came to a definitive end, a legacy that had instilled terror in countless shinobi since the era of the first puppet master. The world of shinobi is indeed wondrous. The prowess of an individual can sway the tides of a grand conflict. Clearly, after Shimizu, accompanied by Shikaku, returned to the battlefield like a divine warrior, the tide of battle for Konoha against Sunagakure had turned overwhelmingly in their favor. Boom. Aizo Dano. Misfortunes seemed to compound. Chiyo turned to see her brother Aizo launched by a strike from Jiraiya, crashing through 3 massive trees before landing heavily on the ground. Aizo had never been a match for Jiraiya, and the latter's cunning verbal onslaught had exploited a moment of weakness, resulting in Aizo being struck. Had he not reacted in time to barely block with a kunai, he would have been impaled by Jiraiya's lioness combo. This was the final straw for Chiyo. She pressed her lips tightly together, her face etched with resentment. No, what merit does Konoha possess? With the illustrious legacy of Tsukuyomi Hatake preceding, and the formidable Minato Namikaze succeeding, now they are graced with the presence of Kiyosui Minetsuki. Why must all good fortune befall Konoha? Not far away, Kiyosui Minetsuki stood atop the one-tail, once more gathering chakra in his hands. Presently, Chiyo found herself incapable of utilizing 3 treasures' collapse to thwart Minetsuki's techniques. Although the reason for the one-tail's allegiance to him remained a mystery, the reality was evident. Under the one-tail's protection, all attempts to assail Kiyosui Minetsuki with ninjutsu or hidden weapons were ruthlessly intercepted by the Sans. The Sand Ninja could scarcely approach Minetsuki. In stark contrast, each time the one-tail unleashed its massive claws or swung its tail, it claimed the lives of several Sand shinobi. Minetsuki, having formed a spiraling shuriken, did not hasten to launch it. The resounding noise emanating from the spiraling shuriken imposed an intangible pressure upon the Sand Ninja. Chiyo surveyed her surroundings. The surviving Sand Ninja bore expressions of hatred. Some were numb, yet all were united in their fear of a singular individual, or rather, a particular technique. No one wished to be abruptly bisected by an unforeseen chakra shuriken while embroiled in combat. Minetsuki's previous merciless harvest had left a profound psychological scar on the surviving Sand Ninja on the battlefield. Chiyo closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, a resolute expression had taken hold. Disseminate the order. All Sand Ninja, retreat. Though termed a retreat, it was merely a euphemism. Both sides, including the lower-ranked shinobi, understood that this signified surrender. Minetsuki observed the sudden fierceness in the old woman's gaze, concerned she might insist on a fatal confrontation. Fortunately, that was not the case. For Konoha, a maimed Sand Ninja was preferable to a deceased one, as it could alleviate some of the pressure from a Wagakure. The order was quickly relayed, and soon, both Konoha and Sand Ninja concluded their battles, retreating to their respective sides of the battlefield. At the center, apart from the fragmented remnants of fallen shinobi, only the representatives of both factions remained. It was hard to fathom that just moments ago they had been fiercely engaged in combat, yet now they stood face to face, engaged in dialogue. Hirako, supported by a Sand Jonin, stood beside Chiyo. As both sides withdrew, Chiyo had managed to administer rudimentary treatment to Hirako, allowing him to move somewhat. Regrettably, they were the only 2 from Sunagakure who could still stand and uphold the facade. The 2 Sand Jonin tasked with guarding them appeared unfamiliar to Minetsuki, their chakra signatures weak. In contrast, Konoha's contingent was much more illustrious, featuring Nara Shikahisa, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and of course, Minetsuki himself. As the most significant contributor to this conflict, Minetsuki could hardly avoid the spotlight. On their way here, numerous Konoha shinobi had already begun to address him as Lord Kiyosui Minetsuki. In the shinobi world, strength reigns supreme. Despite his youth, Minetsuki's achievements were undeniably substantial. Chiyo regarded Shimizu Ketsuki with a gaze imbued with complexity. This unfamiliar young spirit had audaciously turned the previously unfavorable situation for Konoha on its head. Most critically, he possessed white hair. Throughout her life, Chiyo had harbored disdain for two individuals, Konoha's white fang, Tsukuyomi Hitaki, and the elderly man from the land of rain who bore a respiratory tube. Now, she found herself adding Shimizu Ketsuki to that list. Is Raza still alive? Chiyo cut straight to the heart of her most pressing concern. This inquiry stemmed not from any deep bond with Raza, but rather from Sunagekyu's dire need for skilled shinobi. As for the Jinchuriki of One Tail who accompanied Raza, the beast had already escaped. The fate of the host was all but sealed. Perhaps they could negotiate for the return of the corpse from Konoha later, considering the Jinchuriki still bore Sunagekyu's sealing techniques, which Konoha would find difficult to acquire. Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku, upon hearing Chiyo's question, directed their attention toward Ketsuki. They had already learned that Ketsuki had been transported back to the camp by the Flying Thunder God technique employed by Minato Namikaze. However, the specifics of the battlefield remained elusive to them. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Ketsuki finally spoke. Yet for Sunagekure, his words heralded dismal tidings. Nara Shikaku inhaled sharply, contributing to the warming atmosphere of the shinobi world. Jiraiya and Minato maintained their composure, recalling vividly Ketsuki's earlier decisive confrontation with Yakumo. Both were wielders of bloodline limits. While magnetic release might surpass scorch release, the difference was marginal. Chiyo took a deep breath, wrinkles on her face seemingly multiplying. Is that so? Can you negotiate the return of Raza and the Jinchuriki's corpse? Let us defer that discussion to the formal negotiations later, Nara Shikaku suggested. Employing a tactic often used by various ninja villages upon capturing each other's bloodline users. It was prudent to thoroughly research the situation before engaging in trade. The subsequent negotiations would be left to those well-versed in such matters. Jiraiya, Minato, and Shimizu Ketsuki would stand firm, exerting the necessary pressure. Moreover, this was merely a preliminary discussion. The official negotiations would require the village leaders to intervene. However, Sunagekure might need to first select their fourth Kazekage. After listening for a while, Ketsuki began to feel a sense of ennui. Yet, Chiyo's next statement invigorated him. So, Konoha, when will you return One Tail to us? At that moment, One Tail lay languidly on the ground, dozing. Upon hearing the mention of Sunagekure, it opened its yellow, coin-like eyes. In the past, it would have erupted in fury at being discussed, as if it were a mere object. However, times had changed. It aspired to be a tailed beast of distinction, unlike its foolish counterparts. Furthermore, it was no longer alone. Shikaku is now my partner, and our collaboration has yielded favorable results. Unless it desires to return to Sunagekure of its own accord, well, we shall see. Ketsuki's words were laced with an unmistakable hint of menace. Chiyo found herself at a loss. In her eyes, the One Tail was under the control of some technique employed by Shimizu Ketsuki, as evidenced by the name already assigned to it. Now, when you suggest listening to the One Tail's opinion, it is tantamount to declaring that Shimizu Ketsuki has no intention of returning it, a sentiment shared by all the ninjas of Konoha and Sunagekure after witnessing the One Tail's unusual behavior on the battlefield. For these locals, tailed beasts and humans exist as irreconcilable foes. Moreover, does the notion of successful cooperation imply the joint slaughter of nearly half the Sand ninjas on the battlefield? Surely, this constitutes a threat, an unequivocal threat. Regardless of its nature, given the current circumstances of Sunagekure, if Shimizu Ketsuki is unwilling to return the One Tail, they find themselves at an impasse. Nevertheless, Chiyo endeavored to exert her utmost effort. After all, the tailed beast was crucial for the weakened Sunagekure. She carefully organized her thoughts. The issue of ransom was not a concern. Besides, if Konoha possessed two tailed beasts, it would not only attract the envy of other hidden villages, but also seem to betray the will of the first Hokage. Her arguments were sound and well-founded, even referencing the historical distribution of tailed beasts by Senju Hashirama. Chiyo's words stirred unwelcomed memories within Shikaku, who had initially chosen to ignore her. In an instant, it lost its composure. You Sand Village scoundrels, if you keep prattling on, this great raccoon spirit shall annihilate you all. The previous air of indifference around Shikaku dissipated entirely. Ketsuki, not wishing to engage in a futile debate with Chiyo, spoke directly. Stop dreaming, old Chiyo. With that energy, you would be better off investigating who else went missing alongside your third Kazekage. You might find a surprise. Chiyo was perplexed by Ketsuki's remark. Surely he could not be implying that her mention of the first Hokage warranted a reference to the third Kazekage. Unable to comprehend, She glanced at the other members of Konoha, hoping someone among them would be willing to discuss the matter of the One Tail in depth. However, Minato remained silent, naturally choosing to trust Kyatsuki. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was entirely unconcerned. In his view, an abundance of pests posed no problem, as Konoha had historically faced assaults during every ninja world war. Nara Shikaku, however, recognized that the One Tail was merely a hot potato for Konoha. Yet his wisdom prevented him from voicing his opinion at such a moment. Even if a decision were to be made, it would be the Hokage's prerogative. He would not display internal discord in front of the enemy during negotiations. Reluctantly, Chiyo abandoned her hopes of reclaiming the One Tail for the time being, as the impending decisive battle had nearly stripped Tsunagakure of its very essence. There could be no further unnecessary conflicts arising from the pursuit of the One Tail. With this thought, Chiyo could not help but curse the third Kazekage for his foolishness, which not only led to the demise of her son and daughter-in-law at the hands of Hitaki Tsukuyomi, but also resulted in his inexplicable disappearance, leaving Tsunagakure in utter disarray. Before long, the preliminary negotiations between the upper echelons of Konoha and Tsunagakure reached a conclusion. The remaining formal negotiations have been indefinitely postponed. After all, Konoha is still engaged in conflicts on other fronts, while Suna not only faces the looming threat of IWA, but has yet to select their own Kazekage. Each village has its own burdens to bear. The negotiations have concluded, and once again, the ninja forces from both sides have entered the scene, not for combat, but to collect the fallen on the battlefield. The corpses of ninjas retain a wealth of information, which is precisely why Chiyo was determined to retrieve the body of the Jinchuriki, Gaara. However, Jiue has already informed her that the body of the Jinchuriki has been reduced to ashes. Whether Chiyo believes this is her concern. Thus, the war between Konoha and Suna has come to an end. At the Konoha camp, although Minato and his companions had already gathered details about the situation from Jiue on their way back, witnessing the aftermath firsthand brought home the gravity of the crisis they had faced. First and foremost was the massive sinkhole that could almost redefine the map. The wealth of Suna must be immense to have caused such devastation with explosive tags. More importantly, despite the destruction, Tsunade managed to preserve nearly all the lives of Konoha's ninjas, truly a testament to her lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Then there were the numerous craters across the battlefield, the result of unknown jutsu, illustrating the ferocity of the prior conflict. Indeed, had the main forces returned sooner, they would have seen patches of sand gold strewn across the ground. After Jiue departed, Tsunade, on Shizune's suggestion, sent people to collect it all. By now, the sun had long set, casting only a lingering glow upon the earth. Jiue found himself alone outside the camp. "Shikaku, come forth." The ground split open, and a torrent of sand erupted as Shikaku's immense form re-emerged, having dispelled the sand submarine technique. "What is it that you wish to summon me for?" Shikaku inquired. Puzzled. "You are free now. Go wherever you choose," Jiue responded with a smile. Frankly, Jiue had developed a fondness for this large tanuki, quiet, non-disruptive, and capable of aiding him in battle. Their previous interactions had been quite pleasant, and he required no feeding. However, as a modern adult shaped by contemporary ideals of equality, Jiue understood how vital freedom is for a sentient being. What Jiue did not anticipate was Shikaku's wide-eyed response. "Are you sending me away?" Confused by Shikaku's thought process, Jiue carefully asked, "What do you mean?" Shikaku plopped down on the ground, stating matter-of-factly, "Of course, I want to live with you. Did you not say we are partners?" Upon hearing Shikaku's reply, Jiue scratched his head. "Well, I meant we are cooperative partners, but never mind." Although their relationship began as a partnership, having fought together on the battlefield, it would not be inaccurate to call them comrades. Thus, Jiue acquiesced to Shikaku's request. "Since you wish to accompany me, you are most welcome." That was close, Shikaku thought to himself, wiping the sweat from his brow upon hearing Jiue's affirmative response. Upon hearing Jianyu's words about where to go, it was taken aback. It had hoped that Jianyu would provide the correct guidance as foretold by the Sage of Six Paths, illuminating the true essence of power. With this enlightenment, it envisioned a grand display of its newfound strength among the other-tailed beasts, particularly that insufferable fox. Ever since aligning with Jianyu, Shohei often found itself daydreaming about the moment it would confront the fox, imagining it prostrating and pleading, "Lord Shohei, please enlighten me about the true nature of power." The very thought exhilarated it. "Shohei." Jianyu noticed Shohei grinning widely, its eyes squinting into mere slits, and its tail restless with excitement. He called out to it several times, but received no response. In a bid to snap it out of its reverie, he leaped on a Shohei's head and delivered a swift punch to its feline visage. Shohei, snap out of it. What? Shohei, momentarily lost in its fantasies, was jolted back to reality by Jianyu's affectionate yet forceful gesture. You can follow me, but your size is too great. I simply have no space for you in my home. Jianyu recalled that the size of tailed beasts was not fixed in his memories. The 9 tails had shrunk considerably after being divided by Minato Namikaze's dead demon-consuming seal. Oh, that's easily resolved. I can transfer most of my chakra to you, Shohei declared, having firmly concluded that Jianyu was indeed the individual referenced by the Sage of Six Paths. Therefore, it was willing to comply with any demands Jianyu made. How will you do that? Jianyu inquired curiously, descending from Shohei's head. Shohei merely smiled with satisfaction and formed hand seals. Almost immediately, its body radiated a brilliant blue light, and in the waning sunlight, a substantial stream of chakra surged skyward. It then cascaded down upon Jianyu like a torrent from the Milky Way, creating a truly surreal scene. However, the moment was abruptly marred as a black, tadpole-like sealing technique began to ascend, gradually compressing the roaring flow of chakra. Eventually, it manifested as a unique sealing pattern on Jianyu's abdomen. Why unique, you ask? Because this pattern differed from the 4-symbol seal of the Uzumaki clan. It belonged to Shohei, the sand seal. Its design and hue mirrored the purple markings adorning Shohei's exterior, resembling a blooming violet. Oh no! Jianyu can no longer take the civil service exam. At that moment, with a resounding pop, Shohei's previously colossal form shrank dramatically in a cloud of smoke, now resembling an ordinary Totoro in size. Done! Shohei exclaimed triumphantly, though its voice had transformed from the deep timbre of its larger form to a sharper pitch. Reminiscent of a duck. I've bestowed upon you 90% of my chakra. Feel free to use it as you wish. Shohei gestured grandly, though it was important to note that the chakra of tailed beasts was not an inexhaustible resource. After excessive consumption, the tailed beasts require time to refine and replenish their chakra. However, instances where tailed beasts are completely drained of chakra are exceedingly rare, which is why the notion of their chakra being boundless persists in the ninja world. Feeling the seals and chakra within, Mizuki opened her attribute panel. Taking a moment to check in for the day. System panel, host, Mizuki Shimizu, skills, chakra refinement technique, shadow clone technique, transcription seal, heaven's everlasting, one-time use, magnet release, unexplored, spiraling sphere, spiraling super ball, secret sword flash, fire release, phoenix fire technique, fire release, fireball, fire release, great fire spiraling sphere, lightning release, earth walk, lightning release, 1,000 birds, lightning release, 1,000 birds flow, lightning release, 1,000 birds lightning spear, lightning release, 1,000 books of shadows, wind release, great breakthrough, wind release, spiraling shuriken, wind release, wind shuriken shadow clone technique, earth release, earthly return, earth release, earthquake core, blaze release, great fire spiraling sphere, blaze release, fiery wind explosive technique. Naruto release, wishes, eyes of the azure sky, full counter, male, no new male, unlike other Jinchuriki, while both seal chakra. Shikaku has granted her a portion of its own chakra. This implies that Mizuki possesses a higher level of control over this chakra than Shikaku itself. However, correspondingly, Mizuki is unable to wield the powers of the tailed beast directly, such as the tailed beast bomb or the chakra cloak, which remain beyond her reach. The sole exception is the magnet release displayed on her panel, an intrinsic attribute of Shikaku's chakra. Though Mizuki does not share the same profound bond with Shikaku as other Jinchuriki, the advantage lies in their mutual preservation of privacy. Furthermore, this seal imposes no restrictions, allowing it to be undone at any moment without the risk of dire consequences. Remarkable, my dear Shikaku. From where did you acquire such sealing techniques? Mizuki inquired with genuine curiosity, initially believing it to be an innate talent of Shikaku, but it now seemed otherwise. Hearing Mizuki's praise, Shikaku crossed its paws with a smug expression. Humph, now you recognize my prowess, eh? Well, as my partner, it's only fair I share it with you. Observing the waning daylight, Mizuki crouched down and extended her right hand toward Shikaku. Let us discuss it on our way back, shall we? Of course. Shikaku replied in its unique, quirky tone, climbing onto Mizuki's shoulder from her outstretched hand. Together, they strolled back to the camp. Casting shadows in the last rays of the setting sun, the wind carried Shikaku's excited voice. Let me tell you, this is quite the tale from long ago. At that time, Konoha was particularly lively. Villagers spontaneously formed a long queue at the village entrance, many arriving early in the morning to secure a good vantage point. For today marked the return of the heroes from the battlefield of Sunagakure, victorious in their endeavors. Despite the approaching year-end and the increasingly frigid weather, the fervor of the Konoha citizens showed no signs of waning. The village desperately needed a grand victory. If one were to select a singular adjective to encapsulate the essence of the Third Shinobi World War, torturous would undoubtedly be the most fitting term. Since the onset of this conflict, the village hidden in the leaves has oscillated between fleeting moments of triumph and subsequent descents into adversity, perpetually ensnared in this cyclical struggle. This pattern is not exclusive to Konoha. Other villages endure similar fates. Such an interminable, seemingly directionless war gradually erodes the spirit of its participants, leading many to speculate that this shinobi world may ultimately succumb to self-destruction in the face of relentless strife. As the saying goes, the greater the pressure, the more explosive the eventual release. When news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisive victory on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers reached the village, Konoha erupted in exuberance, quite literally bubbling with fervor. Sarutobi had already conferred with Tsunade and Mito, planning a grand welcome ceremony upon the return of Tsunade and her comrades. The decision to exclude Danzo from these discussions stemmed from recent disagreements regarding the war's strategy in the Land of Rivers, which had led to some friction between them. Presently, Danzo had sequestered himself in the route headquarters, remaining reclusive for several days. However, Sarutobi was not overly concerned. He understood that Danzo's displeasure would not linger for long. Ultimately, the paramount focus was the welcome ceremony, which needed to be nothing short of spectacular. Sarutobi intended to demonstrate to the entire shinobi world who truly reigned as the foremost ninja village. To his astonishment, the orders he disseminated required no mobilization. The villagers were already preparing as if the new year were upon them, adorning their homes with fresh omamori. The enthusiasm was so palpable that Sarutobi briefly wondered if they had collectively fallen under a genjutsu. As the villagers awaited eagerly, the main contingent from the Land of Rivers gradually approached the gates of Konoha. Tsunade led the procession, effortlessly beckoning Shino to walk alongside her. Shikaku, the one-tail, quietly perched on Shino's shoulder, typically silent in the presence of others. In this sea of humanity, Shikaku surprisingly closed its eyes and drifted into slumber, a feat that would invoke envy in countless modern individuals from Shino's past life, given the speed and quality of its sleep. It is worth noting that after discussing the matter of Shikaku with Tsunade, she expressed her intention to reason with the third Hokage. For the time being, they would publicly declare that the one-tail had fled. In its current state, no one would regard it as a tailed beast. Meanwhile, a notable hero of the battlefield, Jiraiya, was itching to make his entrance. He could faintly hear the jubilant cheers from the villagers at Konoha's gates and hastily adorned his face with a striking, flamboyant makeup, eager to restore some of his tarnished reputation from a previous incident involving a peeping escapade. Standing together with his three apprentices, Namikaze Minato observed the scene. The cheers of the villagers resonated so powerfully along the main street that they seemed capable of shattering the very clouds above. Long live Lady Tsunade. I love you, Lady Tsunade. Lord Minato is so handsome. Lord Jiraiya is not too shabby either. At this, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself, his forehead pulsing with indignation. He widened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, eager to identify the audacious rascal who dared to slander him, the Toad Sage. Master Jiraiya, please refrain from such behavior. As his mentor seemed on the verge of storming out of the ranks, Minato Namikaze quickly pulled him back. As the procession advanced, the villagers' chants began to synchronize. The Gale of the Wind, the Leaf's Gale. Standing at the forefront with Tsunade, the boy known as the Gale of the Leaf, Mitsuki, could not suppress the flush that crept upon his cheeks, a sight quickly noted by Tsunade. Oh, why are you blushing? The title Gale of the Wind had only recently gained traction in Konoha, initially coined by the Sand Village. At that time, although the Sand Shinobi had suffered several surprise attacks on vital strongholds by Mitsuki, they still maintained their pride and had dubbed him the Gale of the Leaf. However, as time passed, the Sand Shinobi observed that this so-called Gale of the Leaf consistently neglected other missions, opting instead to accompany Minato to various sand outposts to drop wind release bombs. Moreover, they would flee immediately after, devoid of any semblance of a true master. Gradually, the sand village ceased to use the title Gale of the Leaf, instead referring to Mitsuki as the detestable explosion-obsessed brat. As the war raged on, his reputation grew, and he became known as the accursed Mitsuki of the Clear Water. If a ranking of Konoha ninjas whom the Sand Shinobi longed to eliminate were to be established, even the legendary White Fang might find himself relegated to a lower tier. Yet, as the saying goes, what is poison to the enemy is nectar to me. In recent days, the title Gale of the Wind had resurfaced among the Konoha shinobi, and in private conversations, they began to refer to him as the Gale of the Wind or the Gale of Konoha. But how did the villagers come to know this? I hope it wasn't someone who leaked the information, Mitsuki pondered, all the while greeting the enthusiastic villagers with waves. On the distant rooftop of the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi observed the reactions of the villagers and the victorious ninjas, nodding in satisfaction. His efforts to have reports detailing the prowess of the ninjas on the battlefield, particularly Mitsuki's remarkable contributions, were not in vain. He had ordered these accounts to be posted on several notice boards throughout Konoha, ensuring that everyone knew the young man standing beside Lady Tsunade was the true hero of their recent victory. "Oh, Mitsuki, look! The villagers are welcoming us," Obito exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, a scene he had only ever envisioned in dreams. Kakashi interjected, "Fool, can't you hear the villagers are only chanting Mitsuki's name?" Unfazed by Kakashi's words, Obito replied, "You are so naive, Kakashi." Kakashi remained perplexed. Obito gazed skyward, adopting a contemplative tone as he declared, "I can see it clearly, in the not-so-distant future. Master Minato will become the 4th Hokage, and Mitsuki will rise as the 5th. By then, it shall be my turn to ascend as the 6th, haha?" Kakashi retorted dryly, "Even if I were to become the 6th, you could never achieve that position." Upon hearing this, Obito was taken aback. He had not perceived it before. He was surprised to discover that Kakashi harbored aspirations of becoming Hokage. Absurd. Did he truly comprehend the will of fire? Obito envisioned Kakashi, with his lifeless fish-like eyes, donning the Hokage hat, and could not suppress a laugh. "Uft! What nonsense, Kakashi! If you were to ascend as the 6th Hokage, I might as well become the 2nd Sage of 6 Paths." Thus, the victory celebration proceeded smoothly, culminating in a speech delivered by Hiruzen Sarutobi atop the Hokage building. The following day, Mitsuki enjoyed a rare opportunity to sleep in. Upon returning, he had intended to tidy up his home before retiring for the night. But the festivities in Konoha had persisted until the midnight hour. Shikaku, having rested sufficiently during the day, was insistent on exploring the multitude of intriguing stalls outside. Consequently, Mitsuki had no choice but to take Shikaku out, indulging in the various attractions until the villagers dispersed, before finally returning home to rest. In recent days, as the year-end approached, the conflicts between Owagakure and Kirigakure had begun to ease somewhat. Those, like Mitsuki, who had just returned from the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, were fortunate enough to enjoy a brief respite. After preparing a simple breakfast, Mitsuki set out with Shikaku. Today, Captain Minato had invited him for a casual meal at his residence, promising to honor their agreement by gifting him a sealing technique. Although Mitsuki felt such formalities were unnecessary, he did not decline the invitation. With ample time at hand, he first visited the gravestone of Kiyoshi Kinen, placing a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, freshly purchased from a roadside flower shop, before it. He believed in the existence of a pure land beyond this world, and though he knew that his words would not reach the departed, he slowly recounted his experiences from the war. The Land of Rivers, in fact, was quite a picturesque nation. Alas, the ravages of war had marred the lives of its people. Mitsuki shared many tales, mostly trivial anecdotes. After listening attentively, Shikaku, lowering his voice to convey a sense of solemnity, inquired, "Is this your family?" "Indeed, he is my partner," Mitsuki replied with a gentle nod. "His name is Kiyoshi Kinen. He is my father in this life." Shikaku tilted his head in curiosity, asking, "What is it like to have a family?" Mitsuki hesitated. Such a question might leave many in the shinobi world at a loss for words. However, he was fortunate not to be among them. Family is akin to the bond shared between tailed beasts and the Sage of 6 Paths, he mused, contemplating his response. Shikaku reflected on his time spent with the sage, concluding, "It seems that family is a precious entity, albeit one that one will inevitably lose in time." Meanwhile, at the Namikaze household, Minato observed Kushina bringing out an array of dishes from the kitchen and couldn't help but inquire, "Kushina, have you prepared a tad too much?" However, a mere glance from Kushina silenced Minato instantly, compelling him to obediently close his mouth. "I am well aware," she said. "Mitsuki's mother passed away when he was very young, and his father also sacrificed himself in the war." As Kushina spoke, she shot a fierce glare at Minato, then continued, "Yet he has managed to become a hero in the war against the sand, all through his own efforts. How could I possibly refrain from preparing more dishes for such a wonderful child?" Minato suddenly felt as though Kushina had plunged a dagger into his conscience, rendering him immobile on the sofa. However, he quickly regained his composure and asked, "Kushina, how do you know about all this?" Kushina cast him a curious glance, then, as if struck by a realization, clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, you just returned and are unaware. Lord Third has been citing the heroic deeds of Mitsuki as a classic example of the will of fire during his recent speeches." With that, Kushina paid Minato no further mind and returned to the kitchen. Mitsuki had finished his commemoration of Kenrin and felt that the time was right. Following the little map given to him by Captain Minato, he successfully navigated his way to the Namikaze residence. After knocking on the door, it was Minato who answered. "Minato, is that little Mitsuki? Let him in." Kushina's voice echoed from within. After changing into the guest slippers, Mitsuki politely announced his presence and entered the Namikaze home. The interior of the Namikaze residence exuded warmth. The furniture appeared to have been thoughtfully arranged, all in harmonious warm tones, evoking a sense of a happy family dwelling within. Kushina, having nearly completed her tasks, still wore her cooking apron. The moment she saw Mitsuki, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, affectionately ruffling his white hair. "Oh, indeed a delightful child. Minato mentioned you wish to learn sealing techniques. Why not come directly to me? Aside from the more perilous ones, you may learn any you desire." Minato, unable to suppress a smile, observed from the side. Mitsuki was quite curious about what Kushina was like in reality, and now she seemed reminiscent of Tsunade. "That scent. It's that stinky fox," Shikaku whispered to Mitsuki. Kushina soon noticed the small tanuki. "What is this? Quite adorable. Is this little Mitsuki's pet? It can even speak. Is it a spirit beast?" "I am not a spirit beast," Shikaku exclaimed loudly. Mitsuki, never one to conceal anything from his loved ones, promptly informed Kushina that this was Shikaku. Kushina uttered incredulously. "A tailed beast shouldn't be such a fearsome creature, should it? Or is it just the Nine Tails that appears this way?" At that moment, the Nine Tails within the ceiling space became agitated. "That scent. Is it that foolish tanuki?" The Nine Tails opened its enormous eyes, attempting to send a trickle of chakra beyond the seal to sense the outside world. Kushina immediately felt the Nine Tails movement. Just as she was about to activate the sealing technique to suppress it, the Nine Tails quickly interjected, "Wait, Uzumaki Kushina, is there a foolish tanuki outside?" Upon hearing the Nine Tails' words, Kushina mentally replied, "Yes, but that has nothing to do with you." The Nine Tails curled its lips in a sly grin. "Kushina Uzumaki, you must be battling the One Tail outside. Allow me to lend you my chakra. With that, the One Tail would pose no challenge to you." How does that sound? Having existed for so long, the Nine Tails was certain that a conflict had erupted outside. If Kushina accepted its chakra, there would be a glimmer of hope to break free from its seal. However, to its surprise, Kushina paid it no heed and retorted, "Stop dreaming, Nine Tails. There is no tailed beast outside. And how could you possibly want me to fight such a cute little tanuki? You truly are a malevolent being." With that, she resolutely activated the sealing technique, tightening the chains of the adamantine prison and firmly imprisoning the sliver of chakra the Nine Tails had released. Unlike the lavish confinement within Naruto's body, the Nine Tails was perpetually bound by the adamantine prison within Kushina, barely able to move its tail. Yet, at that moment, the Nine Tails was unconcerned with its plight. It was preoccupied with Kushina's earlier words. The One Tail cute? That silly tanuki? What had become of the outside world? Was it only I, the Nine Tails, who remained sealed away? Without delving into the Nine Tails' existential doubts, Kushina silently reinforced the seal and then warmly welcomed Mitsuki. She presented a scroll that contained the four-symbol seal. Mitsuki accepted the scroll handed to him by Minato, who then advised, "The four-symbol seal is an S-rank sealing technique, exceptionally challenging to master. However, I am confident you will grasp it swiftly." Kushina added, "Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. If there are other sealing techniques you wish to learn, I am here to assist. After expressing polite gratitude, Mitsuki bid farewell to the Namikaze family. It must be said, Kushina's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. On a splendidly sunny morning, Mitsuki awoke on the tatami mat of a quaint room. Having spent an extended period on the battlefield, returning to Konoha left him with a sense of time slipping away too quickly. Several days had passed since his visit to Kushina's home. After rising and freshening up, he traversed the long, open wooden corridor to the backyard. Coo. He retrieved a few eggs from the chicken coop and turned to enter the kitchen. Fire release, cooking flame technique. Under Mitsuki's precise control, the chakra-generated flames allowed him to masterfully regulate the heat. It's so much more comfortable at home. I never want to see those tattered tents from the battlefield again. Tsunade stretched lazily as she descended the stairs from the second floor, spotting Mitsuki spreading jam on bread. She greeted him. Good morning, Mitsuki. Morning, Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes brightened at the sight of the sandwiches on the table. Oh, that looks fantastic. Indeed, this was Tsunade's residence, a lavish and spacious manor. Since returning to Konoha, Mitsuki had eagerly inquired about the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade's response was, just come over to my house. It's quite spacious. Mitsuki had long since held a favorable view of Tsunade and felt no embarrassment in doing so. After attending to his personal matters, he sought out Tsunade directly. To facilitate his learning of the Flying Thunder God technique, Jinwe had been residing at the Senju estate for the past few days. Moreover, Tsunade not only granted him access to the Flying Thunder God technique, but also opened the study of Senju Tobarama for his exploration. Recently, aside from mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Jinwe immersed himself in various theoretical notes penned by Tobarama. Frankly speaking, he had gained immense insights. Senju Tobarama was indeed a true genius. Having perused some of his experimental records and hypotheses, Jinwe felt that his prior understanding of chakra as a form of energy was rather superficial. For instance, he had recently been studying two works, Speculations on the Nature and Morphological Changes of Yang Attribute Chakra and the Malicious Effects of High-Purity Yin Attribute Chakra on Human Spirit, which deepened his comprehension of the unique properties of Yin and Yang Chakra. In addition to his studies, Jinwe had also taken the opportunity to sit for a certification exam. Upon stepping out of the examination hall yesterday afternoon, he had officially attained the rank of Jonin in Konoha. In terms of ninja classification, he had reached the pinnacle. Accompanying him for the examination was Uchiha Ruri. During the climactic battle against Sunagakure, Uchiha Ruri had displayed remarkable prowess. With her Sharingan activated, she surpassed the strength of an ordinary Jonin and had learned the accompanying Jinjutsu techniques, enabling her to dispatch numerous Sunagakure ninjas, including several Jonin. Like Jinwe, her abilities and achievements were sufficient to warrant the title of Jonin. In Konoha, there exists a tradition whereby comrades present gifts to one another upon attaining the rank of Jonin. While Jinwe might have been uncertain about the preferences of others, understanding Uchiha Ruri was quite straightforward. He personally crafted a handwritten ninjutsu scroll of lightning release, Thunderbird, as a gift for her. Although she received the present with a seemingly indifferent demeanor, the subtle upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. In return, Uchiha Ruri gifted him a leather sword sheath, made from an unknown animal hide adorned with pearlescent patterns. It felt exquisite to the touch and fit his mist cutter perfectly. This prompted Jinwe to think of Heiji, who would never have anticipated that he and Ruri had already surpassed him to become Jonin. At that moment, he was likely still engaged in the conflicts at the mist-hidden battlefield. Stepping outside, Jinwe sat on the wooden corridor, admiring the clusters of white hydrangeas in the courtyard, an unusual hue in the land of fire. According to Tsunade, these white hydrangeas were a variety brought by her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, from the land of whirlpools. Glancing at Tsunade, who was still enjoying her meal, Jinwe instinctively touched the necklace around his neck, a gift from Tsunade to congratulate him on officially becoming a Jonin. Although she had not elaborated on the necklace's significance, Jinwe was well aware of its origins. Tsunade had hesitated when presenting it to him, seemingly uncertain whether it was appropriate to bestow such a token upon him. After all, both of the necklace's previous owners could immediately discern what Tsunade was concerned about. Without hesitation, he took the necklace and adorned it around his neck. It wasn't that Jinwe particularly desired the necklace. Rather, he believed that if he wore this seemingly cursed piece and emerged unscathed from the Third Great Ninja War, then Tsunade's emotional turmoil might also find resolution. As Jinwe made his way to the Hokage building, He received a notification from the Umbu that Sarutobi Hiruzen sought an audience with him. Upon passing the Umbu notice at the entrance, Jinue entered the Hokage's office. It appeared that only Sarutobi Hiruzen was working within, yet Jinue's keen perception revealed the presence of 4 Umbu hidden in the shadows. Such a modest room proved quite adept at concealment. Upon seeing Jinue enter, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately broke into a warm smile. At last, you have arrived, Jinue. I have been eager to meet you. You have performed admirably in the land of rivers. You flatter me, Jinue replied, already aware that his title as the Konoha Gale was the result of this venerable elder's influence. However, faced with this man who had devoted his life to Konoha, Jinue found it difficult to muster any anger. After all, the title of Konoha Gale did possess a certain charm. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Jinue, the more satisfied he became. From the mission report provided by Nara Shikaku, he had gleaned a general understanding of Jinue's circumstances, a formidable strength, humility, courtesy, and a deep regard for his comrades. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile grew ever brighter. The village has decided to grant you the opportunity to select a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals as a reward. With that, he retrieved the long-prepared Book of Seals, forming hand seals, upon which intricate sealing techniques manifested, intertwining and then concealing themselves once more. He unfurled the scroll, inviting Jinue to come forward and make his selection. Jinue was filled with curiosity about the legendary Book of Seals, passed down from the first Hokage, and the mysterious techniques it contained. As Jinue pondered his choice, Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly observed the peculiar creature nestled on Jinue's shoulder. According to Tsunade, this small, raccoon-like creature was the One Tail. Despite Tsunade's repeated assurances, indeed, she had patted the Hokage's desk to emphasize her point. Sarutobi Hiruzen still found it hard to believe that humans and tailed beasts could coexist so harmoniously. Nevertheless, he decided against intervening in the handling of the One Tail. On one hand, Jinue's strength was sufficient to manage it, and on the other, compared to the 9 tails, the One Tail posed a controllable threat to Konoha. It was a matter of adjusting the meal according to the beast. Shikaku sensed Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze and shot him a displeased glance. For some reason, the old man's eyes irked it. I have made my selection, Jinue's clear voice rang out. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to follow his finger, his expression complex. He was surprised that Jinue had chosen this particular technique. It wasn't that he was unwilling to bestow the technique, but rather due to its previous user, known as Kekkei. Indeed, Jinue ultimately chose the ninjutsu called Spirit Transformation Technique. This ninjutsu is undoubtedly formidable. It is a Soul-type S-rank ninjutsu. Soul-type ninjutsu is nearly as rare in the ninja world as space-time ninjutsu. It possesses the ability to detach the soul from the body, transforming it into a spiritual form that can traverse distances to annihilate foes, as well as control the bodies of others and enter their mental realms. Since the sacrifice of Kekkei on the battlefield, no one has successfully mastered this powerful ninjutsu. Are you certain about choosing the Spirit Transformation Technique? The difficulty of mastering this technique ranks among the highest within S-rank ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked as such. Yet he secretly hoped that Mitsuki would succeed in learning the Spirit Transformation Technique, for its significance in warfare is immense. The capability for ultra-long-range mental control, whether for gathering or transmitting intelligence, offers an unparalleled advantage over other ninjutsu. Once Mitsuki has made a decision, he is resolute. Yes, I am certain, Lord Hokage. Well, if you find it impossible to learn later on, it wouldn't hurt to come back to Grandpa for an alternative, he chuckled. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared like a genuinely affable neighbor, sharing a hearty smile with Mitsuki, as if discussing an ordinary matter rather than an S-rank ninjutsu. In truth, he harbored such thoughts. Despite Mitsuki's considerable talent, the Spirit Transformation Technique is not a ninjutsu that can be mastered solely through innate ability. Unlike techniques such as the Flying Thunder God technique, which merely require high learning aptitude, the Spirit Transformation Technique has enigmatic prerequisites for its user. To this day, no one comprehends why a remarkably gifted ninja might fail while a less talented individual could meet its criteria. Even the previous user, Kekkei, could not elucidate the differences that enabled him to wield it while others could not. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitsuki departed the Hokage building with the scroll detailing the Spirit Transformation Technique and some notes hastily extracted from a pile of old scrolls by Hiruzen. which were left by previous ninjas capable of utilizing the technique. Hiruzen suggested that they might prove useful, so he entrusted them to Mitsuki. Upon returning to the Senju estate, he called out Lin. Since returning to the village, Lin, Kakashi, and Obito had spent most of their time training with Minato at the 6th training ground. Mitsuki occasionally joined them for camaraderie and friendly matches. Notably, upon learning of Mitsuki's promotion to Jonin, Kakashi finally found the motivation to exert himself, even reducing his usual reading time. This newfound diligence has left Obito lamenting, as he had anticipated surpassing Kakashi, who now seemed to progress visibly faster after each sparring session. If this continues, the position of the 6th Hokage might indeed be snatched away by Kakashi. Such matters are akin to a remedy. In contrast, Ino, having observed Mitsuki tending to Tsunade's needs in recent days, joyfully took a leave of absence to return home. On the day Mitsuki went flower shopping, he encountered her and Yuhi Kurenai enjoying a leisurely outing together. Today, what brings these two here? Tsunade discerned the confusion on Ketsuki's face. With a chuckle, she elucidated. Rin is my newly accepted disciple, and Shizune, as her senior, naturally wishes to meet her. Following Tsunade's lead, Rin added, I requested Lady Tsunade yesterday to take me on as her student. Rin's chakra reserves were not substantial. Thus, many of Ketsuki's formidable jutsu, though she might master the techniques, would prove impractical in actual combat. Hence, she aspired to learn medical ninjutsu under Tsunade's tutelage. Tsunade, of course, would not refuse, whether out of consideration for Ketsuki or her own judgment. Had it not been for Rin's intervention against Rasha's attack, she might have met her demise in the land of rivers. At that moment, Tsunade embraced Rin, cradling her small head. What did you just call me? Tsunade-sensei. Upon hearing the satisfactory reply, Tsunade released her hold. Congratulations, Rin. Tsunade-sensei will undoubtedly be an exceptional mentor. Ketsuki felt genuine happiness for Rin, as he had been contemplating her future development. Unlike himself, Rin did not possess the 6 eyes, which allowed for a balance in chakra refinement and consumption, providing enduring stamina. Now that she had Tsunade as a mentor, he felt considerably more at ease, knowing well Tsunade's teaching prowess. The Ein-sealing technique could address Rin's deficiency in chakra volume, and medical ninjutsu aligned perfectly with her excellent chakra control developed under Ketsuki's guidance. Most importantly, now that Tsunade had concluded her duties on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, she would essentially reside at the Konoha hospital. With Rin learning safely in the village under Tsunade's instruction, he could wander freely. Indeed, he had a score to settle with the Mist Village. Tsunade, observing Rin and Ketsuki, suddenly felt playful. Oh dear, is that all the congratulations I receive? Yesterday, when you were absent, Ketsuki, Rin loudly proclaimed that she wished to learn medical ninjutsu to protect you. After delivering her remark, she eagerly glanced at Ketsuki and Rin, hoping to witness the flustered expressions of youthful embarrassment on their faces. However, she was met with disappointment. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Ketsuki promptly replied, Given the bond between Rin and me, is that not a natural sentiment, right, Rin? Rin smiled wryly. To her, Ketsuki was often a dependable figure akin to an elder brother, though at times, he seemed like a naive younger brother in need of sisterly care. Thus, she playfully chimed in, Hee, I will take good care of Ketsuki. Tsunade suddenly felt foolish, teasing a couple that resembled an old married pair. In the evening, after concluding his training in the Flying Thunder God technique, Ketsuki prepared to venture out to purchase some groceries for dinner, as their supplies were running low. Just as he was about to leave, Tsunade called out to him, Buy a bit more, as Rin and Shizune will be living here from today. Tsunade, having somehow procured a lounge chair, was leisurely swaying on it. All right, Ketsuki replied, taking Shikaku with him as he stepped outside. Once Jimming returned with an abundance of ingredients, Lin and Shizune's training came to a temporary halt. Allow me to assist you, Jimming, Lin exclaimed, noticing Jimming struggling with the load, and hurriedly jogged over to relieve her of some of the items. Hey, Jimming, when did you develop a fondness for fish? Lin inquired. Oh, that is for Shoha. He particularly enjoys it, Jimming replied. Lin nodded, mentally noting Shoha's preference for fish, and together they stepped into the kitchen. I shall help as well, Shizune declared, having taken a well-deserved break these past few days, thanks to Jimming. That sounds great, Lin responded. Upon hearing this, Shizune moved toward the kitchen, but Tsunade quickly intervened, exclaiming, Shizune, come help me massage my shoulders. Leave the kitchen duties to Jimming and Lin. But just a moment ago you said to come. Meanwhile, In the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Ruri meticulously studied the Chidori scroll Jiaming had gifted her, having witnessed its formidable power and potential numerous times. Hee, she chuckled softly in her room, but soon felt a tad foolish and stifled her laughter, returning to her usual aloof demeanor. After tidying her notes, she prepared to engage in her daily training. As she stepped out of her room and passed through the living room, Uchiha-in unexpectedly called out to her. "Wait a moment, Ruri." Uchiha-in was lounging on the sofa, surrounded by empty bottles. "What is it?" Ruri replied coldly. A nervous chuckle escaped Uchiha-in as he gestured for her to sit. Observing her father's serious expression, Ruri sensed he had much to discuss. Thus, she turned on her heel and exited through the main door without a backward glance. Intent on practicing the jutsu Jiaming had bestowed upon her, with no time to indulge her inebriated father's idle chatter. However, as Ruri took a few steps outside, she was startled to find herself back in her living room. Turning around, she discovered that the door she had just opened had transformed into her bedroom door. Her expression hardened as realization dawned upon her. She swiftly formed hand seals. Genjutsu, release. Yet, the surroundings remained unchanged, save for Uchiha-on's voice echoing once more. "Shall we have a conversation now, Ruri?" Understanding his daughter all too well, Uchiha-on had anticipated her indifference. He had already surreptitiously ensnared her in a genjutsu the moment she had uttered her question. He gazed at her with satisfaction. Ruri furrowed her brow and took a seat in the farthest corner of the sofa. The moment she settled, the genjutsu was lifted voluntarily by the caster. The environment shattered with a crackling sound, revealing that the living room door had never been opened. It was as though Ruri had walked directly from her room to the sofa without interruption. Uchiha Ruri cast a cool glance at her father, resigned to hear what he had to say. Surely, he did not intend to rekindle their long-lost father-daughter bond. "Ruri, you have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, have you not?" "Indeed, and what of it?" Upon hearing Ruri's affirmative response, Uchiha-in continued, "Do you yearn for power?" Ruri tilted her head in confusion. What a foolish question. Who does not desire strength? Uchiha-in did not allow her to dwell on her puzzlement for long. "Have you heard of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan?" Of course. It was once awakened by Uchiha Madara, said to rival the first Hokage's would release. As she spoke of this, Uchiha Ruri's words began to flow more freely. Rival the first Hokage? It is a mere trinket incapable of protecting even those I hold dear. Uchiha-in appeared to hold a different perspective, continuing. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan is not merely a power of the Uchiha clan, but a curse. When a member of the Uchiha family gains love only to lose it, this curse is unleashed. Why are you telling me this? Do you? Ruri's words were abruptly cut off by Uchiha-in. Indeed, I once had a very important companion, and when he perished, I awakened these eyes. With that, an inexplicable chill enveloped the room. Under Ruri's astonished gaze, Uchiha-in's pupils transformed. His blood-red eyes bore 3 teardrop-shaped patterns, a striking contrast to the conventional three-tomo Sharingan. "This is the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the cursed eye of the Uchiha clan." His voice grew cold. Uchiha Ruri struggled to comprehend her father's words. After a moment of calm analysis, she replied, "Why do you say that? The Kaleidoscope Sharingan is merely a tool. Even if, as you claim, you acquired this power after losing someone dear, the root cause of it all lies in your inadequacy." Uchiha sighed, aware that his words bore significance, and continued to explain to Ruri. The Sharingan is also known as the eye that reflects the soul. It is called kaleidoscope because the wielder, through different states of mind, acquires unique techniques. My ocular technique is named Eternal Standing of Heaven, which allows me to perceive and manipulate time within a designated area. Ruri remained uncertain as to why her father chose to divulge such information, though she did not reveal her thoughts. "Are you trying to boast?" Uchiha unclosed his kaleidoscope, opting not to respond to Ruri, but rather to narrate further. "When I activated the kaleidoscope, I sensed a malevolent chakra attempting to invade my mind. It was only through Eternal Standing of Heaven that I managed to revert my physical state to normal. However, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan gradually loses its light with each use of its power. Sooner or later, this malevolent chakra will invade my brain, and when that time comes, I cannot fathom what I might do." In the basement of the Nanga shrine belonging to the Uchiha clan, there lies a stone tablet that has been passed down through generations, inscribed with knowledge regarding the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only by transplanting the Mangekyo Sharingan of a relative can one attain eternal light and boundless ocular power. enabling the perpetual use of Tenshi no Juritsu to preserve oneself. Ruri, if you truly yearn for power, then slay me to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and subsequently transplant my eyes to obtain the everlasting Mangekyo, Uchiha calmly proposed, as if discussing not his own life. Uchiha Ruri's pupils constricted. She was already astounded that her useless, drunken father had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now he was asking her to kill him? Although Ruri had never been particularly fond of her alcoholic father, he was still family. Indeed, she craved power, but she was not insane. How could she possibly choose to murder her own kin to acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan? Without hesitation, she declared, I refuse. Even without those eyes, I can still become a true strong warrior. Uchiha Ruri paused momentarily before continuing. Furthermore, what is inscribed on that stone tablet may not necessarily be true. Is that what you intend to convey? Uchiha picked up on Ruri's words. Ruri gazed intently at him, eager to hear his rebuttal. You speak rightly. Uchiha unexpectedly altered his demeanor, abandoning his previous perilous notion. What do you mean? The tablet reveals that the higher one's ocular power, the more information one can perceive. When I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and gazed upon it, I sensed that malevolent chakra attempting to seize control of my mind, compelling me to unwittingly believe the words inscribed on that tablet. Only after employing Tenshi no Juritsu to revert my body could I rationally assess the contents of the tablet. Thus, Ruri, I have a thought. Do share, Uchiha Ruri replied coldly. If you still wish for me to kill you, there is no need to elaborate. If you seek death, you may do so on the battlefield of the mist, and I will ensure your vengeance. Uchiha was well aware of his daughter's temperament. He had known from the outset that Ruri would never choose to kill him for the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, she had always been a gentle soul. In fact, if Ruri were willing to accept his initial proposal, it would make things far easier for him. Listen to me. Is it truly feasible? Upon hearing Uchiha's second proposal, Uchiha Ruri furrowed her brow in skepticism. Uchiha took a hearty swig from a half-empty bottle beside him and belched. I cannot say for certain, but it is worth a try, is it not? After all, rather than waiting for my ocular power to deplete and fall victim to that malevolent chakra, it would be better to harness it for a greater purpose. Uchiha Ruri cast her gaze toward the pile of empty bottles strewn beside the sofa. So, does this mean you have been drinking excessively to delay the influence of that evil chakra? Not exactly. The wine is simply delightful. Spring of the 45th year of Konoha. More than 3 months have elapsed since the victory of Konoha over Sunagakure. The once tempered shinobi world war, which softened somewhat due to the new year, has reignited with fervor. It has become a seasonal conflict, with the most intense clashes occurring between Kumogakure and Iwagakure. In this tumultuous war, the third Raikage Sun and the perfect Jinchuriki Killer Bee have shown brilliantly their collaborative technique, the absolute bull thunder plow, becoming a veritable nightmare for the IWA ninjas. Consequently, Iwagakure, engaged on 2 fronts, has suffered continuous defeats. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, known for his cunning, seized an opportunity during Iwagakure's moment of vulnerability, launching a massive encirclement of the forces led by the third Raikage. The third Raikage, a true warrior, valiantly faced tens of thousands of IWA ninjas to protect his subordinates, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Nonetheless, he successfully delayed the IWA army, allowing his comrades to return safely to Kumogakure. Thus, the conflict between Kumogakure and Iwagakure drew to a close, with Iwagakure emerging victorious. Following this battle, Iwagakure became one of the 2 hidden villages to have triumphed over a major hidden village in the ongoing Shinobi World War. Yet, the saga does not end here. In the wake of Kumogakure's defeat, public outrage surged domestically, prompting Kumogakure to launch a war against Konoha to divert internal strife. This is the current state of affairs. In response to Kumogakure's challenge, Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a meeting of the village's elite jonin. Although termed a jonin conference, not all jonin were granted the privilege to attend. Only a select few could participate in discussions at the Hokage's office, while the remaining jonin merely held voting rights on various resolutions passed during the meeting. Naturally, these jonin typically cast votes aligned with their superiors who were present. Chirp, 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 a speckled bird with a crimson tail leisurely preened its feathers on a branch, occasionally calling out. Unbeknownst to this bird, it has caught the attention of a fierce predator. Shikaku, your movements are rather excessive. Quiet, partner, I am about to strike. Indeed, it is Shikaku, who, perched on a nearby branch, stealthily approached the speckled bird. As it neared within half a meter, a leaf fell. Now is the moment. Go, Shikaku! Mitsuki shouted. With a sudden leap, Shikaku sprang from the branch, lunging toward the speckled bird. Yet, the bird remained unmoved. Shikaku, leaping from the branch, barely cleared 10 centimeters before plummeting straight down. What foolish antics are you engaged in? Tsunade, observing with a furrowed brow, could no longer contain her exasperation, covering half her face in dismay. The root of the matter lay in the arrival of spring, as this speckled bird had taken to incessantly chirping in the Senju household. Disturbed by the incessant noise, Mitsuki had urged Shikaku to use sand projectiles to bring the bothersome bird down. However, Jinyu felt that since Shohei was merely a raccoon cat, it was rather unbecoming to resort to ninjutsu merely to catch a bird. Upon hearing its companion underestimate it, Shohei resolved to showcase its abilities. Otherwise, everyone might genuinely believe it was crafted from sand. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Observing the speckled bird still chirping incessantly on the branch, Jingyin couldn't help but concur with Lady Tsunade's sentiments. Lin, witnessing Shohei's initial hunting failure, hurried over to lift it from the ground, offering comfort. It's all right, Shohei, you did remarkably well. You were so close just now. Oh, my battle for validation. Shohei lamented, covering its face with its paws. Lin cast a pleading glance at Jinyu. Reluctantly, Jinyu approached to join Lin in soothing Shohei. In hindsight, it might have been more effective to simply have Shohei shoot that pesky bird down with sand pellets. Just as the group was enjoying their moment of camaraderie, an Umbu member arrived, presenting Jinyu with a scroll. Lord Jinyu, this is a directive from Lord Hokage for you and Lady Tsunade. Understood, Jinyu replied as he bid farewell to the Umbu operative and retreated to the courtyard. After reviewing the scroll's contents with Tsunade, both let out a collective sigh. Alas, yet another war. The scroll contained straightforward instructions, summoning Jinyu and Tsunade to a meeting at the Hokage building at 8 o'clock the following morning. As morning approached the appointed hour, Jinyu and Tsunade arrived punctually at the conference room within the Hokage building, casually selecting 2 chairs to sit. The room was already populated with numerous individuals, primarily the clan heads or representatives from various ninja clans within the village. Among those Jinyu recognized were Hinata Hisashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, Fugaku Uchiha, the leader of the Uchiha clan, and an old acquaintance, Danzo, who had finally deigned to emerge from the roots. As for the others, Jinyu could not discern their identities merely by appearance, save for the Akimichi clan. He observed the others, and in turn, they were intrigued by this young elite shinobi. As a rapidly ascending commoner powerhouse, he garnered considerable attention. Just moments ago, the representatives from the Inazuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans had exchanged pleasantries with him. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi Hiruzen noted the time was ripe, with everyone present, and thus commenced the meeting. Unlike his speeches, Hiruzen was succinct during the meeting. In summary, he outlined 3 key points. First, to select a skilled leader for the impending confrontation with the Cloud Village. Second, to dispatch reinforcements to the increasingly intense battlefield at the Mist Village, preferably also skilled individuals. Thirdly, there was no third point. The Rock Village had recently been rather compliant, and as such, Orochimaru could manage that situation, for which Konoha owed its gratitude to the Third Raikage. This raised a pertinent question. Who among the Konoha villagers could be deemed a master? The Cloud Village had dispatched their new generation, the AB duo. Who would Konoha send in response? The speaker was a jonin adorned with face paint. The AB duo represented a significant legacy from the Cloud Village, comprising 2 ninjas cultivated from childhood to possess profound synergy, who even referred to each other as brothers. The strength of the current generation of the Aburame clan is formidable, having already revealed its ferocity during the conflict between the Cloud and Stone villages. Both individuals are masters of physical combat, particularly A, whose speed serves as his most significant advantage. An esteemed earth release expert from the Stone Village, Shido, fell to his lightning release chakra mode. Furthermore, he is renowned as the perfect Jinchuriki, capable of wielding the power of the 8 tails at will. Consequently, it is imperative that the ninjas dispatched from Konoha possess not only exceptional speed, but also considerable strength, ideally with the ability to restrain the tailed beasts, to effectively counter the enemy's advances. Before the commencement of the Jonin Conference, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already conferred with the elders. Thus, he directly appointed the candidates. Minato, can you take charge of the battle against the Cloud? Naturally, Namake's Minato would not decline. With a radiant smile, he readily agreed. Yes, Lord Third. However, Minato alone would not suffice. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again called upon several skilled ninjas from various clans to support Minato. After discussions among the attendees, it was decided that Minato would serve as the commander, with Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Inoichi, Inazuka Kiba, and others as his deputies, leading 3,000 Konoha ninjas to the battlefield against the Cloud. At this moment, Mitsuki learned that the man adorned with face paint who had spoken earlier was named Inazuka Kiba. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangements were astutely devised. Minato possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling him to match the speed of A from the Cloud Village. Akimichi Choji, being the strongest jonin of the Akimichi clan, combined with Yamanaka Inoichi's mind techniques, should be able to restrain the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen had hoped to dispatch Mitsuki and Jiraiya to the battlefield against the Cloud. However, Jiraiya had informed him in advance of his intention to assist Orochimaru at the stone battlefield, assuring him that Minato would suffice. Unable to sway Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen conceded, recognizing that assigning him to counter the cunning Inoki was also a prudent choice. As for Mitsuki, Sarutobi Hiruzen had other plans for this ace. With this matter settled, the next significant issue at hand was the selection of reinforcements for the battlefield in the mist. Sarutobi Hiruzen first sought the opinions of Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi, as these two clans were the primary forces against the mist. Fugaku, how is the situation on the mist front? Uchiha Fugaku replied calmly. The situation remains under control. The Uchiha clan can continue to withstand the mist's advances. However, Hyuga Hayashi, overhearing Fugaku's words, was somewhat incredulous. Hold on a second, my friend. Have you lost track of how badly our clans have been battered on the mist battlefield? Are you unaware of the toll it has taken? Or do you believe the Uchiha's losses have not been sufficient? My Hyuga clan has already lost to Byakugan. Is this still considered under control? Suddenly, Danzo, who had been seated beside Sarutobi Hiruzen in silence, let out a cold chuckle. Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly, but dared not speak further. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room became rather awkward, as most attendees harbored doubts about Uchiha Fugaku's recent boast. While they might not be entirely familiar with the specific circumstances of the battlefield in the Land of Mist, they were certainly aware of the prevailing advantages and disadvantages. The coastline of the Land of Fire was nearly transformed into a backyard for the hidden Mist Village. Previously, it was merely the 7 ninja swordsmen who came and went. Now, however, small squads from the Mist were infiltrating the Land of Fire, wreaking havoc. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware of this, as the daimyo of the Land of Fire had recently expressed considerable ire over the situation. To alleviate the tension, Hyuga Hizashi took the initiative to speak. Lord Hokage, our Hyuga clan has fought valiantly on the battlefield in the Land of Mist, yet we are regrettably outmatched by the sheer numbers of the Mist Ninja. Even our Byakugan has proven insufficient. I sincerely apologize to all our comrades in Konoha. His words, heartfelt and earnest, were accompanied by a respectful bow to those present. The attendees expressed their understanding. The Hyuga clan had indeed sacrificed much for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression reflected a sense of shame. This is not your fault, Hizashi. As Hokage, I bear a degree of responsibility as well. No, Lord Hokage. It is I who have failed to lead my clan effectively, Hizashi insisted. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, feeling out of place in the conference room, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He suddenly perceived Hizashi as rather pretentious. To publicly declare such inadequacies, even while unable to safeguard their own bloodline limit, was quite audacious. How embarrassing, particularly given that the Hyuga clan, like the Uchiha, was among Konoha's noble families. It was then that Mitsuki, the third Hokage's aide, felt compelled to speak up. Lord Third, Jonin Shimizu Mitsuki requests permission to engage in the battle at the Land of Mist. Upon hearing this, Hizashi's eyes sparkled with hope. Wonderful. We have a skilled warrior joining us. The name of Konoha's swift wind, Shimizu Mitsuki, had recently echoed throughout the ninja world. He had already inflicted significant defeats upon the Sand Village shortly after his debut, rapidly rising to prominence by single-handedly slaying the Sand's hero, the Blaze Release user, Yakura. He had even managed to overpower the wielder of Magnetic Release, Rasha, and the One-Tailed Jinchuriki in a 1-on-2 scenario. After consistently triumphing over formidable foes, he forced the Sand Village to surrender to Konoha. Such a fierce warrior was precisely what they needed on the battlefield in the Land of Mist. Hisashi quickly interjected. If Jonin Mitsuki could join the front lines in the Land of Mist, it would be truly fortuitous. He then cast an expectant glance towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hyuga clan was simply unable to sustain further losses. They were gritting their teeth and even dispatching clan members from the main house. Upon hearing Mitsuki's appeal for battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen readily acquiesced. Very well, I grant my approval. In truth, he had already intended to send Mitsuki to the Land of Mist, especially since he had recently learned the Flying Thunder God technique. With Mitsuki's immense chakra reserves, he could swiftly provide support along the coastline of the Land of Fire, delivering a decisive blow to the stealthy mist ninjas that had infiltrated. After further deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolutely issued his command. Thus, as previously discussed, Yamayuki would lead a contingent of 1,000 Konoha ninjas to reinforce the battlefield at the Hidden Mist, and I, as Hokage, hereby appoint the Jonin Yamayuki as a senior advisor at the Hidden Mist battlefield. Given that Sarutobi Hiruzen deployed Yamayuki, a pivotal asset, he would not allow him to take orders from others at the front lines, hence the direct appointment to a senior advisory position. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's final decision, the assembly voiced their unanimous agreement. Yes. While meetings may be a tedious custom, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed unable to forego them. With such thoughts, Yamayuki and Tsunade exited the Hokage's office, initially believing their crucial discussions had concluded. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a plethora of additional minor proposals to address. Consequently, during the latter half of the meeting, Yamayuki transformed into a relentless voting machine. Expansion of Konoha Hospital? Agreed. Additional classes at the Ninja Academy? Agreed. Establishment of barrier techniques around the Konoha bathhouse? This one requires a moment. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's intense gaze, Yamayuki ultimately raised his hand. Disagreed. It was only in the afternoon that Yamayuki and Tsunade concluded the meeting and returned to the Senju estate. A few mornings later, at the entrance of Konoha, Minato Namikaze and his team prepared to depart. Yamayuki's departure was still forthcoming, so today he accompanied Rin to bid farewell to Minato and his companions. As Yamayuki had anticipated, after becoming Tsunade's apprentice, Rin had an abundance of knowledge to absorb and had officially joined the ranks of medical ninjas. Thus, she would not accompany Minato to the front lines at the Hidden Cloud. Kakashi, Obito, I have something for you, said Yamayuki, retrieving two specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch. With his fingers passing through the iron rings at the kunai's tails, he presented them to Kakashi and Obito. These are specially made kunai engraved with my Flying Thunder God coordinates. Please take them. Yamayuki had gained a rudimentary understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. Though not as adept as Captain Minato, with Shikaku's chakra's assistance, he could teleport larger and further distances than Minato could. The two reached out to accept the kunai. Kakashi examined one under the sun, noting it resembled the kunai of his mentor Minato, save for the distinct Flying Thunder God markings. So, the Flying Thunder God markings vary by user, Kakashi mused. Obito held one, weighing it in his hand and scrutinizing the technique inscribed upon it. He then couldn't help but comment, the kunai is excellent, but Yamayuki, your marking is rather what's wrong with my marking? Yamayuki interjected. Nothing at all. Sensing the ominous glint in Yamayuki's eyes, Obito swallowed hard, halting his unspoken thoughts. Nearby, Minato could hardly contain his discomfort at his apprentice's jest. This marking was conceived by Yamayuki and me, Obito. If you ponder it carefully, you will surely grasp its special significance. Nameless Wind, with two kunai in hand, revealed one to be the Flying Thunder God kunai, given to him by Tsukuyomi during a previous consultation on the technique's application. Each kunai bore an inscription, the Sword of Endurance and Heaven's Justice. Upon hearing Nameless Wind's words, Obito cast his gaze at the kunai, attempting to comprehend their significance. Yet he found himself at a loss. Was it not simpler to depict a conventional design? After bidding farewell to Captain Nameless Wind and his team, the next day marked the assembly of the reinforcements led by Tsukuyomi, destined for the Hidden Mist. Notably, the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, accompanied them. Remarkably, he had also been on the front lines in the Hidden Mist the previous year, returning for reasons unknown. Under the farewell of Tsunade and Rin, Tsukuyomi embarked towards the Hidden Mist village, a destination he had long desired to reach. As he traversed the narrow path amidst the towering trees characteristic of the Land of Fire, Fugaku Uchiha approached Tsukuyomi, initiating a conversation. Kirishima, I've heard there was a member of the Uchiha clan in your former squad. Tsukuyomi, unsure of Fugaku's intentions, casually responded, "Indeed." After a brief pause, Fugaku, noting Tsukuyomi's reluctance to elaborate, pressed on, "What impressions do you have of the Uchiha clan?" Recognizing that Fugaku had engaged him, Tsukuyomi conceded to converse. As there was little else to occupy their time on the journey. "I only know 2 Uchiha individuals, and their personalities are quite contrasting, so I cannot clearly articulate my impressions of the clan." Fugaku nodded thoughtfully, for his sudden interest in the rising leaf hero had a purpose. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he contemplated their future direction daily. Ultimately, he concluded that the answer lay in aligning with powerful allies. With a keen and agile mind, Fugaku deduced that Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely choose Nameless Wind as the 4th Hokage. Therefore, if the Uchiha clan could earn Nameless Wind's trust, they might secure a period of safety during his reign. In this time, he could devise methods to integrate the Uchiha clan more fully into the leaf. To this end, he sought the 3rd Hokage's assistance, requesting that an Uchiha member be assigned to Nameless Wind's team. Sarutobi, wishing for the Uchiha clan to genuinely assimilate into the leaf, readily acquiesced. Initially, Fugaku favored Uchiha Ruri for the position, yet unexpectedly, the 3rd Hokage ultimately chose Obito Uchiha. However, it appeared that fate favored the Uchiha clan. Although Ruri did not join Nameless Wind's squad, she became a companion to Tsukuyomi. In Fugaku's eyes, Tsukuyomi, having been granted residence in the Senju clan's territory, had evidently earned Tsunade's approval and had been marked with the legacy of the Hokage lineage. Moreover, it is evident from the 3rd Hokage's frequent references to the deeds of Shimizu Miyuki during his speeches that he holds the latter in high regard. Coupled with his remarkable talent, it is highly likely that he will ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage in the future. Furthermore, judging by Shimizu Miyuki's responses to his inquiries, he does not seem to harbor the inherent biases against the Uchiha clan that many from Konoha possess. Although Uchiha Fugaku finds it perplexing, as civilians typically do not favor clan ninjas, particularly the Uchiha, he quickly deduces that this change in perspective must be attributed to Uchiha Ruri. It is she who has influenced Shimizu Miyuki's views. This thought brings a sense of relief to Uchiha Fugaku, causing a slight smile to grace his lips. Regardless of Danzo's machinations, as long as he possesses the formidable cards of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Ruri, he can establish connections with both the 4th and 5th Hokages. Given sufficient time, he is confident he can gradually alter the perceptions of his clan members. He remains oblivious to the fact that the Uchiha clan has never truly lost. Mitsuki, having been prompted into conversation by Uchiha Fugaku, finds himself at a loss for words. Feeling a twinge of boredom during their journey, he decides to reignite the conversation. Uchiha Fugaku appears to care deeply about the opinions others hold regarding the Uchiha clan. Internally, Uchiha Fugaku muses, "The opinions of others are hardly worth my concern. My focus lies solely on you and Minato." However, he cannot voice such thoughts aloud. Am I being too obvious? He chuckles. For the Uchiha clan is not known for their communication skills and often face misunderstandings. Speaking of communication difficulties, Mitsuki cannot help but nod in agreement. His former teammate, Uchiha Ruri, is a quintessential example of a reticent Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku, you mentioned earlier that my teammate is a member of the Uchiha clan. Do you know her? It must be Ruri. I am quite familiar with her father. I have encountered the child several times, and she is very polite. This is a falsehood. Uchiha Fugaku indeed knows of Uchiha Ruri, yet his knowledge is primarily limited to her ninja prowess. He is aware only that she has an elite Jonin father who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He vaguely recalls that the father's name is Uchiha Hien, as it has been years since he last saw him on a mission, having heard that he has been bedridden due to injuries. However, in his desire to foster a good relationship with Shimizu Miyuki, he cannot afford to admit, I am hardly acquainted with Uchiha Ruri's family. Mitsuki, perceptive enough to recognize that Uchiha Fugaku is fabricating a story, does not take offense. He knows that the real substance of their discussion lies ahead. Do you happen to know what Ruri has been up to recently? As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku is indeed aware. Ruri applied to join the battlefield in the Land of Water last month. At that time, the situation was not as dire as it is now. Yet she seemed eager to be at the front lines, so I granted my consent. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's response, Mitsuki feels a wave of realization wash over him. No wonder he has not seen Uchiha Ruri lately. She is restless and has ventured to the battlefield alone. As Jinue conversed more with Uchiha Fugaku, he discovered that the man was quite amiable. Unlike the typical arrogance associated with the Uchiha clan, he exhibited a remarkable humility in his discourse. It was no wonder that the third Hokage had faith in his ability to lead the Uchiha clan's integration into the village. During the remainder of their journey, Jianyue found a commendable companion for conversation. The battlefield between Konoha and the Hidden Mist village was situated within the Land of Fire. Consequently, Jianyue and his companions reached the main encampment of Konoha's forces against the Hidden Mist in less than a day. The conditions here were significantly better than those in the Land of Rivers. This site had been established shortly after Konoha's founding as a precautionary measure against the Hidden Mist, and even in peacetime, ninjas were regularly assigned to guard duty. The encampment resembled a small village, filled with various multi-storied wooden structures that clearly bore the marks of age. After Jianyue and Uchiha Fugaku organized their ninja troops, they proceeded together toward the main command center of the encampment. On their way, Fugaku enthusiastically introduced Jianyue to the various facilities around them. Although Jianyue had once been an ordinary genin and might have overlooked such details now, as a senior advisor on the battlefield, he could not afford to be oblivious to the territory he was responsible for. They entered the command center, pushing the door open. Inside, several ninjas were busy sorting through various documents, most of whom were from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. While Jianyue was observing the environment of the office, a Hyuga ninja hastily approached and whispered, "Lord Fugaku, Lord Jianyue, Lord Hizashi is already waiting for you inside." Given that Konoha's main forces against the Hidden Mist consisted primarily of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the previous commanders of this main encampment had only been two individuals, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi. As the head of the main branch, Hizashi would not be permitted by the elders of his clan to engage on the battlefield himself. Thus, his brother, Hyuga Hizashi, was the most suitable candidate. Hizashi was not an unapproachable individual. Upon Jianyue and Uchiha Fugaku's entrance into the command office, Hizashi took the initiative to greet them. "So, you are the renowned Swift Wind of Konoha who brought an end to the sand battlefield? It is an honor to finally meet you." Jianyue's expression was complex. He could see that, indeed, Hizashi was the brother of Hizashi, as both spoke in such an eloquent manner. "You flatter me. It is all the effort of Captain Minato and his team. I merely did what was within my capabilities," Jianyue responded modestly. Observing the amiable interaction between the two, Uchiha Fugaku decided to cut straight to the chase. "Let us get to the point. Recently, the frequency of ninja incursions from the Hidden Mist along the coastline of the Land of Fire has been increasing. How should we respond?" Jianyue pondered briefly before asking, "What strategies have you employed previously?" Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi exchanged glances, and Hizashi replied, "Previously, our clans typically conducted separate operations." Jianyue found this somewhat peculiar, and, feeling more comfortable with the group, he directly inquired further. "Why act in such a manner? Ordinarily, one would expect the members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to be combined to capitalize on each other's strengths." Uchiha Fugaku sighed. "Initially, that was indeed our approach. However, the results were far from satisfactory. The synergy between the ninjas of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans was less than harmonious." "Ah, I see. Perhaps the amicable atmosphere fostered between Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi since the arrival of Tsukuyomi has made him forget that the relationship between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans is not particularly friendly. Ever since the Senju clan relinquished their surname to fully integrate into Konoha, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have become the only two noble families within the village. The saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and furthermore, both clans are families possessing ocular bloodline limits. In their quest to assert superiority as the foremost noble clan of Konoha, the ninjas from both clans have been subtly vying against each other. To expect them to form teams and cooperate seamlessly is indeed a tall order. Before Tsukuyomi's arrival, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi had experimented with forming teams composed of 2 Uchiha members and 2 Hyuga members. However, the number of missions completed by such teams was nearly half that of teams consisting solely of Uchiha or Hyuga members. Subsequently, the higher-ups from the Mist Front conducted several experiments and even engaged in discussions with the Uchiha and Hyuga members involved in team formations, hoping they would prioritize the village's welfare. Yet, the outcomes remained mediocre. While selecting individuals with compatible personalities to form a team was feasible, this patchwork approach proved insufficient to create viable teams, resulting in an overall minimal impact on the broader tactical landscape. Since then, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi have refrained from investing further thought into this matter. Kiyomi's participation in the ensuing discussions dwindled, as the majority of the ninja forces present were from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, rendering his intervention unnecessary. Observing that Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi's deliberations would likely take considerable time, Kiyomi seized an opportunity to interject. Esteemed clan leaders, your understanding of the situation here far surpasses my own. Though I serve as an advisor, I entrust the command of this operation to you with complete confidence. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi turned their gazes towards him, with Hayashi articulating, "What Kiyomi means is that the camp's management is entrusted to you, while I shall venture out for independent action." Upon finishing his statement, Kiyomi stood to prepare for departure. He could no longer contain his impatience since arriving at the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku, seeing him ready to leave, hastily urged, "It is far too dangerous to venture alone, at the very least. Allow me to select a few capable Uchiha to accompany you as guards." Uchiha Fugaku harbored hopes of Kiyomi eventually becoming the 5th Hokage, so he could not permit him to confront the Mist ninjas unaccompanied. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hayashi found himself somewhat perplexed, having previously noted Uchiha Fugaku's unusual concern for Kiyomi. Even though he was a high-ranking advisor personally dispatched by the 3rd Hokage, such attentiveness seemed excessive. With a confident smile directed at Uchiha Fugaku, Jinwei reassured him, "Rest assured, I have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as I desire to depart, none can impede my path. For me, acting alone enhances my efficiency." Upon concluding his words, Jinwei demonstrated his prowess, vanishing from the office in the blink of an eye. Prior to entering the camp, he had left a Flying Thunder God mark outside, rendering a visit to the mission hall unnecessary, as he intended to employ his 6 eyes for a thorough aerial search. Soon enough, he detected a team of 4 ninjas, adorned with the headbands of the Mist Village, situated 48 kilometers away. Without hesitation, he cast a Flying Thunder God kunai and instantly teleported to its location, rapidly approaching the Mist ninjas through a series of flashes. This remarkable ability was made possible by the substantial chakra bestowed upon him by Shoha. Otherwise, such reckless expenditure of his own chakra, even with the assistance of 6 eyes, would not sustain him for long, necessitating a brief respite to recover his chakra. "Shall I intervene?" Shoha inquired, eager to showcase its capabilities. Jinwei deemed it unnecessary. "No need. The enemy's chakra response is rather weak. The battle should conclude swiftly." With these words, Shoha acquiesced, content to remain perched on Jinwei's shoulder, assisting in refining his chakra. In the dense woods, a squad of Mist ninjas advanced at a swift pace, tasked with wreaking havoc in the Shibuya region within the Land of Fire. This so-called war destruction essentially boiled down to murder and arson, an embodiment of malevolence. Trained under the oppressive regime of the Mist Village, these ninjas bore no psychological burden in executing such deeds, only an insatiable thirst for destruction. As they proceeded towards their objective, a kunai hurtled towards them at an alarming speed, embedding itself in their path. In an instant, a figure materialized at the kunai's location. "I apologize, gentlemen, but this route is impassable." Jinwei had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with the Mist ninjas. He swiftly drew his mist cutter from behind. With a flash of the lightning release, Chidori, arcs of electricity coursed through Jinwei's body, invigorating his cells as he struck at the foremost Mist ninja. Chidori one flash. A graceful arc of his blade sliced through the air, yet the lead Mist ninja narrowly evaded the strike. "Oh, quite the quick reaction, are we? What is your name?" Jinwei inquired, intrigued rather than eager to pursue. "Heh, embarking on a simple task, yet encountering the famed Konoha gale. It appears fortune smiles upon me. My name is Kagaya Shinsuke. Remember it well, for it belongs to the one who shall bring about your demise." Kagaya Shinsuke's gaze remained fixed on Jinwei, a manic smile gracing his lips. He indeed possessed the confidence to back his words, as he considered himself the most formidable among the current generation of the Kagaya clan, mastering both their bloodline limits and familial secret arts to perfection. Upon realizing that the individual before him belonged to the Kagaya clan, Jimun found it rather unsurprising. The Kagaya clan had been renowned for their formidable taijutsu since the Warring States period. Thus, evading that strike was not extraordinary. Were it a ninja from Sunagakure, they would likely have already met their demise. "I have heard that the Kagaya clan's ninjas are notoriously arrogant and combative. Why do they not advance?" Jimun continued to speak with an air of calm, his relaxed demeanor standing in stark contrast to the tense quartet of mist ninjas. One of the scruffy mist ninjas appeared to be unable to withstand the intangible pressure in the air. Tentatively, he addressed Kagaya Shinkuro. "Captain, what should we do? Perhaps we should retreat." Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing cry of a bird echoed through the air. In an instant, Jimun struck, swiftly decapitating the ninja who had yet to complete his words. Kagaya Shinkuro reacted with commendable swiftness. The moment Jimun unleashed his blade, he flattened his hands, unleashing bullet-like bone spikes from the tips of his fingers. Shikatsumiyaku, Shurju Sunban. The bone projectiles sliced through the air, aimed at Jimun's vital points. Shikaku formed hand seals, and sand instantly morphed into a shield, blocking the 10 bone spikes. Is this magnet release? Yet, it seems somewhat different. Though Kagaya Shinkuro was indeed combative, his intellect proved unexpectedly agile. Jimun had no inclination to indulge his adversary with explanations. After dispatching one mist ninja, he deftly flung several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Kagaya Shinkuro drew a bone knife from his shoulder, deflecting all kunai aimed at him, while the remaining 2 mist ninjas evaded the onslaught. With his bone knife in hand, Kagaya Shinkuro approached Jimun with an uncanny footwork. Jimun casually employed mist cutting to parry the bone knife. Arcs of electricity crackled as the current of the Chidori surged along the bone knife, attempting to conduct into Kagaya Shinkuro's body. However, the conductivity of bone paled in comparison to that of metal. As long as Kagaya Shinkuro withdrew the bone knife swiftly before the current reached him, he could evade a direct lightning release strike. Shikatsumiyaku, Tozo no Mai. Several bone spurs erupted from Kagaya Shinkuro's body, making him appear akin to a dancer, using his entire form as a weapon. After blocking Jimun's strike with the bones of his arm, the interlocking bones surprisingly ensnared Jimun's mist cutting. With a swift rotation, Kagaya Shinkuro delivered a kick aimed at Jimun's head, a sharp bone spur extending from his toe. A manic smile crept across Kagaya Shinkuro's face, as if he could already envision his victory. Yet, just as Kagaya Shinkuro's attack was about to connect, Jimun vanished instantaneously, causing the rapid assault to miss its mark. Simultaneously, Jimun reappeared at one of the previously thrown Flying Thunder God kunai. "Alright, the warm-up is over. I have a question for you. Where are the 7 ninja swordsmen? If you divulge that information, I can grant you an opportunity to flee." Kagaya Shinkuro and the remaining 2 mist ninjas quickly turned, their gazes fixed intently upon this individual who had suddenly vanished and reappeared behind them. "What is this?" After a few seconds, Jimun received no response to his inquiry. "Do you wish to protect your comrades?" As the moonlight illuminated the scene, Jianyu extended his left hand, shaping it into the form of a pistol, aiming it at the group of individuals across from him. It seemed the so-called cold-blooded ninja from the mist was not quite as formidable as rumored. However, given that they were all on this battlefield, their encounter was inevitable. He would send them on their way. No sooner had he spoken than Jianyu's left hand subtly curved, mimicking the silhouette of a firearm, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the mist ninjas. At his fingertips, a deep blue light began to shimmer, gradually coalescing into a sphere the size of a fist, a Rasengan of formidable chakra energy. This swirling sphere radiated an immense chakra fluctuation, warping the surrounding air and producing a low, resonant hum. Under Jianyu's meticulous control, the Rasengan was unleashed with the speed of a bullet. As it traversed its path, it rapidly fragmented into myriad smaller chakra projectiles, enveloping Kagaya Shinkai and the 2 other mist ninjas within its strike zone. Spiral bullet rain. One of the mist ninjas quickly formed hand seals. "Water release, water barrier," he chanted. The spiral bullet rain cascaded upon the water barrier like a celestial shower, the overwhelming impact shattering the barrier with ease. Kagaya Shinkai's expression shifted as he realized that his comrade's defenses had proven utterly futile. Without hesitation, he activated his kekkei genkai, the bone bloodline limit, allowing chakra to surge within him, forming a remarkably hard bone membrane on his surface, akin to a sturdy armor, shielding his body from harm. However, the remaining 2 mist ninjas lacked such prowess. In an instant, they were rendered as mere pincushions by the onslaught of the spiral bullet rain, bidding a sorrowful farewell to this world. It cannot be denied that the disparity between a ninja with a bloodline limit and an ordinary ninja is as vast as that between man and dog. Jianyu's formidable spiral bullet rain had nearly plowed through the entire forest floor, leaving craters of varying sizes scattered throughout. encased within the bone membrane. Kagaya Shinkai remained entirely unscathed. Jinyu began to doubt whether even a Rasengan could breach this individual's armored shell, yet he found little desire to test it. This member of the Kagaya clan exhibited commendable strength, albeit limited. Jinyu sheathed his weapon, the Mist Cutter, unwilling to engage in close combat with this Kagaya clan member. He was not equipped to contend with such formidable bone defenses. Observing the opponent retracting their weapon, Kagaya Shinkai felt no sense of relief. Clearly, his adversary had no intention of continuing with taijutsu, and all his strength was concentrated in close quarters. He needed a way to close the distance to have any chance of victory. With this thought, Kagaya Shinkai extended his right hand to his back and astonishingly withdrew his own spine, a sight that made Jinyu wince in sympathetic pain. He then swung the entire spine like a whip towards Jinyu, bolstered by the immense power of the bone bloodline limit. The length of this bone whip became extraordinarily formidable, surpassing the distance between Jinyu and Kagaya Shinkai. The bone whip arced through the air with a piercing whistle, as if to rend the very atmosphere, while the bone blade at its tip glinted with a chilling sheen that sent shivers down the spine. Dance of the Bone Bloodline, Iron Thread Blossom Technique. This technique was meticulously developed by the Kagaya clan to counter adversaries beyond the realm of physical combat. In the past, whenever Kagaya Shinsuke unleashed this particular maneuver, the surrounding area within several meters would be assailed by his bone whips, rendering any ordinary defense futile. Merely brushing against them would result in death, while a direct hit would inflict grievous wounds. Jiue's gaze sharpened, and with a swift clap of his hands, a torrent of dark purple flames erupted from his mouth, coalescing before him into a towering circular wall of fire, several meters high. Fire release, Great Flame Barrier. This wall radiated an intense heat and formidable waves of energy, with the extreme temperatures distorting the air around it. The bone whips of the dance of the iron wire flower were incinerated upon contact with this terrifyingly hot shield. Kagaya Shinsuke was taken aback. He understood that this flame was anything but ordinary, its power vastly exceeding that of standard fire techniques. It should be noted that the bones of the Shikatsuku possess exceptional hardness and resilience, rendering typical fire techniques utterly ineffective against them, let alone capable of melting them. Yet, this flame effortlessly accomplished such a feat, prompting Shinsuke to contemplate, is this also a bloodline limit? Analyzing the enemy's ninjutsu within, Shinsuke's movements remained unimpeded. The moment the dance of the iron wire flower was thwarted, he executed the second form of the technique, transforming his entire left arm into a massive bone spear. This technique was the most penetrating of the Shikatsu Miyuki, imposing a significant burden on the user. However, for him, as long as he could breach the daunting dark purple flame shield, it would suffice. A manic grin spread across Kagaya Shinsuke's face as he brandished the colossal spear formed from the second form, fearlessly thrusting it toward the fiery giant shield. As the bone spear pierced through the great flame barrier, Shinsuke exerted all his might, channeling the power of the Shikatsu Miyuki to continuously increase the calcium concentration of the spear, thereby augmenting its hardness, ultimately puncturing through the barrier and closing in on Jiue. The price paid was extensive burns across his body. Although his life was not in jeopardy thanks to the protection of his bone membrane, his appearance was undeniably harrowing. Yet, for the battle-hungry Kagaya Shinsuke, such injuries were merely a commonplace affair, and the Shikatsumiku possessed the remarkable ability to swiftly heal wounds, with wisps of white smoke emanating from his injuries. Observing the glinting bone spear before him, Jiue resorted to the Flying Thunder God technique, instantaneously teleporting to the location of the kunai he had initially thrown. Jiue suddenly realized that the Shikatsu Miyuki of the Kagaya clan unexpectedly countered his complete counterattack. In the past, whenever he faced formidable assaults, a mere flick of his sword, Mist Cutter, would effortlessly rebound the attack, even against techniques like the monstrous strength. However, the direct thrusts of the Shikatsu Miyuki, wielding bone as a weapon, were indeed beyond the scope of his counterattacks. The corpse bone pulse indirectly governs the osteoblasts and osteoclasts within one's own body, resulting in bones that are purely devoid of any additives. Alas, the Kagaya clan can only generate their own bones. Had this ability been bestowed upon the previous incarnation of Suki, countless factories peddling counterfeit bones would have surely faced ruin. Meanwhile, Kagaya Shinjike, witnessing his proud strike miss its target, felt his expression contort in frustration. he swiftly turned to locate the position of the Konoha whirlwind, only to be met head-on by a dark purple fireball radiating intense heat. Cursed be it, Shinjike mentally cursed, as the opponent's technique was executed with astonishing speed. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that move. Just as the great flame spiral was about to strike him, he suddenly began to spin rapidly on the spot. With each rotation, sharp bone spears erupted from the ground, swiftly enveloping him in a dense forest of bone spears, glistening with a chilling light. Simultaneously, his body melded into the nearest bone spear, evading the initial assault of the great flame spiral. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The number of bone spears surged, extending ominously beneath Suki's feet. Dance of the corpse bone pulse. This was the final technique of the corpse bone pulse, the ultimate dance, transforming the vicinity within hundreds of meters into a forbidden zone of life, a forest of bones. Historically, any member of the Kagaya clan who employed this technique ultimately succumbed to the excessive depletion of their vitality. Shikaku, take me into the sky. Understood, partner. At last, Shikaku seized the opportunity to act, swiftly gathering sand beneath Suki's feet and elevating him into the air. Now, Shinjike found himself at a loss. The Kagaya clan possessed no effective means to combat aerial threats. At this altitude, he could only unleash a few piercing projectiles. Yet such attacks would bear no consequence against the Konoha whirlwind. Suspended in midair, Suki commanded the great flame spiral to return to him, extending his hands to infuse it with a copious amount of chakra. The great flame spiral swelled rapidly, nearing the size of a small house. Suki, with fluid movements resembling Tai Chi, propelled the great flame spiral forth, orchestrating its rotation to incinerate all the bone spikes below. With the destruction of the bone spikes, Shinjike was forced to exit the fusion state created by the dance of the early fern. In that fleeting moment of Shinjike's reappearance, Suki formed a hand seal with one hand, guiding the colossal great flame spiral into a transformation, elongating its front and rear ends to ultimately manifest as a gigantic fiery arrow, suspended silently beside him. With a mere thought, the arrow was propelled as if shot from an invisible bowstring, hurtling directly towards Kagaya Shinjike. Fire release, great flame extinguishing arrow. This technique was developed by Jianyu after meticulously studying the research notes on chakra attributes authored by Senju Tobarama. Its penetrating power surpasses that of the great fire spiral. Facing such a formidable assault, Kagaya Shinji could only exert all his strength to activate the Shikatsumiyaku, desperately thickening his bone membrane. However, this form of defense proved utterly inadequate against the overwhelming might of Jianyu's great fire-extinguishing arrow, infused with a substantial amount of fire-release chakra. The colossal dark purple flame arrow, akin to a burning meteor, surged forth with unrelenting heat and destructive force, mercilessly melting the astonishingly thick bone membrane. With an unstoppable strength, it directly pierced through Kagaya Shinji's chest. The power of this arrow was so immense that Kagaya Shinji's body was instantaneously impaled, the wound devoid of blood, as the surrounding tissue had already been carbonized upon the injury's emergence. His eyes widened in shock and agony, as if he could scarcely believe that he had suffered such a grievous blow. Meanwhile, the dark purple flames continued their rampage within him, ruthlessly scorching his internal organs and muscles. Kagaya Shinji let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body trembling violently as he attempted to control the growth of his bones within. Striving to resist this terrifying force, yet all efforts were in vain. Within mere seconds, his life force swiftly waned, ultimately collapsing to the ground, never to stir again. The air around his lifeless body was thick with the scent of charred flesh and smoke, bearing witness to the brutal conclusion of this fierce battle. Upon the combat's end, Shikaku directed the sand cloud to descend to the earth. Jianyu approached the corpse of this Kagaya clan ninja, retrieving a sealing scroll and forming hand seals to encapsulate Kagaya Shinji's body within it. Jianyu refrained from allowing the great fire-extinguishing arrow to detonate, aiming to preserve Kagaya Shinji's remains. This was not out of profound respect for his adversary. Rather, as a wielder of a bloodline limit, his body held significant research value, and Jianyu intended to transport it back to Konohagakure. Nothing more, nothing less. However, to be candid, this opponent possessed commendable strength. Jianyu had initially perceived him merely as a slightly stronger, mist-hidden jonin. The Shikatsumiyaku indeed represented a comprehensive and formidable bloodline limit. Although there were factors that countered him, If one were to compare Kagaya Shinji with other adversaries encountered along Jianyu's journey, he would likely be equivalent to 1.5 times the strength of Rasha. Given that the recent battle did not consume an excessive amount of time, the exchange of offense and defense occurred over approximately 7 or 8 exchanges. After tidying up the battlefield and retrieving the flying thunder god kekkei, Jianyu resumed his sweeping operation, remaining true to his original intentions. In the evening, Jianyu returned to the main camp feeling invigorated. A member of the Uchiha clan, upon witnessing his safe return, promptly departed to inform Uchiha Fugaku. Throughout the day, Jianyu had been far from idle. Having swept through a vast expanse of the coastline of the Land of Fire, he had eliminated no fewer than 10 mist-hidden squads and, in passing, rescued several teams from Konoha. Regrettably, however, he still had not obtained any intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Additionally, Jianyu has received several intriguing pieces of news. Currently, on the battlefield of Mist, 2 formidable ninjas from Konoha have carved out their own reputations. One, as anticipated, is known as Shunshin no Shizume, while the other, an old acquaintance, is referred to as Chidori Ruri. Indeed, it is Uchiha Ruri. Jianyu did not expect that merely a few months would see her prowess evolve to such an extent. Previously, during the conflict in the Land of Rivers, she was only capable of contending with Jonin. Can it be that the Chidori technique is exceptionally suited to the Uchiha clan? As Jianyu pondered these thoughts, he made his way to the mission hall before returning to his assigned quarters. The following day, Jianyu arose early, intent on continuing his endeavors to cleanse the coastline of the Land of Fire, a task he had meticulously planned. As the saying goes, one should tidy the house before hosting guests. Once he had thoroughly scoured the land, if he still had not located the 7 ninja swordsmen, he would head straight into the depths of the Mist Village. He was resolute. He would not be thwarted by the likes of the Sage of 6 Paths in his pursuit of the 7 swordsmen. After another day of sweeping the area, Jianyu still had not acquired the desired intelligence. Rather, he had eliminated several members of other Mist squads. The news of Konoha's gale having descended upon this battlefield had spread widely through the underground black market. Were it not for the presence of Konoha's informants within these markets, Jianyu might have considered dealing with those individuals as well. Upon returning to the main camp, Jianyu made a beeline for a ramen shop located within the compound. Although the camp was nearly as large as a small village, the variety of food was rather limited. As he parted the curtain, he called out to the kitchen, "Hey, Uncle Kenta, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen and 1 bowl of seafood ramen. And you, Shuka? I want cod fish dumplings." Uncle Kenta, peering from the kitchen, responded with enthusiasm. "Ah, it's Jianyu and Shuka. Make yourselves comfortable. Your ramen will be ready shortly." Choosing a spot towards the back of the shop, Jianyu noted that, at this hour, the establishment was relatively quiet. He had arranged to meet someone, and by his calculations, the time was drawing near. Just then, Hyuga Heiji concluded his task for the day, stretched his shoulders, and bid farewell to his teammates as he made his way to the ramen shop within the camp. The previous day, he had received a message from Jianyu at the mission hall. "Tomorrow at 5 p.m., Uncle Kenna's ramen shop, my treat. Let us not miss each other." Since his request to be reassigned to the Mist battlefield, it had been several months since he last saw Jianyu. Arriving at the ramen shop, Heiji shook off his recent dismal mood, maintaining a facade of his usual demeanor as he parted the curtain and stepped inside. "Long time no see, Jianyu," Heiji greeted upon entering. "Hey, Heiji, you finally made it. I've already ordered you the seafood ramen, so come and sit." Jianyu had spotted Heiji lingering at the door, though he was unsure of his delay. Truly, if he had waited a few seconds longer, Jianyu would have been compelled to fetch him. "Shoha, allow me to introduce you to my dear friend Hinata Heiji," stated Mitsuki. Shoha leapt from Mitsuki's shoulder to the table, casting a glance at Hinata Heiji, his demeanor radiating haughtiness. "Since you are a friend of Mitsuki, I shall permit you to address me as Lord Yaoli." Mitsuki playfully tapped Shoha's feline head with 2 fingers, admonishing, "Speak properly." "Ouch." Shoha quickly covered his head with his paws and promptly replied, "Understood, I am Shoha. I am Hinata Heiji, pleased to make your acquaintance." It was Hinata Heiji's first encounter with this particular breed of ninja beast. While undeniably adorable, there was a certain impression of lack of intelligence. Having introduced the duo, Mitsuki seized the opportunity to express his grievances to Hinata Heiji before Uchiha Ruri's arrival. "Previously, I heard from Ruri that you were reassigned to the battlefield of Kirigakure. You have no idea what transpired when Ruri and I were living together." A cold voice interrupted from the entrance. Uchiha Ruri entered, and seated herself beside Mitsuki. Mitsuki internally muttered, "This is troublesome." He had been so engrossed in his conversation with Hinata Heiji that he had completely overlooked Uchiha Ruri's presence. Just as he racked his brain for a way to navigate the situation, Uncle Kenta arrived with ramen and fried dumplings. "Here you go, your noodles." With the ramen served, Uchiha Ruri shifted focus away from the earlier topic, clasping her hands together and stating, "I shall begin." Mitsuki exhaled in relief, picked up his chopsticks, and murmured, "I shall begin as well," before diving into his meal. "By the way, I heard that both of you have been promoted to Jonin. I regret not having prepared gifts for you yet." Hinata Heiji displayed an apologetic expression. Mitsuki, however, was unperturbed by such matters, waving his hand dismissively. "Just bring us some of that tape when you return to the village after the situation in Kirigakure is resolved, Heiji." Uchiha Ruri cast a glance at the sword sheath at Mitsuki's waist, then contentedly averted her gaze. As he said, "There is no need to dwell on trivialities." Observing Hinata Heiji, Mitsuki noticed a look of fatigue about him, recalling Heiji's actions outside the ramen shop. He inquired, "By the way, Heiji, have you been facing any difficulties lately? Your complexion appears rather poor." Mitsuki had been striving to showcase his prowess in the land of rivers to enhance his standing within the village, ensuring the protection of his companions. If Heiji was struggling on the battlefield of Kirigakure, he could seek out Hinata Hayashi for a favor, granting Heiji a brief respite to return to the village for some well-deserved rest. Seeing Heiji's hesitance to speak, Mitsuki continued to encourage him. "If there is anything troubling you, please share it with us. It is far better to tackle issues together than to face them alone, right, Ruri? By the way, how many bowls is that for you now?" During Mitsuki's conversation with Hinata Heiji, Uchiha Ruri had already accumulated several empty bowls beside her. The frequency of her recent missions had significantly increased her appetite. At this moment, she was completely engrossed in devouring the ramen in her bowl when, unexpectedly, she was prompted to respond. Raising her gaze towards the two loquacious men, a look of displeasure crossed her face. How shallow these men are. Unaware that interrupting a lady's meal is quite impolite. "Go ahead, speak your mind." Hinata Heiji pressed his lips together, as if having made a certain resolution. "I'm afraid I cannot divulge this matter to you. If you do not speak, I shall personally seek out Hinata Hayashi to inquire. Oh, I forgot to mention. I am now the highest-ranking advisor of the Kirigakure front." Upon seeing the bitter expression on Hinata Heiji's face, Jinyu realized that this taciturn fellow would not easily divulge information. Were it anyone else, Jinyu would not have pressed for a second inquiry, but Heiji was different. He was a genuinely kind-hearted individual. As a branch family member of the Hinata clan, he had never held resentment against anyone and always wished for the happiness of others. His optimistic demeanor had even, at times, influenced Jinyu's perception of other branch family members. Having spent considerable time in the Kirigakure battlefield recently, Jinyu discovered that most of the branch family ninjas, including Hinata Hayashi, often harbored a glimmer of resentment in their eyes. Perhaps it was a grudge against the main family, or perhaps against fate itself. Of course, this was of no concern to Jinyu. To put it plainly, he simply could not bear to see a good person being bullied, especially when that person was his friend. Hinata Heiji, perceiving Jinyu's assertive stance, found the words of refusal lodged in his throat, unable to escape. After a few moments of silence, he finally spoke. "In truth, I volunteered to come to the Kirigakure battlefield." His eyes seemed distant, as if lost in recollection. Jinyu and Ruri exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent and allow Heiji to continue. "You may have heard that recently, the Kirigakure village seized a Byakugan from the Hinata clan, and that Byakugan belonged to my elder brother, Hinata Yuji." Upon hearing Heiji's account, Jinyu pondered internally. Is he seeking to reclaim that Byakugan for his brother's sake? However, to his disappointment, Heiji's subsequent words contradicted this assumption. "Yuji, my elder brother, is 3 years my senior and was raised to be a member of the main family from a young age. We hardly communicated. After his sacrifice, a vacancy appeared among the main family members of our generation. According to tradition, my younger sister, Hinata Yui, is eligible to replace Yuji as a member of the main family. Yui was born later and has yet to be branded with the caged bird seal. But this reasonable request has been rejected by some elders of the main family, who believe our branch did not adequately protect the Byakugan and thus should forfeit our right to be part of the main family. Therefore, I requested to come here. I wish to reclaim the Byakugan that was taken so that Yui can become a member of the main family and attain her freedom. Yet, I feel utterly powerless." Despite my time here, I see no hope of reclaiming that Byakugan. As Heiji spoke, anguish and fury marred his expression, and he slowly lowered his head. His hands clenched into tight fists, nails digging deeply into his flesh. I was left wondering what the matter truly was. The crisp sound of the moonlit night echoed in Hinata Heiji's ears. He abruptly lifted his gaze, only to be met with the confident smile of Mitsuki. Leave it to me. I have my own score to settle with the Hidden Mist Village. Anything that can discomfort them, I am more than willing to undertake. Hinata Heiji's eyes glinted with a hint of despair. Ever since his arrival here, his thoughts had been haunted by the adorable visage of his sister, Yui. Such a beautiful forehead. How could it be marked by that hideous curse seal? Yet, the harsh reality laid bare his own frailty. A mere branch of the Hyuga clan. Possessing a pair of damaged Byakugan, how could he ever hope to reclaim the Hokage from one of the 5 great shinobi villages, let alone retrieve the Byakugan? It sounded utterly ludicrous, didn't it? However, the person before him regarded him differently. There was no trace of mockery in their eyes, only a willingness to assist him. To support someone so weak, yet so insatiably ambitious. I recall the one who acquired the Byakugan from the Mist Ninja was named Ao, right, Ruri? Mitsuki pondered for a moment before turning to Uchiha Ruri. Uchiha Ruri's knowledge was evidently more extensive than Mitsuki's. She required only a few seconds to retrieve information about Ao from her memory. Ao, a mist jonin, launched a surprise attack during the recent large-scale invasion of the Hidden Mist, ambushing the sensory unit on the front lines of Konoha. During the suicide of Hyuga Yuji, a member of the main branch, he successfully seized a Byakugan, earning the moniker Byakugan Killer. After explaining, Ruri began to contemplate the course of action if they truly aimed to target the Byakugan Killer. Given that the opponent possessed a Byakugan, employing ambush tactics would prove challenging. Considering Ao's high tactical standing within the mist, they would need to prepare for encounters with multiple Jonin-level enemies simultaneously. Uchiha Ruri furrowed her delicate brows, resting her chin thoughtfully in one hand as she devised a plan. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany and inquired, "Did you not mention that you are a senior advisor here?" "Indeed," Mitsuki replied, having finished his ramen but still feeling unsated, snatching a few pan-fried dumplings from Shikaka's plate. "Then you must have quite a few subordinates. Have them engage the target's guards," Uchiha Ruri suggested. Upon hearing her proposal, Mitsuki felt a touch of embarrassment, as he had already relinquished command responsibilities to Uchiha Fugaku and Hinata Nichi from the very beginning. "What is the matter?" Uchiha Ruri questioned, puzzled by Mitsuki's reaction. Mitsuki hurriedly waved his hand. "It's nothing. If you need manpower, leave it to me." He resolved to seek assistance from Uchiha Fugaku the following day, confident that he would not refuse. Meanwhile, Hinata Heiji found himself at a loss for words. All expressions of gratitude he could conjure felt inadequate in the moment. He had never imagined that someone so humble, destined to be trapped in a cage from birth, could be so fortunate as to forge friendships with such remarkable individuals. To encounter Mitsuki and become friends within the limited scope of his life was truly a blessing. Early the next morning, Mitsuki sought out Uchiha Fugaku at the command center, clearly stating his intentions. Unlike the recently silent and enigmatic 7 ninja swordsmen who seemed to harbor some malevolent schemes, the White-Eye Killer, Aoi from the Mist, has been remarkably active on the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before speaking. "I understand. Fortuitously, I possess a highly suitable candidate." With Uchiha Fugaku's endorsement, Mitsuki felt considerably more at ease. After all, for him, eliminating Aoi was not a daunting task. However, retrieving the Byakugan intact presented a more intricate challenge. This endeavor necessitated a ninja with formidable control abilities, while Ryuri's genjutsu would have been the optimal choice. She lamented that her vision had recently been troubling her, leading to a decline in the precision of her illusions, a sentiment quite uncharacteristic for someone of her pride. Considering this, Mitsuki reminded Uchiha Fugaku, "Is the individual you mentioned adept in genjutsu? If we cannot subdue Aoi with illusions, the Byakugan may be irreparably damaged." Uchiha Fugaku confidently replied, "Rest assured, if his genjutsu is insufficient, then there likely exists no ninja in Konoha who meets your criteria." Observing Fugaku's unwavering confidence, Mitsuki felt he could surmise the identity of the individual in question. Uchiha Fugaku clapped his hands and summoned a Uchiha ninja, providing him with instructions before the ninja promptly departed. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the office door. "Come in," Uchiha Fugaku called out. "Pardon the intrusion." A figure entered. As anticipated, The newcomer had short black hair, donned a black ninja combat uniform, and possessed a distinctly handsome, chiseled face, a quintessential Uchiha. This is Uchiha Shursui, our clan's strongest ninja. Uchiha Fugaku introduced him to Mitsuki, subsequently introducing Mitsuki as well. This is Mitsuki Kiyoshi, the newly appointed advisor from the Mist. Thus, Mitsuki and Uchiha Shursui made their initial acquaintance. May I inquire why I have been summoned? Uchiha Shursui asked, clearly bewildered by Uchiha Fugaku's sudden call. Allow me to elucidate the matter, Mitsuki volunteered. After detailing the mission requirements, Uchiha Shursui nodded solemnly. Understood, clan leader, Lord Advisor, I shall strive to fulfill this task. Mitsuki stepped away from his seat and casually patted Uchiha Shursui on the shoulder. No need to be so formal, just call me Mitsuki. Uchiha Shursui hastily waved his hand. That is not acceptable. You are the advisor personally appointed by the Hokage. Not at all. Come, let me introduce you to our teammates for this operation, Mitsuki said, taking Uchiha Shursui's hand and leading him outside. Uchiha Fugaku watched with a smile, knowing that this was all part of his design. As a high-level combat asset, Uchiha Shursui could not possibly remain idle within the camp. Uchiha Fugaku, as the head of the Uchiha clan, had long been privy to information regarding Hyuga Hinata's situation through his own channels. Thus, Uchiha Shursui postponed all of his recent tasks solely to extend a personal favor to Shimizu Mitsuki. It seems that not only has the favor been granted, but Uchiha Shursui also appears to be getting along quite well with Shimizu Mitsuki. Uchiha Fugaku stood by the window, gazing at the sky. It was indeed a splendid day. He felt a surge of good fortune lately, and pondered whether he should return home to see if Mikoto could bear another child for Itachi. After Shimizu Mitsuki gathered Uchiha Shursui, Hyuga Hinata, and Uchiha Ruri, they first visited the intelligence department. Having procured information regarding the suspected whereabouts of the elusive AO from the Mist Village, they set off from the camp without delay. This was largely thanks to Mitsuki's title of senior advisor, as such high-level intelligence is typically not disclosed easily. After approximately half a month of searching, during which Mitsuki also sought traces of the 7 ninja swordsmen, unfortunately, there were still no leads. Based on the intelligence gathered, it was evident that these 7 individuals were unlikely to be residing in the Mist Village, yet despite the passage of time, they remained elusive, which was quite perplexing. Finally, at the end of the month, Mitsuki and his companions finally acquired specific information about AO. Without any hesitation, they promptly organized their equipment and prepared for departure. Upon exiting the camp, Mitsuki took the lead, as the information had been relayed by a senior spy from the route of the Mist Village, ensuring its high reliability. However, according to the intelligence, AO had multiple missions upon infiltrating the Land of Fire, the specifics of which remained unclear. Nevertheless, the spy had speculated based on internal currents within the Mist Village and included a map indicating several potential locations where AO might be found. Mitsuki's current task was to systematically eliminate these locations as swiftly as possible. Trailing behind, Uchiha Ruri and Uchiha Shursui seemed like strangers, not exchanging a single word along the way. Initially, when they met, Uchiha Shursui had warmly greeted Hyuga Hinata and Uchiha Ruri. Naturally, Hinata returned the greeting politely, while Ruri merely glanced at Shursui and offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Mitsuki had previously assumed from the Leaf Village team he had rescued that the two were acquainted, but it appeared he had overestimated their familiarity. At location A, there was nothing, at location B, nothing, and at location C. Mitsuki was employing his 6 eyes to their fullest extent, pinpointing several suspected target locations from an extraordinary distance. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he made a sharp turn. Found it. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback. They had found it so quickly? Without hesitation, Hinata and Ruri followed Mitsuki in a swift turn, heading in a new direction. Uchiha Shursui swiftly kept pace, speculating that Mitsuki must possess some formidable sensing ability. Indeed, he was worthy of being hailed as the greatest genius in the history of the Leaf Village. Amidst a dense forest within the Land of Fire, a 6-member ninja team traversed the underbrush, each adorned with the forehead protector of the Mist Village. The leader, wearing an eye patch over his right eye, was none other than AO, the very individual Mitsuki and his companions had been relentlessly seeking. They infiltrated the Land of Fire on a mission of utmost significance. To safeguard the intelligence from being compromised by deeply embedded spies, the hidden Mist Village meticulously devised several false missions for Team Qing. employing formal procedures to divert attention. Regrettably, they encountered the peculiar entity known as Jianyue, who swiftly deduced their presence through the simplest process of elimination. Leading a six-member team, Qing was sprinting between towering trees when, suddenly, two of his comrades in the midst of the formation collapsed, clutching their heads and emitting anguished cries. In the face of this unexpected turn, Qing halted immediately. Observing his subordinates, who appeared to be babbling incoherently due to witnessing some horrific sight, he quickly attempted to rouse them. Calmly, he pondered, illusion technique? When did it occur? Suddenly sensing something amiss, he turned to gaze into the shadowy depths of the forest, forming a single-handed seal to channel chakra into his right eye. Byakugan. With the activation of his Byakugan, Qing's perspective expanded magnificently. In the distance, perched upon a tree, stood a leaf ninja. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. It was indeed Konoha's body flicker technique. It appeared the mission's intelligence had been leaked. Damn it, had the village's intelligence system become a sieve? Thus, continuing the mission was no longer feasible. To prevent the Byakugan from being reclaimed by Konoha, Qing resolved to retreat immediately. Just as he turned to announce his decision to his team, a uniquely shaped shuriken hurtled toward them at great speed. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. From a nearby tree, Jianyue formed a one-handed seal, and amidst the flow of chakra, the flying kunai multiplied in the blink of an eye. The shurikens rained down like floating artillery, shattering the once dense forest, toppling trees, and creating numerous craters of varying depths and sizes across the ground. The entire scene resembled the aftermath of a fierce bombardment. Lay in ruins. The six mist ninjas, who had been hastily advancing, suffered immediate casualties under this onslaught, with the two inexperienced members felled by the illusion technique meeting their demise on the spot. The remaining four managed to employ the body flicker technique to narrowly escape the range of the shuriken clone attack. Qing's expression darkened as he stared in the direction from which the kunai had come. The recent illusion was merely a distraction. The true assault originates from an enemy concealed in the blind spot of my Byakugan. As Qing had surmised, Jianyue indeed heeded Hinata Heiji's advice and launched an attack from a concealed angle. Were it not for the normal dual eyes of the main family, such a threat could have easily been detected. However, with only a single eye, the operational space was significantly increased. Amidst the chaos, the sound of birdsong resonated as Uchiha Ruri, wielding the lightning of Chidori, swiftly pierced the back of a mist ninja whose head was bound in bandages. The mist ninja reacted swiftly, realizing he could not turn in time to counterattack. He resorted to blindly thrusting his kunai backward, hoping to exchange injury for injury. Uchiha Ruri, however, executed a sudden twist of her body, demonstrating remarkable agility even amidst high-speed movement. With a swift motion of her left hand, Uchiha Ruri launched several kunai imbued with lightning chakra, striking the bandaged mist ninja with remarkable speed. The violent currents instantly incapacitated the foe, rendering him immobile. Faced with such a helpless adversary, Uchiha Ruri had no chance of missing her target. A flicker of brilliant azure lightning surged through the air, and she effortlessly dispatched an enemy. Meanwhile, Hyuga Heiji found himself engaged with another mist ninja, lacking the swiftness exhibited by Ruri. He resorted to the gentle fist technique to hold his opponent at bay. Suddenly, a colossal blue chakra shuriken whirled into the battlefield, hurtling towards the mist ninja battling Heiji with astonishing velocity. Seeing his comrade in peril, Ao, the last mist ninja with a row of shark-like teeth, prepared to intervene. However, Uchiha Shursui had already appeared beside them, conjuring over a dozen illusory copies of himself around Ao and the shark-toothed mist ninja. These were not mere shadow clones. They were Shursui's renowned technique, the Shunshin no Jutsu. Unlike the Shunshin of other elite shinobi, Shursui's technique left behind a phantom that resembled a clone at the point of disappearance. This illusion possessed no offensive capabilities, yet when an enemy overlooked it, Shursui would exploit his ghostly speed to overlap with the phantom, replacing it and delivering a lethal strike. At that moment, the mist ninja, surrounded by the numerous harmless phantoms, dared not underestimate them. Those who had previously dismissed such illusions had already succumbed to the chilling legacy of Shunshin Shursui, leaving behind only bleached bones. Devoid of teammate support, the spiraling shuriken controlled by Mitsuki easily cleaved through the mist ninja engaged with Heiji. Following its triumph, the once mighty blue shuriken, which had wreaked havoc on countless sand ninja in the land of rivers, returned to Mitsuki's side, obediently hovering there. However, Shikaku could no longer endure the chaos, shouting at Mitsuki, "Partner, why not use that technique from yesterday? This one is far too noisy." In truth, Mitsuki shared the sentiment, finding the spiraling shuriken excessively loud. During their previous encounter with the sand-hidden village, he had no choice, but now that he had mastered the Great Flame Extinction, things were different. Initially, he intended to employ the Great Flame Extinction, but suddenly recalled his title as Konoha's Gale. With both Ruri and Shursui having utilized their signature jutsu, he felt compelled to join in the spectacle. For the sake of reputation, Mitsuki feigned ignorance to Shikaku's complaints, responding, "Huh? What did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you." Ignoring Mitsuki, Shikaku covered its ears with its paws and burrowed into his clothing. It had resolved to remain nestled there until the conclusion of the battle. Jianyu shrugged nonchalantly, and in an instant, he materialized beside a shadow clone of Uchiha Shursui, who was surrounded by Ching and the sharp-toothed mist shinobi. Shursui's body tensed suddenly, for the location where Jianyu appeared was precisely where his true self resided. "Oh, little mice, capturing you has proven to be quite the challenge," Jianyu commenced with his taunting, his tone dripping with disdain, as if mocking the ninjas of the hidden mist village for their cowardice in not daring to enter the land of fire openly. Such words ignited a fierce anger within Ching, yet he refrained from immediate retaliation, merely gazing coldly at Jianyu, a flicker of fury glimmering in his eyes. He understood that, for Konoha, they were unequivocally the invaders. Had the roles been reversed in the land of water, he would not have greeted the intruders with any semblance of warmth. Moreover, he surmised that his fate was sealed for the day, as the opposing lineup was far too formidable. Shursui of the Body Flicker, Chidori Ruri, and the Konoha Gale, who had decisively concluded the war between Konoha and Sunagakure. Typically, upon glimpsing even one of these formidable foes from a distance, he would opt for retreat. Yet today, he found himself confronted by all three. While Ching maintained his silence, others did not. The shark-toothed mist shinobi retorted furiously, "Survival of the fittest. That is the law of the ninja world. You little brat. Only you from Konoha would engage in such hollow bonds." His tone was laced with sarcasm and disdain, as if he scoffed at the very concept of camaraderie, his gaze revealing a cruel indifference. At that moment, Uchiha Ruri and Hyuga Heiji approached, their brows furrowing upon hearing the mist shinobi's words. Uchiha Ruri regarded the mist shinobi with a flicker of contempt and disgust. Narrowing her eyes slightly, a cold smile crept upon her lips as she spoke softly. "Ah, this grotesque visage you present now, is it not the very embodiment of the weak and worthless you so deride?" Her voice was icy and sharp, akin to a blade piercing through the heart. Her crimson Sharingan glared like daggers, fixating intently on the mist shinobi, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul. Her tone saturated with mockery and disdain, sending a chill through the air. "What?" The shark-toothed mist shinobi's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as he felt a profound humiliation for the first time. His eyes locked onto Uchiha Ruri, filled with murderous intent, disregarding the surrounding shadows of Shursui, and swiftly began to form hand seals. Observing this, Shursui wasted no time, appearing behind one of the mist shinobi's shadow clones in less than a heartbeat, and swung his blade down. However, to his astonishment, the shinobi's blade did not meet flesh but instead sliced through water as if parting a stream. Indeed, it was water. For this shark-toothed mist shinobi belonged to the Hozuki clan, masters of the secret technique hydration. At that moment, the mist shinobi completed his hand seals and, with his chest swelling, unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth that engulfed the surrounding shadow clones of Shursui. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, Jianyu felt a surge of inspiration. He directed the spiraling shuriken, which had been incessantly creating noise beside him, towards the shark-tooth mist ninja. Upon nearing his adversary, it detonated with a thunderous roar. The vast, blue blades of the storm enveloped the shark-tooth ninja entirely. Yet, this formidable foe maintained his watery form, cleverly utilizing the small water domain generated by the explosion to evade the shuriken's destructive range. Ching seized the opportunity to distance himself from Uchiha Shursui's shadow clone. Shursui's clone was dispersed by his comrade's water techniques, while he adeptly employed the body flicker technique to evade the indiscriminate water assault launched by his allies. In a valiant effort to protect him and his Byakugan, his teammates devoted themselves entirely to holding back everyone from Konoha. With tears of gratitude streaming down his face, He hastily returned to the hidden mist village, where he was met with a resounding commendation from the third Mizukage and Elder Yuan. However, he mused, why was he rewarded despite failing his mission? Never mind, he thought. Was it not a fair reward for a life dedicated to the hidden mist village? In reality, Jianyu and his companions stood upon the water's surface, observing Qing, who had succumbed to the illusion and was now smiling foolishly. Curious, Jianyu inquired, Shisui, what kind of illusion did you cast on him to elicit such joy? Uchiha Shisui, somewhat uncertain himself, replied, I am not entirely sure. The illusion I employed is called drunken dream, which traps the victim in an endless, blissful slumber. This technique, a family jutsu of the Uchiha clan, was notoriously difficult to master and was said to have been developed by an ancestor who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, drawing upon his unique powers. Upon hearing Shisui's explanation, Jianyu understood. He speculated that Qing was likely the type who rarely smiled, harboring a hidden playful side. Otherwise, it was unfathomable that he could laugh in his dreams. For Shisui, however, his primary concern was not the captured Qing, but rather the ninja from the Kirigakura's Hozuki clan, who had vanished into the water. He then cautioned, Jianyu, it appears that the Hozuki ninja is attempting to flee. As he had predicted, the shark-tooth mist ninja, having unleashed the great exploding water collapsing wave and merged into the depths, began to swim away from Jianyu and the others. This was absurd, despite his bluster. Sending him alone to confront those three monsters was tantamount to courting death. At this moment, he could only hope that those three monsters were pressed for time, which might afford him a chance to escape after capturing Captain Qing. After all, locating a Hozuki clan member among the vast expanse of water was no simple feat. His analysis was astute, but alas, today he faced Jianyu. Hearing Shisui's warning, Jianyu calmly raised a single finger. Do not worry, he cannot escape. Shisui, perplexed but reassured by Jianyu's confidence as their leader, chose to follow orders without hesitation. As the moonlight gathered at his fingertips, a spindle-shaped sphere of lightning chakra formed, embodying the essence of the lightning attribute within the spear-like Rasengan. The water transformation technique of the Hozuki clan grants immunity to most physical attacks, akin to the recent spiral shuriken. Yet, even the most flawless ninjutsu possesses its flaws. Lightning release techniques, capable of generating electric currents, perfectly counter the water transformation, incapacitating any member of the Hozuki clan who, despite being in their fluid state, is struck, regardless of the technique's strength. With one eye narrowed in concentration, he took aim and unleashed the attack, executing the motion seamlessly. The shark-toothed mist ninja, concealed beneath the waves, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by a paralyzing sensation that forced him out of his fluid state. How did he find me? He pondered. The entire water domain was crafted from his chakra, his physical form having merged with it. Even the Byakugan should not have detected him so swiftly. His reasoning, though sound, was ultimately flawed. Some individuals are simply beyond the realm of reason. He believed himself well hidden amidst the turbulent waters, yet under the scrutiny of the six-eyed vision of Jianyu, he was as exposed as if he were bare. After dispatching the shark-toothed mist ninja with another spear-like Rasengan, the group tidied the battlefield. To prevent future complications, Jianyu signaled Uchiha Shisui to take care of Ao. Without hesitation, Jianyu extracted Ao's Byakugan and placed it into a pre-prepared container filled with nutrient solution. One might wonder if Ao was remarkably resilient, or if Uchiha Shisui's genjutsu was indeed formidable, for he had not yet awakened from his dream, merely trembling involuntarily from the pain coursing through his muscles. Aren't we going to kill him? Uchiha Ruri inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Jianyu cast her a puzzled glance, remarking, You are rather extreme, Ruri. Uchiha Ruri shot him a withering look, retorting, When it comes to the count of lives taken, who among the recent graduating ninjas could rival you? And now you accuse me of extremism? Uchiha Shisui interjected to clarify. This Ao holds considerable status in the hidden mist village. Employing genjutsu to interrogate him could yield valuable intelligence. Jianyu sealed the container and casually tossed it to Hyuga Heiji, who caught it with both hands, gazing at the precious Byakugan within. Is this really mine? He asked in disbelief. Jianyu replied matter-of-factly, Of course, this Byakugan belongs to your brother. With it, you can negotiate with the main family, ensuring your sister inherits your branch's position, no? But the mission, there are no buts, Jianyu interjected with a wave of his hand. This mission was issued by me. My only request was to capture Ao alive. and nothing else falls within the scope of the task. Besides, as the mission issuer, I suppose I should offer you some rewards. Hyuga Heiji quickly declined, feeling he had already received ample assistance from Jinyu and the others. Seeking rewards would indeed make him appear ungrateful. However, Uchiha Ruri became intrigued. She raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Oh, what rewards does the esteemed advisor intend to bestow upon us? Let me ponder this carefully." As she spoke, Suki crouched down to cleanse her fingers, which had just been used to extract an eye, in the remaining waters, and surprisingly began to contemplate the rewards with earnestness. Observing this, Uchiha Shursui promptly interjected to enlighten Suki. On the front lines, the war tasks assigned by the higher-ups are typically recorded and integrated into the ninja's files. With rewards being distributed uniformly after the war concludes, it is rare for rewards to be given immediately upon task completion. Upon hearing this, Suki nodded in agreement. In that case, considering the difficulty and strategic significance of reclaiming the Byakugan, I shall ensure that each of you is credited with an S-rank mission upon my return. How does that sound? Uchiha Ruri, however, was indifferent. Her sole interest lay in enhancing her own strength. After all, for the Uchiha clan, no matter how grand the merits accrued, there would be no reward of selecting advanced jutsu from the Book of Seals. On the other hand, Uchiha Shursue's perspective differed greatly. He believed that if the Uchiha clan could achieve substantial merits on the battlefield of the mist, the villagers would inevitably alter their views towards the Uchiha, perhaps even beginning to trust them. Seeing that everyone accepted this outcome, Suki waved her hand. I hereby announce the completion of the S-rank mission reclaiming the Byakugan, hunting squad. Commence your return. Have you heard the news? What news? The Byakugan killer from the mist has been captured alive by a squad led by Konoha's Gale. Is that true? Absolutely true. This news has spread throughout the entire village. Oh, I know some inside information. I've heard that Shunshin Shursui and Chidori Ruri were both deployed. Indeed, with those two involved. It is no wonder they managed to capture the Byakugan killer alive. However, I believe the true genius is Konoha's Gale. After all, he is the captain. Precisely, without his adept command, success would have been quite difficult. Yes, I feel that as long as these three join forces, no ninja from the Mist Village stands a chance against them. That is certainly the case. They are all the elite among the elite of Konoha. Haha, it seems the Mist Village is in for a rough time. Konoha is bound to triumph. Shortly after Suki and Shursui successfully captured Ao, such conversations began to frequently arise at the front lines of the mist. For Konoha, the news of Ao's capture was no longer a secret. Information regarding the mutual capture of significant members from enemy villages on the battlefield was generally publicized to bolster morale. Just like when the Mist Village seized the Byakugan, they began to elevate Ao, bestowing upon him the title of Byakugan Killer. When the information about the loss of the Byakugan first reached the Hyuga clan, the clan elders convened an emergency meeting overnight, nearly raising the roof with their fervent discussions. Some elders considered this the greatest disgrace in the history of the Hyuga clan and insisted on immediately seeking the third Hokage's intervention to compel the Mist to return the Byakugan. Some elders of the Hyuga clan believe they can wait until the war concludes to see if they can pay to redeem the Byakugan from Kirigakure. Unspoken but understood among them is the fact that no one dares to suggest a plan to retrieve it by force. For the entire shinobi world is aware that the Hyuga clan struggles to produce formidable warriors. Attempting to reclaim the Byakugan through one's own efforts is akin to chasing a dream. As the clan meeting progressed, some elders grew agitated and began to unleash their frustrations on the elder who had initially decided to send clan members into battle. What was meant to be a gathering to resolve issues quickly devolved into a cacophonous dispute. A number of elderly members, nearing their end, were so overwhelmed by the altercation that they required immediate medical attention at the Konoha hospital. Ultimately, the consensus emerged that the clan leader must devise a means to retrieve the Byakugan. Otherwise, this debacle would be recorded in the clan's history, leaving him to face the scorn of future generations. Whether or not he would indeed face such condemnation was unknown to Hyuga Hizashi. He was merely aware that his troubles were mounting. Previously, during the Jonin conference, he had subtly hinted to the third Hokage several times, only to be met with indifference. Unexpectedly, fortune took a turn when the Byakugan was reclaimed by Mizuki Mikazuki, bringing immense joy to the entire Hyuga clan. They promptly dispatched a ninja to inform Hyuga Hayashi, urging him to express his gratitude to Mizuki Mikazuki and prepare a modest gift. In the command office of the battlefield at Kirigakure, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and Mikazuki were engaged in discussions regarding the handling of Ao. Hyuga Hayashi proposed that after extracting all intelligence from Ao, he should be executed, and the information disseminated to instill fear in Kirigakure and other shinobi villages. However, Uchiha Fugaku disagreed with this perspective, believing that after interrogating Ao with Genjutsu, they could negotiate a mutually beneficial exchange with Kirigakure, thereby extracting all possible value from him. Objectively speaking, Uchiha Fugaku's approach aligned more with the current situation of Konoha, while Hayashi's suggestion to eliminate Ao for the sake of intimidation seemed to be intertwined with the demands of the Hyuga clan. Nonetheless, Hayashi had his own dilemmas. After Mizuki's team successfully captured Ao and returned to camp, a decision was made to treat the Byakugan as spoils of war and entrust it to Hyuga Heiji. Although Hayashi himself did not care about the Byakugan's ownership, there were those within the clan who did. The clan elders were naturally averse to allowing a branch family member to possess a clan Byakugan. After all, the purpose of marking the branch family was to prevent them from inadvertently dying on missions, which could lead to the Byakugan falling into the wrong hands. Now, with Hyuga Heiji parading around with a clan Byakugan, it raised considerable concern. However, once Hayashi clearly communicated that the decision to hand the Byakugan to Hyuga Heiji was the intention of the Jonin Mizuki, the elders reluctantly abandoned their plans to reclaim it from him. In the end, they conceded that Mizuki was the benefactor who helped the Hyuga clan redeem its honor, and they could simply grant Hyuga Heiji the privileges of the main family, preventing him from undertaking missions to avoid further loss of the Byakugan. Nevertheless, the order to eliminate the Byakugan killer remained an unyielding mandate from within the clan. The two individuals remained steadfast in their respective views, ultimately directing their attention towards Jianyu. What do you think would be the best course of action, Qing Shui? I pondered. Jianyu, in fact, leaned towards eliminating Qing, as he was most unwilling to release a tiger back into the mountains. This decision was certainly not influenced by the Hyuga clan's generous gift of a residence in the heart of Konoha. I opined that it would be wiser for us to deal with Qing ourselves, rather than seeking trivial benefits. We should prioritize the sentiments of our comrades from the Hyuga clan. Jianyu articulated his perspective with clarity, prompting an immediate expression of gratitude from Hinata Hayashi. Indeed, there are still many good people in the world. Uchiha Fugaku wished to contest the notion, yet Jianyu promptly interjected. The Mist Village has long been notorious for its ruthlessness, and it is unlikely they would offer anything of substantial value in exchange for the lost Byakugan of Qing. Furthermore, we could also consider exchanging the corpse, which is not an implausible option. Observing this, Uchiha Fugaku ceased his insistence, recognizing that this matter was not of great consequence. However, as the head of the Uchiha clan, he could not blindly acquiesce to all of Hinata Hayashi's decisions. At this moment, Jianyu's presence served as a mediator, and he readily accepted the proposal. After all, the current relationship between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had become delicate and intricate due to the participation of members in the Byakugan retrieval mission, necessitating careful deliberation on any decision. Jianyu's involvement provided a new opportunity for both parties to resolve the issue in a relatively balanced manner. With some rejoicing and others lamenting, the news of Qing's capture by the Konoha Gale swiftly circulated within the Mist Village, igniting a flurry of accusations against Qing. Had Qing truly been exchanged for some benefits by the Mist Village, he might have avoided the tragic fate of suicide that befell White Fang in the original narrative. However, he could very well become a target for assassination by the disgruntled youth within the village. Such occurrences, while astonishing in other villages, were rather commonplace in the Mist Village. In the office of the Mizukage Tower, the third Mizukage, Hakuya, sat in contemplation after hearing a report from one of his subordinates. He waved a hand, dismissing the ninja, and squinted, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled softly and murmured, "Perhaps it would be best to withdraw." Leaning back in his chair, basking in the warmth of the sun, he silently grumbled. War is such a hassle. That group of beasts from the Kagaya clan is always stirring up trouble, clamoring for war. Now that it has truly commenced, they have not demonstrated any significant achievements, particularly that Kagaya Shino, who made the loudest claims of being the strongest in the clan's history, was swiftly eliminated by Konoha Gale shortly after entering the battlefield. He had long suspected that none of these bloodline limit clans were particularly useful, were it not for his leadership, allowing the Mist Village to quietly develop its resources during the Second Shinobi World War. They would have fallen short of the war supplies required to satisfy these madmen. Hakuya rubbed his temples in frustration. Now, the Byakugan has vanished, despite the fact that he previously hired individuals from the black market to bolster his influence, intending to leverage the title of Byakugan killer to suppress the arrogance of those clans with bloodline limits. Little did he anticipate that this change would prove to be so disappointing, swiftly losing the Byakugan back to Konoha. The presence of Konoha's Shippuden Mizuki is exceedingly perilous for Kirigakure. Ever since he was dispatched from Konoha, the situation has inexplicably spiraled out of control. Originally, Kirigakure had achieved some commendable victories, but now it has devolved into a mere game of cat and mouse, with Mizuki embodying that cat. Due to Mizuki's erratic raids along the coastline of the Land of Fire, the ninjas of Kirigakure find themselves in an exceedingly passive predicament. The previously efficient infiltration tactics have become increasingly difficult to execute. Each operation feels like groping in the dark, fraught with uncertainty and peril. Baizai realizes that this cannot continue. Otherwise, Kirigakure will inevitably suffer the same fate as Sunigakure. A solution must be found to eliminate Mizuki. However, whom should he dispatch? Currently, Kirigakure possesses a considerable amount of high-ranking combat power, yet Baizai perceives none capable of securely subduing Mizuki. Should he recall the 7 ninja swordsmen to assassinate Mizuki? At the Konoha Kirigakure frontline encampment, Mizuki, who has been incessantly mentioned by the 3rd Mizukage, is now at the entrance bidding farewell to Hinata Heiji. This time, Hinata Heiji is returning to participate in his sister's succession ceremony, accompanied by numerous members of the Hinata clan. They were sent by Hinata Hayashi to escort Heiji, or rather, to ensure the safe return of the Byakugan he carries back to the village. Considering that this precious Byakugan will soon be entrusted to Hinata Heiji, he is unlikely to leave the village for missions again unless extraordinary circumstances arise, thus enjoying the privileges of the main family as a branch family member. Hinata Heiji gazes intently at Mizuki, the fervent light in his eyes impossible to overlook. He has always struggled to articulate his feelings with words. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Heiji slowly speaks. "Thank you, Mizuki." These simple words are a heartfelt expression of his genuine emotions. "Stay sharp. Don't lose your composure," Mizuki encourages, patting Heiji on the shoulder. Heiji smiles sheepishly. In his recollection, Mizuki often surprises him with her unique remarks. After bidding farewell to Hinata Heiji, Mizuki strolls back toward the encampment. After a few steps, she suddenly addresses the air. "Since you've arrived, why didn't you come out to say goodbye?" Uchiha Ruri emerges from the shadows of a wooden building, her tone cool as she replies. "It's not like we want to see each other again. I'm not accustomed to saying goodbye." Mizuki comprehends her sentiment, essentially stating, "I acknowledge your departure is significant. Whether you recognize my presence is inconsequential." She is well aware of Uchiha Ruri's peculiar nature. It would indeed be strange if Ruri were ever forthright about her feelings. Suddenly, the moon seemed to have discovered something, approaching Uchiha Ruri's side and circling around her, his gaze filled with scrutiny. Uchiha Ruri was perplexed by his inexplicable actions. She heard the moon speak with a meaningful tone. "I noticed earlier, Ruri, you appear to be somewhat different than during the new year." Uchiha Ruri was taken aback by his words. Had his perception truly heightened? Was it so outrageous that he could discern such a thing? However, she was not overly concerned about her secret being known to the moon. It was merely that this secret was yet to be completed. She had originally intended to keep it hidden until it was fully realized, planning to propose a friendly spar with the moon to catch him off guard and reclaim a measure of pride. Yet, since it had already been uncovered, she would graciously admit it. She was not one to feign ignorance when her truth was laid bare. "Since you already know, I, Ruri, must confess that you have indeed gained some weight." Before her words could fully escape her lips, she was abruptly interrupted by the moon. At that moment, a triumphant expression radiated from his face, his eyes betraying a blend of confidence and provocation. He vividly recalled that day when he had offered to treat her, only for Uchiha Ruri to unapologetically consume 12 bowls of noodles at his expense. He remembered it all too well. Uchiha Ruri gently shook her head, a hint of confusion shimmering in her gaze. She could not help but ponder whether she truly deserved the title of a genius from the Uchiha clan, especially since she had been unable to surpass this childish and foolish fool before her since childhood. "Hey, why are you silent? What were you about to say?" The moon had heard Uchiha Ruri speaking, but she had not finished her thought. Uchiha Ruri leaned closer to the moon, her eyes glinting with mischief as she enunciated. "I was just saying that your height has not surpassed mine lately." "What? The moon had intended merely to tease Uchiha Ruri, but instead, he found himself dealt a sharp blow. He then rambled on about how girls develop faster than boys, mentioning that they were still only 12 years old and not yet in their growth spurts, likening it to Obito and Kakashi, uttering incomprehensible phrases. Instantly, the air around the entrance of the camp was filled with a lively atmosphere. Following the successful conclusion of the hunt for the blue beast, several months had passed. During this time, the moon had finally achieved the feat of illuminating the entire coastline of the Land of Fire, a commendable accomplishment. In the process, the Hidden Mist village suffered significant losses of elite ninjas. Any squad detected by the moon's 6 eyes would face the inevitable fate of being ruthlessly dealt with no escape possible for either the captain or the team members. The third Mizukage even issued an order stating, any mist ninjas encountering the swift winds of Konoha while on a mission may voluntarily abandon their tasks without penalty. The fact that a village leader was compelled to issue such a humiliating command speaks volumes about the moon's ferocity. His notoriety had risen to the point where he could become the villainous protagonist of children's bedtime stories in the Hidden Mist village. Correspondingly, the morale on the Konoha Mist frontline, having endured prolonged defensive struggles, was undoubtedly uplifted by the sudden arrival of such an extraordinary warrior on the battlefield. In the current confrontation between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Mist, the situation appears to be evolving akin to last year's conflict between the leaf and the sand in the Land of Rivers. If no decisive action is undertaken, the Land of Water is destined to become the third nation to face defeat in the impending Third Shinobi World War. At a modest port along the coastline of the Land of Fire, 7 ninjas adorned with the forehead protectors of the Hidden Mist, each bearing a distinct weapon, stepped onto foreign soil. They comprised the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Kiba Shizuku observed his surroundings with an impassive expression and stated, our target for this mission is a boy named Shimizu Miyuki. Reicho, coldly retorting, remarked, humph, he is not merely an ordinary boy. Underestimating him could lead to dire consequences. The volatile Wanari Shinpachi, whose temperament matched the ferocity of his sword, clicked his tongue and smirked, enough chatter. Let us swiftly eliminate him in return. Kurizasa Karamaru, the wielder of the long blade needle, who had been partnered with Wanari for quite some time, understood his comrade's nature well. Although he was not particularly fond of Wanari, he offered a gentle admonition, do not be complacent. Renowned names are not without merit. That leaf scale is a genius who has developed a bloodline limit, according to intelligence reports. While Wanari might have reluctantly heeded Kurizasa's counsel, the words of the dull blade Doppo user, Tosaka Neru, reignited his ire. The leaf scale is a foe whom even the Mizukage does not dare to underestimate. Orders have been issued to abandon the mission upon encountering him. Can you, Wanari, elicit such commands from the third Hokage? What did you say, bastard? Wanari exclaimed in fury. Had it not been for Kiba Shizuku's presence, he would have drawn his exploding blade to obliterate Tosaka Neru on the spot. Enough, bellowed the towering figure of Suka Sanbuta, resembling a monstrous watermelon. If you do not cease your bickering, we may very well turn on each other before we even confront Shimizu Miyuki. According to intelligence, Miyuki has always operated alone. Once we ascertain his location, the 7 of us can certainly work together to eliminate him. This mission holds great significance for the Mizukage, and should one individual's impulsive actions lead to failure, the consequences will be dire. With that, Suka Sanbuta surveyed the others with a piercing gaze, exuding an air of authority. Although he claimed to address the entire group, Wanari felt as though he were the focus of that scrutiny, prompting him to remain silent. Within the 7 ninja swordsmen, there was no formal leader. However, as social creatures, a hierarchy naturally emerged among them. Suka Sanbuta, with his extensive experience and position as the head of the intelligence division in the Hidden Mist, served as the unspoken elder brother of the group. Kiba Shizuku, with similar seniority and a sharp mind, often found his suggestions duly considered by the others. The remaining members, including Wooly Shenba, Lixin Chuanwan, Tongchao Yebran, and Lei Chu Leia, were all discovered around the same time by the third Mizukage and appointed as members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Consequently, frequent disputes arose between Wooly Shenba and Tongchao Yebran, essentially stemming from their desire to outdo one another. The last holder of the double-bladed flatfish, Kido Senjin, was the most recent to join the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, his prowess firmly placed him among the top ranks of the group. This was not merely due to his compatibility with the double-bladed flatfish, but rather because of his inherent strength and mastery of several advanced techniques from the Kirigakure's Hozuki clan. At this moment, Kido Shinjin refrained from participating in the earlier discussions among his peers. Yet, among those present, no one harbored a more intense desire to eliminate Shimizu Mitsuki than he did. This was due to the recent tragedy wherein his younger brother, Kido Yojin, had been slain by Shimizu Mitsuki and his team. Indeed, his brother served as one of the guards for Ao, the shark-toothed mist ninja. It is well known that in the ninja world, the bond between brothers can sometimes outweigh that of parents. The grudge of fratricide is one that cannot be forgiven, especially within the confines of the Kirigakure. Where Kido Yojin had failed to protect the Byakugan, he had been subjected to humiliation and scorn from the villagers for several days. Kido Shinjin cherished his younger brother deeply. Upon returning from a mission in the land of Earth, he had even brought back some gifts for him. Yet, instead of joyous reunions, he was met with the devastating news of his brother's death and the villagers' vitriol. It is worth noting that the 7 ninja swordsmen had recently been dispatched by the 3rd Mizukage to investigate the situation in Iwagakure. The 3rd Mizukage sought to ascertain the cost Iwagakure had incurred after their victory over Kumogakure, pondering whether Kirigakure could launch a surprise attack. This predicament explained why Mitsuki had been unable to locate the 7 ninja swordsmen for so long. The 3rd Mizukage had also contemplated whether to attack the now-defunct Sunagakure. But upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea, lacking any desire to engage with such a dilapidated place. Presently, Sunagakure found itself in a rather precarious, yet secure situation. Larger villages, such as Amigakure, found no profit in attacking it, while the smaller villages desired to strike, but could not succeed. The only village that might have a chance, Amigakure, seemed oddly silent and inactive, a stark contrast to the ambitions of Hanzo the Salamander, who once sought to elevate it to the status of the 6th great village during the Second Shinobi World War. Nevertheless, this situation proved fortuitous for Sunagakure. Meanwhile, at the front lines of the Kirigakure and Konoha, Mitsuki remained blissfully unaware that the very 7 ninja swordsmen he had been obsessively contemplating were on their way to confront him. Currently, he found himself enjoying breakfast at Uncle Kintaro's ramen shop. Although consuming ramen in the morning may not be the healthiest choice, it was a small price to pay for the exquisite craftsmanship of Uncle Kintaro's culinary skills. He was willing to exchange a modicum of health for immense gratification of his taste buds. After all, with the wish system at his disposal, he would inevitably evolve into the perfect ultimate being. As for the gluttonous guardian beside him, he bore no such concerns. Having feasted to his heart's content, Jianwei was prepared to leave the encampment and investigate whether the rogue mist mice had once again stealthily infiltrated the land of fire to wreak havoc. This endeavor had almost become a daily ritual for him. Given the lack of news concerning the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had recently ventured to a major port, where he marked a merchant vessel bound for the land of water with a flying thunder god seal. Indeed, he intended to become a stowaway. Since he could not locate anyone in the land of fire, he would directly infiltrate the hidden mist village. As he walked within the encampment, Jianwei was startled by the cawing of a raven. Raising his arm, the raven swiftly alighted upon it and promptly regurgitated a small scroll. Jianwei accepted the scroll and released the raven. It was a creature nurtured by Shizue, often employed for casting illusions and relaying messages. Without hesitation, Jianwei unfurled the scroll, and upon reading its contents, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The message was straightforward. The 7 ninja swordsmen had made their appearance. Previously, during the mission to reclaim the Byakugan, Jianwei had forged a solid friendship with Shizue. They had subsequently collaborated on several demanding assignments. Naturally, Shizue was aware of Jianwei's solitary pursuit of the 7 ninja swordsmen on the battlefield, and thus, while on his own missions, he had taken it upon himself to keep an eye out for relevant intelligence. Today, he had indeed uncovered something significant. While executing a task at a small port, he had received information about the potential presence of the elusive ninja. Consequently, he had summoned his raven to deliver this intelligence to Jianwei, leading to the recent scene at the encampment. At this moment, Jianwei could not quite discern his emotions, yet one thing was certain: he was exhilarated. Ever since arriving on this battlefield, eliminating the 7 ninja swordsmen had become his foremost objective, and he had finally obtained concrete information. Although Shizue had advised him in the scroll to wait for his return so they could pursue the swordsmen together, Jianwei was not inclined to delay. What if they vanished inexplicably during that time? The fish water port? It was the very place where Jianren had once sacrificed himself, and now, The swordsman had re-emerged in close proximity. Was this fate at play? Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Jianyue vanished from his location in an instant. Over the past few months, as he swept along the coastline of the Land of Fire, he had meticulously left Flying Thunder God seals at regular intervals. As long as he was within the battlefield of the Hidden Mist, he could provide support across the entire area. Why had the 7 ninja swordsmen chosen to manifest here? Kai felt as though the world was playing an elaborate jest upon him. He had recently received a high-level task from his village, leading him to the Hidden Mist battlefield. Yet, how was it that no one had informed him that this mission would bring him face to face with the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen? Not only Kai, but his 2 companions also felt an immense sense of regret, pondering why they had chosen this task amidst a myriad of options. In the verdant woods of the Land of Fire, the 3 young leaf ninjas stood rigidly in place, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed ahead. Not far from them, 7 mist ninjas, wielding an array of bizarre weapons, lounged casually upon several massive stones. Ha, Shiranui. Look at that little imp in the middle who resembles a kappa. What on earth is he wearing? Wazakid Shinbatsu pointed at Kai, as if he had witnessed something profoundly ludicrous. Kurasame Shiranui echoed a cruel chuckle, saying, "Look at the fear etched on their faces. I would relish the thought of peeling their skin off and stitching it together. It would be truly exquisite." It must be said, these 2 truly lived up to the title of the Heartless Duo. "Do not waste time. Swiftly eliminate them," reprimanded Suigetsu Hozuki, addressing Kurasame Shiranui. They were on an important mission, and to prevent any information from leaking, they had to ensure that Kiyoshi Mitsuki had no forewarning, thus deliberately evading them. Along their path, every leaf ninja encountered by the 7 ninja swordsmen had been ruthlessly slain. What do we do? One of Kai's teammates, overtaken by fear, began to stutter. Another mirrored a similar sentiment, muttering incessantly, "We are going to die." Sighing inwardly at his companion's cowardice, Kai realized that fleeing was not an option. He could only hope to face his demise with some measure of dignity. For reasons unknown, thoughts of his father suddenly surfaced in his mind. If only father were here, he thought, but he quickly shook his head, dispelling the notion. His father, Might Due, was a perennial genin. Even if he arrived, he would merely become another casualty. It's better he does not come. I'm sorry, father. Perhaps I am truly unfit to be a ninja. Forgive me, Mitsuki. I appreciated your support back then. But alas, we never met on the battlefield of the mist. Might Kai mentally prepared himself for the worst, adopting a battle stance, ready to confront the enemies before him. Just then, a green figure descended from the heavens, landing before Kai's team. "Father!" Kai exclaimed, extending his hands to rub his eyes vigorously. Upon focusing again, he realized it was indeed his father, Might Due. At that moment, Due radiated a vibrant green chakra aura, clearly having unlocked the 6th gate of the 8 gates. With a look of concern, Might Due surveyed the still motionless 7 ninja swordsmen, letting out a sigh of relief. "I made it just in time. Father, why are you here?" Kai asked, both anxious and bewildered. He could not fathom the reason for his father's presence. In his memories, Might Due was merely a lowly genin, often overlooked and disparaged by various teams. To Kai, his father's arrival seemed akin to courting death. Even with the 8 gates technique to enhance his strength, he still faced the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen, notorious for their ability to obliterate a small nation within a single day when united. Yet, Might Dai turned back with a nonchalant smile, saying, "Kai, I will hold them off. You must escape. But father, how will you? It matters not. I shall unleash the 8 gates." With his back turned, Might Dai gave a thumbs up to Kai. Self-restraint. Now is the moment to break free. Kai understood all too well what activating the 8 gates entailed, an end to life, a collapse of the body. Yet, confronted by such overwhelming foes, they seemed to have no alternatives. He clenched his teeth, striving to make his voice sound resolute and calm. "Father, please don't." However, his words faltered, choked by an invisible force constricting his throat. He gazed at his father, tears glistening in his eyes, his heart a tumult of conflict and anguish. He wished to tell his father to disregard them, yet the words remained unspoken. For this was the path of a true ninja. Self-restraint was not merely about refraining from misusing the power of the 8 gates. It was fundamentally about ensuring that one faces any challenge or adversity with a positive attitude and unwavering will. "How dull. You will all perish here today. Speak your final words on the road to the afterlife." Bandaged and masked, the figure of Wuji Shinbachi approached, bearing the explosive blade. The other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen remained still, confident that the leaf ninjas posed no threat to Wuji Shinbachi. With a whoosh, a uniquely shaped kunai hurtled towards Wuji Shinbachi at breakneck speed. Wuji Shinbachi, keenly aware of the attack, merely twisted his body slightly, allowing the kunai to whiz past him. A tedious trick, he mused, finding time to critique such a juvenile ambush. However, at the very moment he dismissed the kunai, a figure suddenly appeared in its wake. Jianue grasped the kunai's handle with his left hand, while his right hand held a preformed Rasengan. In an instant, propelled by the ultimate speed of space-time ninjutsu, Wuji Shinbachi had no time to react as Jianue struck him with the Rasengan, slamming his entire body to the ground. The tremendous force created by the Rasengan caused the earth to quiver violently, sending countless fragments of stone flying, and forming a small crater approximately 1 meter in diameter. At that moment, Wuji Shinbachi lay supine in the crater, a gaping, horrifying whirlpool-shaped wound marring his chest, as if torn apart by an unseen force. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the surrounding earth crimson, as he painfully gasped, spilling forth bright red blood. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded, plunging the entire arena into a deathly silence. All eyes in the vicinity were riveted upon Wuji Shinba, their hearts brimming with astonishment and uncertainty. Not a single soul, including Might Guy and his companions, could have anticipated that the situation would transform so drastically in the blink of an eye. "What?" exclaimed Rishin Chuanwan, witnessing his longtime partner, who had been exuding formidable presence just moments before, now lying lifeless on the ground, oblivious to his fate. Although he held no personal concern for Wuji Shinba's well-being, the speed exhibited by the adversary was enough to astound him. "First, ascertain whether any Konoha ninjas remain in the vicinity," intoned Sugimiyama Fugu, his voice low and serious. Following the powerful entrance of Jianue, there was no immediate continuation of the assault. He stood firmly in place, his gaze cold and merciless. With a foot unflinchingly pressing down on the bloodied forehead of the still writhing Wuji Shinba, he turned his back to Might Guy and his companions. Jianue's voice slowly resonated. "All is well, Uncle Dai. The situation has not yet escalated to the point where you must relinquish your self-imposed restraints." Upon hearing Jianue's words, Might Guy was the first to respond, exclaiming with excitement, "Jianue!" Yet, his exuberance quickly waned, for he believed that even a prodigy like Jianue could not possibly contend with the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen. Although Jianue had swiftly dispatched one opponent upon his arrival, it was an ambush that had granted him this advantage. A direct confrontation would see Jianue overwhelmed, as one pair of fists could hardly rival 12. Might Dai shared this sentiment, fully aware of Jianue's strength, as the village hailed him as Konoha's foremost genius and the hero who ended the conflict in the Land of Rivers. However, no amount of brilliance could obscure the fact that he remained a mere child, akin in age to Guy. With a grave expression, Might Dai cautioned, "Jianue, I am not jesting. The adversaries are beyond your current capacity to confront. You must swiftly depart with Guy and the others. I will exert every effort to hold them at bay." Upon hearing the exhortations from the father-son duo, Jianue let out a slight sigh. "I am not jesting either." With a sudden surge of force, Jianue pressed his foot down harder, driving Wuji Shinba's head deep into the earth, feeling a slight discomfort in his shoe. The already gravely injured Wuji Shinba succumbed to this brutal blow, slipping into unconsciousness, and whether he would regain consciousness in the future now hinged upon Jianue's rationality. Jianue continued, "Moreover, Uncle Dai, you have misjudged the situation. There is no need for anyone to flee in the presence of mere rodents." "Humph, arrogance," scoffed Sugimiyama Fugu, resembling a demonic figure, as he emitted a cold snort. He then revealed a cruel smile directed at Jianue. "None shall escape, especially you. The little brat with a plump tanuki beast upon your shoulder. You are the Konoha Gale, Jianue Shimizu, the foremost target on our list of must-kill adversaries." Sugimiyama Fugu could hardly believe his fortune. Having just arrived on the battlefield of the Land of Fire, they had already encountered their designated target. Upon hearing the taunt that he resembled a plump raccoon cat, Shoha's face flushed crimson with indignation. "Damn those Mist Village ninjas. How dare they slander Lord Shoha?" Jianue interjected with a mocking tone. "Oh, I must say, the ninjas from your Mist Village are quite unattractive, yet they seem perpetually preoccupied with fanciful notions." Although Jianue did not consider himself a particularly mocking individual, he found that since arriving at the battlefield of Mist, He had unwittingly adopted this habit. It was an undesirable trait, as it reflected poorly on his character. Nevertheless, at that moment, he was unbothered and willing to exchange a few words with the 7 ninja swordsmen, having prepared contingencies in the vicinity before revealing himself. He resolved that not a single one of them would return alive to Mist Village. Qingshui Jianhua. A furious roar captured Jinyue's attention. The voice belonged to the most junior member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirigakure Chiho, whose eyes were alight with bloodlust, as if he were facing an archenemy. In truth, Jinyue was indeed Chiho's nemesis, and vice versa. However, in stark contrast to Chiho's contorted visage wrought by fury, Jinyue remained remarkably composed. Perhaps in his eyes, the 7 ninja swordsmen were already akin to lifeless corpses. From your expression, it seems someone dear to you has perished by my hand. If that is the case, how unfortunate, for I typically do not relish in tormenting the weak. It is likely I made his demise rather too swift, Jinyue remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chiho felt the strings of rationality within him fraying dangerously. You bastard, you killed my brother. He was part of Always Team. And you condemned him to be a disgrace in Mist Village. He could never become a hero. At this mention, Jinyue recalled that this fellow bore a striking resemblance to the shark-toothed mist ninja he had slain while capturing Aoi. With a light chuckle, he replied, "Rest assured. Your brother met his end in utter disgrace." Hizaki Shizuku sensed the impending turmoil and quickly attempted to dissuade Chiho from acting rashly. Wait, Chiho. However, it was far too late. Chiho could no longer contain the raging inferno of wrath within him. Gripping his twin swords, Hiramiki and Hiramiki, he unleashed their combat form without hesitation. In an instant, the blades expanded to an immense size. Chiho wasted no time in launching a fierce strike toward Jinyue, releasing a formidable sphere of gaseous chakra energy that hurtled forth like a cannonball, imbued with unyielding might and ferocity, aimed directly at Jinyue. This attack encapsulated Chiho's fury and determination, vowing to bring Jinyue to his demise. Die, accursed Qingshui Jinyue. In the face of this vengeful onslaught, Jinyue calmly drew his blade, Mist Cutter, and with a casual flourish declared, "Counter all." An invisible domain radiated outward from Jinyue's form. As Chiho's energy projectile met the periphery of this realm, it triggered an unseen mechanism. All chakra within instantaneously reversed its course, racing back toward its origin with astonishing speed. Hozuki Shimbenzaki never anticipated that his attack would be rebounded upon him. He swiftly leapt to the right to evade it. He was well aware of the formidable power of the Flounder's assault. With its uniquely structured blade, it could convert the wielder's chakra into an immensely potent chakra energy projectile with minimal wastage. The Flounder's chakra energy projectile struck where the 7 ninja swordsmen had been, shattering the surrounding boulders into fragments. However, this did not affect the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, as Pippa Shizo and others had already dispersed the moment Hozuki Shimbenzaki initiated his offensive, attacking from various directions towards Ketsuki. Ketsuki deftly maneuvered his hands, slipping several flying Thunder God kunai between his fingers before casting them outward. With a whoosh, multiple kunai were launched by Ketsuki using a specialized technique, embedding themselves across the battlefield. Confronted with the encirclement by the 7 ninja swordsmen, Ketsuki employed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly teleporting to the location of one of the kunai. Pippa Shizo quickly reacted, alerting his teammates. It's the space-time ninjutsu mentioned in the intel. Be mindful of his kunai's position. Having spent considerable time on the battlefield of the Mist, Ketsuki's mastery of space-time ninjutsu was already known to the Mist ninjas. With this knowledge, Kurosawa Karamaru revealed a cruel smile, abruptly altering his course to charge at Kai and his comrades, his gaze filled with bloodthirsty madness. The Konoha whirlwind frequently traversed the battlefield of the Mist to assist various Konoha squads, a fact that was hardly a secret. However, to Kurosawa Karamaru, such actions seemed utterly tedious and inefficient. Yet, he believed that by targeting these weaker Konoha genin, Ketsuki would surely present himself. Maikai tensed, realizing that if it was only one adversary, he could attempt to unlock the 7th gate. However, Ketsuki would not grant him that opportunity. He must eliminate each of the 7 ninja swordsmen individually. Ninjutsu, for Crimson Sun formation, for dazzling red pillars of light surged into the sky, subsequently connecting in pairs to form a colossal red square barrier. This was Ketsuki's contingency plan, set in place prior to his appearance. He had harnessed Shikaku's chakra to create 4 shadow clones with chakra levels akin to that of a Kage, dispatching them to each corner to prepare for the release of the barrier technique. Kurosawa Karamaru, witnessing the sudden emergence of the red barrier before him, cautiously thrust his sewing needle forward, only to be repelled violently by the powerful chakra coursing through the barrier. This technique, for Crimson Sun formation, was an advanced sealing secret of the Senju clan, requiring 4 individuals with Kage-level chakra to simultaneously form hand seals from 4 distinct positions. Due to its exceedingly stringent release conditions and powerful isolation effects, it was recorded in the Book of Seals, typically reserved for the Hokage's study. However, Ketsuki was fortunate to have a remarkable sister. At this moment, Ketsuki employed the 4 Crimson Sun formation not only to prevent the 7 ninja swordsmen from escaping, but also to guard against anyone who might seek to claim his head. Indeed, I refer to the restless figure outside, the mighty Mateed, who seeks to unleash chaos. At this moment, Mateed remains oblivious to the unfolding events, only witnessing 4 beams of crimson light manifest, subsequently encasing both Tsukuyomi and the 7 ninja tools of the blade within. However, one thing he can ascertain is that this barrier technique was executed by Tsukuyomi, as the shadow clone of Tsukuyomi sits on the ground, hands forming seals beneath the luminous column. Within the confines of the 4 Crimson Sun formation, the disoriented Kurosaki shakes his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the fog clouding his senses. At that instant, Bijou Shikazu materializes, wielding a beheading sword aimed at his back. The clash of metal reverberates through the air. Tsukuyomi, armed with the mist cutter entangled in the electric arcs of the Chidori technique, engages in a fierce contest with the beheading sword. Habitually, Tsukuyomi channels the electric current from Chidori along the blade of the sword towards Bijou Shikazu. Yet, Bijou Shikazu is not alone in this battle. Regaining his composure, Kurosaki lunges forward, thrusting his sewing needle towards Tsukuyomi's abdomen. However, Tsukuyomi disregards this assault, continuing to transmit his lightning-infused chakra into Bijou Shikazu, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, Shikaku, perched upon Tsukuyomi's shoulder, forms hand seals, causing sand to rise from the ground and coalesce into a protective shield before Tsukuyomi, thwarting Kurosaki strike. In a flash, Tsukuyomi conjures a spiraling shuriken in his left hand, opting not to hurl it but instead wielding it like a weapon, poised to strike at the paralyzed Bijou Shikazu. In a moment of peril, the formidable Hozuki Sunbai and Reikage Kiba unleash their respective ninja blades, launching ranged attacks at Tsukuyomi. Lightning release, thunder strike, flounder liberation. Both the lightning blade and the dual blades of flounder bestow upon their wielders the ability to execute unmarked ninjutsu. Under ordinary circumstances, a typical ninja would be caught off guard, unable to retaliate. Yet, Tsukuyomi is no ordinary ninja, unmarked ninjutsu. He has mastered such techniques. Instead of employing full counter-defense, he utilizes the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing and reappearing at a distant kunai's location. Upon completing the transfer, Tsukuyomi raises a single finger in a gesture of command. Boom. Indeed, Tsukuyomi has merely transported himself, leaving the spiraling shuriken behind. The colossal blue chakra shuriken pulsates with a resonant hum, rapidly enlarging, its interior brimming with countless glimmering blades that evoke a chilling dread. Bijou Shikazu and Kurosaki, witnessing the spectacle, are overwhelmed by a surge of terror, their scalps prickling with fear. With all his might, Kurosaki hurls his long knife, the sewing needle, embedding it into a nearby tree, and then forcefully pulls the thread, striving to escape the ominous sphere of blue light. Upon observing this, Tsukuyomi promptly forms hand seals with one hand and strikes the ground, summoning a lightning hound that races towards Kurosaki. The lightning release, pursuing hound. In the blink of an eye, the lightning hound seizes Kurosaki right leg, extinguishing his final hope of escape. The azure tempest of sharp blades ruthlessly enveloped him, and the heartless duo, who had long partnered with woolly Shiba, ultimately succumbed to the merciless assault of others. Regrettably, the spiral shuriken merely left behind the chestnut-hued shuriken, failing to achieve a double kill. Piwa Shirzong, a seasoned expert from the Hidden Mist, demonstrated his extensive combat experience. After Jinyu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away, he swiftly recovered from the paralysis induced by the lightning chakra. Subsequently, he positioned his decapitating sword before him and, leveraging the chakra energy bullets launched by Kirigakure's Chihiro, propelled himself away. This method of evading attacks was indeed novel, though it came at the cost of 1/3 of the sword's blade shattering. Moreover, Piwa Shirzong's internal organs appeared to have sustained significant impact, as he now leaned on his sword, gasping for breath. Since Jinyu appeared on the battlefield and swiftly eliminated Wooly Shiba, within less than 3 exchanges, 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had already fallen, leaving the remaining members of the Suigetsu clan somewhat astonished by such efficiency. This Konoha whirlwind truly possessed remarkable prowess. Apart from the remaining 5 members of the ninja swordsmen, the father-son duo of Might Guy and the 2 ordinary genin positioned outside the 4 Red Yang formation were rendered speechless by their astonishment. They had indeed heard tales of Konoha's prodigious talent, Shimizu Jinyu, and his formidable accomplishments, tales of the legendary battlefield in the Land of Rivers, where he vanquished magnetic and scorching ninjas, as well as tailed beasts. However, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different affair. Incredible. It's as if, despite being outnumbered 7-1, Lord Jin Yu holds the advantage. Observing his teammates awe at Jin Yu's formidable strength, Might Guy felt a sense of pride. Jin Yu, with such exceptional talent, had once personally assured him that he, Might Guy, would become an outstanding ninja, and he had consistently strived towards that goal. Might Guy yearned to prove that his perseverance and efforts would not be in vain, and that Jin Yu's judgment was undoubtedly correct. In contrast to the naive perspectives of the younger ones, Might Guy remained vigilant, not allowing the advantageous situation on the battlefield to lead him to relax. Meanwhile, within the confines of the 4 Red Yang formation, Suigetsu Hozuki exchanged a knowing glance with Kirigakura's Chihiro, who promptly understood the cue and began forming hand seals. Upon witnessing Chihiro's hand signs, Jinyu instantly grasped the opponent's intentions. Considering the Hozuki clan's secret technique of water manipulation, Jinyu refrained from using the wind-release spiral shuriken. Instead, reminiscent of how he dealt with Chihiro's brother, he coalesced a lightning-infused chakra sphere at his fingertips. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinyu formed a pistol gesture with one hand and aimed the spindle-shaped lightning-release chakra sphere at the hand-sealing Chihiro. However, the other adversaries present would not idly watch as Jinyu unleashed his attack to interrupt Chihiro's ninjutsu. Reikage continued to harness the power of the Reikage's blade, converting his chakra into a formless lightning release to intercept the lightning release chakra sphere launched by Jinyu from another direction. This delay allowed Chihiro to complete his hand seals. Before them stood the formidable Kisame Hashigaki, with the resounding drum of a large taiko at his chest. Suddenly, torrents of water erupted from his mouth, enveloping the entire Shikyu formation in a dense mist. Water release, great exploding water wave. This was the strategy the 7 ninja swordsmen had devised from the outset, with Kisame unleashing a massive wave, creating a vast expanse of water intended to submerge all of the specially crafted kunai belonging to Kiyomi. However, to their dismay, even before the battle truly commenced, they had already lost 2 members. Fortunately, Kisame was not among the fallen, allowing their strategy to remain intact. Thanks to the presence of the surrounding Shikyu formation, Kisame did not need to expend excessive chakra to generate more water. He merely needed to cover the battlefield, halting the flood just shy of the trees. With a piercing gaze, the shark-like figure of Kisame fixed his eyes upon Kiyomi, who stood defiant upon the water's surface, a confident smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "Now, you are unable to utilize that space-time jutsu." At that moment, Pipa Shizuku regained his composure, positioning the 5 of them in an encircling formation around Kiyomi. Sensing their advantage, the enthusiastic figure of Kusa Yubito, adorned with a topknot, exclaimed, "Though I am pleased you dispatched that irritating fellow, I must admit I am not fond of your tone, so regrettably, I must take your life." Kisame, unwilling to engage in further banter, decisively commanded, "Let us strike together. Do not afford him the opportunity to employ his jutsu." With that, he sprang into action, his powerful legs propelling him toward Kiyomi at an astonishing speed that belied his imposing size. The spikes of his weapon, the Samahata, glistened under the sunlight. The other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen also charged forward, wielding their blades, with the exception of Raiga, who preferred to maintain a distance for optimal effectiveness. Undeterred by this onslaught, Kiyomi calmly clapped his hands together. A swirl of azure chakra manifested around him, coalescing into 9 orbs of blue light, each the size of a fist. These spheres orbited Kiyomi before gracefully hovering behind him. It was none other than Kiyomi's Ultra S-rank ninjutsu, Rasengan. As the 9 spheres materialized, Kiyomi immediately activated 4 of them. One orb rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a violent surge of purple electricity. Under Kiyomi's exquisite chakra control, this tempestuous energy swiftly contracted and solidified into a gleaming spear of lightning. This spear radiated with an ominous glow, its tip emanating a chilling brilliance, as if it could pierce through any barrier. With a swift gesture, Kiyomi propelled the lightning spear toward Kisame. The remaining 2 orbs morphed into a spiraling shuriken and a blazing Rasengan, aimed at the encircling figures of Kusa Obito and Pippa Shizuku. The final orb was enhanced by Jianyue, who infused it with an abundance of fire-release chakra, transforming this spiraling jewel into a colossal dark purple flame arrow. The shaft of the arrow radiated a devastating light, with countless tiny flames dancing upon its surface. Upon closer examination, it became evident that these flames were no ordinary fire. They were composed of condensed fire-release chakra. This chakra flowed with the viscosity of liquid, enveloping the entire shaft in a flowing curtain of flame. This magnificent and volatile inferno arrow was swiftly directed towards Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon by Jianyue. The exchange of offense and defense among ninjas can occur with astonishing rapidity. The potency of the spiraling shuriken had long been recognized by Tongchao Yebren, who understood that he could not withstand it, prompting him to abandon his assault and leap backwards. Meanwhile, Pippa Shirzong, ever cautious, had already retreated as soon as Jianyue began to summon the spiraling jewel. The spiraling shuriken left behind by Jianyue had nearly been his undoing. And now facing an unfamiliar jutsu, Pippa Shirzong preferred to let his teammates probe ahead first. Jianyue, however, paid them little mind. Unlike Chiyo, who could multitask effortlessly, he concentrated his focus primarily on the pufferfish demon and the ghost lanterns Chihei Obito, merely aiming to force back Tongchao Yebren and Pippa Shirzong. Chihei Obito found himself unable to employ the water transformation technique for defense against the oncoming lightning spear, yet he was unwilling to squander this prime opportunity. Thus, he resorted to another secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan, water release, shield Yubitoko. This was the clan's most formidable defensive technique, allowing the user to manipulate a vast quantity of water to envelop themselves, forming a resilient barrier. Simultaneously, this water could morph into monstrous forms to assault the enemy. The surrounding waters, stirred by the explosive waves, began to surge fervently as if drawn by some unseen force. A massive amount of water coalesced, forming a gigantic water sphere that twisted and contorted, ultimately transforming into a colossal aquatic beast rivaling the size of a tailed beast. Although Yubitoko would also be susceptible to lightning release, its vulnerability was significantly less pronounced compared to the water transformation technique. In the arena, the lightning release, Thousand Birds lightning spear, simulated by the spiraling jewel, pierced directly into the water monster conjured by Yubitoko, unleashing a violent torrent of electricity accompanied by piercing avian cries that enveloped the beast. Sensing the security provided by the water release, Yubitoko, Chihei Obito felt a surge of confidence. Did you think that employing lightning release would render me powerless? You wretched leaf gale, prepare to witness the true might of the Ghost Lantern clan. The massive water creature withstood the electric currents and charged headlong towards Jianyue. While Jianyue had been preoccupied with guiding the blazing inferno arrow in pursuit of the pufferfish demon, he was now compelled to brace himself against the onslaught of the water creature, positioning his sword, Mist Cutter, across his chest and sweeping outward. All counter. The ethereal domain unfurled once more, and at the moment its edge collided with the water creature conjured by the water release, shielding Black Hat. Kageaki Chihiro sensed his ninjutsu spiraling beyond his control. The initially formidable water creature began to disintegrate from its head, gradually reverting to liquid and cascading into the water beneath his feet. Fortunately, as Kageaki Chihiro was in a liquefied state when he unleashed the water release technique, he suffered no retaliatory damage. Meanwhile, Suikezen Fuguoni was under immense pressure. Observing how Biwa Shikizo and Tsutsukawa Ye effortlessly evaded the ninjutsu assault of Shimizu Kagemitsu, he attempted to mimic their movements and retreat to avoid this clearly formidable technique. To his dismay, that detestable Shimizu Kagemitsu was capable of manipulating the trajectory of the fiery arrow. With Kageaki Chihiro's attack proving ineffective, he had no choice but to brace himself for the oncoming strike. An enormous dark purple fire arrow, infused with high concentrations of fire release chakra, surged towards Suikezen Fuguoni. carving a deep wake upon the water's surface. A thick plume of steam erupted from the arrow's tail, lingering in the air like a booster, leaving a white trail between Kagemitsu and Suikazan Fuguoni. Gripping the hilt of his blade, Samahata, with both hands, veins bulging on his forearms. Suikazan Fuguoni raised the weapon high above his head and, summoning all his strength, swung down fiercely at the blazing arrow. The terrifying force of the strike resembled that of a ferocious beast, cleaving the fiery arrow in twain with overwhelming might. The water's surface in the depths erupted into a spectacular display of spray, akin to a fountain, creating a magnificent curtain of water. Sunlight streamed onto this curtain, refracting into a spectrum of colors. By harnessing Samahata's unique ability to absorb chakra, Suikazan Fuguoni barely managed to withstand the onslaught of this dreadful bloodline limit technique. However, before he could catch his breath, a tremendous buzzing sound drew near, resonating in his ears. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, Suikazan Fuguoni found his vision obscured by the steam generated from the fiery arrow absorbed by Samahata. This is bad, he thought inwardly, and thanks to his honed senses from years of combat, he discerned the impending attack was directly ahead. He desperately twisted his massive form and swung Samahata with all his might once more. A blue chakra shuriken whirled through the steam, colliding squarely with Suikazan Fuguoni, yet met the same fate as the previous fiery arrow, being swallowed by Samahata. Remarkably, he had indeed predicted the attack's origin. This spiraled shuriken was the very one Kagemitsu had initially controlled, simulating it with a Rasengan to intercept Tsukuyomi. After forcing Ye back, Kagemitsu had concealed it amidst the steam formed by the blazing arrow's passage over the water. Water vapor may obscure the vision of ordinary ninjas, yet, for Jiwa, such a veil is virtually non-existent. He perceives everything with clarity. Truly, the intelligence chief of the Hidden Mist Village, his years of combat experience have indeed proven life-saving. However, how will you evade the third attack? Watch your head. Pai Pa Shirzong loudly warns Sugashin Fugiki, who finds himself amidst the obscuring mist, unable to discern any figures. At that moment, a dark purple fireball, emanating an ominous heat, suddenly materializes in midair. This fireball, akin to a blazing meteor, descends with unmatched force and velocity upon Sugashin Fugiki's head, the searing flames distorting the surrounding air. In truth, Pai Pa Shirzong's warning was unnecessary. Sugashin Fugiki had already sensed the wave of intense heat approaching as he absorbed the spiral shuriken with his blade, Jiaoji. He naturally wished to wield Jiaoji once more for defense, yet time was against him. He resorted to employing a secret technique, urging his hair to grow at an accelerated pace, forming several sharp spikes in a desperate attempt to intercept the raging fireball. However, the raging flame spiral ball is a bloodline limit ninjutsu, and Sugashin Fugiki's hair technique proved utterly ineffective. The chakra-enhanced hair spikes, capable of piercing even the hardest rock, were instantaneously incinerated upon contact with the raging flame spiral ball, reduced to mere ash. With all his might, Sugashin Fugiki twisted his colossal body, every muscle straining, every vein throbbing, as he endeavored to evade the lethal strike. In this life-and-death moment, his immense size became a means of survival, his instinct for self-preservation reaching its zenith. Yet Jiue would not grant him this reprieve. Under Jiue's remote control, the raging flame spiral ball detonated directly above Sugashin Fugiki, engulfing him in dark purple flames. The internal fire chakra mercilessly elevated the temperature within several meters to an unfathomable level. Sugashin Fugiki's skin and muscles began to melt under the excruciating heat that far exceeded human tolerance, causing him to emit anguished cries. Nevertheless, even amidst such torment, he clung to the desire to survive. With a surge of strength, he pressed Jiaoji against his chest, urgently shouting, "Jiaoji, hurry!" However, the blade did not heed his call. Instead, it rebelled, biting off half of Sugashin Fugiki's right arm before submerging itself in the water, fleeing from the scene. Jiaoji. It was evident that Sugashin Fugiki himself was taken aback. The formidable blade that had accompanied him through countless battles now betrayed him when he was closest to death. Devoid of Jiaoji's assistance, Sugashin Fugiki met an inevitable demise, consumed by the flames of the raging flame. To be honest, the scene unfolded in a rather theatrical manner. As the moonlit night approached, Jianyu was prepared to launch the Rasengan once more, intending to strike decisively. However, to his astonishment, Suigetsu Hozuki was bitten by his own jonin, causing an unexpected turn of events. Jianyu erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Your mist village has even betrayed its own ninja tools. What else can be deemed genuine? It is truly a farce that such a deceitful village still exists today, with 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen already fallen. The remaining 4 exchanged grim expressions upon hearing Jianyu's taunts. Even the initially furious Kido Toka felt a tinge of panic at this moment. Prior to their arrival, they had meticulously gathered intelligence on the Leaf Village's swift wind techniques, particularly the space-time ninjutsu, the fire-based bloodline limits, and the wind-release ninjutsu that inspired his moniker. According to their original battle strategy, Kido Toka was supposed to create a water domain to restrict Jianyu's space-time ninjutsu, while Suigetsu Hozuki would serve as the front line to absorb the enemy's attacks, allowing the others to launch a coordinated strike from various angles. In terms of tactical execution, they had been thorough. Even with 1 member lost before the battle commenced, they had managed to fulfill their strategic objectives. However, why has it come to this? This question plagued the minds of the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was not entirely their fault, as Jianyu's information on the battlefield had been scarce. In fact, merely forcing Jianyu to utilize the Rasengan demonstrated that they had performed far better than any other mist team present. The Rasengan's weaknesses were easily discernible, particularly its limited quantity. Pyappa Shizo closely observed the pulsating blue chakra sphere floating behind Jianyu, nervously swallowing the saliva produced by his tension, and began to analyze calmly. The opponent's sphere would vanish after executing a jutsu, and only 5 remained now. Without needing to be reminded by Pyappa Shizo, Raiga, Konan, and Kido Toka had also taken note. Logically, they should have launched a simultaneous offensive to deplete the spheres created by the unknown ninjutsu. However, the recent fate of Suigetsu Hozuki rendered them hesitant. None could ascertain if they would become the next targets of concentrated fire. Even a frontline tank like Suigetsu Hozuki could not withstand the assault of 3 spheres. Their fragile forms stood little chance. "Raiga, why didn't you attack just now?" Kido Toka suddenly accused Raiga, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Raiga, caught off guard by the sudden blame, spat in frustration and retorted, "I was never meant to be a close combat fighter in the plan. Given the opponent's bizarre rebound technique, if I unleashed a powerful lightning strike, it would only put you all in danger, and you just stand by and watch." Kido Toka shot back, "What do you expect? 4 of you rush in, and in an instant, 1 is killed. What could I possibly do?" Pyappa Shizo's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression darkening dramatically as he witnessed this unfolding scene. Do these individuals lack common sense? At such a critical juncture, they are embroiled in internal conflict. Meanwhile, Tongchao Yebaran furrows his brow and retreats behind a few others. He has lost his will to fight, merely wishing to wait for Guideng Qianren and the others to charge forth and draw Qing Shui Jinyue's attention, thereby creating an opportunity for him to break the barrier and escape. The dull knife dogo is a unique weapon set comprised of an axe and a hammer. Although it lacks the power and agility of other ninja blades, it boasts unparalleled defensive penetration capabilities among all ninja tools. While he has not encountered this crimson barrier and is uncertain of its precise strength, he is confident in his ability to breach it with dogo. The sole challenge lies in how to make his escape right under the watchful gaze of that monstrous foe. Unfortunately, Jianyue cannot read minds. Had he known Tongchao Yebaran's intentions, his expression would have been quite telling. Just as Tongchao Yebaran is oblivious to the strength of the barrier created by the 4 Scarlet Sun Array, Jianyue too is unaware of the true defensive prowess of the so-called dull knife dogo. However, it is certain that no matter how formidable dogo may be, it cannot breach the 4 Scarlet Sun Array. There has been no moment of mourning for the demise of the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon. The remaining 4 from the 7 ninja blades are about to confront the second wave of assault from Konoha's swift Qing Shui Jianyue. With a mere thought, the spiral ball behind Jianyue seems to be infused with life, swiftly shooting forth and tracing a blue arc through the air. Subsequently, this spiral ball crashes into the water's surface, sending up a spray while transforming into a surge of intense blue electricity. This blue current does not dissipate. Instead, it astonishingly splits apart, forming 4 colossal lightning hounds, their fur crackling with arcs of electricity, charging across the water towards their adversaries. Simultaneously, Jianyue's form is further enveloped in the electric arcs of the Chidori flow, propelling him forward with accelerated speed towards Guideng Qianren. The Thunder Harrow and Thunderfang clash, releasing a vast current that intercepts the 4 lightning hounds several meters away. Observing Qing, Shui, Jinyue racing towards him, Guading Qianren realizes that the liberation attack of his flatfish is futile against him and would only result in self-harm. Thus, he employs the secret technique of the Guading clan, Great Water Arm Technique, to manipulate the water flow to enhance his arm's musculature. With this augmented strength, he firmly grips the hilt of the flatfish and unleashes a powerful slash towards Jinyue. Concurrently, Pipa Shirzong swings his decapitating blade towards Jinyue's back. From the moment the Thunder Harrow and Thunder Fong intercepted the Lightning Hounds, although the three had just exchanged accusations, their cooperation was surprisingly seamless. Without hesitation, Jinyue instantly directs 2 spiral balls to launch forth. One spiral ball is ignited in dark purple flames, rapidly transforming into a massive circular flame shield that stands resolutely behind Jinyue. At that moment, Pipa Shirzong's decapitating blade strikes this flame shield with tremendous force, yet astonishingly. That incredibly hard blade is melted upon contact with the shield. Under the control of Jinyue, another spiraling jewel shot towards the surface of the water with astonishing speed, merging into it upon contact. Simultaneously, a colossal whirlpool suddenly formed beneath Akari Chikage's feet, as if to engulf him. Akari gazed in astonishment at the unexpectedly manifested vortex. Yet he had no time for contemplation, for at that moment, powerful jets of water erupted from the whirlpool, striking him like cannonballs, their force propelling him high into the air. However, the onslaught had not ceased. Immediately, a gigantic water dragon surged skyward from the depths, opening its maw wide and mercilessly biting down on Akari, its immense strength rendering him unable to escape. Spiraling jewel water release, water dragon bite explosion. Feeling a chilling sensation enveloping his body, Akari hastily employed the water transformation technique, channeling chakra to convert his form into liquid. Unbeknownst to him, Jinyue had been waiting for this precise moment. As the water dragon emerged and clamped down on Akari, Jinyue had already plunged the mist cutter into the body, connecting the water dragon to the depths below. Chidori Stream, full power electrocution. A vast amount of chakra was instantaneously transformed into a furious torrent of blue electricity, which, utilizing the water as a natural conductor, enveloped the water dragon in mere milliseconds. Just as Akari had barely transitioned into his liquid form, he suddenly felt a wave of paralysis wash over him. Quickly realizing he had fallen victim to Kiyamizu Jinyue's cunning scheme, struck by the most lethal lightning release while in a transformed state. "Damn you, Kiyamizu Jinyue," he began. But before he could finish his sentence, Jinyue formed a one-handed seal, commanding the enormous water dragon to bite down with a ferocious force, an S-rank water release technique from the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, reputed for its 10,000-ton biting power, capable of shattering any defense. Though perhaps an exaggeration, it would be a simple matter to dispatch the paralyzed Akari Chikage. A copious amount of blood dripped from the corners of the water dragon's mouth, and within moments, the ninjutsu concluded as the massive water dragon transformed into a small, rootless waterfall cascading from the air. Alongside it fell 2 severed segments of Akari's body. On the other side, Hozuki Shizuku gazed grimly at the decimated blade of his decapitation knife, which now bore only a third of its original length. He felt a pang of melancholy. The full name of the decapitation blade was Broken Blade Decapitation, a title that was indeed fitting, although it could absorb iron elements from blood to self-repair. This was contingent upon striking an enemy. Thus far, more than half of the 7 ninja swordsmen had perished, and they had yet to lay a finger on Kiyamizu Jinyue. To be honest, Hozuki was beginning to feel a sense of despair. Their adversary had initially set out to eliminate the 7 ninja swordsmen entirely, even erecting barriers at the outset to prevent any chance of escape. Is he truly the hunter while we are but prey? Hozuki could not help but ponder inwardly. Suddenly, a shriek emanated from the edge of the barrier, as a figure was hurled several dozen meters away by the high-intensity chakra coursing through it. The figure before them was unmistakably the infamous Tong Chao, Wild Bait Man, seizing the opportunity while his comrades engaged in battle with Mizuki Kiyamizu. He stealthily approached the edge of the barrier and struck it fiercely with his axe, simultaneously using a hammer to amplify the force of his blow. The outcome was as one might expect. The barrier remained utterly unscathed, while he was violently rebuffed by a powerful surge of chakra. Kiyamizu had long since recognized this loquacious member of the 7 ninja swordsmen attempting to make a clandestine escape. Yet he felt no concern for the adversary's chances of fleeing under the encirclement of the four red yang formation, thus he chose to disregard him. At that moment, having just dispatched the formidable Hozuki Seiki, Kiyamizu found himself with a free hand, and the Tongchao wild bait man had unwittingly delivered himself to his doorstep. Seizing the opportunity, Kiyamizu deftly directed a spiraling orb toward the hapless Tongchao wild bait man, who was suspended in midair without any means of leverage. The spiraling orb expanded rapidly, suffused with dark purple flames, embodying the essence of the Inferno arrow. The blazing arrow soared across the surface of the water, leaving a trail of scalding steam in its wake, and ultimately pierced through the chest of the Tongchao wild bait man. The extreme heat instantaneously liquefied his innards, leaving no time for even a cry of despair as his lifeless body plummeted beneath the water's surface. With the death of the caster, Hozuki Seiki, the vast expanse of water generated by the explosive wave began to gradually dissipate. However, at its current pace, it would still take several minutes to fully vanish. This meant that Kiyamizu's previously placed Flying Thunder God Kunai would soon be reactivated. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to Kiyamizu, as the battle had only unfolded mere minutes ago, and already only 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen remained. Pipa Shirzong and Reichu Raiga exchanged a resolute glance, recognizing a shared determination in one another's eyes. Without any superfluous dialogue, Pipa Shirzong surged forth, wielding a beheaded blade with only a third of its edge remaining. Launching a solitary charge towards Mizuki Kiyamizu, he could have utilized the corpses of his fallen comrades to restore the blade's sharpness, yet he refrained from such an act. Despite being born in the misty land of Kirigakure, where the teachings of the ninja emphasized achieving one's goals by any means necessary, even at the expense of allies, deep within him remained a spirit that genuinely cared for his companions. Reichu Raiga, too, relinquished his use of lightning techniques, coordinating with Pipa Shirzong as they approached Kiyamizu from an alternate angle. From the outset of this confrontation, all of his abilities had been thoroughly countered by Kiyamizu, relegating him to the periphery of the battle. Yet, during prior skirmishes, he had discreetly unleashed weaker currents of lightning beneath the water, hoping to incapacitate the enemy momentarily by targeting their feet. However, those feeble currents could not even approach Kiyamizu, whose six-eyed vision rendered Raiga's stealthy attacks as transparent as daylight. At that moment, the two charging towards Kiyamizu appeared as solitary heroes, imbued with a sense of tragic valor. Regrettably, for Jinhua, the troubles posed by these two individuals combined were still less formidable than that of a mere watermelon pufferfish. At least he needed to avoid the shark's skin to prevent the absorption of his chakra. Within mere moments, Jinhua effortlessly dispatched both Pipa Shirzong and Leichu Leia. The latter, whose lightning release was countered, was swiftly eliminated as he was targeted by Jinhua, who was already superior in strength. Meanwhile, Pipa Shirzong, weaponless and firmly restrained by the control of Shoha's sand, was rendered immobile. After eliminating Leichu Leia, Jinhua swiftly turned his attention to the last remaining member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Pipa Shirzong, dispatching him with ease within just 2 exchanges. Thus, the illustrious 7 ninja swordsmen, originally formed by the 3rd Mizukage and once a formidable presence in the ninja world, were entirely confirmed deceased. At this moment, the vast water domain created by the explosive water surge had dissipated, leaving Jinhua standing in place, gazing blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Coming to his senses, he formed hand seals with one hand, commanding his shadow clones to dispel the 4 Crimson Sun formation. Boom! Outside the barrier, Might Dai witnessed the disappearance of Jinhua's shadow clone and immediately rushed into the battlefield. The clash between Jinhua and the 7 ninja swordsmen had been quite intense, at least in terms of visual spectacle, especially with Jinhua unleashing S-rank ninjutsu, as if he were devoid of chakra. Soon after the 4 Crimson Sun formation was established, Might Dai's 8 Gates technique was deactivated, and he, along with Might Guy and others, dashed into the woods. Before them lay a forest ravaged by torrents of water, the aftermath of a battle predominantly fought above the water's surface, leaving minimal traces elsewhere. Beside a few small puddles yet to dry, several scattered corpses lay strewn about, those of the once boastful 7 ninja swordsmen who had threatened to sew together Kai and his companions. Kai surveyed the surroundings and quickly spotted Jinhua, who was gathering the swords of the fallen. "Jinhua, how splendid!" he exclaimed, leaping with excitement. having been so anxious outside the barrier that he nearly pressed his face against it to witness the battle. Hearing Kai's exuberant voice, Jinyue turned and gave him a thumbs up, flashing a confident smile. Aha! Meanwhile, Might Dai adeptly approached the other corpses, skillfully collecting them along with their swords, showcasing his unique method honed over decades of clearing debris from waterways. With assistance at hand, Jinyue took the opportunity to observe the sword he held, which resembled a living creature more than a mere weapon, the shark skin. Following the conclusion of the battle, Jinyue had initially intended to search for this traitorous sword that had abandoned its master. To his astonishment, shark skin began to bounce toward him, persistently seeking to nuzzle against him. Shoha, incensed, perceived such audacity from a mere broken blade, and with hands forming seals, he summoned sand to envelop shark skin, initiating a sealing technique that temporarily bound it. Jinyue harbored suspicions that this shark skin might be akin to the malevolent entities like the Gedomazo. Prior to the Otsutsuki's planting of the god tree's seeds, many indigenous spirits existed in the ninja realm. Most of the more powerful malevolent beings had been sealed away by the Sage of Six Paths, leaving only those of lesser threat to persist. Approaching the assembled 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Jinyue casually remarked, "Thank you for your hard work." He then retrieved a mundane storage scroll from his ninja tool pouch and proceeded to seal the corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen within. These remains held significant value, particularly those of the formidable Kisame Hashigaki, whose mind likely contained a wealth of invaluable intelligence. With several members of the Mountain Clan's ninja present on the front line of the mist, Jinyue intended to return and entrust these bodies to them, urging them to work diligently to extract the pertinent information. Subsequently, Jinyue produced a blank scroll and a brush, beginning to inscribe a series of incantations upon its surface. Observing Jinyue's meticulous writing, Guy, wishing not to interrupt, quietly inquired of Might Dai, "Father, do you have any idea what this is?" To which Might Dai, caught off guard and unable to recall, hesitated. Jinyue chuckled softly, coming to Might Dai's aid. "This is a summoning technique. I am replacing the mist's summoning seals from these swords. Otherwise, when news of the 7 ninja swordsmen's demise reaches the Mist Village, these swords could potentially be summoned back by them. Within the Mist Village lies a scroll inscribed with the summoning techniques for the 7 swords. Should the swords become unclaimed, the Mist could utilize the incantations on the scroll to summon the scattered weapons back to their homeland. Thus, Jinyue's task was to inscribe a new summoning technique upon the swords while sealing away the original Mist Village seal, an intricate endeavor in the world of ninjas. However, while the explanation sounded simple, in practice, there were fewer than a handful of ninjas capable of such a feat in the current ninja world, Jinyue being one of them. Jinyue's elucidation was remarkably clear, allowing even Might Guy to grasp the concept instantly, exclaiming, "So, that's how it's resolved. Truly impressive." Indeed, Jinyue had a knack for attracting admiration during such victorious post-battle dialogues. Guy's 2 teammates had initially believed their demise was inevitable upon encountering the 7 ninja swordsmen. Although they had heard tales of the legendary Konoha's swift and compassionate Jinyue traversing the battlefield to save lives, they never imagined their own squad would be fortunate enough to cross paths with him. At this moment, Jinyue completed the summoning inscription, arranging several swords, including Samahata, upon the unfurled scroll, his hands swiftly forming seals. Snake, rat, ox, tiger, and rabbit. As Jinyue concluded his sealing gestures, the incantations, reminiscent of tadpoles, began to glow with brilliance. Sealing. Each of the 7 swords was sealed upon the scroll, leaving behind 7 distinct patterns within the specially drawn diamond-shaped boxes. With the technique complete, Jinyue gathered his tools, turning to observe Might Guy and his companions. Though he and Kai were not classmates at the Ninja Academy, his memory was quite prodigious. Reflecting for a moment, he spoke, "I recall you, Kai. You belong to the D class, correct?" Might Guy responded, "Indeed, however, Teacher Dingswa mentioned that the situation on the battlefield in Yuin is dire, so he has gone to the battlefield in the land of soup. Such circumstances are not uncommon. Not only is it the case for Aikido Dingswa, but many elite shinobi, including the lead Jonin Yamamoto I, do not consistently remain as guiding teachers to protect their respective teams during wartime. But why have you come to the battlefield in Kirigakure?" At this, Might Guy suddenly became somewhat bashful. "All right, no need to listen further." Yamamoto only needed to glance at the bashful expressions of Might Guy and his companions to discern that they had, for some reason, hastily accepted a task ill-suited for them. Nonetheless, they could not be overly blamed. After all, being a ninja is a profession that dances on the edge of a blade, particularly during war. And encountering formidable foes such as the 7 ninja swordsmen is an unforeseen circumstance for anyone. There is no need for excessive reproach. On the other hand, Might Dai, upon witnessing Yamamoto's extraordinary feat of defeating 7 adversaries, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks as he incessantly murmured, "This is what youth is all about." Since Might Dai and his companions needed to return to the village to report on their mission, Might Dai naturally accompanied his son. After a brief farewell from Yamamoto, he turned and departed alone. Gazing at Yamamoto's retreating figure, Might Dai resolved to his father, "Father, I too shall, like Yamamoto, protect our village's comrades with my strength." Hearing his son's resolute words, Might Dai beamed at him, revealing his gleaming white teeth that sparkled in the sunlight. "Indeed, a splendid youth, Kai. Let us run back to the village in a handstand." "Yes, father." With the witness of Kai's 2 teammates, the 2 green beasts scurried swiftly towards the village. Or perhaps one could say they crawled. In any case, as Kai's companions, they had grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Yamamoto, having just parted ways with a few comrades, searched for a while in the direction from which the 7 ninja swordsmen had come. After failing to discover any stragglers, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the front lines of Kirigakure. Upon arriving at the camp, the first task Yamamoto undertook was to hand over the scroll containing the bodies of the 7 ninja swordsmen to the ninjas of the Yamamoto clan within the camp. As the scroll was unfurled, a puff of smoke dissipated, revealing 7 bodies, not entirely intact, in the storage room for corpses in the interrogation department. Yamamoto had taken care to avoid damaging the heads during the process, and it should not interfere with the secret techniques of the Yamamoto clan. However, as Yamamoto glanced at the 3 Yamamoto clan ninjas, they seemed to react peculiarly. One young man, appearing to be around 20 years old, stammered, "Why, you mean? These bodies are those of the 7 ninja swordsmen." The eldest among them, sporting a small goatee, suddenly covered his face, eyes wide in disbelief, and exclaimed loudly. Truthfully, the individual had initially worn a serious expression, but the sudden outburst startled Yamamoto, an occurrence that even the living 7 ninja swordsmen had failed to achieve. In the mountains, the sole female member of the clan, Yamamoto Miki, clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the 7 gruesome corpses. "Did you, Lord Kitsuki, slay them all by yourself?" The precision of this incision is remarkable. No, it is truly extraordinary. Kitsuki's lips twitched slightly. The personalities of these interrogation ninjas from the clan were indeed quite peculiar. Or perhaps the spirit of the interrogation department's ninjas was inherently a bit unorthodox. However, seeing that the corpses seemed to pose no issues, Kitsuki casually dismissed the matter and quickly sought an excuse to depart. After exiting the interrogation department, Kitsuki hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled through the camp, intending to grant himself a day of leisure, opting not to partake in the cat-and-mouse games with the mist ninjas. With the demise of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the successive purging operations over the past few months, the battlefield of the mist had essentially reached a point of no return. Unlike the battle in the Land of Rivers, where Sunagakure could muster a significant force to confront Konoha despite dire circumstances, Mist Village lacked such a luxury. The absence of substantial buffer states between the 2 nations meant that Mist's incursions primarily relied on small team infiltrations. Although this approach inflicted considerable damage on the Fire Nation's homeland, it allowed Konoha to swiftly mobilize reinforcements in response to the deployment of numerous Mist ninjas. Should a direct assault be launched, Konoha would have no fear of Mist from the outset. Even if Mist were to successfully land in the Fire Nation, their logistical support would not be as advantageous as that of Konoha, which was firmly rooted in its homeland. In summary, Kitsuki felt a sense of relief, for he had willingly ventured to Mist with the intention of vanquishing the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now that his objective was achieved and the advantage on the Mist battlefield was established, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Particularly today, upon hearing Guy mention that his mentor, Akimichi Choza, was dispatched to reinforce the front lines in the Land of Water, Kitsuki found himself contemplating a trip to assist Captain Minato and Kakashi. "Oh, this cursed sense of responsibility," he mused. Nevertheless, given that the dominance on the Mist battlefield largely hinged on Kitsuki's presence and the improbability of a large-scale conflict, he found himself unable to extricate himself immediately. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunity when the merchant ship, upon which he had previously marked a flying thunder god seal. Arrived in the land of water, he would then travel to capture the Three Tails and subsequently release it within Mist Village, delivering a significant blow. This plan would allow him to swiftly conclude the conflict in the mist, freeing him from the need to remain stationed there. He could then proceed to assist in the land of water, where, if he collaborated effectively with Captain Minato, there was a substantial chance to eliminate both AI. The future Fourth Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, thus decisively ending the war in the Land of Clouds as well. As Katsuki wandered through the camp, deep in thought, he resolved that he should indeed venture to the Land of Water to decisively resolve the situation with Mist Village before turning his attention to the Land of Clouds. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. Uchiha Ruri, leaning against a wall, her fingers gently massaging her temples. As Jianyu sauntered over, he casually inquired, "Oh, isn't this Lu Li? You seem to have developed a headache after a few days of absence." Uchiha Lu Li, absorbed in her own thoughts, continued to rub her temples and replied, "I felt a bit dizzy this morning, but it should be nothing serious. What about you? What is wrong with me?" Jianyu questioned, gesturing at himself. "You appear rather cheerful today. Which renowned Mist Ninja squad did you eliminate this time?" Indeed, Lu Li, being an old comrade, swiftly deduced the source of Jianyu's elation. "Ha ha ha, the 7 ninja swordsmen," Jianyu smirked, a rather devilish grin adorning his face, though it seemed somewhat ill-suited for him. Upon witnessing his ghastly expression, Lu Li couldn't suppress a chuckle. It was true that in moments of extreme exasperation, laughter often prevails. However, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes widening slightly. "You went to slay the 7 ninja swordsmen without inviting me? Huh." Jianyu recalled a previous conversation he had with Uchiha Shursui and Lu Li while on a challenging mission. They had gathered around a campfire by the coastline. The flames crackled and danced upon the slightly damp branches. Uchiha Shursui, after his second trip to gather firewood, placed it down gently, expressing concern. "Jianyu, lighting a fire here could attract enemies, don't you think?" Jianyu waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not. I have sensed the area. There are no enemies present." Reassured by Jianyu's confidence, Shursui relaxed. Over time, he had come to trust Jianyu's perceptive abilities. "Nevertheless, are we not being a tad too leisurely?" Shursui remarked, glancing at the blazing fire, while Jianyu deftly prepared sizable sea fish. The reason for his swiftness lay in his unconventional method. He unleashed dark purple flames from his fingertips, effortlessly penetrating the fish's belly. With his exceptional control, the intense heat melted the internal organs without inflicting harm on the flesh. In truth, Jianyu could have simply cooked the fish with flames, but that would lack a certain thrill, wouldn't it? Handing a meticulously prepared fish to Uchiha Lu Li, who had just sharpened a wooden stick with a kekkei, she smoothly skewered the fish from tail to head and placed it beside the fire. Reflecting on Shursui's words, Jianyu sighed and, with a hint of frustration, remarked, "Shursui, we are not brought into this world merely to endure suffering. But these things can wait until after the war," Shursui countered. "He's right, Shursui," Lu Li interjected. "Suffering now does not guarantee enjoyment after the war ends. But to relish the present moment is to truly savor life." In the eyes of Uchiha Ruri, the concepts of war and peace hold no significance. Her sole desire is to continually grow stronger. Should her journey towards strength be made a tad more enjoyable along the way, she would not refuse such an opportunity. "You're right, Ruri, I entrust this to you." While conversing, Jianyu successfully handled another matter. Jianyu wholeheartedly agreed with Uchiha Ruri's philosophy, at least regarding this particular point. Shoha reclined against a rock, legs crossed, gazing at the resplendent stars in the night sky of the Land of Fire. Slightly shifting his position, he addressed the group. "Ji Shui, you should take joy in your current life. Such days were once unimaginable for me, the great Yukai. Be cautious, for you may not have the chance to enjoy them in the future." Shoha's remark finally pierced through Ji Shui's emotional defenses. "Oh, is it true that I am out of place?" Uchiha Ji Shui was bewildered, yet profoundly impacted, as this sentiment starkly contrasted with the PUA education he had received about enduring all hardships as a ninja. "Nice, Shoha." Jianyu and Shoha exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously gave each other a thumbs up. Before long, the aroma of grilled fish wafted across the coastline. Shoha, upon catching a whiff, sprang from the rock as if a ravenous hound. He seized a grilled fish, ready to devour it, but in the next instant, Jianyu snatched it away. "Hey, Jinyu's left hand struck Shoha on the head with a crisp sound, admonishing, "Fool, it hasn't been seasoned yet." As he spoke, Jinyu retrieved a bottle from nearby, sprinkling the specially prepared spices evenly over the fish, then handed it to Shoha, who eagerly awaited. Upon taking a bite and savoring the delightful flavors, Shoha twirled in sheer satisfaction. Jinyu seasoned the remaining grilled fish and distributed them to Uchiha Ruri and Uchiha Jishue. Upon receiving her portion, Uchiha Ruri brought it closer to her nose and exclaimed in surprise, "You actually brought spices with you on a mission?" She was genuinely astonished that even in such a detail, she had been outdone by Jinyu. I purchased it at the market in the town we passed through during the day," Jinyu explained. "These are local spices from the coastal region. I bought quite a bit without hesitation upon catching their scent." Uchiha Jishue suddenly understood. "Oh, it was during that time. I remember you proposed gathering intelligence on the 7 ninja swordsmen in that town, but you were really just keen on visiting the market?" Jinyu's face flushed red as he defended himself. "What do you mean visiting the market? Collecting information is not merely browsing. I genuinely wanted to learn more about the 7 ninja swordsmen." Uchiha Jishue chuckled. All right, but you do seem quite invested in the 7 ninja swordsmen. I promise that whenever I gather information about them in the future, you will be the first to know." Jinyu beamed at this. "Then it's a promise." With the strength of many behind him, Jishue, backed by the entire Uchiha clan and having spent considerable time on the battlefield of the Hidden Mist, possessed far superior intelligence-gathering abilities than Jinyu. Uchiha Ruri, listening to the exchange between the two, felt as though she had transformed into an outsider, merely a bystander feasting on the delights of others. She swallowed a morsel of exquisitely grilled fish, its outer layer crisp while the inside remained tender, and her previously indifferent expression softened in the presence of such culinary pleasures. Turning to Ketsuki, she softly remarked, "When the intel on the 7 ninja swordsmen becomes available, do remember to include me." Shikaku, unwilling to be outdone, interjected loudly, "And me. I want to join as well." Ketsuki, never one to dampen spirits, readily agreed, Of course. Uchiha Shursui observed this harmonious scene before him and felt he had grasped Ketsuki's intentions. Such an engaging life should undoubtedly be savored whenever the opportunity arose. Returning to the present, upon seeing Ketsuki's contemplative gaze, Uchiha Ruri instinctively knew he had recalled something significant. Her cheeks involuntarily puffed slightly as she awaited the excuse he would concoct. Indeed, Ketsuki had remembered. He had initially intended to explain his hasty departure. But upon witnessing the unique expression of annoyance on Uchiha Ruri's face, he could not suppress a chuckle. With a light laugh, Uchiha Ruri too broke into a smile, albeit accompanied by a playful jab to Ketsuki's chest. "Ouch!" Ketsuki exclaimed dramatically, his performance eliciting a mixture of amusement and discomfort from Shikaku. Uchiha Ruri tossed her hair back and said, "Never mind, you are stronger than I am, so do as you please." Her desire to join the battle against the 7 ninja swordsmen stemmed from concern for Ketsuki's well-being. However, seeing his cheerful demeanor reassured her that he would undoubtedly revel in the fight. With that, Uchiha Ruri felt no need to cling to their earlier agreement. "Now that your objective here has been achieved, what are your plans moving forward?" Upon hearing Uchiha Ruri's question, Ketsuki suddenly pondered whether he was perhaps too transparent. It seemed Uchiha Ruri had been able to sense his thoughts from the very moment they met. Suppressing this peculiar feeling, he replied, "You truly are perceptive, Ruri. I was just contemplating whether to remain here or head over to the land of hot water for support." Uchiha Ruri inquired further, and then, without hesitation, Ketsuki responded, "I plan to visit the land of water first, then proceed to the land of hot water, where I shall teach those unruly mountain folk of Kumo a lesson. Since they did not summon you to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen, I can bring you along this time." As he spoke of the mountain folk, Ketsuki gestured animatedly with his fists. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in a truly exhilarating battle in the land of mist, and he anticipated that Kumo would provide worthy adversaries to ignite his enthusiasm. Upon hearing Ketsuki mention the land of water, Uchiha Ruri suddenly felt as though a voice had emerged within her mind, strange yet eerily familiar, as if she had heard it long ago. "Do not go to the land of water." "What? Do not go to the land of water, or you shall regret it." "What is it, Ruri?" As the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, Jinyu noticed the distant gaze of Uchiha Ryoli. He leaned in closer, waving his hand before her eyes and calling out loudly, "You don't want me to go to the land of water?" Uchiha Ryoli murmured softly, "Jinyu, with his keen ears, distinctly heard her words, though their meaning eluded him. Driven by curiosity, he boldly asked, "Are you saying you don't want me to go to the land of water? But why would you say that?" At that moment, Uchiha Ryuli regained her focus. Upon hearing Jinyue's inquiry, she too found herself perplexed. The voice that had felt both familiar and foreign had vanished, along with the inexplicable headache that had begun that very morning. It must be acknowledged that Uchiha Ryuli and Jinyue shared similarities in certain aspects of their personalities. For instance, at this moment, Uchiha Ryuli candidly described to Jinyue everything that had transpired in her mind. "Jinyue, just as you mentioned your intention to go to the land of water, that voice suddenly appeared in my mind, warning against going to the land of water." After listening to Uchiha Ryuli's account, Jinyue pondered, resting his chin upon his hand. "So, you mean to say that when I proposed going to the land of water, that voice emerged, advising against it and suggesting regret would follow?" Uchiha Ryuli nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. It repeated itself numerous times. I cannot have misheard." Jinyue found himself at a loss. This situation bore a striking resemblance to the mental techniques of the Mountain Clan. However, disregarding the fact that no members of the Mountain Clan would be present to target Uchiha Ryuli within this camp, the familiarity of the voice ruled out that possibility. "What do you think, Shoha?" Jinyue posed the question to Shoha, eager to hear its perspective. Shoha, intrigued by Uchiha Ryuli's narrative, began to wag its solitary tail, a subconscious gesture of contemplation. "Partner, I recall you had not previously disclosed your intentions of traveling to the land of water to anyone." Upon hearing Shoha's words, Uchiha Ryuli directed a confirming gaze at Jinyue. "Yes," Jinyue replied. "That was before I dealt with the 7 ninja swordsmen. At that time, I had been unable to locate their whereabouts within the land of fire, so I considered launching a direct assault on the hidden mist village in the land of water." Uchiha Ryuli's eyes widened in astonishment. "You intend to challenge one of the 5 great hidden villages alone? My goodness, it is no wonder that I, Uchiha Ryuli, often find myself beneath this fellow's shadow. In terms of audacity alone, I am already at a disadvantage." With his hands clasped behind his head, Jinyue chuckled innocently. "Haha, what choice did I have? The 7 ninja swordsmen were elusive, so I could only wait at the entrance of the opposing village. However, my goal has now been achieved. This time, my objective in the hidden mist village is merely to disrupt their village facilities." Uchiha Ryuli glanced at Shoha, as if beginning to understand why it had brought up this matter. At this moment, Jinyue also came to a realization and turned to Shoha, asking, "Are you implying that someone is tracking me, has learned of my intention to go to the land of water, and subsequently relayed this information to Ryuli's mind through some means?" Shoha nodded and continued to analyze. "It may not necessarily be tracking, given your perceptive abilities. This individual must have employed other methods to ascertain your plans." Jinyue's gaze sharpened. "So, you mean it could be someone familiar among us?" That would indeed explain why Ryuli found that voice to be so recognizable. A chilling breeze swept through, as if shrouding the group in a veil of darkness. The more they analyzed, the more Jinyue and the others felt a creeping dread at the thought of such a terrifying figure lurking among them, disguised as someone they knew, stealthily observing their every move. With this thought in mind, Jinyue suddenly activated the full power of his 6 eyes, instantly absorbing all information within a radius of several dozen kilometers into his mind. However, he found no unusual individuals nor any trace of a creature like Baiju. This was perplexing. No, Jinyue sensed the need to shift his analytical approach. The owner of that voice might not have spoken out of malice in advising against going to the land of water. Moreover, although the voice emerged at the moment he expressed his intention to visit the land of water, it did not necessarily imply that he was the intended recipient of the warning. Jinyue felt as though he had grasped something significant. Suddenly, Shoha exclaimed, "On what grounds does this person assume you would regret your decision? It can't possibly be a prophecy." Previously, it had been somewhat skeptical of prophecies, yet it had to admit that it had indeed encountered a worthy partner. Uchiha Ryuli furrowed her brow and asked in confusion, "But what does this person stand to gain? She can't possibly believe that a mere statement would compel you to abandon your original plan. That would be absurd." "Indeed, for now, I shall adhere to my original plan," Jinyue declared. Although it seemed somewhat rash, he resolved to proceed with the attack on the hidden mist village in the land of water. In the current ninja world, Jinyue was confident that no one could restrain him, a wielder of the flying thunder god technique. With his safety well assured, he did not perceive any threats from the land of water. Uchiha Ryuli then stated, "If that is the case, I will accompany you." However, this proposal was promptly rejected by Jianhua. No, it is more convenient for me to act alone. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I can swiftly escape using the Flying Thunder God technique. While it would not be challenging to bring a Uchiha Ryuri along against a singular enemy like the Hidden Mist Village, the uncertainty of the current adversaries necessitates that I prioritize my mobility by acting alone. After all, confidence is commendable, but arrogance is not. In the land of water, in a dark underground lair, resided a shadowy old man, none other than Uchiha Madara, who had feigned death after his fierce battle with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and had survived to this day. Lord Madara, here is the intelligence on the Uchiha clan members I deemed suitable to serve as pawns. A half-formed creature resembling Baiju presented a scroll to the frail old man, who was indeed Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Uchiha Madara picked up the intelligence report from White Zetsu, and upon examining the first document, he furrowed his brow, expressing his impatience. Uchiha Ryuri, why have you presented me with the details of a mere child? Have you been slacking off lately? White Zetsu, feeling helpless, replied, my lord. This young Uchiha Ryuri possesses exceptional talent. She has already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Madara scoffed dismissively. She is but a girl. The speed at which one awakens their eyes holds little significance among the Uchiha. As he continued to peruse the reports, two names notably captured his attention. Uchiha Shursui. Is it possible he has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Noticing Madara's interest, White Zetsu added, although he is yet to employ the unique ocular techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength has indeed diverged significantly from that of other Uchiha with standard three-tomo Sharingan. Madara was surprised to find that amidst the short-sighted Uchiha of this era, a ninja capable of awakening the Mangekyo could arise. However, he also understood that greater strength often meant greater difficulty in control. Thus, Uchiha Shursui was unsuitable to serve as his agent. Another name from the report piqued his interest. Uchiha Obito? White Zetsu remarked with curiosity, my lord. This Uchiha Obito demonstrates rather low talent, having yet to awaken his eyes, and his intellect is rather mediocre. His only notable trait seems to be his fondness for aiding the elderly. Laughing coldly, Madara replied, the most fertile ground for the birth of the Mangekyo Sharingan is a heart filled with love among the Uchiha. Simplicity of mind makes one easier to control. If he enjoys assisting the elderly so much, then let him assist this old man. White Zetsu often found it difficult to comprehend Madara's thoughts, yet, after all, he was the leader. Madara rose from the chair where he had been seated and stretched his body slightly. He spent most of his time in slumber, only awakening when White Zetsu bore significant intelligence. After thoroughly reviewing Uchiha Obito's dossier, Madara turned and inquired, who is this Shimizu Mitsuki? Upon hearing this, White Zetsu became animated, eagerly recounting all the war intelligence he had gathered recently, as if sharing cherished family anecdotes. If one were to name the most prominent figure in the ninja world recently, Shimizu Mitsuki would undoubtedly be among them, having played a pivotal role in ending the wars between two major hidden villages. However, Madara was clearly more interested in Shimizu Mitsuki's other identity, one of the individuals Uchiha Obito valued most. According to the intelligence provided by White Zetsu, the person who influenced Uchiha Obito the most was neither his teacher, Minato Namikaze, nor his teammates, Kakashi Hitaki or Rin Noara, but rather this Shimizu Mitsuki. Madara's mind raced with schemes on how to exploit this bond to lure Uchiha Obito into darkness. The simplest method would be to set a trap to eliminate Shimizu Mitsuki, as it was evident that Uchiha Obito harbored a blind admiration for him. If he were to witness the indomitable strength of Kiyamizu Mitsuki, it would only render him a victim in the conflict of the hidden villages, a notion he would undoubtedly find difficult to accept, ultimately leading him to renounce this world. However, this was merely the initial conception of the plan. To plunge Uchiha Obito into utter despair, it would not suffice to simply eliminate Kiyamizu Mitsuki, for a far greater provocation was essential to ensure success. Contemplating this, Uchiha Madara began to ponder what other pieces he could employ. According to intelligence reports, Kiyamizu Mitsuki's prowess rivaled that of the five Kage, and he wielded the despicable Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, Madara realized he must possess a card that would prevent Kiyamizu Mitsuki from escaping. Much like the treacherous act of Jinjiao and Injiao when they eliminated Senju Tobarama. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Madara lifted his gaze and inquired, what does Kiyamizu Mitsuki hold dear? The thorned White Zetsu tilted his head, striving to recall. Based on Shimizu Mitsuki's current actions, he is a perfect embodiment of the will of fire of Konoha. If he is a ninja of the leaf, he should care for his comrades. Observing the dissatisfaction etched on Madara's countenance, the thorned white Zetsu paused before continuing. However, if we speak of what is most crucial to him, it would undoubtedly be his childhood friend, Noara Rin. Other significant individuals include Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Ruri, Hyuga Heiji, and Tsunade Senju. Uchiha Madara resumed his seat, closing his eyes in contemplation. The granddaughter of Hashirama, Noara Rin, and Hyuga Heiji were all currently within the confines of Konoha, making any attempt to target them far too perilous. Thus, his options narrowed to Uchiha Ruri and Hatake Kakashi, who were situated on the battlefield. However, which of the two would serve as the bait for this fixed battleground required further observation. Considering their locations, it was indeed fortuitous that both Uchiha Ruri and Shimizu Mitsuki were on the same battlefield. Ideally, he could entice both to the land of water, allowing him to personally employ Jinjutsu to control Uchiha Ruri, using her to eliminate Shimizu Mitsuki, and subsequently shifting the blame for their deaths onto the Mist Village. In this manner, Uchiha Obito would surely fall under his dominion. Scanning his surroundings, Uchiha Madara inquired, "Where has Zetsu gone?" The thorned white Zetsu shrugged, "I do not know. He is likely outside observing human excrement." "Humph, that fool, truly a waste spawned from Hashirama's cells. I shall retreat into slumber for a time. Keep a vigilant eye on Uchiha Ruri's movements and find a way to lure her to the land of water." "Understood, Lord Madara." In the command office of the Konoha Mist frontline camp, upon hearing Mitsuki's plan, Uchiha Fugaku immediately voiced his dissent. "I cannot agree. This is far too perilous." Among all in Konoha, if anyone wished to prevent harm from befalling Mitsuki, Uchiha Fugaku would undoubtedly be among them. Hyuga Hizashi also cautioned, "Fugaku's words hold merit. We currently possess the advantage, and there is no need for haste. As long as we proceed steadily, Konoha will undoubtedly triumph in this war." Indeed, Jianyu was well aware of this principle, yet he harbored his own intentions. The journey to the land of water was an undertaking that he deemed essential. Thus, in a solemn tone, Jianyu reassured, "There is no need for such concern. With the Flying Thunder God technique at my disposal, I can depart at any moment should circumstances prove unfavorable. I have executed similar missions numerous times in the Land of Rivers." This was a truth. Not long after Jianyu had entered the battlefield, he had engaged in many self-detonation infantry operations alongside Minato Namikaze. He had become quite adept at it. Observing Jianyu's resolute demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi felt compelled to stifle their further attempts at persuasion. Jianyu chuckled lightly, exuding an air of confidence as he declared, "Rest assured, such tasks are no longer formidable challenges for me." Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi exchanged knowing glances before uttering in unison, "Wishing you great success in battle." "Thank you," Jianyu replied, and without lingering, he swiftly sensed the Flying Thunder God mark he had left on the merchant ship from the land of water. His chakra surged within him, and in an instant, he and Shikaku, perched upon his shoulder, were transported to an unfamiliar port in the land of water. As Jianyu vanished in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Fugaku could not help but exclaim in wonder, "The Flying Thunder God technique is truly remarkable." Hyuga Hizashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, space-time ninjutsu was among the rarest and most formidable techniques in the ninja world, capable of elevating an ordinary ninja's prowess to levels that even bloodline limit users would find daunting. One could not deny that the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was a genius in this regard. The principle behind the Flying Thunder God technique is akin to reverse summoning, utilizing prearranged marks to facilitate the reverse summoning of the user. Therefore, the challenges in mastering this technique lie primarily in the ability to perceive spatial coordinates remotely and in the control of chakra. These two attributes are crucial for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Jianyu excelled in both areas, allowing him to learn the technique with remarkable efficiency. During his time in the village studying the Flying Thunder God technique, Jianyu's progress astonished Minato Namikaze, prompting the latter to embark on a new round of praising Jianyu's talents. In stark contrast to the smooth acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique, Jianyu's progress with the spiritualization technique was somewhat concerning. Even now, he had only grasped the most rudimentary aspects, truly mastering only the surface, rendering him incapable of creating a spiritual clone. In the land of water, at the port of Kuda, Jianyu had embarked early, and at this moment, The dawn was just breaking at the harbor, the sea breeze carrying a salty tang and a hint of distant mystery. Striding confidently across the deck of the merchant ship, Jianyu set foot on this foreign land, though he bore no tidings of goodwill. The wooden dock bustled with life as sailors hurried to and fro, their shouts mingling with the cries of seagulls, creating a vibrant symphony. The masts of the old sailing ships towered into the clouds, their sails billowing in the wind, resembling great birds of the sea preparing to take flight. Merchants from all corners of the ninja world engaged in spirited negotiations, their voices mingling with the sounds of the bustling port, where an array of goods piled high, from fragrant spices and exquisite fabrics to the heavy iron ore, each emanating its own distinctive aroma, painting a vivid tableau of exotic island life. Porters bore heavy burdens upon their shoulders, perspiration trickling down their foreheads. The gentle waves lapped against the shore, rendering the entire harbor akin to a colossal heart, pulsating with life. This place appears utterly distinct from the ports of the Land of Fire. Jianyu, clad in a simple fabric garment and draped in a black hooded cloak, had removed his forehead protector, resembling an ordinary merchant's child. This attire was procured by Uchiha Ruri, who had brought Jianyu to the bustling streets near the frontline camp the previous day. She stated that since they were to infiltrate, acquiring suitable clothing for operations in the Land of Water was an essential preparation. Jianyu acknowledged that such meticulous details were indeed more likely to be attended to by a girl. He also found a skilled tailor who fashioned a similar black robe with a hood for Shoha, who appeared quite pleased with the ensemble. As Jianyu traversed the forest paths of the Land of Water, he couldn't shake the feeling of dampness enveloping him. Truly, it was a nation surrounded by the sea. He had already pinpointed the location of the three tails. In truth, the whereabouts of such unsealed-tailed beasts are relatively easy to ascertain. As long as an organization possesses a competent intelligence system, it can locate the three tails without much difficulty. The Hidden Mist Village, of course, was well aware of where the three tails concealed itself. However, due to the village's tumultuous political climate and its geographical isolation from the mainland, they had never managed to penetrate the Land of Water. Thus, they did not feel an urgent need for the power of the tailed beasts. Moreover, dealing with a single six-tails Jinchuriki was already a significant challenge for them. The three tails typically remained placid in its territory, warranting only occasional surveillance by a few ninja squads. Time was not pressing for Jianyu, so he engaged Shoha in conversation. Shoha, how well do you know the three tails, Isabu? Shoha pondered for a moment before shaking its head. Not much, really. After the Sage of Six Paths departed, our relationships among the tailed beasts have deteriorated. We used to battle one another quite frequently. Jianyu contemplated this and inquired further. What do you think is the likelihood that Isabu would agree to join us in attacking the Hidden Mist Village? Shoha replied with confidence. It should be quite considerable. Given that I, a tailed beast, harbor such disdain for the Sand Village, it stands to reason that Isabu would feel similarly towards the Hidden Mist Village. When Isabu was allocated to the Hidden Mist Village by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, they attempted to seal it to create a Jinchuriki. However, the outcome was evident. They failed, resulting in the absence of even the first three tails Jinchuriki, as Isabu fled the Hidden Mist Village under the cover of night. Well then, let us inquire further. In truth, given the current prowess of Jianyu, causing destruction in the Hidden Mist Village and then making a swift escape would not pose a significant challenge. However, his intent is to inflict widespread damage upon the village's architectural structures, thereby restraining the active forces of the Hidden Mist. In this regard, the tailed beast ball of the three tails surpasses his efforts of hurling spiral shurikens in terms of efficiency. When faced with the choices of rebuilding the village or engaging in warfare, any village would surely know which path to take. In a secluded lake within the Land of Water, surrounded by towering mountains and enveloped in mist, the area exudes an aura of isolation, with lush vegetation thriving nearby. From a considerable distance, Jianyu sensed the immense chakra residing at the lake's bottom. Standing by the water's edge, he contemplated how to summon the formidable three tails from its depths. Shikaku, can you call out Isabu? Jianyu inquired eagerly, addressing the creature perched upon his shoulder. With a peculiar cackle, Shikaku leaped down and, hopping towards the lake, plunged its sole tail into the water. With closed eyes, it concentrated for a moment, channeling the chakra's vibrations down into the lake. Before long, the surface of the water began to convulse violently, and a massive turtle adorned with sharp spines emerged from the depths, torrents of water cascading from its armor-like shell. It was none other than the Three Tails, Isabu. As soon as it broke the surface, one of its eyes swiftly locked onto Shikaku, who, upon seeing the true form before it, quickly retracted its tail from the lake. For it was not particularly fond of the sensation of being drenched. With a solemn tone, Shikaku removed its hood and declared, "You have arrived." Isabu blinked in disbelief, exclaiming, "You are Shikaku? How can you be so small?" Shikaku, hands on its hips, retorted loudly, "I am indeed Lord Shikaku. However, it is not I who has come to seek you, but rather my companion." Following Shikaku's indication, Isabu's gaze shifted to the small figure it had previously overlooked. Jinyu took a step forward and, addressing the colossal creature with respect, said, "Greetings, Isabu. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Shikaku's companion, and my name is Chinshui Jinyu." Isabu had never encountered such a courteous human before. Typically, those who stumbled upon it would flee in terror, shouting out accusations of monstrosity, or they would launch an attack. "Shikaku, how can you coexist with a human?" Isabu questioned, puzzled. In its perception, Shikaku and the individual before it were two distinct entities, not the typical relationship between a tailed beast and its Jinchuriki. Upon hearing Isabu's inquiry, Jinyu took the initiative to explain, briefly recounting the circumstances of his bond with Shikaku. "I see," Isabu replied, fixating its solitary eye on Jinyu. "What business do you have with me?" Isabu had already resolved that should it be asked to relinquish its chakra to this human, as Shikaku had done, it would categorically refuse. Though this Chinshui Jinyu had gained Shikaku's trust, Isabu was not inclined to grant acceptance so readily. "Actually, I have come to request your assistance in the destruction of the hidden mist village," Jinyu stated plainly, expressing his intention to obliterate another's home. However, upon hearing this, Jifu's eyes suddenly brightened, only to quickly return to a state of calm as it inquired, "What is your plan?" Although Jifu harbored a deep disdain for the hidden mist village, it equally valued its own life. After all, it had expended tremendous effort to escape from there. Without a foolproof strategy, it would never return to deliver the beast's head. Jinyu, of course, understood Jifu's sentiments. Yet he did not require Jifu's physical presence in the hidden mist village. As long as the tailed beast orb reached its destination, that sufficed. Due to Shikaku transferring a significant portion of its chakra to Jinyu, its physical form could only perform minor ninjutsu. Moreover, Jinyu, unlike true Jinchuriki, was incapable of utilizing the tailed beast orb or the tailed beast cloak, which was why they sought Jifu's assistance. Jinyu retrieved a specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch and began to articulate his plan to Jifu. "Rest assured, Jifu, you need not move a muscle. I will leave a space-time coordinate here, and once you see my signal, simply release the tailed beast orb in that direction. I will employ space-time ninjutsu to directly transfer your tailed beast orb into the hidden mist village." Upon hearing this, Jifu exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly that simple?" Jinyu gave a thumbs up, affirming, "Indeed, it is that simple." Jifu cast a skeptical glance at Jinyu, questioning, "Can your space-time ninjutsu genuinely transfer my tailed beast orb?" Before Jinyu could respond, Shikaku, feeling indignant, interjected, "Hey, are you underestimating someone recognized by Lord Shikaku?" Then turning to Jinyu, it suggested, "Friend, I think we should just capture it and throw it into the hidden mist village." Jinyu approached Shikaku and cradled it in his arms, shaking his head gently. "Do not be hasty, Shikaku." With that, Jinyu performed a body flicker technique and appeared atop Jifu's head. Jifu, unsure of the other's intentions, was about to inquire when a playful voice echoed from above. "Since you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate. By the way, have you ever been to the desert?" What? A sudden wave of space-time fluctuation enveloped them, and in an instant, Jinyu, along with Jifu, vanished from the original location, leaving the vast lake in serene silence. In the land of wind, a narrow passage had been established by Sunagakure to prevent foreign ninjas from infiltrating. During this moment of vulnerability for Sunagakure, the patrolling ninjas were particularly vigilant. Shabin and Shajia, survivors of the conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha, had become members of the elite Jounin ranks after enduring the trials of war. Though their strength had not significantly increased, they had outlasted their predecessors, thereby becoming the new senior members. At this moment, Shabin and Shajia engaged in casual conversation. Shabin complained, "That damned Kiyamizu Jin, you actually dared to kill such a beloved captain, Yukura. What a monster." Shajia concurred, "Indeed, I hope I do not cross paths with him, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" A youthful voice suddenly resonated in Shajia's ear. Otherwise, I would surely wield this knife with great ferocity. At that moment, Shajia's voice faltered abruptly, as if doused in a cascade of icy water, leaving him utterly chilled. Before his eyes, an enormous creature appeared without warning. The beast bore 3 colossal tails that obscured the sky, its armor shimmering with a metallic sheen reminiscent of rippling water under the sun. Yet, this was not the source of Shajia's greatest terror. He slowly turned his head to the right. In an instant, he felt as though his mind had short-circuited, standing frozen in place, while Sha-bin beside him was hardly in a better state. However, regaining his composure, Sha-bin swiftly pulled Shajia away from the vicinity of Jianyu, loudly exclaiming, "Jianyu of Konoha, what brings you here? Our sand village has already signed a ceasefire agreement with Konoha. Are you intending to breach the contract?" Jianyu regarded their panic-stricken demeanor with a resigned smile. "Fear not. I am no demon. I would not harm a village that has already surrendered. I am merely passing through." Sha-bin was not swayed by these words. He raised his weapon, prepared for sacrifice, while signaling to Shajia to hastily depart and relay the information. Jianyu shrugged, not anticipating an encounter with the sand ninjas here. "By the way, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a commendable habit," he remarked, before disregarding the 2 sand ninjas, who were now frantically retreating. With a slight exertion of his legs, Jianyu vanished in an instant, reappearing atop the colossal creature, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. At the lake where the 3 tails, Isabu, had been concealed, a ripple coursed through the space, and Isabu reappeared. The abrupt emergence of this behemoth causing the water to surge with vibrant waves. A few startled birds took flight, chirping as they soared towards the horizon. Isabu, still bewildered by the recent events, felt a blur before realizing that it had been transported to the desert by that human above, where it spotted several other humans. Moments later, the human recognized by Shikaku conversed briefly with the others before whisking Isabu back to its lake in an instant. A triumphant voice resonated from above. "How do you like that, Isabu? Have you come to understand our prowess?" Isabu felt a profound sense of loss, lamenting the missed opportunity amidst the vast expanse of high-quality sand in the desert. With a sudden outburst of excitement, it declared, "I agree to assist you, but I have one condition." After hearing Isabu's stipulation, Jianyu smirked, surprised that Isabu harbored such a peculiar interest. Nevertheless, it posed no challenge for him. In the land of wind, Sha-bin and Shajia, having just seen off a formidable adversary, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. They had believed themselves doomed. Despite not engaging in conflict, the immense psychological pressure left their vision swirling in darkness. After a moment, Sha-bin rose, saying, "Get up, Shajia. We must return swiftly to report this matter to Lord Chiyo." "Understood," Shajia replied, unsteadily rising to his feet. However, they did not anticipate that the recently departed Kiyomizu Ketsuki would return within mere minutes. Could it be that he had experienced a change of heart? How vexing. Had they known, they would have hastily made their escape. Shajia stammered, What brings you back? I certainly did not speak ill of you this time." Ketsuki offered a kind smile to the 2 sand shinobi. Subsequently, he produced a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique and hurled it into the distance. With a single hand seal, the black spatial time ninjutsu rapidly spread from the kunai, enveloping a vast area in an instant. Flying Thunder God, lightning guidance. Ketsuki was surprised that his inaugural use of this technique outside the village would serve as a means of transportation. As the jutsu was completed, the once serene space began to warp, and a torrent of sand was drawn into the barrier formed by the kunai. Ultimately, it was teleported to the distant land of water. Feeling that he had transported enough, Ketsuki waved farewell to the 2 astonished sand shinobi and vanished from sight. Sha-bin fell to his knees, tears brimming in his eyes. That damned Kiyomizu Ketsuki truly deserved his fate. Not only had he decimated nearly half of their shinobi forces, but he was now seizing their precious sand from the land of wind as well. "Is this enough, Isabu? Enough, enough. You have truly outdone yourself. How fortunate Shikaku is to have such a remarkable partner, roaming freely through the ninja world, with such spatial time ninjutsu at his disposal. Who in this realm could possibly capture him and force him to become a Jinchuriki? How infuriating. I desire that power as well." Shikaku, lounging comfortably atop a mound of sand and basking in the sun, could not help but exclaim, "I never imagined you had such an affinity for sand." Isabu, wagging his 3 tails with a satisfied expression, replied, "It's not the flavor of the sand that I relish. Rather, It is the comfort of lying upon it that pleases me, enhancing the luster of my armor. By the way, how many tailed beast balls do you require me to release? Upon hearing Aisabu's inquiry, Kitsuki pondered briefly before responding with a light-hearted tone. That would depend on your discretion. I believe 7 or 8 would suffice, though if you wish to bolster the Mist Village, I shall not hinder you. As they spoke, Kitsuki left a flying thunder god mark on a massive boulder by the lakeside. Divine justice descends. Aisabu seemed a bit embarrassed and said, You have avenged me upon the Mist Village and delivered this abundance of sand. Is there anything else I can offer you? Aisabu had already considered that even if this human wished to accompany him like Shikaku, as long as he provided ample sand as a dwelling, he would be amenable. Yet Kitsuki remained oblivious to Aisabu's underlying thoughts. He chuckled heartily, saying, Once this matter is resolved, whenever I require assistance in the future, you need only deliver a few tailed beast balls my way. Aisabu found this arrangement agreeable, for it had an abundance of chakra, and readily promised that whenever Kitsuki was in need, he would promptly send over several tailed beast balls. However, Aisabu still felt as if he had overlooked something significant. After bidding farewell to Aisabu, Kitsuki and Shikaku prepared to execute the next phase of their plan, to stealthily infiltrate the Mist Village and leave flying thunder god coordinates on vital facilities within. After traveling for half a day, Jinyu came to a halt before a stream, preparing to draw some water. Habitually surveying his surroundings, he suddenly adopted a serious expression. The Crane Guardian quickly sensed Jianyu's unease and inquired, Is something amiss, my comrade? Jianyu nodded earnestly. In his line of sight, to the 11 o'clock direction, there was a group of traveling merchants. However, this was not the focal point. The crux of the matter lay in the presence of a white creature lurking beneath their feet. Although Jianyu had never encountered such a being, he recognized it well. It was a white zetsu. Moreover, judging by its appearance, it was undoubtedly the one named Obito, who had been in the service of Uchiha Madara. This indicated that Uchiha Madara was likely hiding within the land of water. As Jianyu engaged in a fervent mental whirlwind, the white zetsu, Obito, seemed to abandon its clandestine observation of the merchants and swiftly darted in another direction. Jianyu discreetly maintained a distance, neither too close nor too far, as he followed Obito. Before venturing into the land of water, Jianyu had pondered who among the shinobi world posed a threat to him. First and foremost was Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had descended upon the shinobi realm alongside Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, Ishiki was currently in a precarious state, unwilling to unleash his full power until he found a suitable new vessel to plant his karma. Next was the very individual Jianyu was intent on confronting, Uchiha Madara. Had Madara been at the height of his power with the Rinnegan, Jianyu might have considered turning a blind eye, awaiting a more opportune moment to challenge him. Yet, in his current elderly state, Madara possessed only a single 3-tomo Sharingan, and Jianyu felt no compunction about disregarding the elderly. After all, this aged being had been misled by the Black Zetsu's manipulations and was now resorting to underhanded tactics. With a mindset of striking first, Jianyu resolved to set aside his mission of annihilating the Mist Village and prioritize dealing with this troublesome elder. At that moment, Jianyu resembled an infatuated follower, trailing behind the white zetsu. Nevertheless, his mind was astutely analyzing the capabilities Madara could potentially wield at this juncture. Susanoo was undoubtedly within Madara's reach. Although it was highly unlikely to be in its complete form, the humanoid stage would certainly be formidable. Other techniques that might pose a threat included the black rods created through yin-yang release and the wood release borrowed from the first Hokage. Oh, and the most critical one of all, Uchiha's secret technique, Izanagi. Although past memories informed him that Madara currently possessed only a single 3-tomo Sharingan, it was reasonable to suspect that his other eye socket was not devoid of power. Upon reflection, Jianyu realized that this elderly Madara still held a considerable array of cards. However, with just these resources, Jianyu felt confident in his ability to prevail. At present, Uchiha Madara had yet to register with the Black Zetsu. Merely relying on Jianyu's words would not suffice to persuade Madara to relinquish the ancestral inscriptions of the Uchiha clan etched upon their sacred stone tablet. Thus, Jianyu had no intention of engaging in verbal skirmishes with Uchiha Madara. The current situation is one where the enemy is illuminated while I remain in the shadows. Uchiha Madara believes that Kiyamizu Kekkei is oblivious to his existence. Thus, the opportunity is singular. Should this endeavor fail, Madara will undoubtedly conceal his tracks, leaving no chance for Kekkei to discern the truth of his presence again. Consequently, this operation must be executed with unparalleled swiftness and ferocity. Not a moment of respite shall be afforded to Uchiha Madara. Eliminating this significant malignant force will grant Kekkei a prolonged period for development. In the land of water. Within a dim subterranean chamber, Uchiha Madara abruptly opened his eyes, releasing a surge of potent chakra that rippled through the air. The sudden movement startled the nearby spiky white Zetsu, who quickly inquired, "What has transpired, Lord Madara?" Madara furrowed his brow, his expression reflecting displeasure. That fool Obito has led the enemy here. He suddenly pondered whether he had been too indulgent toward Obito, this peculiar white Zetsu. Should I dispose of him? Ultimately, he dismissed the thought, considering that Obito was an experiment born from Hashirama's cells, and it was indeed peculiar if he possessed a dull intellect. Suppressing the urge to personally cleanse his domain, Madara began to contemplate his next strategy. The enemy's chakra was formidable. While it did not rival Hashirama's, it was nonetheless formidable. Logically, the land of water should not harbor ninja with such a potent chakra. Madara shared the chakra signature with spiky white Zetsu, who, true to his reputation as the foremost information broker in the ninja world, promptly identified the source. It is Shimizu Miyuki from Konoha. Upon hearing this, Madara erupted into laughter. Ha ha. Cough cough cough. Spiky white Zetsu exhibited an expression of understanding akin to that of a patient elder. Madara formed hand seals, causing the outer path golem behind him to convulse, subsequently extending a branch adorned with a Zetsu wrapped in bandages. Spiky white Zetsu comprehended Madara's intentions. This particular Zetsu was a specially crafted sacrificial material. Madara could utilize it to invoke an ability once granted to him by the Rinnegan. The technique of transference allows Madara to project a substantial portion of his own power onto the sacrificial vessel. However, there is a limitation. The clones produced through this technique possess a finite amount of chakra. A specially crafted Zetsu of this caliber can only withstand approximately 50% of Madara's chakra. Moreover, it cannot channel the power of the Rinnegan that Madara awakened in his later years. As he commanded the outer path golem to place the specially crafted Zetsu upon the ground, Madara swiftly formed seals. Ninjutsu, technique of transference. The earth stirred, dust swirling and adhering to the Zetsu's form, ultimately revealing the image of a long-haired man clad in the armor of the Warring States period. This was the visage of Uchiha Madara in his youth. Spiky white Zetsu hesitated, speaking up, "Lord Madara, Shimizu Miyuki is capable of utilizing space-time ninjutsu. If he avoids direct confrontation with you, the chakra of this Zetsu will deplete rapidly." Uchiha Madara cast a fleeting glance at the spiked white Zetsu, offering no response. Instead, he approached the clone of Zangetsu, utilizing yin-yang release to conjure several black rods, which he then plunged into the clone's form. He subsequently turned and hurled the remaining rods, driving them forcefully into the body of the outer path golem. In hunting a lion, one must exert their utmost strength. Madara affixed a receiver for the black rods onto the clone, allowing the golem to continuously supply chakra to it within a certain range. The unfortunate golem, already low on chakra reserves, was subjected to Madara's relentless exploitation. Yet, Madara deemed this arrangement insufficiently secure. He commanded the spiked white Zetsu to find several white Zetsu to masquerade as Leaf Village ninjas in the Land of Fire, tasked with disseminating false information to lure Uchiha Ruri into their trap. Complying with the order, the spiked white Zetsu dove underground and swiftly advanced towards the front lines of the Land of Fire using the Mayfly technique. With everything meticulously arranged, Madara returned to his stone chair to sit. Considering Uchiha Ruri's speed, he resolved to engage in a brief performance with Kiyoshi. Meanwhile, on the periphery of Madara's stronghold, Kiyoshi drew closer. His vision now allowed him to glimpse the inner workings of Madara's lair. The swirling-faced white Zetsu wobbled along, casting doubt in Kiyoshi's mind as to whether this was indeed the destination of Madara's stronghold. No longer needing the guidance of the swirling-faced white Zetsu, Kiyoshi activated the Chidori flow, propelling himself forward with a burst of acceleration that allowed him to surpass the previously leading Obito, charging directly towards Madara's base. On the battlefield of the Land of Fire, with a single thrust of his Chidori Thunder Spear, Uchiha Ruri dispatched the last of her adversaries. Her expression devoid of emotion as she began to clear the battlefield. Unlike earlier, Ruri had not come to bid Kiyoshi farewell, having instead embarked on a blocking mission alongside 3 other Uchiha ninjas. Not far off, Uchiha Shursui sensed a palpable shift in Ruri's demeanor. She appeared to be in a rather foul mood. His suspicions were confirmed, as Ruri's spirits were indeed exceedingly low that day. However, her discontent did not stem from being left behind while someone ventured to the land of water, but rather from her frustration at the slow pace of her own growth and strength. Had she been stronger than Kiyoshi, it was likely that she would be the one sulking here, yet if it were him, he would probably just laugh heartily, pleased to have a tall ally to cover for him. Contemplating this, Ruri's previously taut expression softened slightly. Kiyoshi was truly a peculiar individual. Despite seemingly lacking the heart of a true warrior, he wielded such formidable power.